We're going to have a little bit of Derby and Oaks trivia kind of stuff going on and some fun facts and maybe throw in a little bit of, probably throw in a little bit of, can you believe the customer did that kind of segment? And we got a lot of that lined up for you as well. So really not sure 100% how we're going to roll down the road today, but we're going to have a little bit of content as far as profit time content and a little bit of fun content. And after all, it is Friday. Yes, indeedy. Happy Oaks Day, Seth. Appreciate you listening to me today on this beautiful start to a day. Might have a little bit of change coming up here shortly. They're saying maybe this afternoon, but we'll see how it all pans out. You never know for sure. You never know for sure. But I know one thing for sure is, man, it's been a great week at WLS. I want to give a big shout out to our complete team for doing an outstanding job, as always. But it's always a little bit of added pressure, for springtime is what it amounts to. So, yeah, appreciate all that and that hard work from our team, both internally, our internal team, our admin team, our production team, our spray team, our landscape team. Just everybody deserves a big shout out today. Matter of fact, so much we got we gave everybody off today. It's a day when because we got what we needed to get done. Could always, you could always do a little bit more, but the reality of it is, it's always cool to get to a point where give everybody a little bit of a break and time off and little recharge time. So yeah, we're going to talk about that side of it as well. So, and I'm going to have Daniel's going to hop on here with me here in a little bit, and Katie's going to hop on with me. We're going to do some Derby fun facts, if you will, and talk a little bit about what we do fun for the Derby and or the Oaks or whatever it is you like to do. I'm just curious for you guys that are listening to us, out and about and around the country. Do y'all do any type of here, Chad? Before I get too serious, man. Yeah. Thank you, man. Appreciate you, man. That's yeah. So, anyways, payday's always a nice day. Yeah. But yeah, if any of you guys do a like a derby party, like Doug, for an example, who's in Pennsylvania, or you guys listen to us wherever you're at, is it just one of those things like, it's like for us? I mean, I don't do an Indianapolis 500 party, but I mean, I normally tune in on the 500 for a little while and watch it. So just curious if anybody does anything, for the Derby. Outside of the state of Kentucky, or hell, for that matter, Seth in Central Kentucky. I mean, you and Aaron or whatnot. For you guys, Smoking Joe, what do you guys do anything? Because I mean, horse racing's not my thing, but it becomes my thing, around Oaks and Derby, just because it's such a popular thing to do. So, anyways, let me know if you guys, if anybody's involved in anything, for that. But I did want to give our team a shout out and here at WLS, and we lucked out weather-wise pretty much the week, because I know if we'd have been, just off and on, we did have off and on rain, but it seemed to be like it let us get our work in. So want to give BAM a big shout out and the help they gave us on. I mean, not whether it's going to rain or not, but saying, hey, man, yeah, you're good till this time, or, we think you're good for, next 8 hours or 6 hours or whatever it is. So it's always makes that decision a little bit easier when you feel confident in what you got going. And they told us, for yesterday, hey, man, it's probably going to rain around 11, but it's not going to last long, so if you want to wait on it, wait on it. And if not, not, so. So as always, we appreciate that. So, Daniel, you had a good show on some fun facts,
Thanks.
to say the least. And we got some more of those I'm sure we'll talk a little bit about. But before we get into that side of it, though, I did want to talk a little bit about a customer situation that we had yesterday. And Seth, you can appreciate this. I know you're listening to us, and you're a landscape guy. But you tell somebody you're going to do something, they sign off on what you're going to do, and then when you get there to do it, it's like, what are you doing?
Mm-hmm.
And this guy's a good thing about it is this guy's a good customer. I mean, we do several things a year for him, Daniel, and we do quite a few things. And he's getting a little bit old, maybe that's it.
Seems like that might be have something to do with it because according to a couple of the last things that we've tried to do, it hadn't gone smoothly.
And it did for a long time, with him. So I mean, we'll be patient with him, but I mean, and her. But it was funny. It was something simple, wouldn't he? I wouldn't even really call it landscaping.
Yeah,
but
really.
Was that just a little topsoil? What did I do with my damn drink? Oh, there it is. It was just a little bit of topsoil going under a tree, and just confusion on it. Now, how you get confused with that, I don't know. But
yeah, one thing I did think about was if we had something in our contract about our deposits.
Yeah. Well, and with him, there you go. You talk about deposits, something that's small and a reoccurring customer, we're not going to get a deposit on,
I thought we had gotten a deposit on it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did or did not?
He was getting more than what he actually was paying for.
So we did have a deposit on it. But
did we?
But I think if there's nothing in there, we need to definitely, especially for the people that aren't recurring.
Certainly a trip
yearly.
Charge, for Christ's sake.
Well, it's like anything. If you book this hotel or book this fun thing to do when you're out of town, 90 days out, full refund. 7 days out, 50% refund. Day of, no refund.
Yeah.
And that's usually paying for the full thing. So I think it's way fair for a deposit to be 0% refundable on the day of.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no reason that you get the stuff. And I mean, in this case, it wasn't anything really except some topsoil, but you get the stuff, you get the people out there. You don't go and do somebody else that maybe you could have done.
Right.
So you're losing out on a lot of things in a given situation.
And maybe that's something that we address for real. Yeah.
I think it certainly needs to be in the contract at least, even if you don't enforce it every time. It should be enforceable.
Right.
Hey, within
kind of like a cancellation clause. You do it. You do it. If you don't, you don't.
And maybe it's not 90 days because that's kind of a long time for our industry. But maybe 4 weeks out, if you cancel, then you get your refund, you get your deposit back. But 2 weeks out, it's 50% and day of or whatever. However you want to make that. But
it sits on your account till you decide to do something with us. We don't want to rob them. But
well, I mean, I don't necessarily think that that's the case per se either. I mean, once again, you go back to other things that you put deposits on or you pay for ahead of time. If I don't go to my dog sledding event, next time I go to my dog sledding event, I'm going to have to repay for everything because I took one of their slots that they want to make a certain amount of money per hour for, but I didn't show up. That doesn't mean I get to go next time for free.
Right. No, that's a good point, Daniel. That's a very good point. I mean, it's fresh knowledge wrapping around it. Good morning, Doug. Good morning, Stephen. Stephen wants to know if we've had mint juleps while we're doing our show today.
That'd have been fun. But that too, lilies.
We're having that. That lily drink, man. That we have. So Katie's putting information out on our site, our social medias about the mocktail and the cocktail version of the lily drink. So they are pretty good. Excuse me. I guess we've kind of transitioned to Derby and Oaks. But I did want to bring that up, talk about that for sure for a second. But to get your all's opinion on it too. And I think you're right, Daniel. I think that's probably something that we could do a little differently is put a non-refundable date
right on that
onto that.
Yeah.
you know, and yeah, so I didn't even realize he had paid a deposit, being that it was that small of a job. But I will say Kyle is really good about getting money up front on everybody,
And
realistically.
that's
I
the
mean,
good thing too about software is it doesn't make it, oh, Kyle's the bad guy, Wayne's the bad guy, Katie's the bad guy. It makes it, oh, this is just the way that they do things and this is their software.
yeah, going
It's
out.
standard operating procedure, and when it's just though that's how they do things, then no one's the bad guy at that point.
Right. It is what it is. And there's still a personality involved with it. Good morning, Doug. So, Doug, I don't know if you heard my start off this morning. Curious, you're far enough away to ask. Does the Derby mean anything to you as far as like, hey, we're going to have a Derby party? Or is that just definitely, I mean, it is a worldwide event. I mean, CBS
Yeah.
Sports covers it, ESPN covers it. So it's not like it's a, dog and pony show, no pun intended. But I was just curious, you know, how many of our listeners may actually either watch it and or participate in some type of get together or party. I'm looking forward to our party tomorrow. I'll tell you that. You know, we're going to have a good time tomorrow. We've got some friends coming up, so that's going to be fun.
Don't hype it up
Uh,
too much.
yeah.
That's gonna be fun.
What? No, I mean it'll be fun. We know based on who's coming that it's going to be fun. So it's going to be exciting. We're gonna have some good food, good libations, and a good time held by all. So um, Doug said he thinks deposits are non-refundable. Period, 100%. So there we go. I mean, I know we normally don't refund them, but to Daniel, to your point, I think I think we probably ought to. Yeah, just make it that way in writing, for sure. So, uh, good deal, good deal, Doug. Glad to hear. Good deal, Doug. Good. Well, you got good. Oh my God, I think they've been into the Lily drinks this morning. I'm not 100% sure, but I would say maybe it's just caffeine. Yeah, I came into work late this morning. I'm not going to lie. I mean, since everybody was off today, uh, I didn't get here till about 7:45 this morning, so I could get used to that almost. That sure beats like 6:30, 6:20. Whatever. Everybody starts at a different time, but uh, it was kind of fun creeping in here a little bit later. Daniel got here and he always holds the fort down for us in the morning. He like doesn't sleep. Actually, he does sleep. He just goes to bed at a
I go to
reason.
bed at about 9 or 9:30.
Yeah.
Last night I was in bed at about 8:40.
Yeah. Yeah. Seth says he's 100% in with Doug on non-refundable deposits. Unless something unforeseen happens, like they die. And I'm not laughing at that, but no, that's true too. And I mean, we have done run and do non-refundables. It's just in this case with this particular client who happens to be getting a little bit older. I don't know. That's where I'm getting a little softer in my old age. Maybe I don't know. That's why I'm glad to have Daniel and Katie and Kyle around here to stay the course of being more hardcore on shit, keeping it as is. But we do buy the stuff. To Steven's point here with Sigma, he says as an industry, then the end user and him as a distributor, you take the risk by buying the materials,
Yeah.
and the cost. That's why I said minimum we need to bill the guy $175 trip charge. I mean, shit, you got a F-550 going out to do a job with two people, you know. Yeah, that's to get their fee. So I don't know what I mean. What was his deposit? Just curious, Katie. Roughly, do you know? Yes. I mean, it was a small ass job was the problem, you know, and and doesn't it always go back to the smallest deals are your biggest problems? It always works that way. I mean, or 9 out of 10 times it does. It seems to for us. I don't know about you all, but that's how it seems. The person that, and like I said, overall, this guy does spend some money with us, so you're a little more tolerant of a situation like this. But it was funny when Kyle went to call him back yesterday. His wife answered the phone, and Kyle's like, "Well, I'm returning the call to Mister So and So, and Mr. Smith, and is his name." And so anyway, he called, and she says, "Well, it's my yard. I'll talk to you about it." So the foot went down, Daniel.
There you go.
By golly, the foot went down when she said, "It's my yard. I'll talk to you about it." Da 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 da. So yeah, yeah, it's hurt. Yeah. What? Uh, yeah, Katie, you need to get on over here. You know. So anyways, uh Katie said we only hear from more of her when there's a problem. That is true though. Oh God, that's all right. They've been married long enough. His balls have been gone a long time. Daniel's all right.
Can't hear anything. Now I can hear myself.
There you
Hopefully
go.
I'm alive on the airways.
There
Yeah,
we go.
he's
Now he's there.
you can unlock both of them if you want.
Okay.
So there's
Ta-da.
um
Confidence.
yeah. He's not the owner, he's just the manager.
He's just the manager of the
He's the
account.
GM. He might get replaced here soon.
Oh my God. Speaking of getting replaced, there's already been two horses that have fallen out of the Derby.
Rodriguez, and who's the other one?
Uh, I don't know. Do you have another one? Do you know? Grande or
Guacamole or whatever?
Grande?
Grande. Yeah, I knew it was something like Mexican themed.
Grande. No trespassing.
This is really
Mine was
spiraling out
at
of control
least
fast. Let's bring it back in.
Food related. Yours is
Oh
All right.
my God.
Yeah.
The food related. I'll have a grande. Oh my
Aaron
God.
Walls, if you're listening, you made me cackle yesterday with your texts after I was laughing. That was just.
oh
What did he do?
on
He
my
texted Daniel and asked him a question, and I heard Daniel repeat the question. I started cackling in the background, and Aaron texted me and said, "Don't laugh at me."
Aaron gives us a lot of shit to laugh at.
This is true. In a
Aaron
good way.
just brings me, yes, in a good way.
He brings you joy in a
He
good
does.
way.
He brings me such joy.
He's so just out there and wide open, you know?
Yes, he's so just like,
But he's
vulnerable
authentic.
without trying. Yes, he's authentic. He's not going to hide who he is. He's not going to
Yeah.
pretend to be something other than what he is. And I can just really appreciate that for sure.
So, speaking of which, I don't know if he gave a shout out to himself or not, but he did post it on Facebook. So that's why I'll talk about it. We're not going to answer that one. That would be fun just to arbitrarily put somebody on the air, but probably not fair for them. But what the hell was I talking about? Aaron. Oh yeah, he 8 years sobriety this week. So
Good for you.
congratulations.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
I had another friend, Lenny. Y'all know Lenny.
Yeah.
My name's
I love Lenny. Oh my God. He has the funniest stories too. Let me just
Yeah.
tell you. That time when he lost his car. Oh my God.
funny.
And that's what after he's been sober.
You guys. Yeah. This is like within the past 5 years. He's been sober for
20,
many
he had- I
moons.
think
Yeah.
he's 20 or 22. He posted something.
Oh,
So
shoot.
Yeah,
yeah,
listen to
so
that story on a weekly basis.
I know. I wish we'd recorded it so you could just keep
yeah.
hearing it over.
Where he said I was one of the few times in my life I was happy to find the police.
Yeah. He was basically, long story short, he couldn't remember where he parked for a concert in Cincinnati. So he was literally wandering around the streets of Cincinnati to try to find where he parked. And he finally found police and he was like, oh, thank God. He's like, I've lost my car.
So they drove him around to help him find his car.
Shoot.
So, but
But yeah,
was-
congratulations. Because I know, and that's why too, I posted a mocktail and a cocktail version of the lilies today and the mint juleps tomorrow. Because, Daniel's talked about it before, just for whatever reason, culturally, our celebrations typically tend to revolve around alcohol,
and food.
Yeah. But it's not necessary to have a good time. And if you want to
Nope.
drink it, great. More power to you. But
If not,
if not, that's great
okay,
too. And I really appreciate a lot of restaurants now have what they call like a 0 proof menu where it's crafted drinks. So you don't have to just get a Coke or a lemonade. You know, you get to enjoy a well-crafted, balanced beverage that has no alcohol in it.
Yeah. Something that looks different, tastes good.
Yeah.
And yeah. And not that you're trying to fit in. It's just something besides
No.
a Coke or
Yeah,
tea or
exactly.
water
No,
with a
it's,
lemon.
it's still the fun of the different drink.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I did that on a whole cruise for 6 or whatever days.
And more shout out to like true mixologists, like bartenders and mixologists that really know their stuff.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
that used to be my favorite part of that John Taffer show, Bar Rescue.
Oh,
It was
yeah.
just seeing what they came up with and how they
Doug
crafted
said he likes
cocktails
that
and stuff.
concept. He said because he doesn't drink,
Yeah.
you know. So
And I know I do HelloFresh occasionally, and we'll get like different samples in there sometimes of different things. And I remember they sent us I think it was a Heineken Zero when that first came out. You know, so you still get the beer taste without the alcohol.
yeah.
Yeah.
You know, if that's something that you like. But yeah, I think it's become more and more popular. And you know, not to bring too much politics into it, but it's really interesting how like the new administration and how that's affecting the bourbon landscape here in Kentucky.
Yeah.
You know, like a lot of it being taken off shelves in other countries and
I
you know,
just
things
learned that
like
there's
that.
What's it called when it's alcohol free? Whatever.
Zero proof.
No, there's a different word, but basically wine, alcohol free wine,
Oh,
or it's less. It's like
decaf,
like
where you get a little bit,
18,
but
I
it's
think
not.
like some wines are like 18% alcohol or something like that. Let's just say, and this is like maybe like 2 or whatever percent or something like that. But
I'm Googling.
Interesting.
Let's see if we can come up with it, Dan. Non-alcoholic wine.
yeah, that's it.
I love sparkling grape juice. Let me just tell you,
Oh,
Welch's
and it
sparkling grape
pours
juice
out of
is
a
where it's at. Especially the
champagne
white
bottle.
grape.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah. Doug says a lot of times he just asks for a straw and garnish because I hate explaining my story why he doesn't drink. So he blends it.
Nice.
Yeah. I
At
mean,
Holly's wedding, I walked up and
it doesn't deserve an explanation.
No,
No.
and I think that's something that too, like I think that's generational. It'll depend on, if you go to somewhere and the waiter or bartender is Daniel's age, my age, younger versus someone your age, that's where, oh my God, you don't drink. Whereas I feel like for us, it's not as big of a thing. Like,
Definitely not.
okay,
but
you want a
definitely,
Sprite
like,
cranberry?
would get
Cool.
questions. I
It's
think.
kind of like, I think it's kind of transitioned away smoking.
Yeah.
Y'all didn't smoke, you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah.
But-
And do you still remember like non-smoking sections? Like
Yeah.
the restaurant being split?
Yeah.
How dumb was that though, too?
I know.
Smoking or non-smoking and you're sitting right next to somebody.
Well, I think too, like I know, like again, going back to what I've seen on Bar Rescue, there are machines that filter the air in
Yeah.
the smoking sections. Now, I don't know any research on those to talk about their efficacy at all, but I highly doubt whatever was available when we were kids had that kind of efficacy.
Yeah.
So it was really just like you weren't enshrouded in smoke versus
Yeah.
Breathing it in.
breathing it in. Because
Mike's got a good comment.
all right,
He
hit
said
us.
he only drinks when he smokes and he only smokes when he drinks.
Yep,
So
and he only drinks on days and then why? Am I
does
right?
the chicken cross the road or whatever,
Oh goodness.
Oh my God. I got a joke for you all.
Oh
It's not gonna
God.
be good.
Is it the one I wrote on your check?
I didn't see that yet.
I don't
just
know
put
why
my
I try.
check in my
Kyle
drawer.
also was like, I didn't see it. Bro, I write something every
I
day.
didn't look at my check yet. I just put it in my drawer. Gosh.
All right, let's hear it.
Oh my God. Katie's joke to me was, what do you, wait a minute. We're going to put this out there because we got several people.
Okay,
listen.
so say it and then
All right,
we'll see what people think the
Here,
answer.
here it is from Katie, and then
No
you all
Google it.
text me the answer and don't Google it. If you got to cheat to win, you're a loser. All right. I can't believe I said that, but that is true.
No, I used to tell my kids sometimes, like kids that I had a relationship with.
Can I
obviously.
put this out there and I give them time to think?
Sure.
What do you call a scary horse? What do you call a scary horse?
Okay, so the kids that I had a relationship with when I was a teacher, not just, oh, this is the first day I met you and like I'm going to talk to you this way, but I used to say, you know what, sometimes you're fat, slow, and nobody likes you, and that's okay.
Yeah. I had a coach tell me that in the 5th grade. I went out for the basketball team and he says, what are you doing here? I said, I'm going to try out for the basketball team. He said, you're too fat to play basketball. Could you imagine if they did that now?
Man, why don't you go to the camp?
Oh,
shoot.
yeah.
Damn.
Could you imagine if that'd be on the news now?
Oh, 100%.
Well, that's because there was only one team then, too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah. You didn't have 78
ABC.
teams.
Yeah.
ABC
But
teams.
he did more. I mean, he was. But the thing was, it was the truth.
Right.
I couldn't run up and down the floor like that would have been required.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you
You
know,
know?
the difference between my freshman and sophomore years of softball. We literally went from a coach that had the assistant coach go get us Dairy Queen, and we spent the last 10 minutes of practice eating snacks, to a coach that literally made us puke every day to condition so well.
So from
It's now coaching
what
D1.
was his name? The Bloomer, but the
Bloomer.
one before him.
I don't remember. I
I
cannot
can
remember
see him
his
as
name.
plain as day.
I will say, not
He
to like
was a
name
good
drop, and now
coach.
he works at Arizona State University on the softball team, and he worked for Duke. So, I mean, he does know his stuff.
Yeah.
I appreciate everything he did for me as a human being and an athlete for sure. But yeah, it's just a very different coaching mentality that I
Katie
had
was a
back to
really
back.
good athlete. I'll pat her on the
Athlete.
back. Athlete.
Addison's a good athlete, but she just doesn't like to be coached.
Yeah.
She has athleticism.
Yeah.
She's probably the most athletic of her sisters.
Possibly. We'll see.
Well, we don't know
We'll see
what
Carolina's
Carolina's going to
developed,
do.
yeah.
young.
Yeah. And Brooklyn could be athletic too, I think.
No, Brooklyn's
Well, she
a decent player, but she's also one of those people, one of the team, truly a team player. Like just a kid you want on your team that is decent, isn't gonna have many like superstar moments, but is consistent, but also has a great attitude about everything.
She's one of the players that could be good when coached,
Yes.
whereas Addison's good but also won't be coached because for
Won't-
many reasons.
Won't respond well to coaching.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hang on to that thought a second. We need an answer from somebody. What do you call a scary horse?
Yeah.
That's
Just
Katie's
guess.
joke.
Don't
Just
be
guess. It
dumb.
ain't no
Just
big
guess.
deal. And while you're thinking about that, Aaron Walls and Mike said something fun. Mike said, LOL about when I drink, I smoke. He said, really, I'm Irish. He said, I crave alcohol like air, but I do try to limit myself.
That's funny.
Aaron's got something funny. He said, in in high school, his coach asked him, said, who you been hanging out with? You're going to F everything up. I said, the only thing I'm going to F up is my blood alcohol level.
Oh my God.
He said, I don't know why he was upset. It was just the middle of the game.
Oh my God. That is hilarious.
Oh my God. True that.
What sport was this? Football?
Yeah. What sport was that, Aaron? Was that football, baseball? You know,
I feel like it was probably
think you can play
baseball, basketball,
baseball.
or soccer.
It definitely wasn't soccer. It definitely what I don't think you can play baseball drunk. Imagine having a ball coming at you at probably not 90, but 70 miles an
or
hour.
hit off a bat and play in the infield
like
or
defense.
something.
Like
Yeah.
what to do.
Aaron said it was baseball.
Wow.
I wonder if he played shortstop.
Maybe he was what is it, left field or right field that you
Right
always
field.
quote put the worst player?
Yeah.
He said they were playing Jasper at the time and they only had 7 players.
That's why he was in.
7-player league or
Katie said that's why
7
you were
people
in there.
holding a
Just in
9-person
case that
team.
slipped by. Aaron said I got thrown out
shoot.
still in second base. Well, I can imagine with them short legs, it'd take you a lot longer to get there. You know, how much would that slow somebody down, though? Somebody Aaron's height. Aaron's not that
I don't
short.
know. I'm not a physicist.
I don't know if it would slow you. It's only comparable to the person with the same like if I could, I don't know. It's hard to even say what I'm trying to say here.
He said his coach Despain was his name, and he said he was pissed when I got thrown out. I had to run poles for 2 days.
Good.
Straight. It's 48 hours of running.
One time my coach told one of my really good friends in high school, he said, hey, you see that sign out there in the outfield? He's like, yeah. She's like, yeah, why don't you go check it? That's what he told her.
Go see what it says. Yeah.
Oh,
Go
shoot.
see what it says. There's Matt Plahuta rolling in. He's got his softball pants on.
Hey, he's ready
Your
for some
dad's going to be
sports.
DHing?
For real?
Yeah.
You're going to?
Matt asked me to. He said
I'm
he didn't
excited
ask
for
me.
you. When is
He
it? We
said I
need to
could-
know
Well,
so we can come.
No.
Tuesday. Everyone, there'll be
Uh,
live stream on the Profit Circle. So tune in.
Oh my God.
We'll put it out. We'll be.
Oh my
Live
God. I'm gonna
event.
go watch Matt and them play if I do anything. I just, I know I would want to play, but I know I can't play. You know what I'm saying? I just,
Maybe you need to get into
We need to-
bowling.
No, we can do softball. We just have to work our way into it. We have to start with some drills.
you don't work your way into 62-year-old softball.
Yes, you do. I know people that I've talked to
I
people
mean,
who are
I'd rather play
60,
badminton, I think.
70 years old.
I'm just
We
saying.
should get him into pickleball.
No, we're going to do
Pickleball.
softball because that's what he wants to do. He just thinks he can't. And that's the worst thing. You need to do things that you want to do because you can. 60.
I'm going to tell you, Daniel, it's not that I don't think I can. Okay, here's what I really think. My mindset is still going to be win.
Okay.
And I'm going to go out there. Same thing happened when I tried playing with Kyle before my hip was jacked up. And I went out and they were playing in a league.
Yep.
And first of all, we were playing with guys that couldn't fucking play.
Okay.
That was frustrated enough,
Okay.
so, but that really doesn't matter. But anyway, not on our team, but okay. Oh my God. So that was frustrating enough playing with guys that didn't care about winning.
Yep.
But then secondly, okay, so they let me play first base. I was like 53 or 4 years old. I don't know. And which was good because I'm as left-handed. I could play first base. I could catch one, scare the ball. But I tried stretching too far on a play, and I did, and I caught the ball and we got the out. But I mean, my growing was not designed for that because I wasn't in shape to do it.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. We need to
Okay.
start you out, do some drills, get some stretching going, get you going.
And then, oh my God, this same league up there.
Let's make him train for fast walking in the Olympics.
We could do that. This same league, we were playing a team one night and they were killing us. Okay. So they have this thing where you can like run rule somebody. Okay. If you're ahead after, I don't even know how many innings it is now, Matt, but I don't remember. But so this idiot, this other team had on first base or third base, missed the ball intentionally so they wouldn't get run ruled so we could be their batting practice gophers. Okay.
Oh my God.
I swear to God, it happened. Y'all remember Rick Clements out there?
Only the name.
Okay. Well, anyway, Rick Clements was umpiring. And after the fact, man, I told everybody on that team, I said, if y'all go out there, y'all, and I used a few adjectives. I said, if y'all going to go out there and what do you call it when you're catching balls for somebody? I can't think of what the hell you call it now. Huh?
Fielding?
For shagging. Yeah, shagging. I said, if y'all going to go out there and shag balls for them, y'all go on. I says, but I ain't going back on that field. I'm done. They humiliated everybody on that team when that dude did that. He went down to scoop down and picked the ball up and he flicked it up over his head. I'm like, I wanted to go out there with a bat, and that was my last experience on a softball field.
Wouldn't it be great if you had new experiences that were positive?
Yes.
Or that you could just tell people about in general?
Play.
I don't know if y'all have had that kind of, but
Has anybody responded to our joke?
I'm going to play. I'm going to win.
Trying.
And if you don't, I don't care if we win, but buddy, you better give it the effort to win. Give it the damn effort to win. Well, I was playing with John, my brother, one time. We got to get off this because this is stupid. But I was playing with John, my brother, one time, and y'all tell me, this is our competitive nature. If you either got it or you don't. You can't learn to be competitive. You either want to win or you don't. Well, I was playing with this idiot on my team, on my brother's team, and we're playing, and he foul tips. He didn't foul tip, but he hit an infield fly. But it wasn't the infield fly rule. We're not going to get into that.
God, please no.
So the guy just instead of running it out, he like went halfway to first base, turned around. Well, the guy missed the ball. And I'm like, I was on deck and I'm like, go, 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 And this guy's like, da, 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 And I mean, I don't know. I was just used to playing. Well, I was going to tell that story too. That was pretty cool. When I was playing with Kyle, I told him about the time I stretched out on first base. We got the out, but yeah, Daniel's going to get me back in softball condition, he said. But anyways, yeah, Kyle hit it. We're both left-handed. So Kyle hit a home run, and then I That'd been cool. We would hit back to back son dad home runs, and I just pulled mine a little bit foul, and I was like, oh God, that was that was it. But
What a
anyways,
tragedy. Has anybody responded?
let's see. Sorry, people tend to have them stronger and tighter together. I don't know. Let's see what our Doug said. Here we go. I'm 34 and sweating harder listening to you wanting to play softball.
I hear you, Doug. Sympathy sweating. I get it.
Oh my God. Let's see. Mike's answer to the joke is spooky.
That's not bad.
That's not bad.
We'll accept that answer.
Yeah.
So a horse that's scary.
A horse.
Yeah.
What do you call a scary horse?
Horse.
Let's one give him the answer.
What's the first letter?
N
In.
as in Nancy. Daniel's thinking, by the way.
I think it's gonna be scary horse is called a
Opposite of day.
Oh.
No.
Well, Dad just gave it away.
What'd he say?
Opposite of day.
Oh, yeah. Well, do you know the answer?
I don't want to say it now because I know it.
Okay. It's nightmare.
Nightmare. Okay, here's my joke. Y'all ready for this?
We're ready.
What's the difference between a hippopotamus and a Zippo?
One letter.
You know what a Zippo is?
Yes, but a hippo and a zippo.
What's the difference between a hippo and a Zippo?
One fits in your pocket.
No, one's heavy and one's a little lighter.
My God. I was close. I feel like I was on the train.
You were. That. Oh my God. Let's get on the Derby train a little bit. A few fun facts. Let's see. My goodness. Daniel had a bunch of fun facts, but it's the oldest continuously held sporting event in the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty cool, isn't it?
I
Mhm.
think so.
I'm 151, I think, this year.
No, I think it's like 154. Hang on.
I think it's 151, but I don't get it because I thought it started in 1875.
Yeah, it
Oh,
was
yeah, the
18
151st. Hang on.
there probably were some skip years in there for.
No, it's the old. It's run continuously. That's the oldest run continuous.
Yeah, the
sporting event.
151st Kentucky Derby.
Well, what's 175 minus 225? 2025.
Well, 75 and 25 should be a 1 in there, right?
Right,
'Cause they're
correct.
fives. So I don't get how it's a 1.
Does it go back to what you were talking about
That's
earlier
what I
about the
think.
blank annual?
Well, it started on 75, which would technically be 0.
year zero.
But it's still 1.
Right.
So maybe I guess it would be
we're
151.
double counting somewhere in there probably, but it's fine.
Yeah. That's pretty interesting. Let's think about that a minute.
Well, let's just say it's 3 years. It's 1870 or wait, 1875. Let's say it's 1880. So you'd have 75, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80. So you would add 1 on to whatever year you're in.
Mike said that math ain't mathing.
True.
Ta-da.
I think if you lower it down to like a smaller countable number, it makes more sense.
Yeah.
So I'm sure the 151's right.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we just.
Well, that's how it is because 75 is the first 1 and not 0.
That's pretty interesting. So what are some fun facts for the Derby? Let's see. How about the fastest Derby?
What year was that?
That was 1973 without him looking. I'm sure it's probably on here. That was the Secretariat thing you talked about.
I didn't know
Is that
what
the right
it was.
year?
I don't know.
Let's see. Yes.
Oh, excuse me.
1973. A minute 59 seconds. What'd you say about that, though? There was a faster second half than first half?
He ran every quarter.
A negative split. So
At
every quarter he
faster.
was faster than the previous in the same distance.
And
So,
that's
like, he went
never
from-
happened other
Well, it's
than
rare. It's rare that it
Oh, okay.
happens.
The last Triple Crown winner was 2018.
Mike sending us a joke.
Oh, God, here we go.
Good.
He said he's doing it.
What do you call a drunk Irishman?
Oh, here we go. We've talked about
What's
this
a
before.
this is easy. I can get this one, and I'm not good at jokes, I think.
Okay.
What's a pirate's favorite letter?
R.
R.
Oh, it's the C.
That's not a bad one.
Oh, damn. So we got controversy. R or C?
On average, spectators will eat 142,000 hot dogs.
That's like
A piece?
well,
throughout
almost what they eat in like a day in West Virginia.
I know.
That's like,
At the Derby.
it's the C they love. Daniel got it, Mike. I had the wrong
18,000
one.
barbecue sandwiches, 13,800 pounds of beef, 32,400 jumbo shrimp, 9,000 scallops, 8,000 potatoes, 30,000 cookies, and 300,000 strawberries. That's not on here. Hang on.
$22 a piece
120,000 mint juleps are consumed on Derby
at
that's a lot.
$80 or something.
At like probably
stupid.
$15 a pop.
Oh,
Those are
15 wouldn't
probably
get the ice.
25. I'd say the mint juleps are probably 25.
Yeah, look it up. I bet you can find it.
Only 3 horses ran in the 1892 and the 1905 Kentucky Derby races.
I wonder what the minimum number of
wouldn't it be cool
horses
to
in
say
a
you
race
came in third? And you never have
Still
to tell
medal.
anybody that you were last. You came in third.
came in third in the Derby.
It's like I keep forgetting all these. Yeah.
Oh, we forgot to ask Matt if he wanted a horse.
Oh yeah.
The oldest winner jockey was 54 when he took the title. That was 1986.
Who's that, Pate?
No, Bill Shoemaker.
Bill Shoemaker. My mom used to
Oh
work.
my God, aren't there child labor laws? Well, I guess this was in the 1800s. Okay, so in 1892 and 1895, 15-year-olds won the Derby.
That's cool. It's like in
Alonzo,
Europe,
Lonnie
though.
Clayton, and James Soup Perkins.
Well, I
It's
was
like
going to
in
say
Europe,
that's
they
when
have
they had to find
professional
small
athletes.
Americans to race.
They had
You know,
no.
Oh, what do you think the record low temperature?
I don't know,
Has
but it
been.
sleet it one year that I
6
remember.
degrees.
No, way higher.
Oh.
47 degrees is the record low at the
Wow.
time of the race
That's surprising.
in 1935 and 1957.
They had sleet one year, not in the like 80s or 90s.
What do you think the
It
record high
sleeted
was?
in the 80s.
It's yeah,
92.
So close.
no labor laws for a family business.
94
Oh,
degrees is the highest it's been at church at a Derby.
nice.
Uh,
That's a hot derby.
Mike said maybe it was a trainer's son or daughter.
Maybe they pretended to be their dad because their dad like got drunk the night
Like a Mulan
before.
situation.
Yeah,
A Mulan.
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 You don't know about it. You weren't first to watch Disney.
Is that
movies
the
with us.
lion
He didn't
thing?
even know about
The
Lion King
lion.
until
Is that the
lion
one with the?
No.
How would you not know that if you've seen The Lion King?
He's thinking
Well, what-
Mufasa.
Mufasa, that's it. Well,
Okay.
that's close enough.
No, it's not the same at all.
I thought it was.
It's 2
let's
different
see.
continents. Geographically not even.
No matter what day a horse was
Things don't
born
make
on during the year, the racehorse age is marked from New Year's Day in order to make it easier to keep track of bloodlines. So
That's how they
every
do it in North
thoroughbred
Korea.
has a birthday
For
of
people
January
Or
1st.
South Korea or Vietnam. It's one of the two. It's either Korea or Vietnam. They do that.
For people.
Yeah.
So what's that mean? Tell me again.
It doesn't matter if you're born on October 30th or June 14th. Your birthday is November 1st or January 1st, right?
I don't know. That's what this is. I don't know. For horses, I
That's
don't know
what I'm
about
saying. Yeah,
people.
but that's what I mean.
To your point that the Derby's never been canceled, it's only been postponed twice, or on a held other than the first Saturday in May twice. Once
COVID.
in 1945 with a wartime ban on horse racing, and a second time in 2020 when it was delayed until September
I
because
think
of
we
COVID.
did it. Yeah, I was going to say September with that COVID year.
I wonder how that affects the running, though. Like, if the horses are a little bit older, do you think they would be a little bit better or / worse?
You tell us.
I'm not a horseologist. I don't
What's
know.
the
but
record for the
you're a,
Well, yeah, but I don't know what-
rainfall
3
on
inches.
the Derby? Oh my God, 3.15 inches.
Killing it.
Doug says there's no labor laws in agriculture still today.
That's crazy.
That's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was the slowest winning time? We talked about Secretariat being the fastest, and it's
2
not being
minutes
broken.
and 37 seconds.
What's your guess?
I don't have any idea. 2:26.
2:52:25.
3
big.
minutes? Fuck, I could do it in 3 minutes.
Time
I
fast.
think I could go around there.
No, this is the winning time.
People run 4-minute miles.
People,
1891. The
maybe
horse's
they
name
ran
was
backwards.
Kingman.
Kingman. That
It
was the
took
winning
2 minutes,
time.
52 seconds to
They
complete.
definitely weren't running 44 miles an hour.
I wonder if they were running longer distances.
It says 1.5 miles. So it
Okay,
did
so that's
shave a
even-
quarter of a mile off
Added on.
or added on. Yeah.
Huh.
But still, it's I don't know. That's crazy.
Oh, the Queen Elizabeth attended the 133rd Kentucky Derby
Wow.
in 2007.
Dang.
She's dead now, right? Didn't she die?
I'm honestly not sure. I don't want to be tracked down by the MI6 or whatever for putting false information out there.
Well, no, I'm not. That's why I said Ken. I mean, it was a question.
Only one Triple Crown winner has ever sired another Triple Crown winner.
Secretariat. Park
No,
Row.
Halma. They
Huh.
sired the Triple Crown winner, Omaha.
Whoa.
Is Sard the boy version?
No, it's just having a kid, right?
Well, that would be female version then, right?
Oh well, like I guess yeah, it is the boy
Sired.
version.
So a sire is the male parent of an animal, especially a stallion or bull kept for breeding. A respectful form of address for someone of high social status.
Like in Lion King.
Like,
Yeah. I think Zazu does call him sire.
Mm-hmm.
What are the luckiest posts? Meaning the riders assigned to these posts have won more times than any of the other starting lanes.
12 and 8.
it's not one
Mm-mm.
Or probably not 20.
or not. Yeah. I think like slot 7. I don't know. Let's do yours and then
Just guess.
9 and 7.
It's 5 and 10.
That was close. 12 and
I
8.
was going to say there's
The middle. That's
I think
interesting.
17 or something was, look it up.
Only 20 horses can run in the Derby each year. That was made official in 1975.
They've had 2 get scratched already for this year, and they can't add them the day like now.
Yeah. No horses have names beginning with what 3 letters have ever won the Derby?
I don't know,
Q,
but hold on to that.
C and Y.
You got 2 of the 3.
I don't know. Z.
Q and Y are correct.
Oh, interesting. W.
P.
That's such a common letter. How would it be P?
I don't
Think of the non-commonly used letters.
I feel like I gave them all X.
Yes. Q, X, and Y have never won the Derby.
see which post positions never won the Derby. I think 17 is something I heard a long time ago. I think it was 17 or 13. It was a teen. Yeah.
There's a really fun song. I'm going to look it up in a minute on your phone and we'll play it for people just so they can hear a snippet of it. But it's by, I can't even remember her name.
Jessica Simpson.
No. The worst performing post is 17.
Hey, I remember.
There's never been a starting spot for a Kentucky Derby winner at there. That's crazy. Post 5 is tied for the most runners up.
That's interesting.
Uh-huh.
If 20, well, this is generic. That should be easily figure outable. But if 20 horses are on the field, each post has a 5% chance of being the starting position for a winner. Duh. That's just straight statistics. But that's not even probably actually right. You know what I mean? Because already you're going to know certain horses. Rough statistics, third grade statistics. Yes, that's true. Anything beyond that,
But that's
I
like
doubt
saying
that's
if I'm
actually
playing
true.
LeBron James, I have a 50% chance
Yes.
of winning the basketball.
Like your actual chance is like 0.1%. Maybe even of scoring. Let's be so serious.
That song, it's the Run for the Roses.
Well, I don't know about that tune, but I know a song that goes, ready to run for the roses, tired of keeping up with the Joneses.
Old
Well,
Dominion.
By golly.
Miranda Lambert, Old Dominion.
Laura Bell Bundy. Hang on, that's who it is. Laura. Let me see what you're playing. No, this isn't it.
This is
To be clear, this is not my song. Here we go. Here's mine. We don't have to play the whole thing. It's just fun. There's a lot of like Kentucky references in that. I think the Kentucky University of Kentucky dance team is actually in this video with her.
Ready to run for the roses, tired of keeping up with the Joneses. Willie D having a ball and proposing we should PARTY. Digging it deep like the coal mine, stepping up strawberry moonshine. Wanna be living be have a cold one, hell of a birthday night. 24 hours every single day. 24 miles till the Cumberland Lake. 24 miles in a cold beer. I think not.
Sounds like a fun song.
Yeah, it's fun. And there's a lot of Kentucky references
I
in it,
gotta
like the
add that on
bourbon and the
thing.
coal mine. And
Yeah.
if you don't know, at the University of Kentucky, they have a guest always come out to the basketball floor, and they're the Y in the Kentucky. And so she kind of references that in the video when she says PARTY. And like I said, I'm pretty sure it's either the Kentucky dance team or the Kentucky cheerleaders that are in this music video with her.
Louisville, Kentucky,
Yay, yay.
home of the Derby, where we have fast women and beautiful horses. Or wait a minute.
Say and make sure if you're talking about Louisville, you say Louisville.
Yes, for you guys that may be listening to us coming.
Otherwise,
into town,
we'll know you're not from here right
Yeah.
away.
Don't.
We were actually talking about that the other day with ads. There was an ad for someone, and they
It was on
they
the.
said Louisville, not Louisville, like we're saying it now.
Yeah, they said it the wrong way.
Yeah,
It was for something down at the Theater of the Arts.
that's
A
right.
play.
Yeah,
Yeah, it was a little bit disappointing when I heard it. It's like, damn, they could have had somebody local do it, you know?
Daniel, what do you think they're making on the TV? Like protein balls? They have peanut butter and looks like granola.
Maybe.
Speaking of our Derby party tomorrow, Katie,
I don't think I'm going to bring Beckett. I'm very sad. There's just going to be a lot of people.
there'd be a lot of people.
I think she'd be fine, but Alyssa was like, I don't think we should bring her. But
There'd be a lot.
that's
of
my
people.
child, so
That'd be cool, man. I mean,
How many people are going to be there?
there is going to be a lot of people there.
oh god, Daniel.
I mean, I don't mind when
Daniel will be there at 6:53.
I don't mind when you bring her like when there's a normal amount, but yeah, it might be a little busy for her tomorrow.
She loves people.
Oh, I know.
Remember at Easter, Brooklyn came in. We were getting ready to leave, and Brooklyn came in and said, Katie, Beckett won't come inside. She's just laying in the field. And so Alyssa went out there, and you were sitting next to her, and she was just laying there in the sun, getting pets from her Uncle Daniel.
I did invite Mary.
That's nice.
Yeah. Yeah. So she hadn't said anything yet, but I sent her a text this morning. See if she wants to ride up. So Amy and Robin's coming up. So we're having barbecue.
Did you tell Robin that, by the way? The barbecue?
No, not yet.
Okay, because I remember she was at the grocery store. So
Well, no, she's bringing meatballs.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
With grape jelly?
I don't know. You have to ask her.
That was Jane's secret sauce.
Shh, don't tell anybody. I forgot about that. Not yeah, true that. God. So, but yeah. Actually, we're having chicken, not pulled pork, but chicken, and I got what you like,
Potato salad.
the potato salad.
It's so good. I don't know what they do, but it's just so good. I don't really care for potato salad, but I do really like theirs.
Theirs is really good. Yeah.
Bootlegs potato salad.
And I got some of their beans, and I got some
God.
wings.
I'll bring the Gas X and the Pepto. That'll be my contribution. We'll sit it right next to the beans.
Doug said labs.
Maybe I'll just mix it into the beans.
Okay. Doug said he loves labs. He said they're the best.
They have the cutest lab. I think they call her Maggie, short for Magnolia.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Tree?
I don't know.
Hey, maybe it's
You'll
a
have to
Jane Magnolia. Maybe
There
that's
you go.
what he named it after.
But she's
So-
so cute. She's kind of reddish. She's really pretty.
Is
He
she?
just recently turned 1.
Oh,
wow.
God, he's new into the lab world.
Mm-hmm. Well, literally,
What do you think of that, Aaron Walls?
I talk about this all the time, but I'm just
Aaron was looking for a dog sitter.
yeah. Kyle was talking to him yesterday.
I hope they get to
Okay.
come.
Yeah. Good.
Well, his son's in Africa, literally,
Yeah.
like literal
That's straight
Africa.
line.
Well, I mean, just
What is
leave the
that?
dog
He's-
home for a few hours.
He's
It'll
straight
be
over there at
Maggie,
Mufasa.
Maggie May. Maggie May.
Out there in the
Doug said.
Proudlands.
So we're in the Pride Lands. Da-da-da-da.
Labs are just so nice, and I've talked about this before with you all, but I'm just never gonna get another dog that's as nice as Beckett. Like I'm gonna have a straight up terror next time. I guarantee it, because she's
Wait,
so
You're
nice.
saying next time.
She doesn't. I don't want one, but I know I'm probably gonna have another.
Why?
I don't know.
He said Maggie Mayhem, maybe.
Yeah.
True that.
See, and Beckett's just so nice. She doesn't destroy stuff. She never has destroyed stuff.
She doesn't have a chance. Have
She
you ever
doesn't
not
lick
had
on
eyes on
you.
her?
Yes, she doesn't lick you, which is great. Like Lacey, remember she would straight up lick your mouth.
Well, when you put your face down there in
That's what
front
I'm
of
saying.
her.
Beckett doesn't do that. I can boop her nose with my nose, and
Don't be talking about my dead dog.
don't be talking about my mama.
Don't be talking about my dead dog.
Holly sent me a Snapchat the other day, and Lacey was giving her kisses.
Oh, that's so sad. I know I saw pictures the other night of Lacey, and it made me want a dog for about 8 minutes.
I know. I can get Beckett one of those suits so she doesn't shed, and you can have her for a few days.
Oh god.
For Christmas, Beckett put some we put some Beckett's fur in a jar and gave it to Dad.
Oh, that's sad.
As if
That's
you need
for
to.
Mike. The last.
Yeah,
text.
no, I can see. Yes.
Oh,
No, losing a pet is hard. You know, I mean, I know it's not the same as losing a person, but like, I mean, they're reliant on you for survival. A person's not. You might lose touch with people. You know what I mean? But like a dog or a pet, you have to take care of every
A lot of
day.
people lose touch with their pets. They just let them walk out the door. You ever
I
see the
don't know
dogs
how
on the side
people.
of the road?
I
What
don't
are
know
you
how
actually
people abandon
saying?
people. Just that I appreciate, I understand, and can empathize with his grief over his pet.
oh, okay. I thought you were saying it's easier to get over a person than a dog because I got over
No,
Lacey
I'm
a
just
lot
saying,
faster than
I
Mom.
think they're
I mean,
both. They're.
fuck.
I just don't think people always acknowledge the impact a loss of a pet can have. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
like you walk by that. I'm sure you walk by that section where her bowls are kept.
Oh,
You know,
every
all the
day
time,
see it.
and you're like, oh damn, there's no bowls.
I know. I'm thinking about doing something there. I don't know what, like putting.
Get a statue of her made.
Oh,
You should have had her stuffed
My god.
and sat her there.
God.
Sure, you can send like a picture to a company and they can make a.
You know what I loved was her ears when she ran. She had the big cocker
she had those
spaniel
Cocker
ears.
Spaniel ears.
They would just flop
Mm-hmm.
when she was coming across the fields. You know.
Yeah. Oh, when her and CJ and Holly came to the lake, was it last year, Dane? Or no?
Probably 2 years ago.
It was when she was not
Great.
doing great, and CJ was over on the other side of the field and took off running, and Lacey was following her, and her ears were flopping. It's when her hips were bad, you know.
Yeah.
And but before they got her back in good shape, you know.
Yeah.
But it was so cute seeing her run after him, you know, and her
Mhm.
ears flopping like they do. But anyways, did you know jockeys wear multiple eye protections?
Yeah. Actually, I did. I might not have known that Oaks was a race.
And if
but
you
I did
don't,
know
yeah,
that.
Katie did not know that the Oaks was a race. And we're not making fun of her.
And I don't
because of
care if
that.
they are,
I
honestly.
mean, honestly, it's a fairly new thing. Only been going around for the last 2 centuries.
I hate you. You hate me.
But no, that was okay though. The Oaks actually started in 1875,
Yeah.
just
It
like
was
the
started
Derby.
by the grandson of Lewis from Lewis and Clark.
Oh, fun.
Oh, really? The
Explorers. Yeah,
explorers.
yeah Sacagawea.
Pocahontas. Oh my God, we got a call from Pocahontas. Like, I want to say it was Pennsylvania or something. You know how they spam call us?
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure it was
Doug,
for
is there
sure
a Pocahontas,
I
Pennsylvania?
can't remember if it was Pennsylvania or
yes
New
or no
York
would
or
be
whatever.
fine.
But I mean, we could Google it too. But
Well,
I
it'd
was
be
like,
more fun to
"Oh,
just
shit,
ask somebody who lives there."
Let's call it.
Well, I know, but he might.
Here's another story while we're making fun of what Katie doesn't know. In high school, somebody told me that they went to London. I was like, "You went over the weekend?" They meant to London, Kentucky,
London,
which I also
Kentucky.
didn't know. So again, I'm not going to be embarrassed about stuff I don't know.
Well, there's Paris too, so maybe we
Yeah.
went to Paris and London. Let's see.
I mean, I went to private school, so I don't know your life. You could have a
He
jet.
said, as far as he knows, the answer is no.
Well, then maybe it wasn't.
God.
Maybe it wasn't.
We're not too good at our
Pocahontas
states,
Paw.
as we learned in.
Oh my God! So we were talking about the game show, The Floor, which I know we've talked about.
Hold
the
on
show
before you move on. This is very important for you to know.
Okay.
This is from Doug. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, Doug. He said, as an owner of 6 labs,
Wow.
2 at the current time, you only get 1 great one.
That's Beckett.
I had 4 good ones, 1 awesome one, and 1 great one.
Well, that's good. I can settle for
There
good,
is a
probably.
Pocono, Pennsylvania.
No, this was for sure Pocahontas that came through the thing. I could probably look through my call
Pocahontas.
history.
I thought that was a cartoon
Here
or
comes
something.
my Aunt Sherry.
Oh,
Get her a headset.
get a shield that won't do this
Oh,
in
no.
7 years.
Sherry.
Oh, Sherry and
You
Tabitha.
thought what was on?
Ooh, double duo.
Sherry and
No,
Tabitha.
my car's over there. And my car's parked on the other side.
It's on the.
The Parkinson. Parkinson.
Your car's on fire.
Your car's. Oh God, that was terrible when you did that.
Okay, so anyway, we were talking about The Floor. And if you haven't looked at the game show, you're an expert in a category. And so they were joking about how I would be screwed if I was next to someone that was anything geography. I would probably just walk away and say, okay, have a great day.
Nobody
You know?
cheated off you in geography.
No,
That's
for
what you're
sure. Yeah. And so then I was like, I could probably name like the shape of states,
saying. I just drank
so
my
I
last
asked-
drink of that, and there's a fly in the bottom.
extra protein.
That's disturbing.
No.
That's not a fly. It's a piece of the chair.
Oh, phew.
That's.
I picked it
might
off of
be
Daniel's
worse.
head the other day.
That might be worse.
That might-
And I think it's not in your cup. I think it's outside your cup. But regardless, okay. So I was like,
wait.
see, it's gone because it's in the
and
garbage.
there's a hair now.
Yeah. Okay. So anyway, I was like, I think I could do the shape of the states. And Daniel was like, okay,
And then
which
I
ones do you
asked you,
think you
yeah.
can name? I was like, okay, California, Tennessee, Kentucky, Ohio, New
Texas,
York.
Florida.
Yeah.
Hawaii,
All the
Alaska.
ones that are like really
Unique.
unique to shape. So then Kyle Googles a quiz where it gave you all the states on a map.
Here comes somebody.
All the states disjointed, and it told you to pick Delaware, pick Ohio, or
Oh
pick
yeah.
whatever.
Oh, it's Jeopardy.
Well,
Oh,
hello.
looky there.
They were on a nature hike.
Oh, nice.
In those clothes,
Yeah, that's the workout clothes.
those look nice.
It's called
It's called athleisure wear.
athleisure.
It's like trendy, cute workout clothes. You don't know nothing, okay?
Everybody's got pink on today.
I've got pink on my nails.
Damn, Sherry's got her pink on. It's kind of pink.
Your check's right over there on
Stick your tongue
where
out,
it usually
Sherry.
is.
Well, it's pink.
Okay, so anyway, I was very humbled by this quiz because right off the bat,
47 states were supposedly Pennsylvania.
yeah, Kyle and I was like, okay, click on that one. He was like, no, I think it's this one. And like, I didn't realize how many states I didn't know the shape of, especially when they're disjointed.
Yes, when they're not in their proper position.
Jeopardy.
Yeah.
Have you met Tabitha?
So anyway, Delaware,
You
Kyle
said-
chose Pennsylvania like 9 times.
you said
for
New Mexico.
states.
It's just a square, and then you didn't get it. And then the next one, it's just a square. There were 13 states that were just a square.
Yeah,
Nebraska.
yeah. They
North
all were
Dakota,
very
South Dakota.
similar.
They're all
Yeah.
kind of
One
rectangular.
I thought
West Dakota.
The one I thought were the Dakotas. The one I thought were the Dakotas weren't the Dakotas. What were they?
I can't remember.
No.
now.
Nebraska. And
Wyoming,
I hate him. He said Maine. I wasn't that bad.
Florida.
But Kyle travels a lot. So he actually knew a lot of the obscure ones. Like he got Massachusetts right off the bat. I think he got Connecticut pretty quickly. It only gave you like 4 guesses before just highlight
Assumed
the
you didn't
answer.
know.
But anyway, if you want to be really humbled about how much you actually don't know the states when they're disjointed on a map, just Google them like a map quiz or something.
Oh God, yeah. I could have a hard problem with that. Now,
So
if they're all in the like,
Yeah.
the
will they
shape
call
of
it the contiguous?
contiguous United States. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
How
yeah,
many states are there?
that was humbling. 50,
Okay. You know what a lot of people give the answer of?
48.
Huh? 52.
51.
Oh wow, what do they?
I don't know.
Probably Puerto Rico, but it's not a state. It's just a territory.
Question is there 50 states? Or does Washington, D.C. get counted in?
No,
that
it's
now?
not its own state. I don't think.
Okay.
Well, Kentucky's not a state technically. It's a commonwealth, and
Well,
so is what, Virginia or
Virginia.
West Virginia?
Virginia, I know.
And I
is.
think
Okay,
There's
Pluto.
Pennsylvania-
Jesus, you want to just
Pennsylvania
kick out all the
might be.
states?
Pluto. Really,
Did you hear about Pluto? That's messed up, right?
in my world, that was a planet, and
Addison's.
Addison and Mara's world, it's
Not anymore.
not. What is it? Just a moon then?
No,
Just
it's
a planetary object, really.
something like that. Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. And Jeopardy. Speaking of Churchill Downs, Jeopardy lives on that side of town, so I'm sure she's having the time of her life right
Ask
now with
her.
all the traffic.
Ask her. Hey, Jeopardy, how bad's the traffic over there by the horrible?
It's a dwarf planet, so it's still a planet. It's just
Pennsylvania's a commonwealth too.
Nice.
Huh.
What is the definition of a state? The back way. I have three ways to get to work.
You're good at jokes. What do you call a scary horse?
No, not this.
It's a derby joke, kind of. But not with the derby. Derby's not in it.
It's not really a joke.
Yeah.
It's more of a riddle.
What do you call a derby horse?
A
I mean, a
state
scary
is a-
horse.
Mm,
A nightmare. Look at you with your jockey earrings on today.
okay, so this is from Cornell
What do they call
Law.
those things
Okay.
out
A
there?
state is a political division of a body of people that occupies a territory defined by frontiers. The state is sovereign in its territory, also known as a jurisdiction, and has the authority to enforce a system of rules over the people living inside of it. So I don't know how, is it like every commonwealth is a state, or every state
think-
is also a commonwealth, like a
No,
rectangle square
That
situation?
first one. Every commonwealth
Is also a state.
but not every state is a commonwealth. Look up the definition of commonwealth, because I
Okay.
think that'll unlock more answers.
Oh my, we're really going off the rails today. Let's see.
Let's see. A commonwealth, this is just from Oxford like dictionary or whatever. An independent country or community, especially a democratic republic.
While you are doing that, I've got an interesting bit of trivia.
A self-governing
Derby,
unit voluntarily
for
grouped
everybody
within the
listening
U.S.,
to us.
such as Puerto Rico. A formal title of some of
African
the states of the
American
U.S.
jockeys dominated the Derby, winning 15 of the first 28.
Interesting.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
The commonwealths are just like any other state in their politics and laws. There is no difference in their relationship to the nation as a whole. That's from Merriam-Webster.
Well,
Now that we know that,
now that we know that,
Now that you have that in your back pocket for cash cab, God, I'd put that on the bucket list. I'd
that's
love
like
to
a
be
red light
cab-
challenge.
cab.
Name 5 commonwealths.
There was only 4 listed,
Oh God.
unless you count Puerto Rico. I guess
Yeah.
that could be one.
So that we have Kentucky, Virginia,
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania.
I think it was Massachusetts. Was
and
the
then
other one?
Puerto Rico.
here,
Talk about a
pick
word
one
you
out,
can't
and I'll
spell
put
up
your
and out.
$2 in. If you win, your mama will bring it home for you. How's that?
People on the radio listening are like, "There's
Oh,
too
God.
much going on right now."
Really? We
got
here,
three
pick one of those out of there.
Yeah, sorry everyone. We just had an influx of guests
Now he's
Oh, go ahead,
blushing.
get you.
into the office.
Just-
Let's see. There is something called the Commonwealth of Nations.
That goes to me. Don't be stealing my money
Ooh,
and my horse.
There's a
now.
restaurant called Commonwealth. When
Oh,
I
here,
Google
this one
Commonwealth,
that
let's see
says
where it is.
Derby,
Downtown
Put
Las
that in
Vegas.
and you're going to
It's
win
a
all
swanky
that. if you
two-story
win.
cocktail bar with a rooftop dance floor overlooking Fremont Street's iconic neon
Did you
landscape.
get 2 of them?
Yeah, I've been
Get
down
you another one, and I'll put your other $2 in for you.
It's hidden
Since you've been
inside the
such a
laundry.
good girl for your mom.
there. Oh, interesting.
No, wait. Scratch that. Hidden inside is the laundry room. So a
Oh, okay.
speakeasy is hidden inside of the Commonwealth.
Oh, nice.
So
She can
that's
keep it.
fun.
So then bring it to work Monday with you if the horse wins.
I like
That-
Fremont Street.
Not you, your mom. You got to go to school.
Schools for fools. I feel like we should go to like a. It's 11:10, so maybe we should just wrap it up.
Think so?
Yeah.
Oh, it's so much
I
fun.
mean, unless we have more stuff to talk about. I mean, I don't care. I'm just chilling.
Yeah, we're here. We're here for whatever.
Fun fact about the Derby: did you know that only one horse has
Wins.
ever won the Derby,
2.
and then also went on to win
Ta-da.
4 more races.
Oh wow. Cool.
What's that mean now?
I just made that up.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's just lying.
God. There's so
But
much line that goes on
But I
around there.
do bet that most horses that win the
Thank you,
Triple Crown
Sherry.
don't race again, right?
Probably not.
So that's a possible fun fact.
They might not want. Well, a lot of them come back and race in that. What's that thing they do in the fall?
Oh, the Breeders' Cup.
The Breeders' Cup.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
But I bet even
God,
if
I'm
they
down
do
to
win
$1.
the Triple Crown, they probably
You want me to give you some money?
Maybe. I just.
Wayne only has $1 in cash, you guys. He's
This
probably
is-
having a panic attack. Like he's gonna immediately leave, go to the bank and get money
come
out,
back.
and then come back.
Bye,
Yes.
Jeopardy.
Touch vacuum.
And then leave his
Bye, Mark.
leave the deposit on top of the cabinet.
Hey,
So we had to go on a
congratulations.
treasure hunt for it yesterday.
Jeopardy's 18 weeks expecting.
Whoop whoop.
Nice.
Hey girl, hey.
Yeah.
Anywho,
Oh man. Let's look it up.
I
What are
want
we
to
looking at?
know. That is a good question.
How many horses have like won? How many?
The-
like what I just said.
won the Triple
If
Crown,
it's
then
true.
keep on racing, basically.
Yes.
I don't think they would risk it.
Yeah, it's because your value couldn't go up any higher.
Right. At that point, they probably become breeding
Stud.
horses.
Yeah. How many races have?
This is a complete side note, but there's a show called Tracker, and one episode was supposed to be in Lexington, Kentucky. And let me just tell you,
saw that.
it was like not.
saw
in
that, the
Lexington.
word a
Like,
horse
you
did-
could at least
yeah.
done some flyover generic footage from
Yeah.
Wave 3 or something of Lexington. Like, come on.
That's true. It was not Lexington.
I'm sure people everywhere feel that same thing when shows and stuff say
Like
they're
when they
supposed
say
to be
they're
in
in
their
Santa
area.
Barbara, but they're in a different country.
Yeah, when you're in Canada, talk about a freaking lie.
It's no worse than that show y'all used to like that was supposed to be in California that was made
Literally
in
what
Canada.
we're
That's what we're talking about.
Oh, sorry.
Oh shoot! How much do you think El Nepal's
I'd-
paying to broadcast on the bottom of that screen today? It says
Oh,
El
wow.
Nepal, see ya on Cinco. Danos, yum yum, get you some. Oh my god! It has an explanation and a period. That's unfortunate.
Oh, that's wrong. Who did that?
Is it? What's that mean? Oh,
Corey's got a good Derby question.
okay.
Daniel, you could look this up.
This is a yeah.
How many of the losers get into a sticky situation after the race, such as being sent to the glue factory?
Yeah,
Do they really make glue out of horses?
I don't know.
I don't think
Fun
so.
fact, find that, Daniel, would you?
Fun fact, find that.
That's like a go gadget command.
Fun fact, find
Oh,
that.
look, Transcend Credit Union is a
Yeah.
sponsor.
Yay.
Let's make sure they don't have
We-
any outstanding invoices.
We service their, I know, Earl. No, they're good about paying. We service their several of their properties throughout the Louisville area.
Oh, fun fact! I heard this on a college
Jesus
football.
God.
Sorry, that was too much energy.
Oh my God, girl, good for you.
What's the fun fact, Daniel?
So the term upset in
In
sport
sports?
comes from the horse name Upset, who is the only horse to beat Man of War.
Really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
so I think that's pretty crazy.
Mike said that's as bad as things bad
Yeah.
happen. Oh my gosh.
Hang on, Daniel, I'm tapping out.
All right. Well, I guess we're going to tap out for the day, you guys. So we want to thank each and every one of you guys for listening to us here today on Turfs Up Radio, putting up with our shenanigans on an absolutely almost useless content. But we did have very important content for the Derby and fun. And sometimes, you know what we talk about, right? Hey, it's important to work hard, but it's also important to have fun. So, with that being said,
One last fun fact.
oh, Daniel's got us a fun fact. All right,
American
go ahead.
Pharoah is the only horse to win the Grand Slam of thoroughbred racing, winning the Triple Crown, and afterwards winning the first horse to win the Breeders' Cup Classic, and he won the Haskell Invitational after the Triple Crown. So
Pretty cool.
The goat
That's pretty cool.
behind
So
Secretariat.
we will wrap it up with a little Johnny Cash. Daniel, what do you think of that? I hope you guys are having a great day. Hope the weather's good where you're at. I do want to give a big shout out to one of our listeners here on Turf's Up Radio and good friend, David Bowling. They had their first child Saturday, him and Emily. So, congratulations to that. We have David Francis the Bowling III that rode into the world on Saturday. And not sure exactly what time, but afternoon, evening, but rode in on their own horse on their own time is what it amounts to. That's a funny thing about old kiddos, right? Is they're on their own time. But yeah, congratulations, David. If you're listening to us, I don't know. He said they might get to go home from the hospital today. I don't know if anybody's heard any differently, or David, if you're listening, let us know. But God, I remember my first child and Jane. Oh my God, when we had Kyle, and just it was all fun and games and cool until it was time to go home from the hospital. And then you're like, oh my God, I got all this responsibility. I mean, it makes running a business easy. Oh my gosh, to say the least. But yeah, it was really good, fortunate though, because we were very lucky. Jane's mom came up and actually stayed for a week or so, and that helped with that transition. And my mom was helpful as well. And but yeah, I'll tell you what, it's a different adventure when you take the baby home for the first time. I know you guys can appreciate that too. Let's see what we got going here. Oh, absolutely. Mike Murphy said, congratulations, David. I have accomplished a lot in my short 32 years on earth, but my 3 kids are my greatest accomplishments. So, absolutely, man. Absolutely. Good deal. Good deal. Happy Monday, Craig, to you as well. Appreciate you listening. Corey, appreciate you guys listening. Seth, appreciate you down there, man. So, hey, we're going to have a good show today with all you guys out there and your participation and all. And should have called David. We should have seen if we could get him on phone for a minute and talk about it. But if he's in transition from hospital to home, I'm sure he's got his hands full. So, I guess now, man, you're not leaving the hospital without everything in order, I'm sure, such as car seats and all that. So, do you remember that, Kyle? Did they do that with you? Like they didn't check for a car seat? So, but I don't know how you escape now. But anyways, hey, congratulations again, David, and I'm sure we'll tell you that a million more times, and we'll be looking forward to seeing your little one at some point. Golly, I remember when we took Kyle home, we had hands. We didn't. It was my idea. Jane was smart enough to know it was okay, but Wayne was dumb enough to be nervous about it and worry about all the things that were going to happen when anybody touched Kyle. So we had this hand sanitizer, and that was way, way before COVID. But they had this little aerosol you spray, and it was like a little foam. And I was told my mom, and everybody played along. I say played along, did it. I'm like, man, be sure to use that on your hands before you pick Kyle up, And they're sitting there holding Kyle and smoking with the other hand, So that's how much times have changed and whatnot. So yeah, that I never will forget that. That's the funniest ever. But oh, Mike, hey, going. Mike said his youngest daughter, 3 years old, got her first 2 stitches Friday night. That is a traumatic event. I was talking just last night with Tabitha about Katie when she cut her hand washing a food processor when she was little, doing some dishes. And I know before y'all think bad parenting, what was that we had forgotten that it was in the sink, and that was, just she did cut her finger and had to get some stitches. She was probably 5 or 6, I guess. Sorry, Katie, in case you're listening. We didn't mean to hurt you. But yeah, absolutely. So, Mike, I'm sure that was a traumatic event for you too. Those first with the kids when they do hurt themselves a little bit. Oh, Lordy. Um, Corey brings up a good point. For those of you who may not know how to install your car seat properly, you can go by a fire station and they will install your car seat and show you how. So, yeah, another public service announcement right here on Turf's Up Radio, your industry, your station, right? But absolutely. Let's see what Seth's got to say here. He said, funny you mentioned smoking in the hospital. My dad was a respiratory therapist years ago, and they would smoke in the hallways before going to see patients. Oh my God, that is hilarious. It has, it has come a long way. Absolutely, to say the least. So, um, good, a good direction, I guess. I mean, obviously it's, your own choice what you want to do with your health. It's kind of like, Daniel talks about daily here on Turf's Up Radio. But how to do what? Yeah. Today we're going to learn how to put the car seat in. But congratulations again, David. Yeah, absolutely, man. But oh, that's funny, Aaron. Aaron says he's not worrying about car seats. Says just started driving over the weekend. Oh my God. He said I stay car sick all day, every day now. So, oh my God. Mike makes a good point. I mean, if all things considered, he said, "Hey, let those doctors smoke." He said, "I don't want them being stressed out when they're working on me." So if they want a cigarette, yeah. Uh, that was funny, Mike, that you mentioned that because I remember right before I forgot or when I was getting my hip done, one of the last things I remember my doctor asking me was how I was feeling, and I told him, I said, "Well, it doesn't matter how I'm feeling." I said, "How are you feeling? You know, how'd you sleep last night?" And he kind of got a chuckle out of that, but yeah, I want to make sure they're feeling right. To Mike's point, absolutely, Mike. That's a great point. We want to make sure they're on their A game. But big weekend for us here in Louisville, Kentucky. Hope you guys had a great weekend too. We had a little derby party get together thing that was fun, friends, family, and all. And we had a really good time. It was a little bit wet, but for us it wasn't because we were inside and on the deck covered. So, but the reality of it was a good day. It was a good day. Hope you guys had a good weekend as well. I did something neat. I actually had the Derby winner by accident. Daniel rolled. He had the Derby winner in a couple or he had one. Caitlin had. Daniel won our one here at work. He don't have a set of headphones today, but he had our one here at work, and Caitlin won one. And I actually bet one through my account, and the winner. And the only reason I had it is they were walking, as they were walking to the starting gate. What was the one that won? What is it? Sovereignty. Yeah, I saw it poop, and my mom always said, if you ever see a horse, poop on its way to the starting gate, bet on it. And I did, and got lucky and won a little bit, not much, like literally a little bit. I think it's like $18 or something. I can't remember, but yeah, that was fun. My mom used to work out Churchill Downs, some selling popcorn, and this goes back many years. But she really enjoyed doing that on a part-time basis out there. So did what she had to do to make the ends meet. So, but that was one of the tricks of the trade out there. She said something else she taught me about Derby Day was that the handicappers hate it. Just because they got so many people like me betting that don't know anything, that bet on a horse because it's gray or it's its favorite number, and it jacks the odds all up. And it's like the handicappers hate it. They just hate Derby Day, because they take good odds and make them bad, or bad odds and make them good, and it costs them money either way. So that's something. That's a little inside trader information, if you would. But yeah, I'd hope you guys had a great weekend. I know I really had a great weekend. Holly didn't get to come see us. She was planning on being down Saturday, and CJ, her husband, was under the weather, and so yesterday I actually took them some party supplies up their way, things we had left over from our party. Not that she got just leftovers, y'all hear. It's what it sounded like, but just some food that we had, and I know she likes, and because I always try to have something for everybody. So when we do something like that, and this is the first time we've been home for Derby Day in a while. Actually, normally at the lake this time of the year, but that's still like way flooded. So we're going to try to hopefully be down there by first part of June. We'll see how that pans out, but yeah, we had a good Derby. Yesterday I made something, Corey. It's not dessert, but I made something that I've never made before, and because I like to cook a little bit, but nothing like you do, Corey, or a lot of people. But I made a baked spaghetti, and it was Italian baked spaghetti. I just pushed my button on my phone and said the name. I don't want to do it now because she'll go off, but give me a baked spaghetti recipe. And the first one that popped up is the one that I made. And it was actually pretty good. It had cream cheese in it and Italian. It called for hamburger, but I'd used Italian sausage and hamburger in it to just give it a little more flavor when I saw the Italian side of it. And it turned out pretty good. I mean, there's not a whole lot to it. I'll say that. I mean, it's still at the end of the day tastes like spaghetti, but I know that probably sounds goofy, but yeah, it was okay, but it was fun. It was fun. Let's see. Craig said they had a big music fest in Charlotte, about 25 to 30,000 people. Yeah, that's pretty cool. And I hope that was fun for you. Absolutely. That sounds like a pretty daggone good turnout. Yeah. Corey, I can't believe you never heard of one with cream cheese. Heck yeah, man. I did it. It was good, man. It had cream cheese, and it had some garlic and Italian seasoning. I think a teaspoon of Italian seasoning. And yeah, it was good. And then, of course, your Parmesan and mozzarella cheese and, spaghetti sauce and whatnot. But it turned out pretty daggone good. But yeah, I'd be happy to send it your way. And it did have it. You could, the cream cheese, you could taste it, but you couldn't taste it, if that makes sense. So I don't know if it was more of a sticker, if you will, to keep it together, baking it. But I will say this, that it did cut out in nice, like squares, like you would, how you'd want to cut something out of a casserole. So, yeah, it turned out pretty good. So that's what I did yesterday. Had my little trip to Lexington, had a little brunch with Holly, and came back home and made some baked spaghetti. And Tab was off with her grandkids, or some of them, and reconvened last night about 7 and had our baked spaghetti. So with that being said, we're going to take a short break, and we'll get right back into profit time here on Turfs Up Radio. Your industry, your station. Don't you go anywhere. So here we are to profit time. And the first thing I want to talk about today is and I'm gonna call it skepticism, but it's really maybe that's too strong of a word. You guys tell me. But anyway, we started doing this new. Daniel started putting this new thing together on YouTube for Profits Unlimited called "What's It Like to Run a Seven-Figure Lawn and Landscaping Business," and it's kind of funny. Some of the comments that we get but one just about a day ago, this gentleman responded and he says, hey, you're funny in talking about this. He said, but do you have any paperwork or bookwork on your income and how much debt is on that business of yours? And that's cool. He's doing his due diligence to see if it's just somebody out there chomping their jaws and not really doing what they say they're doing or understanding the business world well enough. And that was okay. But Daniel had a really good response because it was a bit sarcastic in the question, a little bit, I think. But Daniel said, sure thing, we can do it. Come by our address, and he gave our address, the full address, 3930 Bardstown Road, Louisville, Kentucky, 40218. We'll give you a good look behind the scenes even further. We'd be happy to have you. However, in my experience, it's the dog and pony show guys who bark the loudest in the comments. And normally we're not like that, but I don't know. I don't know. I wish Daniel had a set of headphones on, but I think really what it boils down to is I think we show enough detail in our videos that he does to know that we're not lying. I mean, why would we lie? I mean, I don't care if somebody's doing $10,000 a year or $100 million a year. I mean, it doesn't matter to me one way or the other. But I know for some guys, they like a little perspective, on, hey, what am I doing? What do I have to change? What has to be different for me to move along and progress? And progression, and this actually falls right in line with I consider him a good friend, Dan in St. Louis, who gives us positive motivation every day on social media. But Dan talked about it the other day on his social media page, and not as a podcast as much as he just screen recorded it, I think. But it was, what's the definition? Let me get that word out better. What's the definition of success? And he made a great point that success has nothing to do with monetary accomplishment. And I think that's something that we all need to be very cognizant of. Is that a good word? That's not necessarily just because you go from, let's just start at the bottom. Hey, when you hit that first $100,000 year, and then you hit that first $200,000 year, and then that first 500 or million or 2 million or 3 million, whatever it is, whatever that growth looks like for you. But success is not only a monetary achievement within your business. And I think that was a very important message. And I think that's a very important message to some of these companies that are out there that is their main target, is a certain revenue goal. And I know we did a video on this just a week or so as well on revenue or profit, which is more important. And we're not going to beat that horse to get over the head too hard, no pun intended. But the reality of it is, Dan made an absolute perfect point that the definition of success can be a lot of different things and should be a lot of different things. But realistically, and John, you're exactly, that's exactly where I'm going with this. surviving in this industry is successful. Now, how do you go about surviving is the implementation of different cultures and policy and procedures and all those fancy words that we use to help us go from one day to the next, one week to the next, 1 month, 1 year, 1 decade. As we get older and older and older in our businesses, hopefully, whatever bar that we're using to measure success, we're achieving those goals. And if we're not achieving those goals, we're adapting to and changing those goals to help us get there. And I saw a thing this morning, and some of y'all may have seen this already or before. And it was really, and Daniel said he had heard about it. So I don't think it's just social media fodder. But it was this doctor, I can't remember his last name, Reichert, or a research doctor, basically. And for the animal rights people out there, don't take this the wrong way. Please, let me get through my story. But what it boiled down to was this research that they did in this lab was they took mice and they put them in water to see how long they would tread water before they would give up. And about 15 minutes was the threshold. So they get this mouse out, they dry it off, they let it regain its composure, if you will. And they put it back in the water. Just they wanted to see how long it would go the next time. How long do you think this thing treaded water? How long do you think this thing treaded water? The first time around, it gave up at 15 minutes and started to sink, and that's when they got it out before it would drown. But the next time, after they got it out, when it was rescued, if you will, the next time they put it back in, it treaded water for 60 hours. It went from 15 minutes to 60 hours by simply knowing something as simple as somebody's going to help me, somebody's going to rescue me. And that goes to John's point that what he just sent me was perfect timing. That sometimes surviving is success. Surviving is winning. You know, you guys know that I like to say, and I close all my shows with it, profit is not a dirty word. It's one of my favorite sayings. But one of my other favorite sayings that I use quite a bit, and you got to be around me to know this more times than not, but when something weird happens or something quote unquote bad happens, I'll always come out with the comment, or a lot of times come out with the comment, well, if that's the worst thing that happens today, it's a good day. Because what we all know is things can always be worse. Yeah, things can be better. Now, do you say, well, glass half empty, glass is half full? Where's the glass? I mean, those are three perspectives right off the bat. But that mouse or that rat tread it for 15 minutes. But once he was rescued the first time and recomposed, he went 60 hours the next time before he gave up. my whole point of telling you that story is all of this kind of blended in with the guy that was questioning us, saying, well, show us your book work. Well, I'd be happy to show it to anybody who wants to come by here. I'm not posting it out on social media, for Christ's sake. But what we will do, well, I was going to respond a little differently. I was going to ask the guy, how much money did he want to lose? Bet whatever you want that we can back up the facts that we talk about. And the reason we can back up the facts that we talk about here at Profits Unlimited and here on Turf's Up Radio, on my specific show, is that I've been that rat. I was that guy that pedaled for 15 minutes and was ready to say, frick it, and give up. But I got rescued either mentally or physically or both by, at that point in time, it was my mom and dad who normally rescued me. And then it was Jane that rescued me a few years. That kept reassuring me that, man, keep treading, keep pedaling. It'll work out. And that's what I want the message to be today, is regardless of what people think about you or your business, know that it's up to you to tread water. It's up to you to stay the course. It's up to you to pick the lane that you want to run your company in. Don't let your competition, and your competition doesn't necessarily mean your direct competitor. Maybe your competition is your own mindset. Because for too long, and I'll say it, I'll put myself out there first. Many, many times, we, meaning you and I, we can be our worst enemy. And how do we change that? We change it simply by having pride in what we do. Don't just talk about pride in your profession amongst your peers, but have that same pride and professionalism when you're sitting down there next to somebody that you perceive as being professional and, oh man, they got a really great job or they've got a great career. If you don't believe that your career choice that you've made to be in the lawn and landscape industry or be in the lighting industry or be in the roofing industry or be in an accountant industry or whatever it is you've chosen, you've made the choice to tread water within that industry and to survive within that industry. But also within that same industry of your choosing, it's up to you to decide how long you're going to tread water. Is it going to be short term and not try to fix anything? Or you're going to be like that mouse was and like Wayne was and tread water and say, heck with it, man, I'm going to do something else. I'm not saying it's never a good idea to change direction, because it absolutely is. And I want everybody to be completely comfortable with changing direction. But before you quit and before you give up on your own business, give yourself the opportunity to succeed, to be successful, and to win. And when you do that, and you put the same amount of effort into that we put into making excuses on why something's not going to work, or worrying about what your competitor thinks about you, whether that competitor is your own mindset, or if that competitor is your direct competitor, or if that competitor is your neighbors that think like, hey, Wayne, when are you going to get a real job? With that mindset, you will never be successful. With that mindset, you will never win. You will not achieve the goals that you have for yourself and your business and your family and your employees when you're letting people rent space in your mind that they have not paid for to rent that space, metaphorically speaking. So don't feel like success is $500,000, $200,000, $1 million, $5 million, $10 million, whatever. Don't look at success as a monetary achievement, but look at success as surviving and thriving along the way with good policies and procedures and culture in place that allow you to keep duplicating the methodology that's helped you become, here's the word, successful. Because I really am a firm believer, and I honest to God mean this from the bottom of my heart. 46 years of experience, a lot of it bad experience, a lot of it cost me a lot of money because I didn't do things the way we probably should have done them and knew that we could have done them differently and better. And we're still not perfect. Excuse me. But what we are better at now is looking at what we don't do well, make the necessary changes to either do it better or stop doing it. So the key to success for us, and I think this is the same key that will be or can be used for everybody. It's kind of like a master key, right? It fits all the locks. And I think the master key that unlocks each and every one of our futures and our opportunities to be successful and to win is simply stop fighting against yourself. Get your own mindset right first. Now, that doesn't mean to be closed-minded and be egotistical. But what it does mean is don't be proud to be about what you do and what career path you've chosen or what industry you've decided to work in. Don't be proud of that amongst those peers, but be apologetic and then be apologetic for it amongst quote unquote more professional industries, have the same pride whether you're sitting there with a bunch of your own peers or you're sitting there with a group of people that are in a different profession that have a perception of professionalism. Because I get a little bit offended, and this is just a personal thing for me. I get a little bit offended when people look down on our profession as not being a professional and or profitable industry. But then the reality light comes on that says, why do they have that perception? Well, they've got that perception because so many of the business owners within the industry are allowing that perception to perpetuate itself over and over and over and over again because we don't take our own businesses seriously. And that's what I want the message today to be for everybody. And just as a reminder, if you will, not that we've lose focus or not that you've lost focus, but just a reminder that, you know what, you're doing something that a lot of people wish they had the guts to do, number one. And then you're also doing something that some people in the world just have no desire to do it. It's not that they don't have the guts to do it. They don't want to take the risk. It's a whole lot easier for them just to go get an education, go do a job and do their job well and be successful with their job. But don't think for 1 second that that person is any better than you are, because they're not. I'm no better than a one truck operation doing $40,000 a year. I'm no worse than a multi-truck operation doing $20 million a year. I want you to define success and retain the urge to keep treading water, to keep moving along, to keep chugging along. And what provided that ability for me was a couple things, actually several things. But the first thing that helped me do that was people kind enough to get me out of the water, if you will, when I was sinking a couple times, because I was on the verge of giving up and was ready to say, to heck with it, it's not worth it. I'm going to go back to doing what I did before I got into this. And life's going to be a whole lot easier, because now I got to go to work and do my job and blah, 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 and all those things that go along with just doing a job, which there's nothing wrong with that. But once we understand and we take our profession that we've chosen as a serious, both in our mindset and in how we're going to do it, your definition of success and winning changes completely. And I want to thank Dan out in St. Louis for turning that light on again for me. I want to thank the person that commented on our YouTube channel on that video for turning that light on again for me. Hey, prove it. We have proven it. If you want to see it, we'll let you see it. But what neither one of us need to do, when I say neither one of us, that you and I, is let's keep our egos out of the way Let's don't be our own worst enemy. And we've all heard that. If you're over the age of 25, you've probably heard that a lot of times. But a lot of times we just simply need to get out of our own way. And when we get out of our own way, we give ourselves the opportunity to sit back and look and say, we're being successful at this. We're surviving at this. We're doing well at this. Knowing that we can all do a little different, a little better, and be willing to make some changes along the way. But let yourself fairly evaluate yourself. Fred makes a really great point here. Everybody has a light. They just have to find the switch. Absolutely. Are you willing to look for the right switch for your business? Are you willing to look for the right switch for your mindset? Do you turn it off and on? Sometimes we do, I think. I think sometimes we all can be a little bit guilty. I'm trying to think of the best word for this, maybe complacency. I think we all maybe get a little bit complacent sometimes. We get comfortable with where we're at. We get comfortable with our procedures. We get comfortable with the diversification of services that we have, and we don't want to reach outside that comfort zone. But what I can tell you is, just speaking for us personally here at WLS, we decided to get outside the comfort zone a little bit last year when we implemented landscape lighting and holiday lighting. Take the chance. Take the risk. Let the risk become the opportunity to help you be more successful. And when I say more successful, again, I'm not talking about strictly a monetary gain, although that is a great part of it when you've got other things in order, right? I mean, let's be honest. We're not doing lighting because we like it. We're doing lighting because people want it. We're doing lighting because we can make a profit at it. Sometimes we get too hung up in liking something, and I'm trying to think of a good way of saying this without it sounding stupid, but I'm just going to say it, and however it sounds, it sounds. I used to really like what I did when I was not making any money at it at all. I enjoyed getting up. I enjoyed going and do the work. I enjoyed the communication with the customers. I enjoyed making my lawns look really pretty. I enjoyed when we started doing fertilization weed control. So to some extent, that was a level of success, and that was a certain extent of winning. I was winning at the working hard part of the game. I was successful at jobs are looking good or great part of the game. How many posts don't you see on social media about guys saying, look at my stripes, aren't they beautiful? So you're successful at that. You're winning at that. Let's look at another aspect of this business that we're running and say, how can we be more successful at the profit side of our business? How can we be more successful at the proposal side of our business? How can we be more successful with the image side of our business? How can we be more successful with fill in the blank? But I think it's a constant reminder that we have to ask ourselves, if we want to be truly successful, and thanks again, Dan, for flipping that switch for me. If you want to be truly successful, yes, profitability is one way of looking at it, and profit is not a dirty word, and profit is mandatory for long-term success. But there's so many other things that you can measure in your business to determine success and winning that y'all going to think I'm crazy when I say this. But don't get 100% dug in on income and profitability. There's times when we're all going to do a job that maybe we misbid it, but we're still going to do it and do it right because it's the right thing to do. And that is how we become more successful. Corey makes a really great point here. 0 callbacks in a 2-week period. That's one of his success points. Absolutely. You know, it goes back to something my dad used to say all the time about that whole thing. And it's crazy, Craig, that you just sent this, because this is how I'm wrapping my show up. You cannot confuse excellence with perfection. Do not get perfection and excellence confused. We might be perfect for the day. Corey might be perfect for his 2-week period. But when we expect perfection all the time, it puts an undue amount of stress on yourself. But what we can do is set our goal at excellence. Because excellence as a goal for a team is certainly an achievable task. Excellence is an achievable task for you as a solo operator. So you can be a solo operator, one truck operation, or you can be the True Greens of the world or anything in between, and understand that excellence is an achievable goal that will determine success and winning for your company. So the size of your company's got nothing to do with success. It's the mindset that you get yourself in. And the mindset that we all need to be in, according to me anyway, just my thought process on it, doesn't make it wrong or right for everybody. But my mindset is one that says, there's more than one way to do something. That's number one. If that's the worst thing that happens today, it's going to be a good day. Because the reality of it is things are going to happen every day within our businesses. You know it. I know it. We all know it. The only controllable factor that we have, and I still am not great at this, but that's our mindset and how we react to something like that. But what I will say that's helped me is the attitude that I have of, well, if that's the worst thing that happens today, it's going to be a good day. Because there's always somebody that's going to have something a little bit worse. And if we're going to achieve success and if we're going to win and we got our goals set on excellence and not perfection, we're giving our mindset a chance to work for us. And if your mind's right, a lot of things can be right. But you can have some business things right in the wrong mindset, and things won't ever be. Discussion for another show. So as we hop off here today, let's kind of wrap it up and talk about a summary, if we will. That mouse or that rat was willing to go 15 minutes before it quit. But once he knew somebody was there to rescue him or her, and he regained his composure and he was put back in that water, he went for 60 hours. So when you think shit's getting tough, know that somebody else has had it a little bit tougher. And you don't need to give up, because success is going to be based on your mindset, just like it was for that mouse. That mindset of that mouse was, hey, man, somebody's going to come help me. So I'm going to help myself to survive and make things happen. And you can do the same exact thing with your business. Change your mindset, change your business, change your success. It's that simple. Appreciate you guys listening. We'll see you Wednesday. Hope you guys have a great day. And remember, profit is not a dirty word. Looking forward to a great day. So far, it's been a great day here on Turfs Up Radio. WLS is well underway. Profits Unlimited were underway this morning. Daniel's rocking and rolling with that. And Katie's over there beating the drum to the WLS. What do you call it? I don't know. Beating the drum to the beat of the music. Hey, let's just go with that. But hey, we're glad you're with us today. Looking forward to a great show. It's hump day. Yes, can y'all believe it? We have rode around to another hump day. It's been a great morning with Aaron and Daniel so far. And here it is, time for profit time. And I have got some good stuff today. I think you guys are going to enjoy without a doubt. And as always, it's going to be better when you get involved with me on it. And for you guys that are listening to this on a podcast, certainly take the time to let us know if you got any questions on what we're gonna talk about today. We do have a lot of great topics, and I'm looking forward to several of those. Craig reached out to me this morning and gave me a little a text on something he saw on Nextdoor, and I'm like, Craig, it's perfect, man. I'm going to talk about that exact thing today. And this is kind of like going to be the flip side of that. So yeah, looking forward to that as we talk about clients and contractor stories a little bit, if you will. We're going to talk a little bit about cancellations and in-season cancellations and, how we handle those. And oh my God, we just got yeah, right. I hear you, man. I hear you. So yeah, appreciate the text on that as well. But yeah, we're gonna have a great show today. That's what it's all about. It's kind of funny. I got a weather thing from BAM about their hurricane predictions. So when I say funny, kind of funny, I mean it's not really funny, but it's it's crazy that we're already thinking about hurricane season from a weather perspective. So, all you guys that are on the coast, wherever it is, hey, we appreciate that. And I'll give you that little bit of info here uh, in just a second. But let's see what Craig's got to say here. Getting this, huh? Um, Craig, I don't know what's up with that. So let's see. Dun, 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 dun. Today, huh? Let's see. We'll see if well, we certainly should be on the air. Appreciate the text coming from you guys saying that we're off the air. So we'll see what's going on with that. Daniel, when he rolls back in here, I'll get his opinion on it. Let me check and see what's going on here. Let's see. Should be on. And then we'll go from there. Let me work on it in case. I don't know if I'm talking to you guys or not. You're on? Okay. Okay. All right. Daniel said we should be good. Go through the website. Okay. Daniel's on his app and our website. So we were having a little issue this morning. That's what I meant. Turfs Up Radio. Yeah. Daniel was saying Aaron had a little issue this morning. So, yeah. So you should be getting us now. Heckapus says that we're sounding good to him. He's on. So, all right. Well, thank you all, man. I appreciate you guys letting me know that. We should be good on the website and the app. I know Daniel was just telling me Aaron had a little issue this morning with one of the app. So, but we're rocking and rolling now. Yes, indeedy. Appreciate that. You guys are awesome. How y'all keep me rocking and rolling. Heck yeah. If nothing else, man, we're a team. We're a full blown team here, and it takes all of us to make it work. So, but getting back to what I was talking about, it's BAM has sent out their seasonal forecast for hurricanes, and it's just hard to believe that we're already thinking about hurricane season. And God, I ain't even made it to the lake yet. Lake's still flooded. It's probably going to be June or July at least, or June for sure, 100%, maybe mid-June. So we'll see how that transitions and comes back around, and that's even with no water. I think it ended up being almost 28 feet above Summer Pool before it finally settled down. So, and then they had to hold the water for a while. So, kind of like our businesses, right? Things go on. We kind of get into a little bit of a holding pattern, but it'll come around. One thing for sure. I mean, the reservoirs did their job, but looking at this hurricane outlook that BAM sent me, and Matt's not going to be on with me today. They're going to get on Friday with me, but I don't know if and I was going to ask him about this, but their preliminary look, says that we're going to have about 6 to 9 hurricanes across the U.S. this year, and it translates into about 14 to 18 named storms, and then 2 to 4 major hurricanes. So, who knows? I'm interested in getting Matt's input on that, how they can forecast something like that. So I'm sure that's and see how that compares to a normal year. But I just thought I'd throw that out there for you guys over on the East Coast between, say, Virginia, potentially, North Carolina, Virginia, Mid-Atlantic, Corey, up your way, and even further up onto the Northeast, above normal year potentially. For potential landfalls that way. So for you guys listening to us all over the country on the coastlines, be careful, be ready, and be prepared, because that's all we can do. We can't change the direction or type and force of any of these storms. But it also looks like the panhandle of Florida, across Louisiana and Alabama and Texas and down into southern part of Texas looks like an above normal year as well. So we will see you guys on the east coast of Florida shooting in there below normal. So, and then from about Sarasota south below normal. So hopefully that holds out because I know that area got jammed up pretty good. So we'll see, but we'll get Matt's opinion on it when he rocks in here with us on Friday. See what he thinks about it. And we know that's their team collectively what their thoughts are on it, but yeah. Oh, that's funny. Said he forgot about hurricane season. Yeah, you didn't have to worry about that one in Iowa, do we? But yeah, absolutely. But I don't know. I think I'd rather take my chances in a warm season climate as well, my friend. So, but hey, let's take a short break. We'll be right back with more profit time and some awesome stories, or I think they're awesome. They're going to be even awesomer when you get involved. And I know that's not a word, but and also speaking of words, I get this word of the day thing and on an email and funnier. I think funnier. They were talking about what do people say, Katie, about uh, yeah, funnier though they were talking about that should be a word, you know. So, anyways, we'll talk about that a little bit too when we come back, and then we got certainly some great business topics to talk about. So, don't you go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Profit Time here on Turfs Up Radio, your industry, your station. Appreciate you guys listening. Appreciate you guys sharing. Yes, indeedy. Yes, indeedy. We love it. We love it. Keep sharing the station out there. It's outstanding. Numbers are great, and live listenership is better than ever. So, hey, we appreciate each and every one of you guys. Let's keep the message going. Let's keep the message going. Keep sharing it and helping contractors one at a time. So, yes. Seth, yes. Seth is saying he's having a little trouble this morning. So yes, website. Give me just a second as I walk Seth through this. There we go. So, anyways, we're looking forward to a big day to say the least here for everybody, being that it's hump day, right? I mean, we're halfway through the week, or for some of you guys. And it's halfway through, 10% through, 40% through. Some of you guys may take Monday and Tuesday off, and maybe hump day is your first day back. But regardless, it's hump day, and we're going to treat it as such here. And maybe it's your first day, maybe it's your last day. Maybe you start winding things down on Wednesday. Maybe you bust it out, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday really hard, and Thursday's an easy day, and you're off to the races doing what you like. But speaking of being off to the races, had a great derby. We're not going to reiterate all that and talk about all that again, but I do want to give another shout out to my buddy David Bowling. Congratulations to him and Emily on their new addition to their family. David Francis Bowling the third, I think it is. So, yeah. So congratulations to that. If you guys are listening, and that was funny. David's already got the kid clothes, for God's sakes, that say David's Lawn Service. I think his baby picture might have been taken in them. So, but I know how proud it is, man. I've got pictures of all mine in our WLS stuff. Absolutely. So, yeah, it does. It's a big day when all that goes down. But I wanted to talk a little bit about Profit Circle for just a second for you guys that are involved. We certainly appreciate that, but appreciate you if you would share that. We're going to have a great topic in our webinar this month. We've got a really good friend of mine that's going to do a topic. He's with Edward Jones, and he's going to talk to us, about, making sure we're taking care of ourselves. as well, and our employees, if you want to do that side of it as well. So that's coming up. We'll get Daniel sent the link out, I think, to that yesterday. So you should have that in your inbox. We're going to be doing that. I'm not 100% sure of the date in my head. I should have. This just came to me right now to talk about it a second. But you've got the link in your box. And for you guys that would like to get involved in the Profit Circle, certainly would love to have you with us. But I wanted to talk a little bit today about something that popped up in my social media feed yesterday, and that's this lawn service, and they're national, from what I understand, and I got a lot of topics today, so we're going to roll through these bad boys. But I think it's called Lawn Starter, and you guys may have seen it. It's a company that your first mow's $19. It's kind of like that house cleaning. Now that I think about it, there's a house cleaning national house cleaning service that does the same thing. Your first cleaning of your home is $19. I can't think of the name of that, and I would just wonder if it's the same conglomerate. That'd be pretty interesting thing to know. So, but I know they do house cleaning, and your first one's $19. I don't know. I don't think that's a coincidence. Do you, Daniel?
Probably.
You think?
Yeah.
How much?
$19.99 or $19 is a pretty
Just
good, because it's less than a $20 bill. It's
yeah,
like,
I hear you. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. So that came rolling across that company called Lawn Starter came rolling across my social medias yesterday. So I did put it in there. I thought, man, this is cool. This instant quote kind of thing, and so I put my address in, and my name and my address, and I didn't hide anything. I mean, whatever. If they didn't want to quote it for me, if somehow it linked back to me having a lawn service or whatever. But yeah, I mean, it was an instant quote, and it said, "Hey, thanks for using our website, basically, and your first mow's $19, and your weekly service is $59." Which I got to say, that'd be right in pricing line with how we would price our job at my house. So it seems like they've got a legitimate pricing structure in play, better than I can say for some others that we'll discuss here in a minute. But yeah, but the only thing a little bit weird about it, and you guys know my feeling on this anyway, but I'm not a fan of biweekly mowings. But it said my weekly service would be $59. My biweekly service was going to be $62. So that's the only thing a little bit weird about it to me, just being a big number guy, that there's no way that can make sense in my world anyway. Obviously, they're a national company. They got it figured out, I would think, and they're going to make it work, or do make it work, and are making it work. But I just don't see that the $3 for another 7 days of growth. What I do know is there's no way that $3 would cover the cost of the mow, and the other 56 just be the cost of getting there. So on my $59 service, in case somebody didn't stay with me on that, does that make sense, Daniel?
yeah.
That okay, well, we need 56 to get there in the first place, and it's going to be another $3 in labor, the add on for the additional height. But anyways, I don't know. I'm curious if any of you guys have seen that in your market, or dealing with it at all in your market, and or maybe utilizing some AI or whatever it may be to help bid those jobs that fast for you. So I don't know. I might try to get these guys on my show and get their perspective on their business model for sure, because it seems reasonable. The price per service seems fair. So it sounds like we could potentially have somebody on the radio here with us. Excuse me, to talk about the business model a little bit. So I don't know. It's very professional and easy to read. I will say that, Daniel. It's good text, good size text, limited amount of text. But anyways, looking forward to that. Um, Seth says that's every day in their market. So, um, oh Lord, that's why we like to do a lot of things. But anyways, we're not going to turn this into a bi-weekly mowing show today. We hammer that horse hard enough. But I was just curious if any of you guys have heard of it. But like I said, it's Lawn Starter is the company name, and they said they've done literally, you know, many like I can't remember if it's 500,000 or something number of mowings already, that they've scheduled. So it's obviously a decent size service, So okay, so you guys let me know if you know anybody that's used them or tried them, or
And for all we know, they're subbing this stuff out.
yeah, could be. Could be. That's well, we kind of joked about it this morning, Daniel, while you were on your show. I don't know if you heard me or not talking to Katie. I says, and I'm sure there's some parameters to it, but
Yeah.
I wonder if we could take our one-time mows, run it through them,
Right.
and us take the difference.
Yeah. Well, I mean, for them, I mean, even like, why not give away a 1999 cut when they can easily find anybody in any market to do a biweekly cut for $35 and they're getting 62 whatever for it.
Yeah, yeah. No, that
Doesn't
makes
take
sense.
long to make up the difference, really.
No.
Got 500,000 of them at least.
Question says, do they use the low mow price to capitalize on extra services, or is it mow only? Great question. I don't know. I don't know what they're doing with that.
I guess
Exactly.
I could see it either way, really. I mean,
Yeah.
the low mo could potentially go after people who can't afford or wouldn't want to pay for extra services, or you could say it's going to attract more people. So the odds are you're going to get at least some percentage of people that are going to want extra services anyway.
Right. I mean, that's kind of like what we count on, with our business motto is to get the mowing, to get the other services, use the mowing side for a small margin to get the other work as well, only because it's so overhead driven, as we've talked about so many times. So, uh, yeah, that's a good point, and that may be what it's about too. But at some point, I mean, you're still robbing Peter and paying Paul. If you're not taking care of, at minimum, your break even. On your mow, because then you're just reducing your other margins. So, but yeah, it certainly could be the model involved with that. So, oh no, we'll see how it goes. I'm really tempted to maybe have them come out and mow my grass and see who the contractor service provider is in our area. I'm sure they got probably many of them,
Yeah.
but see how these guys are doing. I forgot a pain in the ass yard to mow, Daniel. Our front yard is very, very small, but it's a very, very big pain in the butt, to try to mow because of the undulation of the yard, and just it's not an easy cut, but I think my square footage is around 7,400 square feet or something. So price wise, I mean, money wise, it's not bad. I was, like I said, the $59 a week price would be right in line. So, yeah, we'll reach out to them. I'm gonna see about getting them on my show and talk a little further in depth with them. But I did want to talk about today too, and this is kind of like, customer customer service and contractor service day, and a lot of different topics, that we're going to talk about today. But Craig sent an interesting text to me earlier this morning, and he said, "Here we go again on next door." And his point was simply this: that the lady says, and this was just a lady's post on the Nextdoor app. You guys are familiar with that, I think. But it said, lady says $45 is too much for a quarter of an acre. Plus, she says she's very particular, meaning she's a PETA. So far, at least 10 companies have responded, including one who said they would come out on site for free estimate. Well, I think when there's a lot of red flags on a lot of different levels, I think, on that, Daniel, right away.
Yeah.
You know, oh my God. Oh, we're going to keep us that simple. He said you have a small yard, but you got a big deck. So, yeah, it is a nice sized deck on the back. So, we have fun back there. Matter of fact, we did Saturday before the Derby. But getting back to what we were discussing a little bit on Craig's thing was on his text is, you know, there's the perspective, and this goes back to what Heckabus used to say all the time, that a customer's perception is our reality, right? And I mean, her perception, and only because the perception's being put out there by too many contractors, to Craig's point here, you know, uh, first of all, how does she know what's too much? The obvious question.
Well, I mean,
But
that's like anything. That's
but-
just a consumer saying that's too much for them.
yes,
I mean, that's anything. Porsche is too much for a lot of people, right? But that doesn't mean it's overpriced or underpriced. It just means that's too much for them.
too much for them and their budget. But like I told Craig, I said, man, don't pull your hair out over it. It's not worth all that. It's just the reality of it is, the reality of it is it's just that time of the year, and we're getting more and more of it. I mean, we've probably had, this is not an exaggeration. What would you say, Daniel? Probably 30 calls the last 3 days on one-time mows, 25 maybe.
Yeah,
Just people don't know. I mean, the good thing is our marketing's working. The bad thing is we're not converting because we're not trying for one-time mows.
right.
I don't know how you guys feel about one-time mowings, but we just don't do it. I mean, we don't do 99% of them, because a lot of times they're 12, 15 inches high when you get there, or maybe even 8 or 9 on the low side. But point is, you can't get what they're worth. And then when you charge them what you charge them, then you get a negative review on Google over $65 or $100 or whatever the value is, and that ain't.
I think the only way to do it is to pre-run the card and then do the service.
Yeah, I was thinking of that. You know what? I thought of that exact thing yesterday. That why is an industry, and I know this ain't everybody, but it's a whole lot of the industry. Why is an industry, did we decide many years ago that we're going to extend credit the way we extend credit to everybody? And that's what we're doing.
Yeah.
If I order a
to
pizza,
be fair, some people don't do that.
that's what I'm saying. It's getting better.
No. But to your thing that you don't like of pay per cut, you don't like that.
Right. No,
I get paid every time by some customers.
No, I understand that. Not the pay per, and that's a fair read into that comment. Yes, I'm not talking about a pay per cut. I'm talking about having asking for money up front on something like that. Hey, somebody calls in and wants a mulch job,
right,
and it's $200 or $2 million. It doesn't matter. Well, hey, all right, cool. You go ahead and pay for it. If I go into a restaurant,
here's my thing though, that it is a little different because especially at a restaurant, they're technically extending you credit.
Yeah,
it's short term. You eat the food, then you pay the bill.
Yeah.
No, you don't get 30 days to do it. But like with a landscape, let's say, for me, I would be uncomfortable paying especially someone I had never worked with before, a full amount for a landscape that they hadn't done anything on yet. Now, I wouldn't mind paying the second they were done. That's completely fine with me. But to pay beforehand, all up front, now a deposit's different, but completely everything, all paid before they do anything, I wouldn't be comfortable with that.
Yeah. Oh, I hear you. Craig makes a point here too, though. He says, there's no other industry where a customer can say the price is too high and the business owner bows down to the client.
Mm-hmm.
try that in a restaurant, mechanic, attorney, doctor, plumber, etc. And his point's right on that. I mean, it is. I mean, you just, but I think we kind of make Craig to your point. You're 100% right with that. But I think we make a value judgment at some point, and I'm not trying to justify it one way or the other, but I think we make because that lady was certainly off target with it, and maybe she's off target because it's personal for all of us, right? But we make a value judgment before we go to a restaurant. You know what? God, I'm not going to Ruth Chris, or I'm not going to Jeff Ruby's.
Yeah, you know what you're getting
Because
into.
I know what I'm getting into, man. I mean, if I go out there, Tabitha and I go down to Jeff Ruby's to eat, I know I'm not walking out for less than a couple $100 minimum on a cheap night, But I can go to Texas Roadhouse and eat for 50 for both of us, probably, or 55. So you kind of make those value judgments going in, but it is a point well taken that our industry is very bad about letting the customer dictate the price on our businesses. And Craig, the flip side of that, of what we're talking about the customer, going through multiple contractors, and I mean that's a red flag in itself when somebody says, "Well, hey, I've had
10.
I've had 5 or 10 contractors."
Two is like, okay, that's a little weird, but maybe they just had bad judgment on those two. Getting into 5 or 10 is like, okay, something.
That's a whole lot of something not going right on the customers, the customer's end. Craig, we got a question directed to you. Said, is Craig on Craigslist? So is that where are you getting some of these, I guess, is the real question, from Nextdoor and Craigslist? Because quite honestly, Katie, all the time, that's where she sends the people that call us. When they say, hey, do you do one-time mows? Katie sends them, says, we don't, and probably anybody you get that's got somebody answering their telephone is not going to do it. But you may want to try some of the social medias, because there's a lot of guys on there that do it, So I know she sends quite a few people that way. But here's an email we got, and this is a different customer's perspective. I hear you, Mike. Mike says that's why he stays off Nextdoor, and fill in the blank, Nextdoor, Craigslist, or whatever it is, or Angie's, and, all those things. That's predominantly the type of clients that hang out around there. Oh, my God. Mike said if he wanted to hear old ladies nag and complain, he'd watch The View. Oh, but here's a scenario, Craig. I told you I had the reverse side of that that I'd talk about today too, and here's that. We had a lady reach out to us yesterday, and she said, "I'm a senior citizen. I live at," and she gave her address, and then she says, "So and so gave me your name that recommended me to you all. He's been servicing my yard and told me today he's not going to use his push mower anymore, and I will need to find another company as soon as possible. My backyard has a gate and his large mower won't go through it. My yard is a typical ranch house, small to medium sized property." Let's see. And I'm taking some of the personal stuff out of it that she had. "He's charging me $39 weekly. Is it possible for you to add me into your schedule? If so, what is your cost? I feel a little discouraged." Now, here's where a consumer feels discouraged toward the contractor, Craig, to the point I was making where we had the reverse of that. She said, "I feel a little discouraged that he started the season off with me, also did some landscaping, and now decided to drop me because he doesn't want to use his push mower anymore in my backyard. He did refer me and said you guys would do a great job. I would like to hear from you. Thanks." And I get her point on that. I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to say what this person was thinking, and we certainly appreciate the referral. Number one, in case you're listening, because I know he does listen to us sometimes here on Turf's Up. But I guess the real question is, her contention is, he just did this to do the landscaping for me. And now that the landscaping's been done, he's throwing me under the bus basically and doesn't want to deal with my yard. Now, let's look at that on both sides for a second. Number one is there could have been another solution to that, and we've actually had people do this. I'm just curious if maybe he suggested to her that she put a new gate in or another gate in. You know, we've done that before, and people have actually made the change. Where they have switched the gates out because they've either had a hard time finding somebody, that would do it with a push more. So we've actually had, like I said, several people do that where they'll think, hey, yeah, that does make sense. Rather than paying more per week to have a push more do it and constantly looking for somebody, how about just getting the gate switched out to where a larger mower can get in? That is a potential solution to the problem. All right. Now, the other thing is, though, is the pricing. Even if she did that, we couldn't do it at the $39 pricing. I'm not saying that price is wrong or right, but it's not right for us. I mean, we'd be 40% higher than that just as a minimum, not doing it with a push mower. And we're not going to do it with a push mower because we don't push mow either. But my whole point is sometimes we got to ask ourselves, are we trying to find a solution for somebody, or are we just saying, hey, we don't do it? I mean, now I'm looking at it from two different perspectives. The gate thing is, hey, we'll try to find a solution of, hey, you may want to consider a gate, not just to hire Wayne's Lawn Service, but to just help you moving forward down the road to find a contractor. What do you think of that side of it, Daniel? I mean, most people aren't going to do it.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it just depends. You can always try to solve someone's or help someone solve their problem. But I don't know. Like
Would you do something like that if it was your house?
It would really have to make sense financially. And it, like you said, it would make sense because you could pay less per mowing in theory, because it's take less time because you're doing it with bigger mower and things.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I would, honestly. To me, it would seem too inconvenient.
Most people don't, but like I said, some have. And the reality of it is, especially in these older neighborhoods, I don't know why with chain links, the gates were the standard of what they are. I'm sure there was a reason. Well, I guess because they weren't getting equipment in yards back then.
Yeah, people were mowing their own grass and
and it was easy enough.
Mowers and the thing, so
yeah, it was easy enough for them to get in and through, and it worked fine for them. But I think the reality of it is that could be a potential solution. Sometimes that's number one. I think Kyle was telling me not too long ago, he had somebody reach out to him, one of our customers, that were getting a new fence, and did call and ask us, say, what size gate did you recommend that I put in?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not going to be an all the time thing. And I don't want you guys to hear me saying that, because it's not. But I think the consumer's perspective here on, well, why'd he start out the season just to get the landscape, and now he's left me high and dry in the busiest growing season in the world? And what I will say about this gentleman, just so you guys know, I'll go to bat for him. He's not that guy, but I think he's just made a decision, to change, let's see. Should it be a new service offer in the beginning of the season or an add-on to a landscape proposal? Could be an add-on. I mean, we've taken a lot of fence gates down to get into backyards, with like a skid steer or something to do some things. I mean, we're not in the fencing business, but it certainly could be something that could be done for people. And like I said, I'm not going to beat this horse to death and waste any more time on it, but it is a potential solution to a problem that if you want it to, work in a certain area, because it seems like this time of the year, you're bombarded with one-time mowings and a lot of people with gates. I don't know why it is, but it is. Mike said, I've used the push more as an easy exit from an annoying client before. Not proud of it, but I did it. And I get that too. And it probably is, Mike, an underlying situation, or it could be an underlying situation. It could be like that, the situation with the person, being a PETA account like Craig's text where the lady thought 45 was too much. I mean, I don't think $45 is too much. That's just
Text, I guess.
I don't know. It's just it is what it is. But I wanted to talk about those two things, to talk about this, if you will, and that is. Well, I'll tell you what. Before we get into the lead up to what I really, really, really want to get into, let's take a short break. We'll be right back with more Profit Time here on Turfs Up Radio. Your industry, your station. Don't you go anywhere. I promise we'll be right back. And here's a throwback. You're going to think, what in the world are you doing playing this? But the reality of it is, we're always thinking ahead.
Winter's coming, and that means icy sidewalks, driveways, and parking lots. But this year, don't settle for ordinary rock salt. Supercharge it with the Original Magic. Made in the USA, the Original Magic isn't just salt. It's enhanced with a patented, eco-friendly liquid from vodka and rum distillers. This unique formula melts ice faster, lasts longer, and leaves an amazing residual that keeps working long after application. It's safer for concrete, landscaping, and even handles extreme cold with ease, all while reducing your salt usage by 35 to 50%. Treat your white salt with the Original Magic liquid or supercharge your salt brine for unbeatable staying power. Available in convenient 50-pound bags. Visit theoriginalmagic.com to find your nearest dealer or learn how to become one.
Yes, indeedy. We'll be thinking about that for too long. I mean, let's see, we're almost, we're May. So, yeah, in August, we'll be talking snow, man, here with our customers. So, absolutely, to be here before we know it. Yes, indeedy. And here's something else we need to be thinking about, because solicitation season is right around the corner.
Attention professional decorators and lawn care companies. Ready to illuminate your profits this holiday season? Introducing lightsforchristmas.com, your premier source for commercial grade holiday decorations. Lightsforchristmas.com offers the best wholesale pricing on dazzling twinkling lights, stunning real looking wreaths and garlands, plus outdoor Christmas trees as large as 26 feet and our specialized wire motifs. Whether you're expanding your business or just starting in holiday lighting, our experienced staff is here to guide you every step of the way. For your holiday lighting product needs at the best wholesale pricing in the industry, visit lightsforchristmas.com today.
Yes, indeedy. Little seasonality, but hey, keep it in your mind. Keep it in your mind going there. Aaron Walls made a good point. He says, how do they know to put the mowing over the landscaping? We've actually got a video in the Profit Circle on that, the carrot. I call it. They dangle the carrot ahead of us. Maybe that's, I don't know where it came from, Aaron, but people have been doing it for years. And it is a good carrot, and the point is, a lot of guys used to chase the landscape for the mow, but then as soon as they got the mow done, then they told them no. So, and we did, we chased that, but now we just verified a little deeper before we chased the landscape for the mow. It's like, no, we don't do that, but we'd be happy to, do the landscaping for you. Well, we want somebody who's going to do them both. Well, this time of the year, it's hard to find somebody who's going to do both. Maybe, and you're going to be scheduled out. Landscape wise, we can help you, pretty quickly if that's the ball game you want to play with that. So, but yeah, that's a very valid point, Aaron, that carrot is dangled out there a lot of times. But I did want to talk about, how we talk about the lady that Craig sent, which is a reality for all of us in all of our markets, about people thinking the price is too much. And then you got the customer's perspective that says, well, why'd he do that? Now he's going to drop me. Let's talk about cancels, in-season cancellations a little bit. Have you had any cancellations yet? Be curious. Shoot me a text, 502 550 8307. That's 502 550 8307. Have you had any cancellations yet this year? I'm not talking about the ones that canceled in between years, but, for you guys, where most all of us have kicked our seasons off now, and, have you mowed 2, 3, 5 times, whatever, or sprayed them once or twice, whatever, wherever you're at in your rounds? How do you handle the cancellations that you're getting when we call them in-season cancellations, when things are up and rolling, not your transition periods in between seasons? And I'm just curious if you guys have had any yet, and what that looks like on your end, and why you guys are thinking about it and texting me, hopefully. I'll be happy to say, yeah, we've had some in-season cancellations. Matter of fact, we had a guy yesterday that reached out to us and told us that he wanted to stop service, and to let him know that he'd received his email. So we did respond back to him, but that's where sometimes a lot of companies stop. It's like, okay, fine, we canceled service. What do you do with it? How do you handle it? Let's see. Mowing canceled because I mowed while dewy. See, there you go. You mowed while it was dewy. Or mowed when it was wet. Well, I'm sorry, I've got more than one account, right, Mike? That's what you got to tell them, and you tell them. If we waited till it was dry in the spring to cut grass, we'd be mowing everybody at about 26 inches. That's the reality of it. Craig said, yeah, they've had 3 cancellations. 2 were due to job losses. 1 was an old guy who was always price shopping. So there's his 3. I don't know for sure how many we've had, but we've had probably 3 or 4. Wouldn't you, Katie, you take care of all those. How many would you say in-season cancels we've had? Just like that one yesterday. 4, 5, 6, 10, Yeah. Katie said between 5 and 10, a couple mows, couple sprays without looking it up. And she said almost all of them were budget related. This guy yesterday, Mr. Fork, he mentioned that, no, everything's fine with the service. I certainly would call you guys back. He said, we're trying to cut some expenses. I'm going to try to, do it myself, for a little bit. And I hate that. But on the other hand, he's probably not going to be able to do it himself, because we've had that customer. I'm curious, Katie, look it up for me. See how long Fork's been around for us. But he's been around a long time. And, it goes back to complacency sometime on their end, where they get used to things looking nice. And then all of a sudden they start thinking about it and think, well, man, I really probably can do this myself. And then they leave for, since when, 16?
So 9 years.
So 9 years.
9 years.
So, yeah, I know the yard specifically because I talked to him. So he's been getting a good job.
Yeah. Well, to his original reason, assuming that's the real reason, it is the budget though, and it's not the complacency of him thinking he can do it. It's, hey, I want it. I still want this look. I just can't or don't want to pay for it.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to do nothing, but I'm going to try to do it myself.
Yeah.
He doesn't think he can do it better.
No.
He just thinks
he's going to try to maintain it.
Yeah. He wants
That's exactly what he said. I'm going to try to maintain it. And you can't fault somebody for that.
Yeah.
You can't fault somebody for that. What my whole point of going through that was, if it works out for him, great for him. But if it doesn't, he's probably going to be a really long-term loyal client.
Yeah.
Moving forward, you know. But it's always kind of crazy when they cancel after that number of years. John said he hasn't had any, but I have a few I wish I could or would cancel. But I hear you, John. That's the reality of that too. Is sometimes it is fun to fire them, but on the other hand, if we can tolerate them and deal with it, and it doesn't create too much grief on our end on the backside, then we go ahead and tolerate some of those PETA accounts. But that is the reality of it too. So that's funny that you bring that side of it up too, because that is an absolute good side to think about too. Is how many do we have that we probably would like to get rid of but don't because they are manageable, and then sometimes we do have to fire clients. So, but it could go both ways. But the whole point of talking about cancellations is this: it is a nature of the beast. Most contractors will have some cancellations during the year at some point for one reason or another, whether they move, they die, their budget, whatever it is, bad service, perception. Again, sometimes it's perception, sometimes it's reality. But to my buddy Heckabus's point, he taught me that, and y'all have heard me say it many times, that our customer's perception is our reality, though. And with that side of it being said, do you do your due diligence to try to gather the information on why somebody canceled? I know Katie, when we have a cancellation, when they call, she'll ask them, was there a problem with the service, or how was your service? To find out, was it something we can control or not? We can't control somebody's willingness to want to try to maintain it themselves or their budget, but we can control to a certain extent some of the issues that roll with service not being completed timely, or trimming's not right, or I've got dandelions in my yard, or and we talked a little bit about that yesterday. We actually did a video on that in the profit circle on how many times you go back, on a fert and weed customer. Is an infinite number of go backs during the year for somebody, or do you go back once or twice, and because some things are controllable, some aren't. So for you guys at the profit circle, check that video out. That was a good question we had come up, and we did. That's what go up. Is it up yet, Daniel, or is it?
I think yeah.
I think
It went up today.
It's today. So, but check that out. So, but the point is though, find out, what's causing your cancellations, and if you can do it on the phone, that's the easiest and best way to do it, in my opinion, because you can actually have a conversation with somebody if it is a service related issue, and then be able to try to save it. But if it's email, sometimes they just tell you why and goodbye, and then you're the ghost in the past, But try to find out. It gives you an opportunity. Then number one is, can you micromanage, or not can you, but it does give you the opportunity to micromanage a particular crew or applicator or whatever it may be, installer. If you're having situations go on, and if that's you, the owner operator, then it gives you a chance to micromanage yourself, maybe. Because I will say this: sometimes our customers are right. We did a shitty job. That's the reality of it. That's not our goal. That's not our expectation. But the reality of it is, whether it's through hurrying behind because of rain, try and just cheat the system. I mean, I'm throwing Wayne's Lawn Service out there and under the bus first. Yeah, there's some times when we fall short of the level of expectations that are required or expected here at Wayne's Lawn Service. And I remember times when Wayne was the only person at Wayne's Lawn Service running a crew and doing a crew, and I had the same issue. There were times when I would not satisfy somebody, not out of intent necessarily, but just trying to hurry, and get caught back up. So yeah, it happens. The reality of it does happen. Let's see. Aaron says he's got a question for everybody. He says, do you rotate your lawns from first of the day to last of the day? So that you guys mowing would understand that. In other words, does the same yard get mowed with dew on it every year or all season long? Or one week do you run them first and 1 week do you run them last and switch the route up? So do you switch it up so that the first lawn day isn't wetter? Oh, I didn't read your whole text, but yeah, that's what he was getting at. Should have read the whole thing, Aaron, but I knew that's where you were going with that. But what do you think, Daniel?
I guess it could be an idea.
I mean, it might be an idea, certainly. I know if we've had rain, there's certain yards we'll wait on in a route to pick them up later in the day. It's like Ratterman right down the street from us down here. We know we cannot cut that, especially the back of it, half of the back of it, or a third of the back of it, actually. If we've had rain recent, like, that morning, you wouldn't want to go down there and do it an hour after it's finished raining. But if you wait till the afternoon, it makes sense. So some of that gets into routing and scheduling, or is it better to push it to the next day? So
what do you think about Aaron's question, though?
Well, that's where I was going with that. If it doesn't jack your route up, if you run the whole route backwards, you'd be all right, I guess. So not a bad idea, maybe. But I certainly wouldn't bounce around within the route,
right,
to make somebody happy. Maybe that's one of those situations where, okay, I know it's going to be a pain. I know I've got to mow it late. Then that's the way I'm going to do it, or don't do the job. That could be one of the bailouts. That could be one of the situations where if you can't rotate the whole route. Now, I know where sometimes that can get problematic based on your company size, small or large, is let's say somebody, has got a gate or a dog or something involved. And I don't want to tell Daniel, I don't want to have to tell you, well, every other week, have your dog up between 8 and 10 on this week, but between 1 and 3 next week. That's where it could get, the implementation of the idea could get a little problematic. So not a bad idea, and I think it's certainly in certain situations the rotation of your route, could work. So let's roll. I'm gonna roll. We're rolling. We're gonna have an extended version of Profit Time right now. Da 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 da. We're gonna roll. Yes, indeedy. I was reading something the other day, and as we talk about different customers' perspectives and contractors' perspectives, and then cancellations, and then how do we fix it? And a lot of times we think, okay, well, let's fix it with, working harder and working more hours, and we get into what some people call the grind, and I hate the word the grind, but let's look at it for a second. And I was reading something on social media just the other day, and it was made really good sense to me, and I thought this is a great topic for Turf's Up Radio, and it basically is, the grind, if you will. And then, now that's not the way this Dr. Russell spoke on it, but a business professor, he made a really good point that, and he's not talking about anybody negatively in this, but just stay with the story with me if you would. But basically, what he was doing, he was making a comparison between restaurants, okay, restaurants and coffee houses and whatnot. And his point was that there's a company called Cookout. And I don't know if y'all are familiar with them or not. I am, just because we do have them in Kentucky, and they stay open till 4 a.m. They're open almost 24/7, and they've got a menu list that's, I don't know how long, Dana. What?
It's got some
A lot,
other stuff on it.
a lot. They literally have things from hamburgers to barbecue to quesadillas to tater tots and French fries, and 40 flavors of milkshake, I think it is, and just a whole big drive through and sit in if you want, but fast food, grilled chicken sandwiches, whatever. But here's the thing, even corn dogs, for God's sakes. Yeah, corn dogs is on their menu too. But here's the point that this this doctor was making. As hard as they work and all the hours that they put in, and I did not do my due diligence and fact check this, so I'm sure somebody can on Google. But the reality of it was this, he said, they make 20 times less per store location than any Chick-fil-A store location. Now think of that. 20 times less. They're doing about $392,000 on average per store location at Cookout, which is not a bad volume. $392,000 a year. But the average Chick-fil-A, he said, does $9.3 million. $9.3 million. And when you look at Chick-fil-A's business model,
20 times less.
20 times less. Chick-fil-A prioritizes a lot of things that other companies don't. Was this whole point that you don't have to have a menu that's got 400 items on it, or not literally, but 150 items or 100, whatever. It's a bunch. They closed every Sunday. And that's a non-negotiable item on the franchise list. You do not even have the option to be open on Sunday with Chick-fil-A. So they're removing a day from the week. They offer fewer items. And they're the number one fast food restaurant store in America, even above McDonald's and Starbucks, he said. Now check this out too. This is pretty neat. Their revenue per store is 4 times the average revenue of a McDonald's, which makes sense. McDonald's is doing more volume than Cookout. But they're doing 4 times more volume than McDonald's and Starbucks. So what does that tell you? I think what it tells me is you look at Cookout, and they're grinding on a daily basis a lot more hours, selling a lot more products, so it means more inventory, and they're barely getting by. They're barely getting by. They work less, they earn more, They got people in line. How many times don't you go to a Chick-fil-A and you drive straight through? Not normally. And the speed at which they get people through their line. Now, I know most of us here on Turfs Up Radio don't own a restaurant business, but I think every bit of this is applicable to any business. You don't scale necessarily your business by doing more or being open more hours or offering more services. You scale by doing the little things or the right things better and with boundaries in place. Kind of like when you're going to answer your phone. Are you putting, there's a boundary that a lot of landscapers don't have. The customers certainly, I guarantee you, people would drive through Chick-fil-A at all hours of the day if they were open. Don't you, Daniel? I really believe that.
Yeah, I think so.
If they were 24/7, I think that you see people driving through there overnight during the evening.
Or maybe it's the psychological thing that keeps people in line is knowing there's the what's the thing in advertising, they call it the
Fear of missing out.
kind of it's like when you have a limited something,
Supply and demand.
no, there's some word out there, and somebody probably will text in and say it, but basically you have it's a limited resource, kind of, so you know that this isn't going to be available at some point psychologically. So maybe that's what keeps people going, is that I really want it, or I think I want it, so I'm just going to go get it now because I'm not going to be able to get it later, potentially.
Yeah. The whole point, I think, of this is this, in my opinion. If we take care of the little things, and Daniel's what you talk about, right? The 1% changes. If you take care of the little things, the big things take care of themselves. It's just that simple. And some of that, with what I want you guys to think about today, is it's not about the grind. It's not about how hard you work. It's not about, man, we're working daylight to dark. Let's figure out why you are working daylight to dark. Let's figure out why you don't have any free time. Let's figure out why you don't have any family time. Are you putting the margin, the mission, and the business model in place to where, yeah, you need to hustle, but you don't have to grind all the time? I'll tell you, and we talked about this the other day. We talked about this on Monday. I guarantee you Chick-fil-A does not have the close enough mindset. I can guarantee you that. But as an industry, a whole lot of us, and I'll throw myself under the bus with everybody out there that needs to be under the bus. And for you that don't need to be under the bus, congratulations. But there's a whole lot of us out there that don't pay attention to all aspects of our business, but specifically the cost basis of our business well enough. I guarantee you Chick-fil-A knows what everything they have on that menu board costs them. They know what the margin is. They know what their additional overhead costs are. And they know that's why the price of that sandwich is X. Now, also know that none of us have the budgets of Chick-fil-A, or most of us probably don't. But what we can do is say and look at, just like this Dr. Russell here that was doing this comparison of Chick-fil-A versus the industry, if you will. If you look at something and somebody that is successful, although you may not be doing the volume that they're doing, you need to emulate what they're doing and do it well. And it's the basic business principles that they do well. It's their customer service. It's knowing their cost. It's having goals set up. Great point. John just sent us in. He said 2 years ago they went to 4 10-hour days. Very little overtime. Now, there's an incentive to get finished. We've got a service shop here not too far from us called Tony's Break and Alignment that does the same exact thing. We do something very similar here at Wayne's Lawn Service. We're Monday through Friday, half a day on Friday, or Monday through Thursday and a half a day on Friday. And a lot of Fridays, quite honestly, we're off. So it's all about putting things in play that don't have the, well, I'm close enough mindset to it. And I don't mean that in a bad way directed to anybody in particular. It needs to be directed to everybody because I had that same mindset. Don't chase more hours and more options like Cookouts chasing more hours and more options to help them be more successful. When Chick-fil-A has proved that it doesn't take more hours and more options.
I will say this as the counter argument to that.
Sure.
Cookout is a very not unique, but they have targeted their niche. Cookout is a college campus fast food restaurant.
Cheap.
Well, maybe. I don't know exactly their prices. But they're open till 4 a.m. because guess what college kids like to do? Stay out late, drink. They have 47 menu options on their entree list because people like to smoke and then they want to have a corn dog and a chicken sandwich, but also a 3 different flavor milkshake. So they're targeted in on their niche very well.
Yes.
They're targeting people who have a less disposable income, so they're probably making less money because of that. But at the end of the day, does Cookout know, and we don't know this, does Cookout know, and they probably do, know their numbers? Do they know what goals they need to hit in order to stay profitable?
Yeah.
And I think that that's important to say too, especially when you're comparing a franchise that may make $9 million versus $350,000 per year. Doesn't make one necessarily more or less successful, and that can be true within your lawn business too. You don't have to make millions of dollars per year to be successful, but if you found your niche, know your numbers, know why you're doing what you're doing, then you can also be successful too.
Yeah. Because, and I agree 100% with that, Daniel, because when I'm sure they do know their numbers at Cookout. To your point, they're very targeted in who they go after. I mean, look at even the one in Campbellsville down there. Mm-hmm. It's a college community.
Yeah.
And it's doing well in Campbellsville, Kentucky because of that and the food that they have targeted toward the type of people. So it's kind of like what we talked about Monday when we were talking about success.
Right.
Success isn't determined by Chick-fil-A's brand doing $9.3 million per store location. It's the success of their business model that they've implemented. So Cookout is not doing nearly the volume, but I guarantee you they're doing something because they're staying in business.
Right.
You don't see their franchises closed. So yeah, that's a great point that you make. But as we look at both of these things, I think what we look at is here's the comparison I would like you guys to look at within your own businesses. And it's to John's point here. He said when they switched to 10-hour days, 4 days a week, they cut their fuel costs by 20%, which makes sense too, because they're already out. They're doing more jobs. They're not coming back to the shop. They're not getting reloaded. They're not, and they're not driving back out to get into the work area another day. So it's the little things that can happen as your company becomes more efficient and you have a better business plan in place, if you will. And the size of your company's volume doesn't have to be the largest in the market that you're in to see those efficiencies take place. So change the mindset a little bit about, hey, man, I'd really want to be like, let's look at the mindset of being successful versus the mindset of, I need to be Chick-fil-A. What can you do within your business other than thinking it's working more hours and giving more? You're going to think, well, Wayne, this is exactly opposite of what you say, because we're going to talk about diversification of services here coming up soon anyway in a profit circle. But the reality of it is you can be trying to think of the right way to say this, because Daniel, your point was well taken. They're very targeted toward a specific group of people. Make sure that your target that you've got in line for your company, whoever that niche of customer base may be, make sure that your business model is geared toward that target. Don't try to be everything to everybody, just like Cookout's not trying to be everything to everybody. I mean, I like Cookout's grilled chicken sandwich, but it does not compare to Chick-fil-A sandwich. But that's why, when I drive through their drive-through, I know I'm not getting a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich. I'm getting a $3 chicken sandwich and not a $5.50 chicken sandwich.
Yeah.
At
$5. I paid $5.29 for a small Blizzard yesterday at DQ.
Did you?
I left the house with $4, and I was like, "This is going to more than cover it." Not even no.
Didn't come close. You had to get the card.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think the whole point of that with this Dr. Russell's comparison between the two was, and it was the same as yours, Daniel. It's not wrong or right methodologies here, but one's working a lot harder to get to a smaller end goal than the one that has a better system in place that allows them to do things different and better. They've implemented the technology to make it happen. And that's what we all need to think about. What can we do within our businesses, regardless of the size of them, to be more efficient, be better than our competitors? And better doesn't mean you got a better job. Just be better organized than your competitor and have boundaries within your business. And I think one of the best comparisons on boundaries is the hours that you're going to work and the day and answering that phone at 8 o'clock at night or 9 o'clock at night. It doesn't have to be that way. It's your choice on what you want to be set up like. Just take the time and make the effort to do what's best for you, your family, your employees, and your customers. But remember, just like Chick-fil-A and just like Cookout, if you will, both of them know who's driving the bus. And they're both driving their own buses. They're doing it in a different way. But one is servicing one type of niche customer. One is serving another type of niche customer. And that's what you have to decide. Do you want to be something to somebody or nothing to everybody? When you look at long-term loyalty of customer base, and I don't have any fact to back this up, I'm going to say it, but I'm going to say it anyway. And Daniel, tell me if I'm crazy with this concept. It just popped in my mind. I would think that because of Cookout's demographics that they go after with their customers, their predominant demographic is that college student. So they're in a constant rotation of in and out customers. You know, they either drop out of school, they graduate, they move along, and then
New ones come in.
new ones come in, kind of like our industry.
Right.
Where Chick-fil-A is going to also lose customers and get customers, but they're going to be more, in my opinion, I would think they're probably going to be more of a long-term loyal client coming back to Chick-fil-A, because I'm not going there because it's the cheapest chicken sandwich. I'm going there because of the service, the expectations, and the qualifications of, or not really qualifications, the follow through of their business model of good service, good food,
Right.
fast.
Yeah. Well, I think that goes back to business model, and business model for Chick-fil-A is maybe loyalty, whereas business model for Cookout is just, we have them captured.
Yeah.
They're here. They're on
They're here,
campus.
and we're less than a lot of the choices. Because Cookout, even in Campbellsville, very small community, they're surrounded by Wendy's, Arby's, McDonald's. You know, they're all right there.
KFC, please.
Yeah,
Yeah, there's 5 or 6 other ones.
right there, even in a small community that have the same demographic target. And they're all still open. You know, so it's pick your lane is what I take that whole article to is pick your lane, but know that working hard and working more hours and having more options isn't always the answer. It can be, but are you going to work harder for the same margin? I guess is where that leads us to potentially. You know, how hard do you want to work to get to the same margin? Not the gross dollars, but the same margin. So I don't know. Certainly something to think about. Appreciate all your all's input today. Appreciate all the text as always. And appreciate you staying with me for an extended version of Profit Time here on Turfs Up Radio. Your industry, your station. And remember, profit is not a dirty word. We'll see you Friday. Good morning, Turfs Up Radio. Wayne Vo's Profits Unlimited coming to you live from Louisville, Kentucky. Yes, indeedy. Oh, my goodness. We got a great show planned for you today. Following up behind Aaron and Daniel this morning. It will be a challenge, but that's what it's all about, to make Turfs Up Radio educational and entertaining and all the above, right? So, hey, I'm going to do my part today to throw out some good educational opportunity there for everybody, and your all's responses will help me get better as well. And then we call it a win-win. Daniel, would you get that window back there behind me? Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. So, but yeah, we're having a great opportunity today. One chance, one opportunity. Would you take it? You're just going to let it slip away. I don't think anybody listening to us here on Turfs Up Radio is going to let an opportunity slip away. That's number one. But you know what? Hey, sometimes they do kind of sneak around the side door and kind of catch us off guard just a little bit. So we're going to talk a little bit about that today. We're going to talk a little bit about what's been going on this week. It's hard to believe that it's already Friday. Oh, my goodness. And yes, Truth Bomb Friday is going to be the biggest bomb we've ever laid down. And you all ain't going to believe it. I mean, this is like, maybe metaphorically speaking, anyway. Let's put it that way. So, anyways, yes, we have an awesome truth bomb for y'all today that I think y'all are going to love just as much as I am going to hate saying it. So, yeah, it's going to be a great truth bomb that there's going to be. Oh, gosh, I don't even know. Let's see. Trying to think how you want to say it, but I don't know. We'll think about that when it's truth bomb time. We got Bam Weather going to be on with us. Matt going to be on with us. Looking forward to hearing what he's got to say, as always, about upcoming weather for us all. So that's going to look like an exciting time frame coming for us. So we'll see what he's got to say about that. But we've meaning you and I, have managed to negotiate so far through the spring, and that is an accomplishment. Hope your week's going well. Hope today's a great day for you. I know Dan, my buddy out in St. Louis, said they had a structure fire this morning early. So not at their lawn and landscape facility, but on his fire department side of his duties and responsibilities. But yeah, so he was kind of getting a little bit of late start. So it's always crazy. I do remember those days too. So Dan, we appreciate you wearing double duty and triple duty, all those things that we all do. Heck, we all wear a lot of hats. That's the reality of it. Hope you guys are having a great week. Hope you've got accomplished so far what you wanted to get accomplished. And we're working in and out and moving around the weather a little bit here in Louisville ourselves. So, we all make it happen. We talk about it all the time that, Mother Nature drives the bus. We just hop on for the ride and try to manage through it to get our work done, each and every one of us. So just think how easy this industry would be if you didn't have weather. I mean, the reality of it is, you look at a lot of other businesses, and I'm not crying. I'm really not. So don't anybody text me and tell me I'm crying, unless you want to, and that'd be okay. But the reality of it is, a lot of other industries, you get good things in play, and you get your business model down, and you get this going, and everything's looking good, and blah, blah, blah. And it moves along as long as you're on target with what you're doing. But in our industry, not just lawn and landscape, but anybody working outside, right? So, that takes in roofers and a lot of different contractors and fill in the blank on what you do outside for a living. But, excuse me, but you can have the best plan in place, but Mother Nature decides, hey, man, we're going to start raining this morning, and we're going to rain for about 2 hours, and then we're going to stop for about 2 hours, and then we're going to start again for another hour and 40 minutes, and, blah, blah, blah. The beat goes on. We got to be really good at redirecting our sail. I talk about it all the time, but the SAIL, the sail that's on the boat, is what we got to be really good at redirecting. Now, all companies have their little nuances, I guess, or things that have to be redirected around. I remember it goes back a lot of years, but when I was in the corporate America world, we had redirection we had to make sometimes, but pretty much it was just go in, calculate financial packages for people so they could go to college, and sit down and talk to people. And you did that, and then you took a break and went to lunch, and then you came back and did some more of it and reached out to the federal government a little bit with documentation and blah, blah, blah. But so it was pretty much routine. And ours is a routine as well, but never did I worry if it was raining or snowing outside to get my job completed. So we're going to put my buddy Matt on the hot seat today, just a little bit. See what he can do for us. So, anyways, looking forward to having Matt on. He's always good. He's always great. Actually, all those guys at Bam Weather are great. We appreciate everything. Did I just make 4 syllables out of appreciate? I think I did. But anyways, We're doing a little landscaping today, and little fertilization and weed control, little shop maintenance, and then guess what? Boom, we're out of here. It's half a day Friday. Ding, 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 ding. Yay. We'll be blasting out of here about half a day today. So that's our plan. And that Kyle's looks like he's getting ready to take off and go sell somebody something. Da, da, da. Good luck, buddy. He's going to take an order, he said. Must be a referral. What do you think, Daniel?
It all adds up to money. So
That's right. They're all
the
green.
thing is, you work hard to build the relationship with the person that then gives you the referral.
That's right. That's right. So yeah, don't be embarrassed to say you're going to go shoot a fish in a barrel. You know, you're right. I've never thought about it from that perspective directly, Daniel. That is an absolutely great point. So that is it, man. You work hard to develop a relationship with somebody that they refer you out to somebody else, one of their friends or neighbors. You know, because I'm leery about who I refer to people. I mean, you know, I just am. But yeah, that's a really good point to make with that. So good luck on that, Kyle. So and I know you'll do well with that. So Corey said he's mowing and then shopping for Mother's Day. So then he's baking. Absolutely. Sounds like a plan, my friend. I'm not planning on anything wild and crazy this weekend. Hopefully you guys got something crazy. No, something maybe crazy, something fun at least. Katie told me her weekend's going to be sitting down on the couch reading and putting her phone on do not disturb. And what she said she was going to put it on do
For
not
certain
disturb.
contacts.
Yeah, for certain contacts. She looked right at me when she said she was going to put it on do not disturb. I don't call her up much on the weekends or even. She said she didn't mean it toward me. She
Darwinian slip.
the what is it?
Darwinian slip.
She said she's facing the wall, but that's not true. She's got a double pane window right next, right. Well, oh. Oh my God, you gotta love it. You gotta love it. She's wearing her purple today, purple walrus, by the way. And she got her purple bag she's carrying with her. But anyways, yeah, we're going to have a great show today, or that's the intent of it, to say the least. And Monday, I'll go ahead and let you guys know I'm going to have a special guest on my show. It's Mike Newland. He's the director of Agriculture and Business Development, Propane Education and Research Council. That's a mouthful. But looking forward to having him on my show. We're going to talk about propane equipment. So, again, that's Mike Newland. He's going to be on my show Monday. So put that in your. Katie, you should see this picture or meme or mime or whatever those things are. Corey sent me. Yeah. You ought to see it. Look, it's kind of funny. You guys looking sideways.
Oh, good.
Good. That's good, Corey. Absolutely. He's got his earbuds in too. Katie?
He's listening in.
Yeah. Katie don't have her earbuds in this morning. Yeah. Oh, okay. I got you. All right. Speaking of trouble, here comes Matt Griffin coming in hot. Let's see. Matt, we're getting there, buddy. There we go. How you doing today?
Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah.
I am doing fantastic. How about yourself?
Good, man. Good. I think so anyway, man. We're looking down on grass, so we're beating some of them, right?
You're absolutely right. Beautiful weekend.
Yeah.
Can't be any better.
Well, tell us about it, man. Tell us the good news.
Well, good news for some, bad news for others, as is usual in weather.
Yeah.
So, it's obviously in the Ohio Valley, and I would say even a lot of the plains today, going to be a pretty nice weekend here, where it's going to be more active. A couple areas, at least throughout the day today, folks in the Northeast, upstate New York, areas towards, say like Long Island, New Hampshire, Vermont, Massachusetts, Western Maine in particular. going to be a lot of rain today, really throughout the day. Some areas, when all said and done throughout the day today, could certainly end up with over 1 to 2 inches of rain
Oh
in some of
my.
those spots. Yeah, so heavy and a little bit active today to the north and to the east. And then shifting gears from there to the southeast, going to be an active day there as well. There's going to be multiple shots of some thunderstorms here from folks, I'd say Alabama, southern Georgia, Florida. There'll be multiple rounds today, especially this afternoon. Widespread scattered thunderstorms, even a few stronger storms possible there. Saturday, much more of the same areas: Alabama, Georgia, southern South Carolina, Florida, and Sunday as well. So they're going to get kind of 3 days of a bit of an onslaught, and I think even more storms getting into Monday, especially into Georgia and Florida here. And that's going to set the stage for, some of those areas down in Georgia and Florida may end up with, 4+ inches of rain. That's how active and how heavy it can be in
Dang.
some of those spots. Dang
What's
is right.
causing all that? I mean, what brings what? I know it's moisture content, so that sounded stupid. I know it was a question, but
No,
why
it's not a stupid question.
Why do some of them have 4 inches and some of them have an inch and 8 and so on and so forth?
Yeah, well, a couple things as far as the overall variation. There should be pretty decent coverage of those into Georgia and Florida. I'd say 2 inches plus. But as far as the sporadicness of the coverage, a lot of that has to deal with thunderstorms. Like yesterday around the Ohio Valley, rainfall totals were extremely messy. I mean, my house, I got near an inch, and literally 5 miles north of me, 0. No rain. And so that you kind of deal, especially Florida, they're probably used to that, those hitting this type of thunderstorms. But with this system in particular, we've got a bit of you remember that when I talked to you last time, I talked about a cutoff low.
The cutoff low,
Low.
getting stuck. Yeah.
Right. And so in this case, we're going to be dealing with another one that's going to be kind of cut off to the west of the southeast U.S. And what that's going to do east of that upper level low is just going to continue to pump up moisture into those areas. It's going to provide lots of lift, continuous upward motion in the atmosphere. And so that's kind of almost not necessarily a pure atmospheric river type of event that you may hear about in the Pacific Northwest, but it's just an endless stream here through the weekend into early next week in those areas. Now, with that upper level low, it eventually does start to meander north and east. And so as we get into next week, Tennessee Valley, Ohio Valley, kind of those areas, there'll be multiple shots of rain. I think especially getting into the afternoons, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, kind of rain kind of flaring up, so to speak. It's another upper level low pressure system. And so it'll probably behave pretty similar to that last kind of episode we had around the Kentucky Derby, which got in, by the way. Thankfully, I lost the money, but it doesn't matter. But, there'll be multiple shots of rain getting into next week. As far as further north, and you can tell here, I'm kind of pinballing back between different areas here. I do think things can start to pick up getting into next week as well, especially in the northern plains. There's kind of a low pressure system that develops behind that upper level low. And then I think we need to watch getting into late next week around here into the weekend. I think there's some opportunities for some storms, and some of the storms kind of in our neck of the woods into the Ohio Valley, I'm concerned could be, we're talking about even some severe weather.
Really?
Next week. Yeah. So beyond that, I think as we head post May 15th, I think there can be a few rounds of some thunderstorms here from northeastern Texas through the Tennessee and I would say especially the eastern half of the Ohio Valley, where there can be some bouts of some rain, some storms, and even some potential severe weather. Where things are a little bit more tricky is kind of areas in between northern plains in Ohio Valley and Tennessee Valley on how the rain's kind of set up post May 15th. Those folks will have some opportunities, but that's kind of the area where things are probably a little bit more messy in those spots. At least that's our thinking for now.
When are we going to dry out?
I had a sneaking suspicion you were going to ask that question. We talked kind of about the pattern at length here this morning, and there's a little bit of variability on when that happens. I think it's a question of when, not if. It could happen as early as, I would say, getting into very early June. There's a couple of factors at play. We're still concerned about these upper level lows through May and perhaps very early June. If they start to get caught up more on the East Coast, which is a risk, we probably start turning drier here sooner than later. But I think it's probably, as far as a more persistent type of drying out pattern, that probably doesn't happen based off what we're looking at today. Probably not till after let's call it the first week of June. That's when the drier trends, I think, get a little bit more persistent, consistent for us. And I think that's
We were hoping you were going to tell us a lot sooner than that. Just saying.
I know. As a forecaster, you get the honor and the privilege of being the bearer of bad news.
Yes, absolutely. and I guess if you're selling windshield wipers and shit like that, and you're the bringing good news, right?
I guess, yeah.
Oh,
But I know that it's a pain for everybody, right?
yeah,
it's
crazy.
Scheduled crews and
That
so
whole
on and so
thing.
forth. At least it saves you money on irrigation.
Yeah, true. People aren't having to run their irrigation systems, and all the plants we're putting in, they're getting good water. We know we ain't got to worry about the customer not watering. So
yeah, right, exactly.
But it's working out. So this still coming in Monday time frame
Yep.
for us.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think is it going to be like I know we're several days out, but I mean,
Sure.
we going to get to work Monday morning and early afternoon, or what do you think? Or is it more? What do you think? Just guessing. I won't hold you to it. Not
well,
yet.
I think getting into Monday, and let's call it Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, really. I think the morning will be your best opportunity to get work in because I'm concerned that as we get into the afternoon, coverage starts to flare up a little bit. There probably will be some chances around in the morning. As we get more into higher res data, we can start to pinpoint, what's going to be the exact coverage here. But I do foresee this kind of a situation where in the morning you just don't have that juice, so to speak, that fuel from the sun to really spark things up. So I would expect things to be pretty light and pretty minimal.
Right.
From your end, and it probably depends on the property and how much rain we've gotten. Would you guys be able to mow and work with like a light shower or a drizzle around, or is that something that deters you too?
Mowing wise, it depends on the properties,
Yeah.
Now if it's ongoing rain, we generally don't, but if it rains and stops, we know, contractors know the jobs they can and can't get on when they're wet,
Right. But I'm sure those hilly surfaces are probably a no-go,
but but as far as like mulching and trimming and things like that, we can certainly, get involved in staying on top of that. It's like yesterday, we had the scattered showers around. So we weren't spraying lawns, but we were still doing everything else that we do,
Gotcha.
So,
right.
But
that makes sense.
I was something to be thinking about for next week when we talk, potentially maybe on Wednesday or whatever, whenever it is. Daniel is getting a patio door replaced next Friday. So kind of that'll be the thing to think about. He's wanting to know if they're going to be able to do his patio door or have to put it off because it's raining, So
yeah, I don't. Obviously we're quite a ways out.
Yeah, don't even guess at that now, because if it's good, he'll be happy, and if it's bad, he'll be sad. So,
Well, my gut for now says he'll be able to get it. I don't think Friday. We're talking about an all day rain. If anything on Friday, it'd be kind of more or less a wave that moves through, in my opinion. Not an all day lose.
Okay,
So
I gotcha.
he should be able to get it in. Stay tuned.
Stay tuned for future
Great.
updates, Daniel.
Yeah,
Sounds good.
that's right.
Yeah, but I appreciate that, man. Hey, I appreciate all the navigation you guys have given us at BAM Weather to help us at Wayne's Lawn Service. You know, just this week alone. I mean,
Right.
because we're I hate to even say this because I know it's going to be bad come back on me, but it's just been so wet, and then, in July when we're talking, I'll be complaining to you, Matt, that we've been so dry, but
It's never perfect.
it is.
The weather's never perfect for anybody.
The only thing that was perfect was your winter treatment you gave us. So we do appreciate you taking care of the winter opportunities for us, man. But
you're happy with that. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Let's see. I just had a guy text me something. Got a couple good questions actually for you.
Okay.
One is, what would be a good BAM plan for a small company?
Yeah, I think for a small company, you get in just on the pro. So you're going to get one location. You're going to get the ability for access a meteorologist. You don't need an extra location. You don't need an extra sub user for now. But I think if you're running a business, you'll want to talk to a meteorologist. So you definitely want that pro package where you have access to a meteorologist.
And that's 24/7 for you guys that don't understand that.
24/7. We have a team. We've got 12 meteorologists that work here. And so there is always somebody on the clock monitoring for chats to come in. So it could be 2 p.m. or it could be 2 a.m. And you'll message us. And when you message, everyone on the team can see it, but there's going to be, one or two people who are kind of, that's going to be their job, is answering folks. At times it could be yours truly.
Awesome. Hey, we just had somebody else text in and say they started your pro version here off the radio, and
perfect.
That was for, I guess he was telling Mike is the gentleman. He's down toward Southern Kentucky, Tennessee area.
Okay.
And he's the one said, what should he have? And this other fella, Aaron, said he started the pro version with you guys through us. So
yeah, I would definitely recommend the pro version. That way you can message us, you can discuss, because I've talked about this in some of your past podcasts where numbers on a screen, it's really tough to make those decisions. It's how you interpret that, and we can give recommendations. We're obviously not going to tell you what to do and how to run your business, but if I'm on a chat with somebody and I honestly don't think say they need an 2-hour dry gap throughout the day to get their work done or whatever project they're working on, I don't think that's possible. I'm literally going to say, I don't think you get that.
Yeah. I know you've told us, y'all have helped us make that decision before with that. And you hate to hear it, but it's like, 99% of the time we listen, sometimes we're hard headed because it's partly cloudy and you tell us it's going to rain in about an hour and 40 minutes or so. We're like, damn it, let's go do what we can do,
Right.
But at least we know where it's probably going to end.
Right. We're human, right?
Yeah.
We're not always going to be 100% perfect. But I can guarantee you we're going to do our damnness to look into the details and to give you our best forecast and the best kind of action items that you can take out of that. So,
deal. Well, he said he's going to be looking into BAM Pro today. Is there anything special he needs to do?
No, I mean, he can, the site should be fairly self-explanatory.
Just go to bamwx.com, right?
Yes, sir. Go to bamwx.com and sign up for it. And if he has any questions, I mean, there's ways to reach us on our website. You can ask us, if you need help signing up or you got more questions, you can literally ask us questions on the website and we can help navigate you. You may even for a brief time be talking to me, because sometimes I monitor that as well to help people. Or you could, email me personally, Matt at bamwx.com, and I can help you that way as well. So there's multiple ways.
Yeah.
Social media, you can reach out to us as well, ask questions there. But should be self-explanatory when you go to the website.
Good deal.
If it's not,
So, yeah. So, but Mike, I think it'd be a great choice. That's what I'm going to say. So,
yeah,
it's
absolutely.
we've been involved with BAM now for several years, and they've always done a good job by us. So I would certainly recommend anybody that wants to have accurate weather forecasting and access 24/7 to a meteorologist and that whole thing. I mean, I know it gives us peace of mind. It doesn't make us feel any better about what the heck's going to be happening with the weather, but it gives us peace of mind, Matt, of knowing, hey, sometimes it's good to know you got 2 hours,
Right.
or so, and there's the value in it. And like I always say, and I mean this 100%, if you guys don't get the value of what BAM cost, uh, I just ain't going to believe that you don't. I just if you implement one or two things that they say is going to happen weather-wise and make a better choice because of it, you're paying for what they charge for the service. So that's
right. And we talked about this before. One day of scheduling and paying out labor, probably in itself, probably for even most businesses is there you go. There's your ROI. One day, one decision. But I appreciate you're such a good cheerleader for us, Lane.
I just know how it helps us, and I want anybody else to get help if they really want it. It's you got to just. Hey, I don't know. This is probably a terrible comparison, but it's kind of like being an alcoholic or addicted to something. You got to realize yourself you need help before you go get it.
Yeah.
And when you want to stop listening to the people that are on TV selling groceries to listen to their weather forecast, and you want something really to run your business by, then these guys at BAM would do it for you. Hey, one more quick thing I want to ask you about. And and this doesn't relate to Louisville, Kentucky at all, my area.
Okay.
You all put out your preliminary hurricane forecast the other day.
Yes, sir.
And whatever those numbers are, I mean, I'm looking right at it, but I mean, it's got like 2 to 4 major hurricanes, 6 to 9, hurricanes. How do you predict or forecast? Now, I guess it's more forecasting. How do you forecast something that's going to happen August through October? I mean, how do you come up with numbers like that just quickly?
Well, as far as the numbers are concerned, a lot of that, there's a little bit of, I would call it forecaster discretion to this. But what we do, making that map in particular, the hurricane outlook, or the long range map, is we go back in the past in years that have had a similar weather pattern, and we try to figure out, okay, what was the hurricane activity in those years? Where did they land? Why is that? How many hurricanes did they produce? How many major hurricanes did they produce? What years in the past fit better where we're at and where we're expected to go? What years are the closest? What years are kind of loose as far as their similarities? And so going back in the past, we can kind of shift that forward with our thinking of how things evolve and come up with an idea of how the hurricanes play out. So
Gotcha.
It's a lot of looking at the past. Obviously, there are, from our end, there are models we can look at, right? From a distance, an extended distance, even that far out to October. Are they completely reliable? Are they perfect? Absolutely not. They can give you general ideas. They could also be very wrong. But what you would hope to see is you go back in the years in the past that fit kind of the same kind of progression and how things played out. And ideally, what those years look like also looks like some of the more extended modeling data. And then that starts to build confidence a little bit when you start to
I
see that.
gotcha.
So there's a lot of things that go into it here. For those, obviously, your listeners can't see, but our hurricane outlook favors kind of more mid-Atlantic, East Coast hurricanes, and then more kind of Western Gulf Coast hurricanes, and it's below normal for much of Florida towards South Carolina.
I see. They would like to have a little break after last year, I guess, huh?
No kidding. I would say, I mean, gosh, seems like the past 2 or 3 years, there's been some pretty big ones towards Florida. So that doesn't mean below normal. Doesn't mean they don't get one.
Yeah,
because
right.
it's Florida, and normal is more than one. But should be below normal for those areas. Hopefully, they can avoid the big one. That would be ideal.
We got a gentleman over around Chesapeake Bay area has got a question, and
Okay.
he said, "Is it true that 35% is coverage area and not chance?"
Yeah. So he's
So,
talking about,
like when you say there's a 30% chance of showers, is that coverage area, or what does that actually mean?
Yeah. So that's a great question. I would say most of the time, from our perspective, meteorology perspective, they usually will refer to that as an area coverage, especially when you look at it on an application. That's going to be more area coverage, but at the same time, that does more or less give you your chance as well. So if 30% of your, let's call it a 20-mile radius, is going to see scattered thunderstorm, well, that's essentially saying you've got a 30% chance of seeing a thunderstorm as well. So it's almost both. When I try to answer folks directly, I take it. I'm giving a forecast how I would think most people would take it. Like, what are my chances of actually seeing the precipitation at that time? 30, I think 30% or 20%. Some people like the numbers. Some people don't. They just like it, kind of a yes or no question. Do I get precipitation or not? But most of the time, it's discussed in the percents on screen area.
I got you.
Great question.
Well, cool. All right. Well, hey, Matt, I appreciate you going overtime again, man. I don't want to take your whole day up. I feel like I'm robbing too much time from you, but
hey, listen, outside of kind of the East Coast, it's mostly quiet from the Ohio Valley into the Northern Plains, where we've got a good chunk of folks. So there's some light little showers up by the Fargo area right now, but nothing too detrimental. So
all right. Well, certainly do appreciate you hopping on, and again, I appreciate everything BAM does for us here at Wayne's Lawn Service, and you guys that are interested, Mike, I'm sure reach out to them, and they'd be glad to help you, man. And I'm 100% confident you will not be disappointed if you hook up with the guys at BAM, man. They're worth every penny. So
yeah, absolutely. And Mike, if you do sign up and you get on the pro package, send us a message in chat. I'd love to kind of be introduced to you as soon as you sign up. So hopefully you do, and if so, I look forward to working with you.
Good deal. All right, Matt, have a great weekend, my friend.
You as well. Have a good one, Wayne.
All right, thank you. Talk to you next time. Bye-bye.
Of course. Bye-bye.
I wanted to talk a little bit, Daniel, and get your input on it seems, the trend this month has been less calls in for service compared to normal. And, as the phone rings, isn't that crazy? But we've had a lot of calls that are, I don't want to call them useless calls, but just
more
one time. Can you cut my yard one time?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not good leads.
And I wonder too if that, because it's been so wet. Do you think that maybe that could play a role into why this has been extended into
I think the extended calls for the one-time mows has got something to do with it. That's why we're getting those later than normally we get them. Normally, that's just like a starting the year off in April kind of time frame.
Yeah.
But it's been so wet, people can't get to their yards, and then their push mower can't get through it.
Yeah.
Because they haven't been able. They're working during the day, so they can't take advantage of a dry slot.
Yeah.
And then we've had several weekends where it's not been good weather. So then they call us and they're 10 inches tall.
Yeah.
And then they can't get through it with their 22-inch Murray, push more. So not making fun of Murray push mowers, just I reference that because that's what I started WLS with, a 22-inch Murray push mower. I mean, I don't even know what's out there now like that in the residential market, but the reality of it is that our phone's not ringing with good quality leads as normal. We're spending more money than normal to make the phone ring. So I do thank God that we decided to do that a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
Because that'd be even less calls potentially.
Right.
And I'm just curious what's happening with you guys, or what are you all seeing, or in your markets? This could be very market driven, very regionally driven. I mean, or it may be a common issue.
I feel like it might be somewhat nationwide just due to uncertainty. There's a lot of stuff out there that's talking about, oh gosh, just something's going to happen, so that gets people afraid, whether it's happening now or not, or whether it even ever would happen. But people start to think, oh, I gotta save $200 to $300 a month, whatever, to do whatever. And so I think that maybe from a cost perspective, or a saving money perspective, I think that could certainly get people to cut back, especially when it comes to things like landscapes that may be a little bit more expensive than just getting fert and weed or mowing or something like that.
Corey said he's doing okay. He's almost at capacity, so that's cool. And that's the good thing about being smaller sometimes.
Yeah, and it depends what your goals are too, right? That's a big thing. If you
max out on capacity faster.
Yeah, and if you have any like established business though should be pretty close to a capacity.
Yes.
I mean that just tends to make sense. But if you're looking to add on one-time work like a landscape or like a lighting or hardscape or whatever, that's where capacity becomes a little bit bigger, depending on what services you're offering.
Right.
You can say, oh, we're not going to do it for 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 weeks. So I think it depends what your goals are too. Are you trying to grow X%? Or are you just trying to keep things where they are? Or, what are your goals?
Yeah.
So
that is it. Fred sent a thing in here. Our friend up there around Indianapolis area, he says they're also getting less calls, but closing percentage rates are up. And I think ours are too. And actually, Katie's looking. We just looked at that the other day, and I asked her to look it up for me. So, yeah, I mean, overall, thanks, Katie. I appreciate that. Overall, between all of us, we're closing about 59% of the people we're seeing on landscape. So, I don't know. For us, I mean, that's pretty good, I think. I mean,
yeah. And maybe that has to do with people that are calling are just typically going to be more serious about it.
The ones that are calling want something, and there's less tire kicking going on.
Yeah, the tire kickers are saving money right now.
Yeah, 58.7% is our collective close rate. So, and that's good. That's up a little from normal.
And that kind of goes back to the discussion that you had on revenue versus profit, right? Like having a 59% close rate in a vacuum is great, right? Like that's a great thing.
Yeah.
But then when you combine that with the other fact of total volume of calls being down, that's where you do start to take the other part of the picture and put it into play of how do we get that back up?
Yeah.
Sometimes, being 1 for 1 is 100%, but you need more than one job to.
Yeah. It's kind of like not losing any customers. We joked about the other day. See, so yeah, we're not going to put him on. That was the carpet guy. We're not going to put him on without warning to you all. Oh my God, that's funny. But no, Fred, I'm glad to hear your numbers, your closed numbers are up too, and I think it does have to do with the quality of calls we are getting are better leads, and therefore we're able to work with them. And maybe some of the close percentages is, uh, I mean, give us getting pat everybody on the back that's out selling, right? I mean that's number one, but also some of that may be you've got more time to spend on
Good leads.
good leads too.
Yeah.
Because sometimes it can get fairly hectic. Now, when you got a whole lot sitting out there on the burner and you're trying to get a lot of proposals together and that whole thing, and sometimes a day's too long, and if you can't source plants, I mean, just like something simple, I mean, we had an account that we got in the ground today, but we needed 40 purple creeping phlox for the job, and you wouldn't think that would be hard to source, but this time of the year, it took a minute to get 40 of them, that were relatively decent looking. So, but that gave us a little more time to work on something like that when, everything else is in place, but and then they were finally deciding, well, we can go with another color if we need to, man, they want to get it done. It's, I get that too. So, but, Kyle did a really great job of finding he actually found those for me as an account I was working with. And we got those bad boys in the ground today. So landscape
those
complete
on our weekly recap video on YouTube.
Yeah. Tell them a little bit about that.
Yeah, so we're doing a new series. We started it, I think, the last week of March, but we're just kind of seeing what we're doing throughout each day, and taking some video for you guys. It's here in the office, in the field, out, doing whatever we're doing during the day, kind of recapping at the end and saying, hey, here's what we did, here's what we, went on, all that kind of stuff throughout the week, and then put out that video. So you can kind of see what it's like to be inside a 7-figure lawn business, and from the production side, which most people are familiar with, but they still, it's still entertaining. But even more importantly, I think from the office administration management side of, how you do manage that when you get to that level.
Yeah.
Just be like, here's what you need to start thinking about if you want to get there. Here's what you need to, what skills maybe you need to develop and things to get better at.
And doing it on a simplistic way is how we're doing it too. It's not like sometimes, people want to make things difficult for you. I mean,
this is literally just like you could imagine, like a behind the scenes at a lawn and landscape, 7-figure lawn and landscaping business.
Yeah.
So we're not over exaggerating, over explaining anything. It's just, hey, here's what we did. Just some things to think about kind of when you.
Yeah. Here's what happened today. Matter of fact, I think the other day I shared, what I do? I went and, God, what did I do? Oh, when I went to Caroline and Brooklyn's Derby parade at school, it's like knowing that, hey, man, it's important to throw free time in. And even though it may be during the day, take the time to go, if you got to do something, go do it.
Yeah. Getting your hair cut or whatever. There's a lot of things.
Got my hair cut the other day.
Yeah. There's a lot of things that.
Yeah, a lot of little things. So anyway, check that out. Just check that out. We didn't mean to go down that road that far, but yeah, check that out. I think you'll enjoy that.
It's on our YouTube channel.
Yeah. So, but anyways, wanted to talk a little bit about that end of it, though, not our video, but the phone not ringing and what are you doing about it, really? What are you doing about it? Are you taking and trying to either put additional money into some advertising? Or, okay, well, Wayne, I don't have the money to put into the advertising. Well, are you taking the time to reach out to your existing customer base and ask them, hey, do you know anybody could utilize our services? That's something that doesn't cost you a penny. How'd that turn out, Chris? I know it looked awesome if y'all did it. Yeah. But the A team's on it. Yeah, there you go. But that's the thing is, you can't just say the phone's not ringing. The answer is, what are you doing about it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that's where I think we might have mentioned this Wednesday or on some, maybe it wasn't even on the show. Why it's important to nurture and build a community within your existing clients. And that's why,
Yes.
Having relationships through social media, email marketing, that kind of thing, where people are your mowing clients, your fert and weed, your old landscaping clients, they can remember you. They can see that you're still adding some sort of value to their landscape experience. Then when you do want to go back and target those people, they remember you. They know who you are, and they still have that relationship with you.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely. And and you can go really inexpensive on contacts too. It's like yesterday we were putting together we actually started on it Wednesday, I think, putting together a landscape lighting piece. And then yesterday we worked on it for a while, off and on. I mean, what, hour and a half or so, wasn't it? I mean, we worked on it off and on. And then because the night before we actually said, all right, let's everybody take one home and have our significant other take a look at it. And Kyle was funny yesterday, came back in and he says, all right, everybody have their roommates. He called them their roommate review. He said, everybody get their roommate reviews. And it was funny. Katie, myself, and Daniel did not. Kyle was the only one that did it. And Kyle's like, who would have thunk I was the only one that did my homework? Because that wasn't his forte. Was it, Daniel?
No.
But he came back with his roommate review, and we it was funny. So I got my roommate review last night. So, Katie, did you get your roommate review? Katie still has it, but I think we can trust Alyssa's point of view on this. She's very smart, but maybe we got to reach out to Alyssa and get. Katie does like 10,000 edits yesterday. She probably didn't want to see it again last night. She'd have puked. So, all right, thanks. So, but Katie said somebody's getting ready to walk in our office. I hope they don't have a gun.
Okay.
But no, it's what are you going to do, and are you going to work on it a little bit? We did come up and develop and implement that flyer, and so what we decided to do was simply do a little test market last night.
Yeah.
And
I
very
think,
very limited.
Yeah, I think that's a good thing to do, and whether it's social media, you can actually do this, or flyers or whatever. What do they call that when you do two separate two? Gosh, what's it called? You know what I'm trying to say? That the two, it's like having two group, like a control group, maybe. I don't know if that's the right word. It's like an A group and a B group, and you just kind of see which one gets more action, and then you can go from there. And it's like, okay, well, let's do that again, maybe even like let's make some edits and see.
Yeah.
People like this aspect of this, but they didn't like this, so let's take that off of this and make some edits, and then the B,
try it again.
The B one becomes the A one. There's a new B one.
Right.
So
because I mean, because we know last night. I mean, so I decided, okay, I'd take these out and I would go out and pass them out. This is something that to be on my video today. Just because I'm the owner doesn't mean I'm exempt from being involved in field work and field study.
Yeah.
If you will. So I took 250 flyers, which is no volume at all. I want you guys to understand that.
Right. But it can be a good starting point for sure.
We did
when it comes to testing something.
Yeah, we just wanted to test. So what I did was basically take flyers for my neighborhood and put them out. We had two different looks on a flyer to see if it mattered. And we really even talk about market research. It's going to be skewed for sure because what we did with it, we took we had one tagline or one line on 50 of the 250 to see, because we couldn't decide if we liked it. And I'm going to get your all's opinion on it. And what it is simply this. We came up with a tagline. Now, again, this was strictly a landscape lighting.
Yeah, just a bullet point on a flyer.
Bullet point on a flyer. And Hey, if you all will not hurt her feelings if you tell if it's the dumbest shit you've ever heard in your life, or it's hey man, that might work, or that ain't gonna work, or you won't hurt our feelings. That's why we're putting it out here to Turf's Up Radio Nation. Is but what we decided to put on it was try before you buy.
Yeah.
Try before you buy.
So our flyer, we made it very minimalistic as far as verbiage, so people don't get overwhelmed. They actually look at what's on there, and I think we had 4 bullet points.
Yes.
4 of the things we found most important that would make people respond in some way. Obviously a positive way, but to some part of the 4 things, somebody would respond at least to one of those enough to be interested. So our thought was try before you buy gets you thinking, or the person that likes that concept, I guess, of I want to see it before I invest in it. Get that person interested enough to go, okay, hey, I don't know if I like this yet, so let me see it. Let me see
yeah.
what it's going to be like.
So what we have, just to give you all a little background on what we already have, is we've got like a demo box, or a demo series of lights.
Let's not tell them yet, because we want them completely unaware, the same way that
you're the consumer looking at it.
Yeah.
So give us
basically, what if you saw a try before you buy on a landscape lighting? First of all, does that pique your interest? Because that's really all that matters. It doesn't matter that you understand what that means. It doesn't matter that you don't know exactly what that entails. All that really matters is that piques your interest enough for you to call us.
Yeah. Or think about it.
Hopefully call.
Think about it first, then call. No, you're right. The ultimate is call. That's 100% right, Daniel. So get somebody out there. I know we got a few of you guys listening. Somebody call us or text us. Either way, you can call if you want. 502-550-8307. 502-550-8307. Give us a call. Give us a text.
Yeah.
On what you think about the try before you buy line.
Another thing we put on there. Do you happen to remember? I remember several of the points. One was try before you buy. One was
Katie, can you print one of those for us real quick?
Or just tell us what what was the 4 bullet points on there? The try before you buy.
Oh, there it is right there. Kyle's got his. He's really done great on his homework.
Turning it into the professor.
He's turning into the professor on this. Oh, for you guys watching this on YouTube later, there it is right there. That's what we got. But our bullet points are premium fixture selections with a lifetime warranty, financing available, try before you buy, and optional Bluetooth color control.
So really, the first one is a 2-for-1. Really, you have the premium fixture, showing people that it's very, very nice, and then what was the second? The warranty.
The warranty.
So that's kind of a 2-for. The warranty, of course, being hey, this is a one-time purchase.
We're not selling anybody $40 lights or $50
and that's what we're getting across. Hey, it's premium, but it's a lifetime warranty too, so it's nice, and you're never going to have to replace it. In theory.
So. But so we'll see, and we'll let you guys know too. And it was funny when Chad looked at this yesterday, before he had even seen it. He mentioned the fact, man, y'all, on the bottom of that, the red thing needs to say "try before you buy." So we and then we said, "Damn, we got that on there." So we'll let you know. I mean, like I said, I took 250 of them home with me last night, passed them out. So far today, we've had 0 calls. I did see 4 laying in my street when I came to work this morning, or laying in the street out of my subdivision. So people didn't get them out of their box, and we had a little wind last night. So I'm fully expecting a call maybe from our HOA about, hey, y'all mind coming picking this shit up out of the street? I don't know. We'll find out if that happens or not. But Corey says the Bluetooth color control would make him want to call instantly.
There you go. And that's really
So-
just all of these things we're trying to get at least one of them to appeal to you.
To somebody. Yeah, that's right. What, just somebody that it's important to. And the financing side of it.
Yeah, all of the points. The
All-
financing, the
you know-
warranty, the try before you buy, the high techness of it, and
The
the
premium.
all those
Premium.
different factors of
And
it.
and hopefully it does weed out the cheapskates. You're right. I mean, that's we got that text also that all that is saying is
It's not cheap.
it ain't cheap.
Yeah.
So somebody that's expecting a
And I still think people will, in general, people call about services that, especially if you don't have pricing on your website, which I know there's definitely cons to that, then people will call because they have no idea how much landscape lighting costs.
Right.
You just don't know until you figure it out.
yeah. So we'll see. I'm excited to see. Statistically, we should get one call. That was if you look at statistics on flyers, it's 0.5% return rate is average what it is. So we're at Chad. See,
Yeah,
with
that'll be our-
no, actually, we're still working on it.
Because I think another that we kind of talked about the alternative to try
It
before
was
you
free.
buy.
What though? Free
Demo. I think
free
is what
demo.
we landed on, right?
Free demo.
Because that's another one that instead of the try before you buy, the free demo that we kind of played with, which I think and Chad was talking about this as well, with free being something that pops out on a page that makes people really interested as well. So you almost have another 2-for-1 right there, free, and you're trying it before you buy it, but it emphasizes the free.
And that's where we're trying to find out. Nobody's commented on our try before you buy yet, but certainly Corey or somebody's got an opinion on that.
Okay.
Fred, do you have an opinion on it? If you're still listening to us, I know we've went over on our time, but the reality of it is, the try before you buy concept is, when I first saw it, am I okay to tell them about it now, or should we wait?
Yeah, you can tell.
When I first saw, because I don't want to influence anybody's decision on what you think about it, because we really want unbiased opinion on it, because you guys know the lighting side of our business is new. We're roughly a year into it, not quite, so we're still trying to fine tune things, and you see what you see online, but then we also want to come up with our own marketing concept that works as well, based on our clientele that we're wanting to attract. But when I first saw the try before you buy, and it may be my age group, I was thinking, I said, well, why we want to install lights at somebody's house and then they don't want to buy it, then they take it out.
Yeah.
But that's not the concept of the try before you buy.
Right. And I think has to be, I mean, maybe there of course is different perspectives and mindsets out there. There's a million different ways to read a sentence and interpret it. But I have to believe that somebody will read something, understand that they have to call, then call to get more information on something, though, right? Like, I don't know. I just think if it were me, I wouldn't just assume because the way I interpret it, that's the way that they're going to do it.
I'm going to send this.
And be okay with that, too. Like, if I think, I thought this coupon for 50% off, a pizza when I get there. Oh, well, it's 50% off if you do what? I don't know. I don't know what a good example is. But my point being, like, just because you interpret something a certain way, as the consumer, and I could be wrong on this, and I might be wrong on this, but I feel like most people understand that just because they interpret something a certain way doesn't mean that's the way that it one is, and two, if it's not that way, that they're going to be upset about that.
Yeah. And we do have a call to action on here as well. We didn't go over that, just so you guys know. We do have a call to action on it. But Kyle's actually going to do a short video there's going to be a QR code on this thing.
Yeah.
Where
well, there currently is one that people can scan, and it'll take them to our landscape lighting page on our website.
yes,
So even that, maybe we could. I don't know. Maybe not with the video, but I think just additional information for sure with that video will be very helpful.
be helpful. And kind of what we came up with yesterday. Lost my train of thought on the try before you buy thing. Oh, that people would call even if they thought they were going to get a full set of lights. Then we
Yeah,
could tell
because
them
people have to call.
'cause-
There's no way that people are going to see this in their brain, go, "Oh, I want to try before I buy," and then just expect us to show up without calling. They have to call. There's no other way that they can get their free try before you buy or free demo or whatever, unless they call or contact us in some way.
right.
This isn't a, hey, we're coming to your house, regardless if you want it to install these lights
Right.
on this date at this time. So you don't have to contact us in any way to learn more. See you at Tuesday at 2 p.m.
Yeah.
We're going to install this, and if you like it, then you can keep it.
Yeah.
Like, that's not what this is. It's a informational piece.
And
that
we're not
they-
trying to be deceptive either,
Well, I don't even think it's deceptive in any way. I don't feel it's deceptive in any way.
And now you all know why we spent 4 hours on 4 topics to go on here. But yeah, right.
And nowhere on there does it say anything about get a full system set up, completely installed, and if you like it, you keep it.
So what we actually do for somebody, regardless, Kyle has a demo kit that he has put together with a couple up lights, a wash light, a couple path lights, and from Aaron. Kyle said Aaron Walls helped us with this, the Purple Walrus. But so we got a demo kit that, and they're the full color changing lights. So Kyle will go put this up for somebody, this volume of light, so they can see a little bit of all of it, and they get to see it at night on their house. We install the app for them, and they can fool with it for a couple days to see if they like it. So it's really more of a demo / then we leave it for them to look at it a couple nights to see how cool it really is if they want to go that route. And if not, then they can go the non-color changing Bluetooth control route and be a little less money on their fixtures, But I don't know. Tabitha made a good point last night too. That made me think about that on the color changing. She said, and are we talking ourselves out of holiday lights potentially? And that could be a selling point to these. And I said, no, that is a selling point to these, that, you can make them green and red for Christmas or.
Yeah. I don't
But they're
think these
complementary.
replace holiday lights in any way, personally.
No, it wasn't like
not
I
the same
told her. I said,
look.
it's like the client that we had that spent about $5,000 on both,
Yeah.
He was this guy was really into Christmas, and he got a really nice set of Christmas lights.
Yeah.
As well as a nice set of
Landscape
lighting.
I think if you were to drive down the street and someone had this on during Christmas, you wouldn't say, "Oh, that house has great holiday lights or Christmas lights on."
They're more complementary. That's right. That's a good way of putting it. That's the selling side of this. And we're still learning the selling side too, realistically. Or I am. Let me put it that way. Still making sure I understand what I'm selling. So, but anyways, I was just curious what you guys are doing. We kind of really got more into talking a whole lot about the Aaron said he loves that customer.
The
But-
double buyer.
Yeah, there's Tom. Hey, we're on the radio. That's why I didn't pick up on your phone call, man. Sorry.
We were scared.
We were scared to put you on. We didn't know what would happen. No, but we're just curious, first of all, if your phone calls are down a little bit like ours are, and several of you guys have texted and said, yeah, they are off a little bit. And what you were trying to do to increase the calls and get good calls. Because like our total call number is different. But you know, we're trying to make the phone ring and trying to do it with some decent stuff. But we appreciate y'all's input on our new flyer we got going too. If anybody'd like to see it, we'd be happy to send it to you. I'll take a picture of it and text it to you so we can get your opinion, and you tell us what's wrong with it or what's right with it, and you won't hurt our feelings at all. Because, like I said, we learn equally as much from you guys here on Turfs Up Radio, and together we all get better for it. So hopefully you guys have a good weekend. I guess we'll wrap it up. We're a little bit over. Daniel, anything else? What are you doing this weekend? Fun?
Might have a go to a UFC event party,
Oh, cool.
Lexington. So we'll see. That's the plan, at least.
Nice. We let's see. We have where'd Mike go? Wow, that was crazy.
Try not to get into the octagon if I don't have to.
Cool deal. Matt with Bam Weather just sent me a text. He said Kirk is here in the gym repping his Turfs Up Radio shirt. He
Nice.
tore his sleeves off. I told him I'd tell you he did that. That's funny. Oh my God. I gotta send Matt my picture. Yeah. So, but that's cool. Hey, awesome. Glad that he's repping Turfs Up Radio for us, man. We appreciate it. And they got those guns sticking out, I guess, huh? Rip his,
There you go.
I caught Daniel working out last night.
Yeah.
He was working out hard. When I went over to his house to stop, we were out doing those flyers and by him and had to use the restroom, actually. And I said, Daniel, I'm going to stop by. I got to use the restroom. So he said, come on in. And he was working out, sweating good. What was you working on last night, actually?
Just a little pull workout.
Pool or pull?
Pull.
Pull. Okay. All right. Sound like pool workout.
Not in the pool.
Oh, Lordy. But all right. Well, hey, my truth bomb for today that I want to share with everybody. And we've had lots of good information, but this is just a personal truth bomb that I don't know how I'm going to survive it. I'm going to need some help from you guys. But I just got notified from our park. What's that guy called?
Manager?
Not the park manager.
Or you're talking about the guy that
Gary and Brenda. Yeah,
host.
The host, the campground host. That the lake is not going to be open until August at the earliest now. So
it's crazy.
I'm gonna try to survive. I don't know how I'm gonna do it, but I'm gonna try to survive.
This will be your only second time not being at the lake?
It's going to be longer because even in COVID, we got to go down
but
in June.
Cornfield year.
Oh yeah, the corn year we went. Oh my God, yeah.
He's blocked that out.
I've blocked that out of my memory. We went to another camp. We didn't. Jane was against it the whole way. I'll say that. But we went to another place for 1 year, and she went along with it like everything else,
Yeah.
But yeah, that was the worst thing I ever did. I ain't gonna throw her under the bus, but for worst thing I ever did. But yeah, and then we didn't have any issues at the lake until COVID hit. But even then, we got in right around Father's Day, I think it was, sometime in early June. So this is going to be August. They're going to keep messing around, and we ain't going to have a lake season.
Might be that way.
I mean, I don't know. I got to be thinking about something to do during the summer, man, if I don't have the lake to go to.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I know this would never happen, but this would be such a great opportunity for you all to just hop in the RV and take like a weekend trip to a different lake, different campground or, even just around here, Kentucky, Tennessee, Indiana, it'd be something cool to try.
No, you're right. You're right. Then I have to take my square wheels off and put my round. Who was it? John Stuber used to tell me that all the time. Man, that thing's got square wheels.
Well, it's got new ones now.
Take it somewhere.
New tires on it. So.
Yeah. True that. We've got 7,000 miles on it. It's all that's on it. I've had 2 sets of tires just because they've, just, what they say about tires. We're not getting into all that. So, but anyways, hey, I appreciate each and every one of you guys. And that is my truth bomb for today that, as bad as things can be, you just got to remember that eventually it's all going to be okay. So, with that being said, I appreciate all the text from you guys, y'all's input. We'd love some more input on our landscape lighting flyer that we're putting together. And we know that 250, if anything, is not nearly enough. But we just wanted to, throw a spitball out there and see if it's stuck to the wall or not. And maybe, I don't know, maybe we'll do another 250 or 500 this week and give me something to do over the weekend since we ain't going to the lake. But hey, eventually when we get it drilled in the way we want it, I know we'll probably do 20,000 of these, literally, is what we'll get out. So, but we just want to get them right, or what we perceive to be right, before we launch them. So if any of y'all got any ideas, we're looking for some help, and you guys have a great weekend. And as always, remember, profit is not a dirty word. Good morning, Turfs Up Radio. Waynesville's Profits Unlimited coming to you live from Louisville, Kentucky. Yes, indeedy. Oh, my goodness. We got a drippy day going here. I don't know what it's like where you guys are at, but I know one thing. I'm just a little bit tired of the rain, but that's okay. That's okay. We can't do anything about it, so let's don't sit here and cry about it. It is what it is. Got a little bit of work done this morning. Appreciate our crews getting out. And I don't know, we got about 2.5 hours of production. So we'll see. It beats nothing. And appreciate our friends from BAM Weather, as always, giving us good, solid advice on what to do, what not to do, and how to do it. So I want to give them a big shout out. Appreciate that. And again, it's a big shout out to our crews as well, getting out and doing what we can get done. And because that's all we can do. We A for effort and deal with the weather. That's what we're going to do. So there you go. I hope you guys having a better start to your Monday than we are with the weather wise. But other than that, we had a good start off, good kickoff to the week. And just much as we want to moan and groan and cry a little bit about it, doesn't do any good. I know one thing's allergies are bad, B-A-D, bad, man. And but hey, that'll get better with a little bit of rain that we're going to have off and on today. Looks like this last round will be in here about an hour or so. So we'll see how that all plays out. And hope you guys had a great weekend. Had a good weekend myself. I'm not going to lie. It was pretty daggone good. Had an opportunity to get the Mustang out a little bit and drive around. Got a little sun on my face. Got a little sun on my arm. So that was good time, good trip. And took a little ride Saturday as well. So it was a nice weekend. Too bad we couldn't save a few of these hours. Save a few of those nice hours, for today, but we can't do anything about it. I mean, that's just the way it goes and the way it is. So, but yeah, I had a good weekend. Yesterday, something kicked my butt. Started about the second half of the day, and but last night, and I was like, man, feeling pretty rough. But I don't know. Overnight, it got better. So, just a little temporary stomach bug, I guess, is what it was. But yeah, feeling pretty good. Almost back to 100% today. So we've got a great show planned. We're going to have a special guest on with us today in about 5 minutes, Mike Newland, and looking forward to having Mike on with us on our show. And other than that, it's just going to be another good week. We're going to make it a good week. It's up to us to make it a good week, right? I mean, to half empty, half full, or where's the glass, right? Is the three perspectives we can have as things go along. So that's where we're at, and I hope you had a great weekend. Looking forward to your all's interaction today. I know Mike would love to have some questions on what he's going to talk about as well. but looking forward to that for sure. So I don't want to get into Mike's whole bio and itinerary. I'll let him tell you about that. But Aaron Walls had a great show this morning. Had a gentleman on with Massey Ferguson, and Daniel's show was outstanding as always. And here we are up to show number 3 of the day, profit time. And it is time. There's always a good time for profit time. That's right. So I want to give everybody a shout out that listens to us and live and also on our podcast. The podcast numbers are crazy high for our station. So we appreciate all of that and appreciate you guys sharing it and share the channel. Keep sharing the channel. That's what it's all about. That's our goal here at Turfs Up, is to help elevate and educate the industry, and we do it one contractor at a time. And we'll start with yours. And when we start with yours, that means you help me. And when you help me, we all do better. So if we do better one contractor at a time, we all elevate to another height. And that's the way it goes. So anyways, good morning, Seth. Appreciate you listening. Good. Seth says it's a good day to be a duck. Absolutely, my friend. Absolutely. Oh my God. Well, we did get a little bit in. Seth, curious, how's it down your way? Did y'all get a little bit in, or you not had any rain yet this morning, or you throw in the towel early on? I know it's a lot of different areas experiencing different things weather-wise, but this one's kind of sneaking in from the south and the east, so it's moving north and west, which is a little bit unusual. So, but I don't know. It seems to be pretty normal this year. We've had a lot of this, and I know one thing. I'm ready for it to stop raining. I know I get Matt, my buddy from BAM, on Wednesday with us. We're going to have to figure out what he can do to slow some of this up, but we've had more than our fair share, I'd say. So Aaron says it's raining where he's at too. He said, let's see what he's got going on here. Let's see. Aaron said, might as well get some New Balances shined up, waterproofed. Yeah. Hey, ain't nothing wrong with that. Get them New Balances warmed up. Get them warmed up. I got mine on. Y'all know I got mine on. I don't know if you all hear it or not, but I might need to get a little technical advice here from Daniel. Hey, Daniel, I need a little technical advice over here. It sounds like I got some music in the background. We're looking for a great show today and looking forward to getting Mike on with us. So, Mike, if you want to give us a call whenever you're ready, we are ready, my friend. And looking forward to getting you on with us here on Turfs Up Radio this morning. And Mike comes to us with an extensive background. So I'm sure he's going to be excited to share that with us and pick his brain a little bit. And I know in talking with, let's see, here we go. Wait, let's see what we got going here. Mike, you good?
Yep, I'm ready.
Awesome, man. Well, we are live on Turfs Up Radio. Appreciate you calling in and looking forward to having you on today, my friend. So
good deal. Thank you very much.
Good deal. I'm going to do just a very brief intro and I'm going to let you handle the rest if that's okay.
That sounds good.
Awesome. So we've got Mike Newland with us. He's the Director of Agriculture Business Development, Propane Education and Research Council. That's a mouthful, Mike.
It is. It doesn't fit on business cards very well, to be honest with you.
I can believe it. I can believe it loud and clear. But yeah, tell us a little bit about your background, if you would. I think it'd be better than me reading your bio, I think.
Yeah, that's fine. So, so I've been with the Propane Education Research Council going on 7 years already, and I think you mentioned agriculture, business development, and so that's really where my background's come from. I've been in the ag space for going on, I hate to admit this, probably 27 or 8 years professionally. So that's what I've done most of my professional career. The mowing space is a space I take care of at PERC as well, and I'll just use the word PERC when we start talking about the Propane Education and Research Council.
Yeah.
So I do the mowing space also, but also the other small engines. So we do a lot of business in the concrete finishing world, the scrapers that are, in Walmarts or in the big box stores, scraping and changing floors out and polishing. We do a lot of small engine work there, all on propane as well. So those are kind of the markets that I take care of here at PERC.
I got you. How'd you get into that? How's a fella get into propane education?
Well, I'll tell you, it's probably but as much dumb luck as anything. I think I probably need to tell you more about PERC. So,
Okay.
PERC is a unique organization. We don't sell anything.
All
So I
right.
tell people that my job is to give away money, and it's harder to do than it actually sounds. You would think that job is pretty easy, but I spend money for a living, and a lot of it's on marketing. Some of it's on product development. So we actually make some investments in private product development with companies, and we do that on, anything from a new mower that might get developed to a heater for a livestock building, all the way up to on-road truck engines. So we'll invest some money for the industry, for the propane industry, and so I guess now's the part where I answer your actual question. So
Yeah.
I got involved in it. PERC is a checkoff program. If anybody out there has a tie to agriculture, you may know what a checkoff program is. But it's like the Corn Growers Association, the Soybean Association, the Beef Council. All those are checkoff programs, and PERC is a checkoff program. At its core, what we do, though, is we are funded by the industry, and we've got very specific tasks that we complete for the industry. So we do all the safety training for the industry. So anybody that delivers propane to you at your house, you at your business, all have the ability to be using our training modules on safety. So that's the first key thing that we do. The second thing we do is consumer outreach, which in layman's terms is marketing. All the trade shows that we attend, all the print media you may see, or we actually ran some Olympic ads last year. And then the third thing I've already talked about, which is we invest some money for the industry and development projects to come to market. So,
now, do you guys
and
provide? Excuse me, Mike, just for a second.
Yeah,
From the education side of that, and training, do you guys do like contractor education for like commercial businesses, or is it more of larger groups where you go to like a GI?
No. Nope, absolutely. So for our example today, what we're talking about, or soon to be talking about, mowing. If anybody would get started with propane in their mowing, there's modules on our website that are free to use for the business owner and their staff to learn about, the safety side of propane, how to change cylinders on your mowers, all the best practices. So all that stuff's there. We develop it for every market, and it's free to use, and that's part of what the money that we put into action goes towards. So all those things are free, and they're there for the industry to use as they see fit.
So, me as a commercial landscaper, if we implement propane, for an example, you guys have the training modules that can help us understand it and help our staff understand it. And
absolutely, yeah. As a business owner, you could go in and say that my crew need to know lessons, A, D, and F, and assign those to those guys, and our system will allow those folks to go on and only see those modules, do it, complete them, and then it tracks it for you. So and you've got a record then for all of your staff that they've been trained properly, and you can produce that whenever you need to provide documentation to your local state.
Well, I guess I'm kind of getting ahead of myself with you talking about that right there. Is there anything as a business that I need to do from a regulatory standpoint? If I say, hey, I'm going to implement propane zero turns, or propane
Yeah, I think
forklifts or propane, whatever that may be. Is there a certain level of where do I come to you all to find out what I need to do as well?
Well, I think the best thing to do would be to contact your local fire marshal. They tend to have jurisdiction, and we find because we're a national organization, so everywhere that we go, there's different rules and regulations. But the commonality is the fire marshal should be the person that can help you with that and make sure that you're compliant.
Right.
So if you would make that decision to switch, we encourage people to make two phone calls. One, I think, is to the local fire marshal. The second is to find a propane marketer. So if you don't have a propane marketer today, and you may already, you may be out heating your shop with it or something of that nature, that'd be easy. But if you don't have propane at your business, there's a way on our website to go to propane.com. That's our website. And you can actually type in, find a marketer. You put in your zip code. It'll show you everybody that's selling propane within your local market.
That does work easy. That, you're exactly right. I know just with the propane source that we have here,
yep.
I mean, they are in business to sell propane, but I will say that they're very good at service as well.
Absolutely.
We can tell them, hey, we need to get 8 tanks switched out or 10 tanks switched out. And it is nice having that relationship with somebody.
Absolutely. I think that's key for this to work really well. You got to have a good relationship with your local marketer. They need to know how many mowers you're running, how many hours, all those types of things. And then they're going to get you into a scenario where it is either they're going to bring you filled cylinders and just trade them out for your empties. They may put a cage at your facility if you're burning enough propane, and then they just show up and have access to that cage. So you always have full cylinders. They could fill them on your site. They may bring a delivery truck there and fill your cylinders there. Or in some cases, we've got a lot of larger companies that have a bulk site at their place, and they're filling their own cylinders. So
I'm sure that requires a lot of additional training, doesn't it?
It does. Yeah, that's exactly right. All those folks that are touching that would need to have training, and we've got all that training on our website as well. So, it's really dependent upon are you brand new at propane in general, or do you have an existing relationship? Then once you get into the business side and using propane to mow, how much are you doing? Are you running? How many machines are you running? How much, how many hours? What's your volume going to be? And then that'll really dictate how your local person's going to handle that. And fill cylinders, drop full ones off, or if you're big enough, like I said, you may talk bulk plants and you filling them yourself on site. And what that does for you, it gives you the flexibility to have full cylinders as you need them. Also may open up some buying opportunities for you in that regard if you're taking large enough loads. So there's pluses and minuses to all those a little bit, and just that local person's going to help you walk through it and think through what works best for you.
How many contractors, and not exact number, but I mean, are you seeing more and more contractors going to propane? Because I know it's been what I'm trying to when I talked to Leah a little bit and we were talking about this.
Yep.
I got to thinking about it. Seems like it's been quite some time since propane was introduced to our industry.
It is.
Zero turn.
It's been a while. I would say it's one of our mature markets, meaning we don't see a lot of new innovation in the space. I would answer that by saying it ebbs and flows, and typically we see it ebb and flow with the price of gasoline. As gasoline gets high, we tend to see a lot more interest in propane and new companies starting with propane. If gas is relatively inexpensive, we see the same numbers. We don't lose any usually. Once people get started with propane and see that it works, get past all the stigma of, I can't stop on the corner and fill it up.
Right.
Fill up my cylinders. And, I think people like that safety net if they're running gas or diesel, that they can stop at any convenience store, get a Gatorade and a few gallons of gas. But once you get to that point and you know how to manage your fuel and take an extra cylinder with you on the trailer, most people are staying with us, no matter what the price of gasoline does relative to propane.
Now,
And
are most of the contractors using propane? Are you seeing them? That was going to be my question, and you just kind of answered part of it right there. That they're staying with it, regardless of the price of
yeah,
regular
I'll tell you,
gasoline or diesel, whatever it may be.
yeah, I guess I don't want to use names of contractors, but we've got a contractor that's probably a top 25 in the country that runs nothing but propane, and in fact they run it on their trucks that they're running their crews around in as well. And I tell everybody that company, I don't know what would have to happen for them to leave propane, and I say that because they're a company that does a lot of bids. They do a lot of municipality work. And the fact that they've got a clean alternative fuel listed in their contract bids, I think really helps them get work.
Well, that was going to be a question I had as well for you. How much feedback do you get from contractors that say, hey, this allows us the opportunity to, market that we are a cleaner company, if you will.
That's and everybody's doing it. So we get a lot of feedback, and reading the tea leaves on the ones that don't give us that direct feedback, we watch the contracts that they're winning, and I promise they're talking about a clean fuel.
Now, you hear of companies talking about, Mike, of the contracts that the people that are in search of these contracts, not the contractor, but the municipalities, let's say, that they're giving preferential, not treatment. That's not the right word. Consideration, if they are using a clean fuel. Do you see any of those contracts across the country?
Yeah, it depends on where you're at. And most people, and I think you're exactly right, I think they get scored differently if you're using an alternative fuel.
Right.
The one thing that, and people listening may not know this, but the government has indicated that propane's a clean alternative fuel. And, when you look at us versus electric, I'll just back up. In every chance I get, I tell everybody that propane's the cleanest combustion fuel, cleanest commercially available combustion fuel on the planet. And I talk about that because everybody wants to talk, especially in the on-road sector, everyone wants to talk about hydrogen. And hydrogen, to me, isn't commercially available. Maybe it will be in the future, but, you can't go to a Flying J or, anywhere and just fill your hydrogen tank. It just doesn't exist. And I would argue that propane in some instances is cleaner than hydrogen because hydrogen has so many different levels of, I don't want to call it refining, but for today, let's just call it refining. It's how that hydrogen is produced and gathered and where all that feedstock comes from. There's different levels of cleanliness, if you will, of hydrogen. So even if it does come to market, there's a better than average chance we're going to be cleaner. Propane's going to be cleaner than what's commercially available. So yeah.
How much of the pushback would you say is from a contractor's perspective, regardless, not just landscape contractors, just anybody who may be considering switching over, to more propane as an alternative fuel? How much pushback do you guys see from the lack of knowledge when coming up with excuses, I guess is my point. A contractor says, I'm scared it's going to explode. I don't want to have special placarding. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do that. How hard is it to convert that mindset, I guess?
Yeah, I think you're exactly right. And that's a great question. I think you can always find a reason or an excuse not to do something. And if that's, if you don't want to do it, and if your cute crews are pushing back on you, I guess that's a discussion maybe between the owner and the crew. But all those things are very overcomable. If we can get into a direct conversation about the safety, if we can get into a direct conversation about the best practices for handling a little extra fuel on the trailer, we can usually work our way through that.
Right.
And from a safety perspective, most people don't know this, but we propane transports about 1.5 million kids to school every day on school buses that run on propane.
Yeah.
Most people don't know that, and we
No,
don't
I
have
had no
incidents.
idea. I had no
Yeah, that's right.
idea. It's kind of like
And
flying, I guess, in an airplane. You're scared it's going to crash, but at the end of the day, there's a whole lot of people that move all the
that's
time
right.
on airplanes daily.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I think the fuel's the same way. It's just another um, way to make an engine run, and I think that's the thing that if we can get past it, um, I think we'd have a lot more mowers running on fuel because the fuel is amazing. It burns cleaner than any fuel. You'll have less carbon buildup in that engine. We can't tell you to extend your service intervals because we don't want to mess with somebody's warranty.
Right.
But I'll tell you, the oil that comes out of a propane engine looks much differently than the engine coming out of, or the oil coming out of a gasoline or a diesel engine.
Does it really? That's
Oh yeah,
interesting. And
absolutely.
what do you think is causing the less wear and tear on the machine?
It's
The
just
motor of the machine.
it's just a cleaner burning engine, and you don't have all the carbon buildup associated with it. So,
Gotcha.
yeah, so I think there's some awesome benefits. I think there's some awesome maintenance things that we could talk about, and folks, if we want to talk battery, that ship may have sailed a little bit here with some recent changes, but
Right.
we didn't see a huge uptake. There was a lot of chatter about battery in the commercial mowing space, but I don't know that those units really materialized like some folks thought they could. But even if we look at propane versus the electric grid, because you have to charge your electric mowers if you've got them.
Correct.
Propane is actually cleaner than 38 states. There are electric grids in 38 states. What does that mean?
That's exactly what I was going to ask you, because they both seem like they're pretty clean power, but is it what's created to charge the battery?
That's exactly right. Electricity doesn't just magically appear at your outlet, so you've got to create it somewhere,
right,
and transmit it. And I live in Ohio, just north of you, and I know how our power is made. We've got a lot of coal, everywhere through the Ohio valleys, all coal plants up and down the river. And so in those states, for sure, propane burnt at the site is cleaner than the electric grid and the power coming out of the wall. So we've got all that modeled. If you want to get into the weeds on that, it's at propane.com. There's a big white paper there. You can read all about it, how the power is made in each state and what the carbon intensity is of all that produced electricity.
And that was propane.com?
Propane.com.
Just writing that down for our listeners too. And
absolutely.
If you guys got any questions at all, feel free to text us. I think we're treading on water, Mike. That it takes a lot of people out of their comfort zone. Quite honestly, And
yeah, I think it does. It's gasoline. I'm the same way. I mean, gasoline, diesel, it's easy to come by. I can be anywhere in a matter of minutes to fill up a truck and fill up a mower, and it just takes a little more planning. And I think that's the safety net that I talked about earlier. Is you just can't swing into a Speedway on the corner or your favorite Buc-ee's and fill it up. Well, actually, Buc-ee's you probably could fill up your propane cylinders, but anyway.
The point's well taken. Yeah.
The point is you do best economically when you're filling it up with your local guy or filling it up out of the propane you've already got bought at the back at the shop. And that's really what you want to make sure you're doing. So
I got you. And it's funny to hear you talk about excuses a little bit that contractors use. And I run into that a whole lot with, I also do consulting, and they have a company called Profits Unlimited where I do business consulting, and I have since 1990. And a lot of companies have a lot of excuses on why they do things a certain way and don't really understand what it costs them to do the job. And then when you sit down and you explain the methodology, it's kind of like maybe what you guys run through with propane. Once somebody hears it and sees it, then they can understand it. But until then,
Yeah.
you start making a lot of different excuses for it. And I think that's one thing that I say our industry, but I mean, I'm sure it crosses many industries, I'm sure, when it comes to the pain of change.
Mm-hmm.
It's, hey, we're getting a comfort zone with gasoline and diesel. Now propane came along several years ago, and at first it was, well, now got the application, the expense application was crazy, but now it's not. Would you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, I was going to say we danced around it. Some reasons why somebody would want to change, and we really hadn't talked about the prices. So let's go there for a second.
Yeah,
so
if you don't mind, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Any mower, gasoline mower, can be converted to propane. They tend to like to do it as a brand new machine, but it doesn't have to be. Years ago, you may remember, or the folks listening may remember, there were a lot of offerings from the OEMs on propane. You could go to Toro had them, Exmark had them, some others had them.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. How many of the major manufacturers are in the game now?
Well, today, you can go order a John Deere from your John Deere store, but it's a dealer installed option. So it comes from the factory as a gasoline unit, goes to your local John Deere dealer, and before you pick it up, it'll be converted to run on propane. So that's the one that you can still order from the factory, if you will. The others have gone away from it, and it happened during COVID when they were struggling just to get engines of any kind in gasoline, and most of them just dropped that propane SKU. So they just went back to a gasoline and letting the conversion companies deal with getting that unit running on propane. And we've got some great conversion companies, people that have been in business for decades. The conversion kits are EPA and CARB certified. So there's a few out there that haven't gone through that expense, but the folks that we promote on the website, they're CARB and EPA certified kits. And those kits, depending on the model and their engine and model specific, they may cost you $1,000. I think the high side is around $1,500 to convert a mower.
Okay.
And right away, everybody's saying, "Gosh, why in the world would I want to do that then?" Well, I think there's some reasons. The first being, you get a control when you buy your propane from a cost perspective. Propane ebbs and cycles throughout the season, and it's pretty predictable, to be honest with you. It gets a little more expensive in general terms. It gets more expensive when we're heating homes and heating businesses with propane in the wintertime, and gets more inexpensive in the summertime when all those houses and commercial buildings aren't running heat any longer. So their supplies tend to be the best in the summertime. But what that does give you as a business owner a chance to do, as opposed to your gasoline and diesel that you may be buying now, is you can go out and buy a full year of propane when the price is right, just to be delivered upon your schedule. So you work with your local propane supplier and say, "Hey, I'm going to need, X amount of hours on each mower. We're going to burn this much per mower, per hour. Here's our calculation for the year." They'll help you figure out how to purchase that and be the most efficient that you can be.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah,
I hate to interrupt you. Can I just put you on a brief hold for a second, and we're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back. I appreciate that. We will be right back with Mike Newland, Director of Agriculture Business Development, and I'm going to say maybe more importantly, propane education research, because I think that's our holdback. So it's great to have you on with us, Mike, and we're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back. All righty then. Welcome back to Profit Time here on Turfs Up Radio. I got Mike Newland with me. Mike, you still good?
I am good.
All right. Mike, if you're just tuning in with us, Mike is the Director of Agriculture Business Development and Propane Education and Research Council. And Mike's got a whole lot of experience, to say the least, in it. He certainly comes to us with a lot of knowledge, 20 plus years in the sales field, if that's correct, right, Mike? And
It is, yeah. He does.
and so, and he understands propane to say the least, and he's sharing that knowledge with us today here on Turfs Up Radio. And Mike, before we took our break, you were getting ready to talk about consumption and early ordering propane, and that whole thing. What kind of consumption? Looking at it from a mower side for a second, and then we'll look at it, from a vehicle side. You take I don't want to say normal because I know it's mowing's different and mowing heights and wet grass and the power supply. It's kind of like they all don't burn the same amount of gasoline. But,
Right.
what size fuel propane container do you normally see on a zero turn mower? And how many hours of use can a person get out of something like that?
Yeah. So great question. So what we tend to see is pretty much a gallon to gallon burn rate with
Okay.
with gasoline. Yeah, you're essentially trading a gallon of gasoline for a gallon of propane. And so on a mower, you tend to see 33-pound cylinders, which is an odd way of saying it. But a grill cylinder is a 20-pound cylinder. So if you've got a barbecue grill, that's a 20-pound cylinder. A 33-pound cylinder, if people would probably be familiar with the size of cylinders that are on forklifts.
Okay.
That's the exact same size that you'll see on a mower. There is a big difference though. Forklifts run liquid propane into the engine. Mowers, it's a different cylinder altogether, and it's vapor coming out. So it vaporizes and it goes into that engine as a vapor. So just technical changes. That's the only difference. It's the same size cylinder that you'd see on a forklift. The mower cylinders are vapor cylinders, and they tend to have a green ring around them. So when you see, we call them a green top. It's got green paint on it. That way, it indicates that it's a vapor cylinder and not.
I had no idea. That's something I learned today on propane. Yep. I'm sure there'll be a lot more, but that is, I had
that's okay.
No idea because, like I said, we've got our forklift, and I'm very familiar with it. We've had a propane forklift for a number of years, but I had no idea that it was different. The inside could be liquid or a vapor, basically. I mean.
Yeah, that's right. You don't want to put your forklift cylinder on a mower.
What's a gas grill run on? Or is that liquid? Or
it vaporizes it. So when it's super hot out, if you're pulling a lot of gas out of one of those 20-pounders very quickly, there's times you'll see it ice up.
Yeah.
Yep, that's right. Or on the outside, you can at least see the condensation. And that'll show you the level of propane on the inside of that tank, but that's a vapor pull. Yep. So it's a vapor pull.
Now, when you say a 33-pound cylinder, what does that equate to in gallons?
Oh gosh, why did you ask me that?
Well, I mean, like a 33-pound cylinder is going to run my. Let's look at it this way: is that going to run my ZTR all day? Like a 6-hour day or an 8-hour day, or
it will. Yeah, yes, it will. It will. You bet. In fact, we've got a mower that we show off a lot at shows. We had it down at Equip Expo with us, and we've got a new John Deere, and it just has a single 33-pounder on it. There are kits, certain models you can put a second 33-pounder on a zero turn, which would get you a lot of fuel for a long day, or probably I would think even 2 days worth of work. So maybe pushing a half a week's worth of work if you had two 33-pounders on that zero turn. So
how scared does a person have to be with that much propane? Any more scared than riding on top of 10 gallons of gasoline? I mean, we've almost come to accept the fact that we're riding on gasoline and don't even think about it. But then we want to say, well, God, I don't want to blow up with propane.
Yeah, I know. Everybody's pretty comfortable with that explosive gasoline in a plastic tank.
Yeah.
And that's what we talk about all the time when we're talking about school buses.
Yeah.
That our system is the safest fuel system you can put on a school bus because it's all the crash ratings we have to prove on our cylinders. And it's the cylinder. Cylinders are made that shape to be strong. And I don't think the two of us could go out and damage a 33-pound cylinder if we tried to. And so you've got the gas contained inside of a steel cylinder, and it's going to stay there until it comes out and goes into the engine. I think but that's an honest question. I think that a lot of folks who aren't around it on a daily basis, that's a legitimate question that we need to answer and answer honestly and help them understand the engineering and the logic behind it.
You'd mentioned the mowers producing fewer emissions, or just propane in general, with fewer emissions, and uh, from a sustainability standpoint. Okay, for what are you kind of feedback are you all getting from mowers, from contractors utilizing, mowers with on propane versus gasoline or diesel, just as a comparison, the number of hours that they're getting out of those things compared to what they're getting out of them using a regular gasoline fuel? Or is
Yeah, I mentioned. Yeah, they're paying attention. Like I said, some of those big fleets that are running, that contractor that's in that top 25 nationally, they pay attention to how many hours they can run.
Right.
They're getting an extra 500 to 700 hours out of each of their engines. I mean,
so that's almost a season. I mean, based on somebody's company size.
That's right. Yeah, and they just budget that they're going to get that, and I think they track their maintenance. Their maintenance is less. Their uptime is higher with the fuel as compared to gasoline. So I don't think there's a downside from a maintenance standpoint to running it. And we haven't even talked about the most obvious, or the hook in the whole story. Most people will budget $1 less per run hour on propane than they will on gasoline.
Okay.
So we talk all the time about saving $1 per run time per machine on our fuel, and that's just a function of what we were talking about before the break. You can lock in your pricing when it's advantageous for your company. You can work with your propane marketer, and when propane becomes a little more inexpensive throughout the season, you talk to them and say, hey, this is how many gallons I'm going to need throughout the season. Can we lock it in? It may cost you a little bit of money to lock it in. Typically, you don't have to make the entire payment for the whole year of fuel, but it's normally they've got prepay options for you. And you work with them and you kind of tell them what you're working towards, and they'll help you find an opportunity in the market to do that.
Let's just say today, gasoline versus propane, per gallon. Are they do they normally run pretty close then, or as far, or pricing wise?
Well, it depends on. I mean, I hate to say it depends, but there's about 3,000 people in the country that sell propane.
Okay.
So you see wide variation. And I guess I'll talk about the extremes. So the extremes would be, you pull your RV into a Flying J and need to fill up your propane cylinders. I've seen it $4+ a gallon. And then I know farm accounts that burn 150,000 gallons or more through grain dryers in the fall, and those guys are spending less than 50% of that. Sometimes significantly less than 50% of that other price. So it really depends upon your volume, your ability to make good decisions on when you want to buy. And I think that's where the opportunity comes from, a great relationship with your local propane supplier to talk through that and tell them what you're trying to do early in the season so they can help find that buying opportunity for you.
All right.
And I think consistency, if you find a good marketer and you're with them and everybody's getting along and they're getting you the service that you want, you seem to be buying pretty well from a cost standpoint. As that relationship becomes stronger, I think you probably see that they treat you maybe a little better on price, or at least they'll watch out for those opportunities and call you and say, hey, we haven't talked about it yet, but I know you're going to need gas for this many gallons for the next 12 months. I see an opportunity for you. Maybe you need to think about it, in the next day or two. And I think that's what comes from having a great relationship, is being able to identify some of those advantageous opportunities for you in the market.
Well, a lot of the pushback from the battery side with contractors was power, right? inconsistency of power.
Sure.
With propane,
longevity.
yeah, and is there any issues like that with propane, or is it just, or is it like running gasoline where if you're running, you're running. If you're not, you're not.
Yeah, that's right. It's the same engine that's going to be on the mower, just with a conversion sitting on top of that same engine. So if it's running, you will see very comparable power. In fact, propane's got more octane, significantly more octane in it than gasoline does. So I would say you're going to see at least the same amount of power. And I don't want to say that you'll see more because I think but from an octane standpoint, from a science standpoint, there's more energy in
more
propane
in it.
than gas.
And we don't have to worry about the ethanol, right?
No, and it's going to start. It's going to start. That's the one thing. Our fuel never degrades, and there's some applications in some other markets. That's a big deal because we talk about fuel that might sit in the tank for more than a year at a backup power facility, and it never degrades. So when you hit the key, it's going to start. In our school buses, the further north you go in the country, we tend to see more and more propane for that very reason. Minnesota runs a lot of them. When the temperatures get crazy cold in Minnesota, the propane buses start and the diesel ones don't. So it's easy starting. Fuel doesn't degrade. You can't spill it, and it's non-toxic even if you do somehow have a little bit of a release or something like that. It's non-toxic, doesn't contaminate groundwater. So from an environmental standpoint, it's a great fuel.
Is it? And that makes really, really great sense. It really does. I didn't even think about that side of it. I mean,
and I hate to think about this, but I'm sure you got a lot of business owners listening, and so I'm not saying it happens everywhere, but gosh, occasionally some gallons of gasoline may not be able to be accounted for.
Right.
It's tough. So it's tough for anybody to take home a few gallons of propane at the end of the day. So, that's one thing that we talk around the edges a little bit.
No, that's right.
I hate to talk about gallons of gasoline being stolen from anybody, but I've been at businesses where I know it happens, and that opportunity just doesn't exist with this type of system.
Right. That makes really, really good sense. And to your point too, Mike, I believe that 100% as well. It really is, and you eliminate the opportunity is what you eliminate.
That's right. You hope for the best, and you hope everybody's employees doesn't do that. But you're exactly right. You just take that off the card. It's not an opportunity at this point. So that's one of the unspoken benefits of our fuel.
Is there any special licensing that let's say Wayne's Lawn Service decided today that we were going to implement propane fuel, for our zero turns? Do we need to secure any special licensing or placards or before we transfer over, or is that a fire marshal question?
Yeah, I think it's probably a local jurisdiction question.
Okay.
I would encourage if somebody's seriously considering. I think that's really the first call I would make, especially if you've already got a good propane relationship. I mean, it's kind of 1A and 1B with your finding a propane marketer that you like and getting a hold of all the local codes and thinking through things like that. Because, 1075 is the placard that you'll see on on all propane equipment. So if you see a semi-transport going down the road and 1075, that's propane and that's semi. So you're probably going to have to placard a few things, depending on the volumes. I even caught myself when I said you're going to have to placard some things. It's going to be probably dependent upon your local jurisdiction and the volumes you've got on board. You may or may not have to do that. So, but get with your local folks. It varies by state. It varies by municipality within the state. And we just want to encourage everybody to do what's the right thing for your local market. And if you need help with that, if for some reason you just can't figure it out, or the local folks don't seem to be able to answer that for you, reach out to us at PERC. Reach out to us at propane.com. There's a way to get a hold of us. There's a We've got an 800 number that goes into our office, and they'll distribute the calls as needed based on your topic. And we've got people on staff in our safety group that'll definitely help you out if that's something that you need a little assistance with at the local level.
Good deal. Now, are there? I remember initially when the concept of propane on zero turns, hit the market, the commercial landscapers market. There were some tax incentives, for the conversion. Is that still going on? Are they still, having, hey, cleaner running machine, we're going to give you some tax incentives for this? Is that? What do you know about that end of it?
Yeah, there's been a couple times that Perks actually offered some incentives. We're not currently offering incentives on mowing equipment. There are some state propane gas associations, so check with your state propane gas association to see if they are. I think you're in Lexington, is that right?
Louisville. I'm in Louisville.
Louisville. Yeah. Sorry, I don't want to start a state rivalry by calling the wrong
You're
state.
Good, man. I'm one of the weird ones that it goes either. I'm either way at that. I'm not crazy either way.
Okay. So I think the state of Kentucky does offer, the State Propane Gas Association does offer an incentive. So you'd want to check that out. And then I would get with your accountant to see if there's something that this would qualify for at the federal tax code. So I don't think that there is right now, but like I said, I'm not a CPA.
Right.
But I would encourage you to check with your CPA. You never know these days what there's a credit for, and I'd hate for you to miss out on an opportunity. So I'd get your CPA on that too.
Good deal. And I've got one other question. I'm sure you've probably been asked it, but in the past, but it just hit me actually. Do you see an opportunity for propane in the on the handheld equipment side, like backpack blowers or things like that? Or you think trying to get something small enough? Because what made me think about it was actually the little small cylinders that you use on a gas grill. Some of those, they're not that heavy. I know the cylinders can get heavy, but they're not that heavy. Has there been any discussion across the market about that?
Occasionally we'll see something, somebody's got an idea to do that or incorporate. And the ones you're talking about, I think they're 1-pounders. They're just little barrels that look, you can pick them up. I don't think so. Could we get to that point? I guess we always could. To be honest with you, I go to the Outdoor Power Equipment Institute, OPEI, and I go to their annual meetings, and I go to some other things through them. And I know there's a lot of great tools like that, backpack sprayers and trimmers and things of that nature that the battery ran.
Right.
And I don't know that we could ever be that efficient. From those tools and those batteries, they're pretty cheap. Where the cost comes from zero turns and stand-on the mowing side is battery technology is fairly expensive. All that small battery technology is running off of the same probably battery packs that your DeWalt tools are. And that stuff's cheap. It's pretty efficient. And I think that market's really probably going to be dominated from here out on the battery side. And probably, it's like I said, it's efficient, it's cost effective, but it's cost effective because of the battery types and the volumes that they're making of those same batteries for the construction industry and all kinds of things. So when you get into the bigger battery technology, and that's, the bigger batteries for mowers, if people paid attention, there's been a lot of push. The last administration was pushing for electric school buses. They were giving out huge grants on electric school buses. And it's the same thing there. They're just cost prohibitive when you get into batteries of that size and scale from a cost perspective. And I don't expect that the school bus market going forward is now that those tax incentives are gone away, I don't think you'll see a lot of new battery powered school buses for that very reason.
I gotcha. That makes perfectly good sense as well. So, as we wrap it up, Mike, I've got one question, and then you can wrap it up how you want to on your end. But my final question that I've got for you is: contractors listen to this and they say, you know what, maybe I do want to look further into propane. What would you suggest as our first step to get started? Get onto your all's website, or what would you
Yeah, I
say?
would. I'd go to propane.com. There's actually a cost calculator that you can take a look at what your purchase price of a new machine would be, and it'll show you what you'd spend in gasoline or diesel versus running propane. And I'd go to propane.com, just use a little search line at the top and put in mowing calculator and play around with that. Like I said, the second thing I think you probably need to talk to your local propane marketer if you don't have one. And the next call, if it's not the first one, is your local fire marshal to make sure that you're doing things right from the get-go. It's a whole lot easier to do it right the way they'd like to see it done first instead of trying to backpedal and fix something down the road.
I love hearing you say that, Mike. I really do, man. Because when we first started treating lawns, dealing with herbicides, pesticides, and whatnot.
Sure. Yeah.
I reached out to the Department of Agriculture here in Kentucky.
There you go.
And I said, I need you guys to send an inspector out to our site. We're going to start treating yards. And all of my competitors that I knew, they're like, are you crazy, man? I said, well, if I invite them in the first time, I did my due diligence for you guys to tell me how to set this up, right?
That's right. That's right.
And I think propane could be the same way. Hey,
yeah.
let's do it right the first time. Let's don't guess. Let's don't go to Facebook for advice. Let's go to the experts. And evidently, you guys have got the educational resources to help us. I just hear
right.
it,
And just remember, we've got the safety training for you. If that's a move that somebody wants to make, we've got those available to you for free for you and your staff. And if you run into any hiccups along the way, don't hesitate to reach out, and we'll get you with our safety crew, and they can actually help walk through maybe a conversation. Maybe that local jurisdiction's not dealt with propane, and we've got experts on staff that can help with that conversation as well.
Well, good deal, Mike. Hey, I appreciate an hour of your time today, my friend. And
absolutely great to be here with you. Thank you.
Appreciate you getting on with us here on Turfs Up Radio. And if anybody has any questions, I'm sure again, just propane.com, and Mike and his team will take care of you, right?
That's exactly right. Appreciate everybody listening in. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Mike. I appreciate it.
You bet.
Bye-bye. All right. That was Mike Newland, the Director of Agriculture Business Development. And he heads up the Propane Education and Research Council. So that is definitely the guy that can give you the solid advice that you need on propane. And I don't remember exactly what year it was, but I do remember initially when propane, it was kind of like when they started talking about battery powered equipment, when the whole thing on propane started. And check it out. I mean, it's an alternative fuel. It's a cleaner burning fuel, emissions from, listening to Mike here. And the reality of it is, when you look at the longevity and the being more efficient on the motors, of the equipment that you're running it on, and you're getting better lifespan out of your motors too. So I think it's should be under consideration. It's one of those things. Don't just say, oh man, it was cool listening to him, but we're not going to do anything with it. Hey, maybe you don't today. But the reality of it is, maybe it needs to be in your mindset of, hey, yeah, that can help us. Maybe that is a direction we can go in a cleaner, easier fuel, and have the ability then to sit and market that to your customers as you're a company that cares a little bit more. I'm not saying you don't care for using gasoline and diesel. I'm just saying there's opportunity out there when we start talking about better fuel alternatives, maybe. And to Mike's point, you can sit down, figure out the number of hours of use you've got on your equipment, do some early order or pre-order on your propane based on, hey, I know I'm going to be running this many hours a year on this many accounts. You got to put your thinking cap on a little bit. You know what? You got to put your thinking cap on to run any business. But if we take care of the little things, the big things take care of themselves. And that doesn't matter if it's thinking about propane or thinking about any aspect of your business. Appreciate you guys being with us today. Again, thanks, Mike. If you're still tuned in with us, we appreciate you getting on here with us. We appreciate you sharing your knowledge with all our members and listeners. And as always, stay safe. And remember, profit is not a dirty word. We'll see you Wednesday. Good morning, Turfs Up Radio. Wayne Voles, Profits Unlimited, coming to you live from Louisville, Kentucky. Yes, indeedy. Oh, my goodness. We got a great day underway. We got a great show planned for you guys. No rain in our particular circumference surrounding our radius of our business here. Maybe that's how I'm going to explain it. Looks like it's been a little more north and east of us today. Lordy, nice to get off to a dry start this morning. We are well underway. Appreciate you guys tuning in with us this morning. Appreciate all the sharing you guys are doing with Turfs Up. We can tell by our listenership, so we certainly do appreciate that. If you're not sharing, I'd appreciate if you'd hit the share button, man, out there on your socials and whatnot, and let people know about Turfs Up Radio. We got a great thing going. It's great because you're involved with us, and let's get more people involved, and we can help elevate and educate the industry one at a time. And yes, indeedy. Good afternoon, Stephen. Stephen's with us. Yeah, he said he's going to be with us for a little bit. Our buddy with Sigma Organics. Appreciate that. And I want to give him a big shout out too. Got it on my sheet just so I didn't know he was going to be listening today, Stephen. But, it's all about relationships, and we're going to talk about that a little bit. But Stephen certainly is a great guy to work with. Sigma Organics is great to work with. He represents them very well and appreciates everything that he does with us, for us, and helping our company be successful, quite honestly. So, and relationships are important, and that's something that we'll touch on a little bit today. So glad you got a chance to listen in for a little bit, Stephen, with us. As always, we appreciate you and everybody else that tunes in and listening to us. But hopefully you guys are off to a good day today, doing a little mowing or spraying or lighting or whatever it is that you're into. We're into a little bit of all of it today. Got a couple spray techs out going, got some landscape crews going. We got a bunch of mowing going. So, yeah, it's a great day. Great day to be alive. Great day to be here on Turfs Up Radio, and a great day to be a lawn and landscape business owner. So I'm not sure if our buddy Matt's going to hop on with us today or not. Reached out to him and haven't heard back from him. So they may be into some severe weather modes. So we'll see if Matt has a chance to hop on with us. If not today, possibly Friday, he'll hop on here. So I try to be really lenient with, when I say lenient, that's not the right word. It's like I'm in charge of them. I'm not. They're really lenient with us, quite honestly. Turfs Up, hopping on the way they do for us, helping us out. So good morning, Ben Briscoe. Absolutely, man. Yeah, it's been a while for you hopping on. Good day. Speaking of Ben Briscoe, missed an opportunity to see my buddy Sunday. Man, I am home Sunday afternoon. I'm 51 weeks a year, man. And, Ben happened to catch me on the one, literally, and that's probably pretty daggone close as to what the real number is. And I missed my buddy this past weekend. So looking forward to seeing my buddy Ben at some point in the near future. Lake season's on hold right now because flooding's still crazy down there. So I don't know. We're still in mourning, me and all my lake buddies. We're still walking around with our black veils on, trying to figure out what in the world's going on. So I don't know. Mother Nature's in control of that too. Not only is she running the landscaping and lawn service bus, she's running the lake bus as well. Mother Nature's just in control. That's all it amounts to. So, yeah, Benno, appreciate you listening. Nice to have you back on with us again. Craig, glad you're listening down there, buddy. It's always nice to have our friends over on the East Coast. And Corey, yes, indeedy. So yeah, we got a good crowd going today. Got a good crowd going today with us so far, and I think we're going to have some good interaction on what we're going to talk about today. Got some good topics going. Curious to know what it's like in your all's area. You guys been able to get out and rocking around today or this week? Just curious. I know it's been sporadic. Yesterday we had a heck of a storm roll through here about 1:30 or so. That is Eastern Standard Time. But it rained really, really crazy hard from like our shop east, and the airport, I think, recorded like 7/100ths of an inch. So depending on where you were at, it's almost like summer thunderstorms, but it's not summer yet. Is the reality of it, which is I don't know, So anyways, looks like Aaron Walls is out at it. And speaking of Aaron Walls, great show today. Great show today. They're out firing it up and making a little money today. So send us a picture of, yep, got a yard done, getting it blown off. So there you go. Get them done one at a time. Get them done one at a time. That's all we can ask about. Corey said they had 2 inches of rain yesterday. Yay. But we might as well act like we like it, right? They're actually talking about maybe some flash flooding in our area. That's why I was looking forward to Matt if he can hop on with us today. But if not, we'll ask him Friday. Talking about potentially some flash flooding, Friday afternoon, late in the evening. So we'll see how that goes. And again, all we can do is work in it. So John said they got about 3 inches in the last 3 days. Said he had to get his rubbers on this morning to go mow. And heck yeah, we used to joke about it and say snorkels and flippers. Yeah. I mean, sometimes it seems like it's been a whole lot of that this year, for real, for a whole lot of us. And currently, it doesn't look like it's slowing down too much. That's the bad thing about it. But, I mean, rain and tornadoes, and I mean, it's just been a whole lot of weird weather. We actually had an earthquake here in Kentucky. I don't know. I think it was Sunday. Katie, you remember what day it was? Sunday or Monday or I don't know, but it was like southeast of Lexington, Kentucky. I know that doesn't mean anything to a lot of you guys, but it's probably 90 to 100 miles southeast of where we're located. We didn't feel it, but they said it recorded like an 8 or something on the Richter scale. So that was crazy. What'd you do, Daniel? Daniel said he did fall out of bed literally Sunday night. So maybe that's what it was. But I mean, we just had some really, really weird weather, but and it's going to continue, it sounds like, for a bit. So I don't know. We just keep our fingers crossed. You keep your fingers crossed. And at the end of the day, hey, we're going to get through it. It's just going to take us a minute. So thank you guys for all the text. Holy shnikes. Yes, indeedy. Craig said they felt the earthquake. See, Knoxville had theirs on Saturday, he was saying, and then ours was, I guess, Sunday morning or overnight, whatever it was. But it followed the Knoxville one because they had talked about that. But he said they felt the earthquake from Knoxville and Charlotte. So pretty crazy. Speaking of earthquake, and not to get off on this tangent too long, but I just feel like this ought to be a PSA coming to everybody, man. For you guys that are homeowners, make sure that your homeowners has earthquake insurance on it, because it is not part of your normal insurance normally. So you might want to check into that. I know what chances are slim, and that whole deal for a lot of us in different parts of the country. But my sister helped me with that many, many years ago. That a lot of people do not have earthquake insurance in our part of the country, and I mean we're right on a fault line. What do they call those fault lines or fault lines or whatever the hell they are, and just something to consider. So that's my public service announcement for the day to try to help you guys. That is my truth bomb for today. I mean, we'll call it our Wisdom Wednesday info. So, but anyways,
I think I have that,
do you?
but if not, hopefully I'll just have the home will just fall in on me.
Well, don't worry about it. I mean, FEMA come through and probably help regardless, but just something to think about. But yeah, check it out. And it is a lot different coverage, but it is an add-on coverage. I do know that. So Seth said it's a good morning to have a good day. Absolutely. Good day to have a good day. So that is all personal preference. Good job. Seth, that's some really good knowledge right there, buddy. So Mike's got a good point here with all the weather we've had all year. He said it's going to be really strange when we get 5 days in a row that we can work, in decent weather.
Yeah.
So that is true. But like he said, they've worked through the rain, but the efficiency factor, look at him throwing them words in, the efficiency. Yeah, that's what we talk about in the profit circle and Profits Unlimited. But that's right, the efficiency, can be bad. It is bad. I mean, there's no doubt about it. It's slower production, whether it's raining and or it's just wet, trying to get the job done the right way for your client. So, and then just think it'll dry up a little bit and then say, do you think it needs to be mowed today? Can you skip me? Well, it's another discussion for another show or later on in this show. Got some other things we want to talk about. But Stephen, if you're still listening or not listening with Sigma Organics, I want to reach out and tell you thanks. He came by yesterday and was helping us get some things squared away here. And he said, hey, give me a few little bit of time, a few hours to work on this, and we'll get it squared away and see where we're at. And everything got taken care of. And, that's what it's all about realistically, Daniel, is just good relationships with people. Mm-hmm. And whether it's your equipment dealer, whether it's suppliers, vendors, competitors, I mean, fill in the blank. It's all the above is what it is. But just having a good relationship, not always or necessarily needs to be the person with the cheapest equipment or the cheapest supplies or the cheapest mulch. Yeah. It's got to be the person with the best relationship,
Right. I mean, that's what it comes down to. You can get mulch from anybody, you can get product from anybody, but what you really want when you're working with a person is someone to help you when you need help.
That's right. That's awesome. When you need help.
Yeah.
That's it. Now Chuck in a truck riding around with a duck, that doesn't mean much. But, when you've got a legitimate business going and you're trying to run your business like a business, whether you're a solo operator or multi-crew company, that doesn't matter. It depends on how you want to lay your business out. But yeah, Mike, that's funny, but it's true too. Mike said it's crazy to be driving down the street and still seeing irrigation systems running. And again, that's where they set them and forget them and don't have the technology on them to not run them when there's ample soil moisture. That's another discussion for another day. Maybe we get a irrigation guy here on our show. That'd be a good thing to talk a little bit about, to say the least. But again, I just wanted to give Stephen a big shout out and let you guys know that what we were into, and glad to have a dry day so far anyway here. I think we're supposed to be safe pretty much most of the day from what Bam was saying where we're at. And like I said, just a little north and east of us, some showers, but we'll see. We'll see how that all plays out. But I wanted to share something with you guys. I put it on my social media announce on my show today, just the crazy fees and expenses that we all run into in our businesses. But this has got to be one of the dumbest ones ever. And it's been going on for a while here in Louisville, Kentucky. And the only reason it made me think about it to talk about it today was that we got our invoice for it yesterday. But they charge us, not just us, but anybody that has a commercial vehicle. Now, there are some exemptions, probably the city trucks. But $22.50 per vehicle to get a sticker that we have to display on our window to use the city streets. I really thought that when you paid your licensing fee to the state, your property taxes to the state distributed money to each local, place, Louisville, Lexington, Owensboro, wherever the heck you're at, Hallsville, wherever, I'm just curious, do any of you all have anything like that
You know what would be awesome
in
is
your all's areas?
if they could track the road quality from starting this program to 10 years later, whatever. Does it actually get better? Or does it at least not get worse? I mean, that's the main thing.
Yeah.
Like if everyone's paying $22 a vehicle, that money should be put into a fund that then goes back into fixing the roads because of the more vehicles from businesses that may be on the roads.
Yeah. And like I said, it's strictly a commercial thing. That's,
Yeah, not for everyone.
not for everybody. But I mean, I just think that's one of the just little things like that just bother me. I don't know why. It's like fuel surcharges,
It bothers
for
me, but it
delivery.
would bother me even more. And because of the way that things go with government, that it's not going to get better, even though they're collecting this money.
Yeah. I don't know. But that was my pet peeve of the day today is the $22.50. Now we do have one truck that qualifies for 15. I think, we had one that was, and it's based on just so you guys know that are listening to us, it's based on the tag weight is what it is. So it's not like it's a big fee, but is it one of those things that they say, well, people will pay it because it's easier to pay it than it is argue about it over, whatever number of trucks you have times
You could
20
also
bucks?
say, here's the other side of that is somebody's not going to pay it because if they get caught, they'll just pay it. And there's probably not going to be a penalty on it.
Oh, there'll be a penalty on it. Absolutely. Everything, because it's billed through what's called the Louisville Metro Revenue Commission. Now, what's that tell you? The Louisville Metro Revenue Commission. And they're probably, if they by chance get a hold of this broadcast, they're probably going to come with a microscope.
I don't know what the penalty would be.
Normally, they double you up pretty quick.
So it's probably worth for a lot of guys in their head thinking, well, I could maybe get away with not doing this for 5 years, and then 1 year I'll get doubled up, but I'll still have 3 years free.
Yeah. That's the way, because honest to God, we've never, I shouldn't say never. We normally don't put them on our trucks.
But you paid for them.
But we paid for them.
The documentation that you paid
for.
For.
And we got them. Matter of fact, I just threw last year's stickers away just a week or two ago, because I knew the new ones would be coming. So
it'd be cool if they almost had like something to where your license plate sticker, whatever that thing's called, registration sticker, had like a tiny little code on it to where you wouldn't have to put a sticker on your truck. You could just, whoever pulled you over could scan it and say,
just know that's a really good idea.
Maybe they could do it when they pull up your license plate number.
But then the state would have to give the city the money for Jefferson County. I'd be curious to know if like Fayette County, which is Lexington, but for our listeners, I just wonder maybe if Fayette County or Owensboro does it, some of the larger cities do it, and then all the smaller ones escape, like Hallsville
I
and
can't imagine why. Though.
everybody else.
I don't really see like a
Elizabethtown.
benefit or a reason for that. I don't know why.
Or
I mean, like you said, it's only a $22 thing or a $15 thing or whatever, depending on the size, like you said. But it seems like it'd be easy enough just to collect it from anybody and everybody.
This is a good point. Says a lot of times the problem is that the money that's set aside for such improvements is robbed to help pay for something else.
Yeah, like your freaking
Social Security.
teacher, or not teacher, but your head whatever that's called, head elf of JCPS, 10% raise every year.
Oh, yeah, the superintendent.
Yeah,
Marty Polio. He's moving on.
yeah.
He's going over to one of the Southeast or one of the colleges as their president. Yeah.
I mean,
Remember when he fired us? But
yeah,
we used to take care of the superintendent's property here in Louisville, and he fired us because somebody had signed me and Kyle up, and because I swear we really didn't sign up for it, because they had a referendum on a ballot of do you support what was it, Katie? Do you remember increased salaries for teachers? I think, or raising the property tax some percentage. And I didn't sign up yes or no either way, but somehow mine and Kyle's name got on it. And he called us and said, I just can't work with y'all any longer. You know,
what's shocking is that Pete, they have record of who is signing that.
Yeah.
That accessible.
Well, like I told him, I told him when he canceled, I said, Marty, Polio's his name, Marty Polio, or Mr. Polio. The reality of it is my daughter is a teacher in your system. Why would I even be against something like that? I mean, something that's going to make the school system better,
Yeah.
But it didn't matter. It didn't work. I wasn't saving it. He just eddied on, and got somebody else to cut his grass. So there you go. It's little things like that, man, that are just crazy. But I don't know. How do we get on that sidetrack? Oh, taxes.
Yeah, taxes. Where the tax money's actually going.
Yeah, where it goes.
Was that Mike who brought that up?
Yeah. Let's see. Mike said Bowling Green does not, and they're bigger than Owensboro. So there you go. So it might be like I said, it's billed through Louisville Metro Revenue Commission.
I don't understand why they would do that.
So I don't know, but it's crazy. It's crazy.
To me, that's a sign that the money is not being distributed where it should be, right? Because, like, in theory, Louisville has X number of businesses with X number of trucks that are taking X percentage of toll on the road every year. And so the $22 should fix the damage in Louisville, right?
Yeah.
So that means that somebody is suffering. Either the roads in small town Kentucky are suffering because they're not making the money up from their businesses, or ours are suffering because we're either getting none or split with other people,
maybe
other communities.
Maybe.
So like no one is really winning in the situation.
Certainly not the business owners, right?
I mean, in theory, they should be winning, right? Because, like, okay, you pay a little bit, you have less flat tires, you have less road inefficiencies and less problems with stuff bouncing out of your, whatever around in your truck because there's less potholes. I mean, in theory, the something getting better helps everyone.
Right.
But the way that they're probably doing it is not helping anyone.
Correct. The way they're going about it. Yeah. Here's one from Stephen. He says, have you heard about the synthetic fields they want to put around the county? The cost is astronomical. And actually, Manual Stadium, like replacing the grass fields with synthetic
football
fields and soccer fields. And,
it's funny because I used to be in an internship with this guy who played football at Mail, and he said they'd wanted a synthetic field forever, but they couldn't do it even though they could afford it, because if they got one, everybody
had to get one.
Yeah.
Well, evidently now that's what Steven's talking about. I think they're all going to get it.
Or at least have the option.
Or have the option. because Manual just redid, which is a public school, as you know. I'm just for our listeners'
Yeah.
sake, though. They just redid their field. It was 101 years old. Their stadium.
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah, that is pretty cool, isn't
It's like
it?
the what's the one at the Chicago? The
Oh, Wrigley
Wrigley.
Field,
Yeah.
the baseball field. Yeah. So, yeah, but anyway, yeah, a lot of times there is misappropriation on those funds. But, anyways, I thought it'd just be something to talk a little bit about. I appreciate y'all getting engaged in that with us for a minute. I'm curious to know how new business is going for everybody. Is your new business up? We talked about the phone ringing a little bit or not ringing, but regardless, how's new business? We've been fortunate from that standpoint, putting on, some new work. Um, Phone calls not as good as it could be, but coming in. But we did have a very good phone call this morning from one of our new mowing customers that we put on. Got them serviced today, this morning, and they called in and said, "Hey, we just want to let you know that your crew did a beautiful job." That's always nice. It sure beats the heck out of, "Hey, I want to call, man, your crew did a shitty job, did a bad job, that didn't trim, didn't blow, you know." But yeah, so we'll certainly pass that along to that crew. It's always fun to give them good news like that,
Yeah.
because you got to give them the other stuff, and it's nice to give them some good stuff every once in a while.
I don't know the
So-
age group of these individuals, but maybe a good time to send over a Google review link.
Yeah, actually, it's a little bit of an older fella.
Yeah, so maybe
Yeah,
not in his age range.
but he might. Katie was going to send it to him and ask him. Actually, and I'll ask him actually, because when they called in, they said, that everything was great, and they wanted to get an estimate on some more work. So I'm going to see him after my show today. Got an appointment with him at 11:30. So I'll let you guys know how that goes. There we go. The mow leads to something else.
Yeah.
That's the only reason we take that residential mowing.
That kind of bleeds into a comment that we had on our video we released yesterday about, the gosh, I can't even remember which video it was now. It's taking your side hustle on business to a full time. But somebody commented, it's mowing isn't the most profitable, but it does lead to other things, and that's why we keep it around. And
Yeah.
and that's kind of in the video. We didn't say, just as a precursor, we didn't say quit mowing or stop mowing. More along the lines of diversification.
Yeah, that's right. And use that as the platform to get the other work.
Mm-hmm.
That's what is really important. So one thing, talking about good things happening and whatnot, I saw something on social media, and I want to get all y'all's ideas on this because we got a lot of guys texting this morning and listening. What's your all's opinion on mowing with your shirt off? What's your all's opinion on mowing with your shirt off?
That's an interesting one.
Yeah, a guy had posted this in one of the smaller groups, the solo operator group, it's called. And he says, I'm new and, it's starting to heat up. How many of you guys mow without a shirt on? So think about
I think the easy comment back to that is, well, yes, it's hot outside, but there are better ways to stay cool than taking your shirt off, for one.
Yeah.
But also, how many lawyers do you see going to court with their shirt off?
Yeah.
Or their pants unbuttoned because they just ate lunch? Or, like at some point, safety is obviously key and you don't want to overheat. But A, there's, like I said, better ways to stay cool. And B, it's your profession. Like, you need to be professional.
Right. And I will say this, Daniel, that it did make me feel good to see a lot of the comments, coming in were no, we don't do it.
Yeah.
Quite honestly. And some guys were justifying doing it, but
and I think not that I really don't think there's ever a good reason to do it. But let's say you're mowing in the middle of nowhere, not at a, it's the house is 3 acres away and it's a 10-acre property, not that it's still, I don't think, a good thing to do, but it's different than if you were doing it in a neighborhood, right? Like
Right.
there's a difference in those two situations. And I could see where someone could justify no one's around, no one can see me, blah, blah, blah.
Right. There's we got quite a bit of input on this, and it really good input. Let's see. We'll start. Let's see. Seth, I'll get to yours in just a second. Seth was talking about something other than the shirts. Corey, he depends on the depth of the personal taco meat. I I don't think size has got anything to do with it personally, Corey. I know you don't either, but that is a pretty funny comment,
Unless it's your niche,
Hey,
shirtless mowing, I mean,
hey,
if you want to get ripped and jacked and let all the, housewives look out the window as you mow, then and have an upcharge for it.
There actually is a business was out there called Bikini Cut.
Yeah.
Where he had women working in bikinis push mowing.
Yeah.
I don't know if
sure
it's
there's
still,
a market for men doing the same thing.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Oh my God, John just sent us a thing. This is if I wish y'all could see this. For you guys watching it on YouTube later, you can. He sent us that. That's hilarious. Tabitha sent me that yesterday. It's a picture of a big guy with some taco meat depth, I guess. And it says mowing grass and showing as.
Oh my God.
And it says big yards $30, small yards $15. And the funny thing says just to stare $10.
God.
Oh my God, that's hilarious, John. Oh, I did share it on our YouTube thing though. Ben Briscoe says absolutely not. No. That's been our culture here forever.
Aaron Wall said, about the shirt off thing. At home or at the soccer mom's house, who's at home all day with fresh cup of lemonade.
Oh my God.
Oh, God.
We'll ask him if Ashley knows that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Does Ashley know that that's the policy? Oh my God. But I'm really happy to see that most of you guys are on the same page length of. Let's see, no shirt mowing for me, and much grass in my. Oh my God. Let's see, but yeah, I think it's something that it does go back to professionalism.
Yeah.
Pride and professionalism. Is it hot? Yes. To Daniel's point, there's things you can do. You can do something other than just a regular cotton shirt.
Yeah.
I mean, we wear these, what do they call them? Wicking?
Yeah. Some sort of,
some type of weather or water
like
wicking.
a dry fit.
Like a dry fit. Yeah. A dry fit shirt, to try to help our guys stay cooler. But now you say, well, I keep my shirt on, but how many times don't you see guys rip the sleeves off or cut slits up the side? That's just as bad.
Well, maybe not just as bad.
It's almost as bad.
It's probably one level below.
It's one level below bad as it can get, or above, however you want to look at it. But still, point is, keep your shirt on.
Keep your uniform intact.
Keep your uniform intact. We actually got something in our policy and procedures manual to that. That no deviation or alteration to your uniform.
Yeah. Well, and you're getting into this industry, right? Like it's by choice. There's a million other things you can do to work inside. If you're that conscious or that, affected by the heat, you don't have to work outside.
And I do think a lot of it goes to the guy that's doing it as a side hustle is more apt to do it
probably
than people that are doing it professionally.
Yeah.
I mean, that's it. But what do the consumers remember? The side hustle guy.
They remember the crazy things. Yeah.
You don't remember the good things that are going on. You remember, that guy that used to mow our yard, didn't wear a shirt or, pants were half ripped off or unbuttoned and, that whole scenario. So, but, Mike said his wife calls it eye candy lawn care. when he mowed without a shirt.
Nice.
Nicely done. Oh Lord,
Oh,
he said he was in better shape then. But again, regardless, regardless, I think we got to look at it from a professional standpoint and give yourself credit for being a professional service, and you know, because then Corey said, I just tell my guys no, and just so y'all do know, skin cancer is real.
True. Yeah. If you're working outside all day without a shirt on, I mean,
You
that's
know.
not going to feel good at the end of the day.
But also not covered under work comp. Yeah. So, yeah. Let's see. Yeah. Ben said he knew guys that would used to keep a clean shirt for a change midday. I used to do that when I was out every day.
Yeah.
I'd have another shirt that I'd
What
put
about
on
if
lunch.
you had like a dark color shirt, like a green or whatever? You have like a water bucket. You take your shirt off somewhere secure, not maybe in the middle of the yard or anything. Dip it in the bucket, squeeze it out, wring it out, and put it back on.
Yeah. I've done that before. I've done that. Yep. Or you sit there and you guys know what I'm going to say with the blower, but lift your shirt open and blow your shirt underneath, and all the sweat blows out, but it feels really, really good. It's a good wind chill factor for just a brief period of time. But anyways, I did want to get y'all's feeling on it, because sooner or later it's going to stop raining and it's going to get hot. Actually, we're going to 90 Friday here.
Wow. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's early.
We're going to 90 Friday here. And that's why they're saying we might have some severe weather late. But, it does lack professionalism any way you want to slice it. And don't justify it for yourself or anybody else that it's okay to do it, because it's not. To your point, you don't see attorneys doing it, but even let's bring it down even further. Like when I talk about this exact topic in a seminar, I'll say, how many times do you walk into your equipment dealer?
Yeah.
And the guy at the parts counter doesn't have a shirt on, or the guy in the service bay doesn't have a shirt on.
Yeah.
I mean, and I'm not trying to minimize what they're doing. I'm just saying
same general industry.
It's the same industry, but they see the importance of the professionalism in doing it. Seth says, it's got to be situational awareness. They're out more of a rural area, so I don't know, maybe, but he said he does wear a cutoff.
And there's a difference between a cutoff shirt that's supposed to be a cutoff too, right? Than having a shirt that's all cut up.
Yeah, because actually at one time, even here at WLS, we bought shirts for our guys that had a slit in the side, about a third of the way down the side, for them.
Yeah, that's been a while.
Yeah, that's been a lot of years, but we did that at one point and just said, no, the heck with it, man. Let's just wear a shirt, So I don't know. I wanted to get y'all's opinion on that. So I want to talk a little bit about, and you may know as soon as I start this, you'll know what I'm going to bring up. But the weird thing the lady asked Kyle about last week.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just curious to know how you guys handle this. And do you put anything in your proposals to your customers, for those of you guys that do landscaping? Okay. And it comes up occasionally, but not a lot. I can say I've only had customers ask it a handful of times, in my experience, and maybe you've had it happen a lot. Maybe you address it already, within your business and with your proposals. But Kyle was talking to a lady and submitted a proposal to put some plants around a deck in a yard area to kind of create a little separation and barrier between her and her neighbors. She liked the neighbors, but they built a house really close to her in a really nice neighborhood, and they both sat on their decks quite a bit, evidently. And she said, I just want to feel more comfortable sitting on my deck.
Yeah, I completely understand that.
So, Daniel's in a very similar situation with his home. but so when she got her proposal, she called Kyle and said, I've got a 2-year-old and I looked these plants up, and these plants can be toxic for humans and pets.
Mm-hmm.
And Kyle tried to explain to her that, yes, they are potentially, but so are most or a lot of other plants.
Right.
And I'm just curious, you guys that do landscaping, and be honest, don't lie. Be honest. Do you have anything going out with your proposals that tell your customers that the ingestion of a certain volume of this particular plant that we've suggested for your yard, your landscape? I know we're not supposed to call them yards, but I did just now because it just came out and it's easy. But do you qualify the plants that you're putting in as potentially toxic to pets or humans? Would you want that notification, Daniel? I mean, so many are.
I would.
I mean, boxwoods, hydrangeas, azaleas, shiplarals. I mean, there's a ton of things. The list goes on and on and on.
I really wouldn't, as a consumer, wouldn't care.
Who's eating plants? I mean,
That's my thing. Like, these things aren't at the grocery store. Why would you assume that we can eat them anyway? Like, it's weird to me that people just assume you can eat any plants, or could, like, healthfully eat any plants. Like, why would you assume that? You don't just go eat tree bark.
Yeah, I mean, I got an idea. Why don't you teach your kid not to eat plants like that? I mean,
Yeah,
don't go out in the yard and start eating stuff.
This specific kid, I think, was like 2 years old,
Ooh,
right?
Yeah.
So I could see where they may put certain things in their mouth, but I've never heard of a kid, even at that age, like, going and eating a plant.
Hell, don't eat broccoli.
True.
And
also, why, like, if the kid's that young, they probably shouldn't be out by themselves in the yard, right?
yeah.
I mean,
no, that's right. I mean,
most times
we never put a 2-year-old when y'all were two out by yourself. I
mean, I don't know. It's just a weird. I could see if you were
but I'm
a
curious.
new pet owner and you hadn't ever been around a lot of cats or dogs or whatever, and you didn't know, oh, is my dog gonna just try to eat this plant? I mean, I've never been around a dog that eats plants. I know, like, Beckett will pick up sticks and stuff.
Right.
I don't know how much she eats plants just for fun because they taste good or whatever. But
Lacey would eat a rabbit. I remember one
Yeah.
day she came in where she found a rabbit.
Yeah.
Caught a rabbit, found a rabbit, whatever happened. But I mean,
yeah, but not so much the plants.
not so much the plants. I'm curious, what do you guys do? I know a lot of you guys do landscaping. Seth, you said that's probably predominantly what you do is landscaping. And
Does that even go into
Greg, Corey, all you guys out there listening, John? I mean,
what about mulch, right? Like,
Yeah.
you have to give a legal, whatever it's called, disclaimer about mulch. You're not supposed to eat this mulch or rock or like, to my point, when does it stop? At what? Because to us right now it seems obvious, but to that other person it doesn't seem obvious that people shouldn't eat plants per se.
yeah.
So maybe to someone else it's not obvious that you shouldn't eat mulch, or you shouldn't lick your grass after you get a treatment done, or
Right. I mean that's why you leave a sheet says stay off until dry. But I mean, what about granular products? I mean, we're not getting into that side of it. Let's keep it on plants right now.
Right, but it's the same.
But
thing.
it's the same thing.
It's just, do you have to tell your consumer not to eat everything that you're putting? It's not Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. Like, everything's not made out of chocolate.
Corey, I can't read what he sent, but he basically said you can't buy that type of insurance. Oh my God. Yeah, you're right. That's right, Corey. Can't I know, and I made the mistake of saying that the other day. Let's see. Aaron said, well, we had 7 kids running around the yard. We ate all kinds of plants. My mom showed us a few that we could, and we took it upon ourselves to try the rest.
My God.
And that's probably true.
I guess some people try them out.
I mean, forsythia bushes, I remember
Eat the honeysuckle.
the that's what it, that's what I was saying. Honeysuckles, not forsythia bushes. Yeah, honeysuckles. I mean, I get it. Um, John says, sounds like she should concentrate on being a parent and watch her kids. I mean, that was our first thought too.
It's good that she's doing her research, I guess, right? Like learning more is never a bad thing. But I don't think.
But do any of you all put anything in your proposal about the plants?
Yeah, that's
why we're talking about it. I'm just curious. We do not.
It'd be interesting to get like a legal.
Yeah, I mean, we're just waiting on Ed's opinion.
Legal, advice and just see what they say. Because you could probably make the argument that you need it on any and everything, right? Like, if you're putting, I don't know, another example, really. I don't know, but
John says no, they don't. They do not. He's the only one that's responded with it. We don't, never have.
Yeah,
I'm not saying we never will. I mean, if we need to do it to cover ourselves as a disclaimer,
yeah.
I
guess the question becomes, at what point, even past plants and material, do you have to cover yourself from a legal?
Yeah.
Does there really have to be something in the contract that says don't come out dressed in green and lay down in the grass so we don't mow over you on accident? When does it
Where does
actually
it stop?
legally?
Well, I mean, you look at all the warning stickers when you buy something, and it's all because somebody got, McDonald's coffee now, for Christ's sake, caution hot.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I bought coffee, but somebody got rich because they didn't know it was hot, I guess, But I don't know. I don't know. He said, Seth says he does not, but it might be something to discuss in person.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm really excited to hear from our attorney that we work with to see his opinion on it, but because he does always say, ask your questions before the race, not after it started, or not after it's over. But how many times, Kyle, would you say you've had anybody even ask that? Limited? About toxicity of plants. I was going to say I haven't had it much, Oh, and that's a true point there too. John said he has more customers that ask about pets than kids.
Yeah.
So, but
I mean, I would assume and this isn't true probably, but I would assume if you or a pet ate enough of any plant, it's going to have detrimental effects on you, right?
Yeah.
Like, even if it's not necessarily toxic, but if you ate a lot of, let's just say, and I don't know if these are or not, pine needles, and they weren't necessarily toxic, but I guarantee if you ate a gallon of them, you're probably going to have health effects.
Might be something wrong. Yeah. Yeah, now we're getting some text from guys, saying no, they've never done it. But now Mike says I've never had that come up, but it's something to think about. And it is. I mean, it's where does the legal liability stop, or,
And this is where lawyers do come into play, but you just hope a judge, if this ever got that far, would be level-headed enough to not go down that rabbit hole of, he would throw it out. Okay, we're not doing a case on if you ate too many whatevers.
But I could see if I place myself as an attorney right now, I could definitely come up with a good argument of saying, Daniel, you're the landscaper. Why did you not think it was important to tell Miss Smith that the plants you were putting in her yard were going to be toxic to her kids and pets if they ate them? Well, because we've never done it. Well,
I think that's where you have to also
never done it's
legal
never a good
representation.
answer for a good attorney.
Yeah.
So I don't know, and I hope we're not opening up a box of worms for any of you guys.
For the whole industry.
For the whole industry. But it's no different than the box of worms that the guys at the Department of Agriculture asked me not to open up in a meeting one time about applications of ice melter material. Why we don't have to post those, but we put the same product on a yard and we got to post it. And they're like, just don't even bring it up. I don't know. So that's our food for thought for today. No, God, no pun intended. Well, actually, it was good though, wasn't it?
Yeah, not intended for.
Not intended to be funny, but kind of all right. But I don't know. I would really hope to think. I've had my house painted. They didn't tell me not to eat the paint.
Yeah.
Maybe
a simple thing, and you don't have to be super specific, but on your proposal or contract or whatever it would need to be on, no landscape plants or material intended for human or animal consumption.
Yeah, that might be a simple way of doing it. Yeah. That might be a really simple way of doing that. So no, we'll think about that.
Then somebody's going to read it in your thing and be like, why would they think I would eat this?
Yeah. Right. Then they're going to wonder, like, what kind of contractor did I hire?
Right.
Oh, Mike says his is going to say, not for consumption or bad things will happen. That's funny. But anyways, hey, I do appreciate all your all's input on that, but Corey said just something simple like, unless stipulated, all plants are not edible.
Yeah.
I mean, and that was Kyle's point the other day. He said, we're installing landscape gardens, not consumable gardens.
Yeah. It's not a vegetable patch.
It's not a vegetable patch or, things like that. But I don't know. I just thought it was something to bring up for sure. So not to get the pot stirred too fast or too hard, but just, hey, that's what we're here for, is to help elevate and educate the industry. And you never know. You never know. Things bad happen, ... He said that's from the HO story from David. That's true. Dave, things happen. The reality of it is things do happen. So, hey, I appreciate y'all's time today. Appreciate you spending an hour of your life with me. And as always, your input makes us all better. Appreciate you guys listening to Profit Time. Be sure to share it. Turfs Up Radio, we're here for one reason, and that's to help elevate and educate the industry. And I know I've said that a few times, but that's what it's all about. And I mean, I know we got a great group of listeners here on Turfs Up that are concerned about being the best they can be at what they do, and certainly appreciate you guys spending your day with me on my show as well. So if we can ever help you with anything, let us know. See you guys Friday, and in the meantime, be safe, and remember, profit is not a dirty word. Good morning, Turfs Up Radio. Wayne Voles, Profits Unlimited, coming to you live from Louisville, Kentucky. Yes, indeedy. Oh, my. Oh, my. We have another drippy day going on here in Louisville. I know one thing, I'm about tired of it, but you know what? We can't do anything about it. So, anyways, hope everybody's week's going along great for you. It is Friday. Can you all believe it? And it is Truth Bomb Friday. And we got some pretty good truth bombs for you today. Probably going to have more of the. Dang, was that thunder? Oh, my God. So, anyways, yeah, that was rocking. To hear him through this headset, man, is crazy, because this is a pretty decent little headset we use here, and you normally don't hear anything going along, and it's like it was right outside my ear. Oh, Lordy. So, yeah, there we go. If you had one chance, one opportunity, would you close the door and hide? Yeah, that's what we're doing, is closing the door and hiding. My goodness gracious. But anyways, hey, we're going to have a great show today. That's the plan. You guys are going to make it great. So get involved with me as always. Matt with Bam Weather is going to hop on here with us in a little bit. that is the plan. And hopefully they'll still be able to hop on with us with everything we got going weather-wise, in different parts of the country. But looking forward to getting Matt on with us and getting his input on weather, to say the least. So, anyways, it's been a good week here at WLS. We got a lot of good things accomplished. Hope you have too. Yesterday was a good day. We really thought we were going to get a little bit of work in today, man. We had about, I think, 3 little jobs we were going to try to get accomplished today, and because we're creeping in on the time of the year when we try to get a little bit done on Friday. But hey, doesn't look like that's going to work out. So that's all right. We had a great week. We're not going to sit and cry about it otherwise. Seth, appreciate you listening this morning, my friend. Absolutely. And it is a good morning to be a duck. Again, for, you too, I guess, in your area. So it's just crazy, man. It's unreal. That's what we're just going to go with that for now. We're going to go with the unreal side of things on all this craziness and weather that we got going on. I've got like a million. There used to be a way, used to say clear all, but I guess that's not happening today. You just get to do them all at one time. So that's the way we're going to do that, I guess, right? So that's the way we'll do that. But Seth, hey, I appreciate you being with us today, and I'm sure we're going to have a whole lot more people hop on here with us. Looking forward to that. And looking forward to one thing happening is, yeah, true that, Seth. That's a really a good point too, my friend. So we'll see how that all plays out and pans out. But we did, like I said, like I was saying, we did have a good week and got a lot of good things accomplished. A big shout out to our crews again, and each and every one of them, from and our subcontractors, doing an outstanding job keeping up in all this craziness we got going on weather-wise. It's just crazy. It just I don't know. Here we are, May 16th, and still thinking about rain. I mean, normally we're done with this goofiness of all this rain kind of thing. But I don't know. It'll work out. I know today, and this is just round one for us in this part of the country, or I shouldn't say country. I'll let Matt define what's going on when he hops on here with us with the weather. But I know just for us specifically, this is round one. Later on tonight, there's between like 7 and midnight, I think we got another severe round, because after this stuff rolls out of here, around 11 or 12, where sun's unfortunately going to come out. They're saying potentially. I'm going to ask Matt for his live update on that. But the reality of it is we're going to re-energize the system, and they talking about some severe weather for sure. So, or not for sure, but that's the forecast right now. I'm looking right now at my BAM thing they sent me, and from 8 to midnight, they got the severe sign up. So we'll see how that pans out. So hopefully that doesn't happen. With any property destruction, because they're talk about potentially large hail and 2 baseball size hail, for God's sakes. I mean, we're trying to get as many trucks as we can inside today in the shop. So hopefully we can get about 5 of them in here. I think that's our goal, to see if that's normally what we can fit in here is around 5. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 5 probably. So that's the goal. So that's what we're going to do, and try to protect as much as we can protect. And other than that, that's all we can do. That's all you can do. So think about it. Now, if you got something you want to get potentially new, might be a good time to set something outside. I say that all jokingly, but evidently from my sister's past insurance days, that seems to go on sometimes. So people try to beat the system, I guess, and call it something other than what it is. But don't do that though, for real. But I did reach out yesterday when I heard this spam forecast, and I was thinking, all right, we got a little bit of, about a half a day tomorrow. I was thinking about escape, and I reached out to my buddies at Pam and asked them about it. So I'll say this: I said, how far south do I have to go to get away from these storms? And they said, oh, probably Birmingham, Alabama. So, you know, and then I actually consider. Then it turned into from a weekend escape to, well, heck, if I'm going to Birmingham, I'm going to go on down to like Orange Beach, Alabama, and spend a few days there, and then come back, maybe next Wednesday or something, because Kyle's going to be out of town a few days. So, but I thought, you know what, I'm not going to do that. So it would have been fun. Spontaneous trips are fun, no doubt about it. And but we decided to stay. Because Daniel brought up a good point yesterday. He said, we talk about it all the time about hurricanes and how you get all this advance notice on a hurricane, but yet people want to ride it out. And we've had some pretty good advance notice, on this, and hoping nothing happens. And again, Daniel made a really good point here yesterday, saying, well, why hang out and wait for it? I mean, you got no allegiance to the brick and mortar of the home. I mean, none of us wants to see anything tore up. Not saying that, but on the other hand, there's no sense in riding down with it. Speaking of weather, there's our buddy Matt. Let's get him on here. All right, Matt, we're getting you hooked up here, buddy. I think we got you. How you doing?
I am doing fantastic. How about yourself?
Oh, better now that you're on here, man. We're going to throw darts and tomatoes and everything else at you today.
That's fine. I'm gonna dip, dodge, dive, and dodge.
duck, man, duck. It's funny. Yesterday when I was looking at my Clarity app, and I thought, oh my God, and we start talking about it a little bit about, well, dang on, let's just get out of here, So I reached out to you guys. I felt bad about it because I felt like I was wasting y'all's time. But I reached out to the meteorologist and I said, hey, how far south do I have to go to get away from these storms if I want to go hide? And he's like, Birmingham, Alabama would probably be safe,
Yeah. Actually, I do remember out because I was still in the office then, and I remember someone saying like they were laughing about how far south you'd have to go to avoid the storm.
Yeah, well, that was me that texted and got a little bit. And the funny thing about it is, I seriously considered it. Oh my God! But anyway,
going to Birmingham.
Yeah. I mean, I was sitting there and I thought, well, hell, if I'm going to drive from Louisville to Birmingham, I might as well go on to Orange Beach, Alabama, and go to the coast for a few days and just.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So
wow.
So then Katie start looking up flights, and she says, "Man, you can fly down to Siesta Key or Sarasota if you want on Allegiant for $119." And I'm like, "Damn, this is sounding better all the time."
Yeah, no kidding. Or did you end up hunkering down in Louisville, I guess?
Yeah. I thought, man, I'm not going to do that. As I don't know. I just felt so we're tied in, man. So tell us about it.
Okay.
It's raining off and on crazy here in Louisville today. We just had the thunder was crazy.
Yeah, it's a pretty nasty little cluster that's developed into Kentucky. You're kind of on the northern edge of it, so you're basically out of the severe risk, at least for this wave. Obviously, folks further east into Kentucky, Richmond east, I would say near Bowling Green east, still the severe threat is very much still on. Primarily that of wind gusts, maybe some isolated large hail in here. And I think there could be more development in northern Tennessee as well throughout the morning, early afternoon for any of your listeners towards Nashville. And it's especially the southern edge of this little cluster that's developed into Kentucky and Tennessee where there could be a tornado risk. So that would be something to watch. But the fun starts this afternoon, Wayne.
All right.
So I think in terms of Louisville itself, I think there's two different time frames we need to be on alert for. One would be, I'd say, around 6 to 7 p.m. That would be a time frame I'm watching for more of a kind of more isolated, kind of discrete type of cells that form. But any of the cells that do form out ahead of what I would call the main show, certainly these storms are going to be able to rotate. There's going to be tons of instability here. We'll have to see how quickly that instability can build in. These morning storms may screw up the forecast a little bit into southern Indiana and Kentucky. That's kind of yet to be seen here. But regardless, data still indicates a lot of instability building in, and very strong wind gusts, very large hail, and some tornadoes would be possible with any of the activity out ahead. And then let's call it the main show moves through Louisville. Right now, I'm thinking closer towards about 8 to 9 p.m. when the main show arrives here. And that area of storms will probably be more of a cluster that swings through tonight. I'm really concerned about that. Not only can it have embedded tornadoes, but I'm concerned about very large hail and, wind gusts that could exceed 70 miles per hour. There could be some really nasty wind gusts with these areas of storms that move through the Ohio Valley and the Tennessee Valley today here.
What are
go ahead.
Chances of not being a bust? Because I know that's not going to happen. But I mean, what's the chances of this rain that we got going on now across Kentucky, for an example, from Louisville south, causing enough help, if you will, on some of this?
Yeah,
or is there just too much recovery time before the actual front rolls through?
So that's going to be the issue. I mentioned 6 to 7 p.m. And there's a lot of moisture in the atmosphere. I don't think it'll take much for the atmosphere to recover. But we'll see how long the clouds stick around for, how much instability ultimately builds in. There is, I would say, if there's going to be a little bit of more of a bust potential areas, it would be far southern Indiana, northern Kentucky, where some of these rain and storms have just lingered throughout the morning. But I'm not saying bust yet.
Okay, I hear you.
We need to see.
Keep our fingers crossed.
I mean, I hope it does for you.
Yeah.
Obviously, I don't wish bad storms on anyone.
Right.
But given that the time frame is a little bit later tonight, my gut says it'll be pretty tough for this to bust, especially with that main wave. We'll see what type of coverage we'll get out ahead of that main wave, but that wave looks pretty nasty as it rolls through, and not only for Louisville, but areas Indianapolis, Evansville, St. Louis, Paducah.
And then does this just continue on east, or is this going to lose some of its punch as it moves over, toward Virginia, West Virginia, the Carolinas, or Ohio? What happens with it for our guys over there listening?
I think into Ohio, I think it maintains. I'm still concerned about, especially for Ohio, some strong wind gusts, the secondary risk there of tornadoes and very large hail. And I do think it can continue to shift east into, West Virginia, Eastern Kentucky, Eastern Tennessee, and then getting into Western Virginia, Western North Carolina. That's when it starts to lose steam a little bit as it starts to get into the Rockies. But kind of far western portions of the state, again, Western Virginia, Western North Carolina, I think there's still some strong wind gusts with this. Okay. By the time it gets into Pennsylvania, it will have lost some of its steam, but I still think some strong storms are certainly at play for some strong wind gusts there. It should continue to lose steam as it pushes towards the Atlantic coast, getting into tomorrow morning. For any of your folks, by say like Washington, D.C. or Richmond.
Yeah,
some of those areas.
Several listeners, Corey, and several others are over that way. Yeah.
Okay.
Listen to us.
For those folks getting into the earlier morning hours tomorrow, it won't be anywhere near as robust as it'll be kind of in our neck of the woods. But I wouldn't rule out maybe a severe thunderstorm warning or two in those spots.
Why does it seem to be like? It seems like we not just Louisville, but this region of the country just seems to be in the sweet spot for development out around Arkansas or wherever. And then by
Mhm.
the time it gets to Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, it's like full steam ahead, and then it's breaking down. What's causing that? I mean, why does it seem like we've been in the sweet spot so much?
Yeah, and that's a great question. A lot of it boils down to where we have these lows, the low track has set up, and then where there's been a persistent area of more of a higher pressure to our south, and it puts us in the sweet spot where the jet streaks and the jet stream is just kind of pointed towards. And so anywhere where we have a more active jet stream, that lends itself to a more active weather pattern. And it hasn't shifted a whole lot, to be honest. It's been rather stagnant. There's been subtle shift here or there,
Right.
but it's the background state of the atmosphere has just allowed the jet stream to be pointed right at us.
I got you.
And
That was a question we just had texted through. Has the weather pattern shifted east? We got more snow and now heavy rains. So you answered that question before, right as it came through.
Yo, perfect. Yep.
Yeah.
And I think, getting into next week too, I mean, we're not done with our active weather pattern. I mean, the pattern here is what I would call, classic spring here. In fact, as far as severe weather risk outside of today, which, has quite a high ceiling, we'll need to watch tomorrow afternoon, especially, along the East Coast, down into Dallas world, Texas and to western Arkansas for another round of severe weather there. And that threat kind of gradually ramps up a little bit further north into the Central Plains, getting into Sunday. Probably another round of strong severe storms getting into Monday. We'll need to watch, especially in our neck of the woods. I would say getting into Tuesday, there could be another round of severe weather. There's a lot of
looking right now for us. I mean, I'm being selfish right now, but are we going to be able to get out and do some work Monday?
If you're going to do work on Monday, we'll have to see that there's certainly at this distance some timing differences and issues here. So that'll be something we'll need to battle with. But in my opinion, if you're going to get anything done, it would probably have to be early. I'm concerned getting into the afternoon, there'll be showers and thunderstorms in the area.
Get it done before mid-afternoon.
That would be my suggestion as it stands right now. Tuesday may be a bit of a different story for you. I'm concerned there could be the showers and thunderstorms really throughout the day. Tuesday looks very wet, and then a low moves through the Ohio Valley getting into Wednesday, probably more moisture into Wednesday as well. So you get the idea. A lot of the country is going to be, I think, experiencing a wet pattern here. In fact, I've got right in front of my face on the computer screen right now. I'm looking at this is just strictly a blend of models here, and holy smokes, it is loaded with rain from South Dakota, eastern Nebraska, eastern Kansas, Iowa, Missouri, Ohio Valley, including Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, and extending northeast from, let's say, Virginia up into Maine. It's got about every single one of those spots I kind of just mentioned there.
Yeah.
With 1 to 2+ inches of rain. Just kind of alluding to the hyperactive pattern I think we're going to get into.
Where's the end? I mean, do you guys see the end? Because I know normally by the time we're rolling into Memorial Day weekend here, our turf grass is generally slowing down a little bit. You know what I mean? It's still great and green. It's growing, but it's slowing down just a tad. But I mean, there's no way it's going to happen now. I mean,
yeah, and I think in general, as far as when will things slow down, I don't think kind of the let's call it the May 22nd to 28th time frame. That'd be kind of not this next 7 days, but day 7 to 14. Things will probably be a little bit less active in that period. I'm still concerned things are more active into the U.S. Northeast, so that's going to be let's call it Virginia up towards Maine, where things stay more active. I think things are less active in that time frame. But as we head into early June, our latest outlook has a return of a little bit more of an active period into the eastern Ohio Valley, into the U.S. East, from Tennessee to about Western New York here. And then, our June outlook as a whole is rather wet in the Eastern Ohio Valley and the Southeast U.S. And it starts to get dry out west, out into the plains. I am concerned about drought issues that start to arise out to the plains here. I would say gradually through June, things gradually get more quiet here.
Okay.
But if
In
you're
the meantime,
Ohio,
just keep flippers and snorkels handy.
no kidding. Yes.
All right.
Keep the snorkels handy, the goggles handy, the floaties handy. Get your boats fueled up.
Yeah.
It's an active weather pattern, unfortunately, or fortunately. I don't know. Some people want the rain.
Yeah. I mean, this has got to be, I don't know, but I mean, y'all do a lot of ag help, I'm sure, too. This got to be killing those guys, isn't it? I mean, not being able to get in the fields and do what they need to do. Or
Crushing them. Ohio in particular, that's just kind of been where things have been more persistent and consistent. I mean, we're hearing from a lot of people they just can't even get out into the field.
Yeah.
We're having some of those issues too with folks into portions of Indiana, depending on where you're at in Illinois as well. So it's definitely it's not helping things. That's for sure. On the flip side, there's a lot of areas out west that are in desperate need for rain. Luckily, the northern plains in the Dakotas, they just got a big hit of rain in areas that really needed it. So not everyone's suffering out in the plains, but kind of a split. Eastern U.S. very wet, Western U.S. kind of drying out.
Yeah. Well, I know one thing. We're looking forward to seeing some dry weather. So if we can put our wish list together. If I only get like one more wish, I'm gonna wait till November to put it in for some of the white stuff. But
I was gonna say, I think you used up all three of your wishes with that winter.
All right. Well, I'll wait to rub the bottle and get the genie to pop out again and give me another wish. Right.
That's right.
Oh my God. Well, did you get some good sleep last night, man? Because you guys are going to be up a while. It sounds like.
I tried to. I tried to. It's having a kid doesn't help things, but certainly I'm in it for the long haul today. And in fact, Wayne, probably later today, you may see a message come through in the app, and I think this is what we're planning on doing later today. It'll probably be me doing a live stream for clients, just kind of discussing, what I see on the radar, how things can evolve, answering folks' questions, so on and so forth.
Good deal. Well, hey, I appreciate you taking a few minutes this morning to hop on what's going to be such a busy day for you guys, I'm sure. And
absolutely,
as always, I appreciate the input, and we appreciate everything Bam Weather does for us here at Wayne's Lawn Service for sure. So
appreciate you, and
stay safe, man, and look forward to the video today.
Likewise. Have a good one.
All right, Matt. We'll see you, buddy. Thanks a lot. Appreciate you. All right. That is Matt Griffin with BAM Weather. If you guys want to check them out, it's bamwx.com. That's bamwx.com. Big shout out to all of our crews, our subcontractors for busting it when we can do it and getting it done and making things happen. But I know one thing that's Matt, telling us it's going to stay wet into, mid-June, and then, progressively slow down a little bit and across the region. And that's something that we're all, looking forward to, I'm sure. I mean, even you guys that are on, per cut mowings, I mean, we still need a little dry time. I mean, nothing wrong with keeping the grass growing and, keeping our lawnmowers rocking and rolling and that whole thing. But, plenty of rain. And I don't know, I think, this is kind of off tangent, but lake season, I don't even know if we're going to have a lake season this year because they've already had almost 2 inches of rain today down in Campbellsville where it is we go are creeping in on it. And, we can't get the water out that's in. So we'll see how that goes, and more rain tonight. And I don't know. I'm in mourning. So anyways, Chad, thanks, man, for rescuing the cats and getting our trucks inside. And all those things, man. Have a safe trip up to Indiana. So, but anyways, we let's see what we got going here. Dun, dun, dun. Let's see what we got going here. What we want to talk about, good Daniel. So, uh, let's see. Corey said it's the only time he gets to do maintenance is on rain days. Uh, let's see. Rain days and my wife being pissed at me. I hear you, man. I hear you. That's some of it too. That is some of it too. So it is, to get some of it done and try to stay on top of it a little bit. But the reality of it is, we all kind of like the rain days to do a little bit of maintenance. But lordy, I think we've had our fair share of those. So, anyways, I know Daniel, is your door getting done today?
No.
No. Daniel was supposed to get the patio door replaced today, and that might make sense. They can't take an 8 or 10 foot hoe out, you know. So we'll see how that goes. Getting that done for you. So, oh lordy, we we did have a good thing happen yesterday, or this morning actually too. But we found some cats hiding out by underneath our dumpster. Evidently, a cat had decided to have its babies underneath one of our 30-yard dumpsters, that we got there. And the reality of it is, the guy from Best Hill Dumpster came to get our dumpster today and dump it for us, and he noticed, some more under there before he got the dumpster. And I thought it was pretty cool that, they said something. But we got him out, or Chad and him got him out. Jay with Best Still Dumpster, I'm gonna give him a shout out. Somebody just paying attention and caring about what they were doing. I thought was pretty cool, Daniel.
Yeah.
The guy didn't just run over him or drag.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like that should be. It's maybe sad that we live in a world where that's considered a pat on the back instead of just
Normal.
normal.
Yeah, because a lot of people probably would have just went ahead and drug the dumpster up there, not worried about it, and pulled it over the top of them cats. I mean, I'm not a big cat fan, but I wouldn't want them to get smashed like that. So, big shout out to Best Still Dumpster guy, man. For Jay was his name, and I'm sure he'll be in to see us when he gets back with our dumpster. So, have to give him that a boy on that one. So, but anyways, I wanted to talk something about also perception versus reality on something that happened to me yesterday, and get your all's input on this as well. But I went to get my car washed yesterday, and got fuel and was going to get my car washed on the way home. And when I pulled in to get my car washed, the guy asked me, he said, "Man, do you know it's going to rain tomorrow?" And my perception of that was he didn't feel like he wanted to, be there because of the forecast, and wasn't really into washing cars, if you will. I mean, not that he really was washing the cars, but uh, just getting it done, And but so when I got home, I asked Tabitha about it. I said, I went through the car wash on my way home, and because it just needed to be done inside more than outside is what it amounted to. I know it was going to rain. And she said, "Well," I said, how would you take that?" She said, "Well, I would have thought it was pretty nice, that the guy was just making sure that I knew it was going to rain." And to me, we had two different perspectives on it, if you would. One was, I thought he was maybe being a little bit sarcastic, and she thought. And then I asked Katie this morning what her perception on it was, and Katie said, "Well, I think he was being nice, just making sure you knew before you spent the money to get your car washed." And it goes back to perception versus reality sometimes, that one statement had two different meanings, I guess. I don't know. How would you have taken that, Daniel?
I guess it depends how he said it.
Professionally, he didn't. It wasn't like, it wasn't in a sarcastic. He just said, "Hey, do you know it's going to rain tomorrow?" And that's about how he said it. Do you know it's going to rain tomorrow? And I said, "Yeah, yeah. I just want to roll through and get my car cleaned up." He said, "Okay." And so I don't know. And then after I got Tabitha's perception on it last night and Katie's perception on it today, he probably did mean it in a nice way. And I just thought it was worth talking about a little bit today on, hey, when you're communicating with your customers, just about, maybe say a little more. I don't know. He said, hey, because if he'd added a little to it for me, it would have helped. Obviously, they didn't need any help understanding that. Because, like I said, he didn't do it in a sarcastic way or with a bad look or.
Well, I think that even goes back to, you can't make everybody happy. Like with anything, how you say something, good intentions, you're just, somebody out there is going to take it the wrong way, or
Yeah.
already be like, not, maybe you're coming into telling somebody something and they're already having a bad day or something, or whatever the situation may be. You can only do what you feel like is right to do, or the best thing to do, or whatever.
Right.
You can't
Well,
worry about.
Well, like Corey just said, he said you have said to trust the professional, and I mean, probably shouldn't. Maybe it'd been a good. But
I don't think he was saying not to get your car washed, or
Yeah.
he didn't want you to get it.
Yeah, I don't
That's
either.
at all. I think he was just giving you a warning.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I mean, somebody else could have taken that as, oh wow, can't believe that jerk at the car wash didn't tell me it was going to rain today.
Yeah, that's right. No, that's right. That's the way.
Sometimes you're in a no-win situation. If you try to make everybody
Happy.
the best thing to do is probably get out of, trying to make anybody happy, because it's not possible to do it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I know the car wash right down here by us. They used to have what they called a rain day guarantee, where if it rained within 48 hours, if you got in your car washed, if you had your receipt, you could go back through again. Thomas used to do that. And this place doesn't do it. I don't know. Some others may do it. But, yeah, I just it was good perception versus reality. Immediately I thought of Hecamus, actually, that your customer's perception is your reality. Because I had the wrong perception on it, where 66% of the group that heard this thought it was a nice thing to do, and I thought it was. I took it as God didn't want to be there kind of thing, But
Yeah.
but
Well,
that
I mean, if you
probably wasn't it.
looking
back on it.
Look at the demographics that you asked too. You're a male. You took it one way. Was it coming from a guy?
Yeah.
So you maybe subconsciously thought, this guy's not going to tell me what to do. I'm the man of my life.
Yeah.
Maybe as a woman, not necessarily, I'm not, saying all women think like this or all men think like that, but maybe as the woman, they're less likely to have that testosterone filled response of, don't tell me what to do. Oh, thanks for the advice.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. No, that's exactly right. And I mean, we're not going to make more out of it than what it was, but I think it was done with good intent on his end, looking back on it. And that's probably, Daniel, that's probably it. It might have been the male thing, I don't know, but I think it was right. It was done with the right intent. And that's what's most important. So I don't know. I just wanted to share that story to get you guys thinking a little bit about that. But something on a note I want to talk about too. Wednesday we talked about the whole shirt thing, and we're not going to reiterate that about, do you wear a shirt? Do you cut your sleeves out? That whole thing. But I also got a text yesterday from Stephen, who listens to us, and he was talking about. He said, "Man, I was listening to your show on replay, making some calls, some sales calls, and he was out on his car, and he said he saw a company out in one of the neighborhoods, uh, treating lawns, spraying lawns, and he said they just looked a little bit less than professional. Said the shirt was all faded and ripped, and he said he thought about our conversation. So, that's what we do here on Profit Time, is just to try to share ideas and thoughts to just get people thinking about it. And obviously, that particular person wasn't listening to us, but that just did. I mean, that, and this was and this doesn't matter one bit, but I just want to share it with you guys. This was in one of our more affluent neighborhoods where people probably are looking at something like that.
Possibly, but then that goes back to our conversation about don't solicit mowing in high dollar neighborhoods because they just want to go after the cheapest one. And that's where everybody goes to
Yeah,
start
that's where everybody
out. So
goes to.
maybe they don't
go.
care. It's like, oh, I get $36 mowing. I might as well, get what
Yeah.
I get. As long as the
No,
mowing's done right, I don't care what they wear.
Yeah, yeah. Long as it gets done, that that's the that's the reality of it too. Let's see what we got here. Mike's got a. Mike said, "Do we have a shirt life policy?" I mean, no, not really a shirt life policy. Just
A shirt life. What?
like, hey, it's more of like how often do you replace them, but
Oh, a
replace
shirt life.
replace them when
I was thinking
they
like an
don't look
insurance
professional.
or some kind of, I don't know what else.
Yeah, yeah, I got you, Mike. So yeah, just keep it looking decent, keep it looking professional. How about you, Mike? That'd be a good thing. Shoot it, shoot it your way, and let us know what you do with it. But mow half the grass, wear half the clothes. That's another one of our world famous listeners. So, but Aaron Walls. So, but yeah, I appreciate the input on that yesterday, Stephen. Really, because you see it quite a bit. I mean, uh, let's see what to Daniel's point. People that have the money turn out to look. Yeah, that's true too for the cheapest price sometimes. So it does kind of get into, um, or not does kind of it does relate to the reality of sometimes that is the demographics of the customer. See you, Mr. Dow. So that's true too. Sometimes we do stereotype that clientele. So I don't know if it necessarily. And Stephen, I'd be interested too on this, where he said to Daniel's point, people that have the money tend to look for the cheapest price. In some cases,
I think it just depends really, but
yeah,
whenever you're overly solicited with the cheapest price, you're probably more likely to go with them.
you're programmed that is the market price.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Kyle makes a really good point there. He said he doesn't necessarily think that the consumer goes after the cheapest price. It's the industry that goes after the affluent and gives the perceived value of that's the value of what they're offering.
Yeah.
And that's probably a really good answer as well. Let's see. Mike says, if he tattoos his logo on his shoulders and chest, is that considered a uniform and a shirt? Could be.
I mean, there you go.
There you go.
Another level.
He's branded himself.
Literally.
Yeah. I don't think that's a problem. Kyle, Mike agrees 100% with you. He said so. That's it. But there is some controversy on that and you guys can Google it if you want to, but women that are tattooing colors like they're tattooed on their breast,
Okay.
as it were a bathing suit.
Hmm. That just seems like you would never be able to change your bathing suit.
Yeah,
I've
I'll
never
Google
heard
it.
of it, but
Google it. That
Katie's
seriously
never heard of
Google it.
But
I don't know. Hey, seriously Google it real quick. Yeah, she's going to an incognito thing to do it, but but yeah, I'm trying to think of where it might have been actually who I really think I heard it from was the mayor down at Panama City Beach, Florida, talking about how they really don't want any longer uh, the spring break college crowd, because he said it's nothing but a bunch of little rich kids' parents, renting hotels. They come down here in condos. They come down here, don't know how to act, and then their parents are getting pissed when we arrest them. And he said,
I wonder if that's the representation of the cities once or the individual establishments once.
well, like he said, it's gotten worse and worse and worse over time. So I don't know. And that was just on back during spring break. He said we'd be happy. I forgot what he said they were going to do to try to deter people, not teenage, but that age group from coming down for spring break. Katie said she can't believe that they're really wanting to tell people not to come. I think they're wanting to kind of change the clientele, to open those up to somebody different, to open up that condo or that hotel to somebody like I don't know, let's like Mike for an example, that's going to go down there and not be into that. So it goes all back to image, and same thing we're talking about, and that's why we're even talking about it this long. It just goes back to image, really, and what is the image, of it, for you and your company, and how are you going to deal with that image perception that people have about you. Now, I can honestly say, though, that I don't think anybody's ever called uh, uh, called in and said, hey, we called y'all because y'all were, you look good. We have got calls that have said, hey, I saw one of your trucks and your truck looked nice and was clean, so I think that's the target we all have. So, anyways, just my 2 cents worth on it. So, with that being said, we're going to wrap it up here on Profit Time here today, a few minutes early. Got an appointment I'm going to run on here, try to get in between the rain showers. But I did want to touch on the image side and then the perception side a little bit on how important that image and perception both can be, quite honestly, for our businesses. So with that being said, you guys stay safe, be careful tonight if you're in an area where or today or anytime, but we got some, the potential for some severe weather later on. So you guys stay safe, hunker down, and protect what you can protect. And I hope everybody, when we come back on Monday, is good and no damage to anything. So with that being said, Daniel, hope you get your door done sooner rather than later.
Might be the end of the summer at this rate.
I know y'all been waiting a long time for it. So anyways, it'll get done. There's always a reason. So with that being said, you guys have a great weekend. Stay safe. Keep Turfs Up Radio on as always. Remember, profit is not the dirty word. See you Monday. Good morning, Turfs Up Radio. Wayne Vos, Profits Unlimited, coming to you live from Louisville, Kentucky. Yes, indeedy. Oh, my goodness. We have come around to another week. May 19th. Hard to believe, isn't it? My goodness, time is rolling through, and Here we are on another Monday. Before long, we'll be saying, "Can you believe it's Friday?" And then Memorial Day, and then we'll be flying on into June. But hey, we're not going to get that far ahead of ourselves. Goodness gracious, let's slow it down just a little bit. So, hey, it is a great day. Got a good start off this morning at WLS. Everything is good. No rain. Uh, might have a couple showers, toward noon, but small chance of that. But we're going to work through that. That's going to be our plan if that happens. But just relentless, relentless. So I want to just check on everybody and make sure you made it through the storms. Hope your weekend went well. We're going to talk a little bit about that. I had a really good weekend myself, and hopefully you guys did too. Curious to know how your weekend went. We had a great one personally, and hope you did too. We were very fortunate with storms. We're going to talk about that here in just a second. But yeah, I want to give a big shout out to everybody that's out working hard and doing what you need to do on a Monday, right? It is. Hopefully, it's not too much of a manic Monday for you. But yeah, Saturday morning, I went out and got to do a soccer game with my granddaughter, Caroline. She's 6, and it was her last game that I was going to be able to go to for the year. So that was fun. We had good weather. It was a little bit windy, but full sun out there going on, and that was awesome. And they played a good game. Didn't win, but that's okay. They were out there hustling and looked like they were having a good time. Um, I, I hear you. I hear you. Our drunk weather everywhere. It is. It's bad, man. I'll tell you what, Corey, you're right. Right. It's time for a weather change. Goodness gracious. But yeah, we're going to talk about that here in just a second. But curious to know what you guys did on the weekend. What'd you do fun? Were you playing catch up? Were you doing you know just chilling out? Did you grill out? Did you sit back and do nothing, but just say, "Phew, man, made it another week." Made it another week. But it was really fun. Me and Daniel and Caitlin took the old Mustang GT out for a ride Saturday, and we were out about 3 hours and got sunburned. All three of us did. Actually, we had the top down and did a little riding around, and before you know it, it was faces were sunburned, and part of the arm was sunburned, and but I don't know. We had a good trip. It was a good trip out. Had a good time, and just should have been a little more aware of how sunny it was. But man, when you're riding around like that, you're just not thinking about it. But yeah, my face is a little bit warm, but I started putting some um, cream on Saturday night, and all was going pretty good, and got feeling pretty good pretty quick. But a little bit red, and Caitlin and Daniel got a little bit red. I think Caitlin got it the worst out of any of us, but she's coming around. She's coming around. But it was a good weekend for that. And then, gosh, man, just after that, went over to Kyle's. He made some smash burgers on his Blackstone grill for us, and they were awesome. Really, really enjoyed that. He actually took bacon uncooked and put it in with the hamburger. And then when he made the smash burgers, it was in there and cooked them. I'm telling you, that's pretty good. If you've not tried that, you owe it to yourself to try that. I mean, I assume it might work with a regular hamburger too, but it certainly worked perfectly with those smash burgers. So yeah, Kyle got him a Blackstone grill recently, and he's the grill master anyway. He's always grilling. He burns his Holland grill up almost nightly, but not literally burn it up, but using it. So he's really good on the grill, and he wanted to get a Blackstone. It's two different experiences, as you guys know, but yeah, really, really going well, and those were really good. And thank him for fighting us over. Yeah, for some good old smash burgers. Me and Daniel and Caitlin went over and had some smash burgers with him, and really good, really good. So, uh, Aaron, I'll check that out. I appreciate y'all's text this morning, man. We'll check those out here in a second. But and then right after we had our smash burgers, I just want to tell y'all about this real quick, and then we'll move on. But the Preakness came on, and we watched the Preakness, or I did. I actually, and Kyle had to go pick his daughters up. They were not home with us. So, but the Preakness, I don't know if you guys happen to see the race or not, but it was a pretty creative race to say the least. And I got very fortunate and got the trifecta on that. It wasn't a big win; it's like $73, but it was pretty cool just to win it. And Kyle had a friend or somebody somehow he got access to a trifecta opportunity, and we did it and got.
I think it was just like a betting,
Was
like
that,
a betting person.
was it? Yeah.
Yeah, I think online on Facebook or something. They give their recommendations.
And so got lucky on that one, and it actually paid off. But man, it was a crazy race coming down the stretch. If you haven't seen it, you don't have to be a horse racing fan because I'm really not. I just like it around Derby time, but and I'm watch the Triple Crown side of it. But after that, I'm not a big horse racing fan. But it was a pretty crazy race. I don't know how the one horse. The race was actually under inquiry. I don't know how the one horse didn't fall down. I mean, it was crazy, crazy. So, anyways, Seth, good morning. Appreciate you listening, my friend. Glad to have all you guys hopping on here with us this morning. Yes, indeedy. So, looks like everybody's at it and going. Let's see. Mike said they worked Saturday but played hard on Sunday. Took the family to their minor league baseball game, then out for ice cream on the square. Yay. That's pretty cool. So glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. So sounds like Mike had a good weekend. Let's see. Aaron says, awesome goes. I was getting there. Oh my gosh. Aaron said, awesome goals. 3 lawn pros getting their first sunburn of the season. Maybe he'll be there one day. Yeah, it actually was, but it was a very limited exposures to the, just the head area predominantly. But yeah, Aaron, it's hey, go ahead and do it. Set that goal. But yeah, we had a good weekend, and then after Saturday, went out yesterday. Me and Lee, a friend of mine, he's got a business called Tech to Go, and if any of you guys are in, this area around Louisville. I know we got listeners all over the country, but the reality of it is, if you're within say 100 miles of Louisville, he's got a great business where they do what would you call it, Dan? Like
It's like tech,
home theater and
tech.
computer stuff as far as if you want to set up a network and
Install and updates and upgrades and.
So it's a sideline business that he's got, and he works otherwise with the VA, and but yeah, he's just really good at what he does. So he was switching out some TVs for me in my RV. We went down yesterday to where Timmy and Robbins, where my RV's at currently, and we were switching out. He was doing most of the switching. I was just kind of helping him a little bit, but I was the assistant and go get this kind of thing, But yeah, we got 2 of them done and 1 to go. So looking forward to getting that done. Just it was time for an update, time for an update on the TVs to get some smart TVs in there and get ready to hopefully do some camping. I don't know, man. We drove down to the lake and the water was looking a lot better. We could actually see the campground, and the boat ramp was open, right, Daniel?
Yeah.
But and then I saw some pictures this morning. Somebody posted and said our progress is going backwards, and that rain from Friday night kind of put a damper on it. The water came back up. So, but hey, it'll be all right. It'll be all right. We'll get there sooner or later. So, anyways, Mike, I'm glad you guys had a good time. Appreciate y'all listening, and kind of find out what you're into today as well. Mike says they're going camping 2 weeks from today. Yay! Hope it sounds fun, man. Where I like to go down there at Green River Lake State Park, um, they're close to August 1st at least. They said so. I don't know. We'll see how that pans out. I mean, you talk about a hit on your business. That's certainly pretty crazy. John said he had his 60th birthday party at his house on Saturday. Well, happy birthday, my friend. Absolutely. Good deal, man. Glad you had I'm sure you had a good time with that, and a few people coming over, whatever, maybe a whole lot, but the reality of it is glad you had a good birthday party, and happy 60th to you, my friend. So we're pretty close together there in age. I just had my 62nd birthday, and back in March. So happy birthday. Happy birthday. It's always cool. I like my birthday still. You know, I mean, hell, it's nice to be lucky enough to still have a birthday. A lot of people aren't, you know, that's the other side of it. But hope everybody's weather situation that I know Dan out towards St. Louis area, they had some very significant weather go through with tornadoes and whatnot Friday. And then Friday night, we had significant weather here. Luckily, we were lucky right here in Louisville at our shop, but some people did have quite a bit of tree damage and, blown over and power outages. And then even worse as you went towards central Kentucky, down toward London, Kentucky, which is put in south central Kentucky area for you guys that aren't familiar with it, in Somerset around Lake Cumberland area. They had 18 deaths, I think. We've had 19 total deaths, I think, from the weather in Kentucky. But and they just had some really destructive issues down there from hurricanes. Shit, as I said, hurricane because here in Louisville we had like an 84-mile-an-hour wind gust right there at our house, literally, and was recorded and was crazy right in that Fern Creek Glenmary area. And I know that don't mean anything to you guys, but it was just different. I'm just here to tell you it was different. It was short lived, but it was different. And I'm like, man, that's a hurricane force wind, rolling through. So it was crazy. It was crazy. But
91-mile-an-hour gust in Fern Creek, actually.
Was it really?
Yeah.
So wow. It was something else, but we survived it, and I would just want to give a big shout out to anybody that had any significant damage or damage that they got to deal with that weather, regardless of where you're at, and because that was a big one, and there's going to be quite a lot of cleanup time going on that. So I did want to give everybody a shout out on that. Know that we got prayers going your way, and I can not imagine what it would be like to have a home and then 20 seconds later it's gone, and then all that goes along, with that. It puts a whole lot of other stuff in perspective, and even worse are the people that lost their lives in it. And, we talk about business problems and issues and things like that. And, sometimes something like this puts a lot of things into perspective for us. So on, what's a real problem and what's not a real problem. And we actually got something else we're going to talk about too, about problems here in just a second. Let's see. Mike said a funnel cloud that hit London went over about a mile from his house in Bowling Green area. So wasn't on the ground, but he said it was pretty crazy. So yeah, I think they said that was like that supercell system that was associated with, I think, Daniel. They said it was on the ground for like 500 miles, not the tornado itself, but just the path that it took, and up and down, and
Yeah, I heard the tornado was on the ground for like nearly 70 miles or something.
That's a
wasn't
long way. I mean, I don't know. Just God, we figure out a way to fix tornado issues, you know?
it? A
But
slippery slope.
yeah, it is. It is. But we won't go there. But just wanted to give everybody a big shout out on that. And hopefully your day's underway well. Crews are out and about doing whatever it is you wanted to get done today. We're trying to get a lot of mowing done today. Got a chance of a little light rain maybe here around noon, they were saying, but shouldn't be anything significant. So we're going to certainly try to roll on through, all of that and get that taken care of. So with that being said, we're going to take a short break and we'll be right back and get into our show. Daniel, something you made mention of today was, toward the end of your show, you were talking about sleeping and, the value. You talk about it quite a bit, but the value of, sleep and the proper sleep. And something I heard you say today, though, caught my interest a little bit was about the sheets. You know how temperature and body temperature and core temperature and
Yeah,
that whole
there's just a
thing.
lot of new technology out there with bed
Well,
material or whatever you want to call it.
yeah. Well, I was good. And when you said sheets, it made me think about it. I love my sleep number bed.
Mm-hmm.
And I've got that, what they call the smart bed thing where it tracks, like your breathe rate and
Yeah,
what's that other thing? HRV.
respiratory rate, HRV. Yeah, probably heart rate as well.
And I know a lot of people have apps and stuff that do that too, but I mean,
Right.
it's really cool to get up. When I wake up, I can know if I've slept well or not.
Yeah.
You feel it, but
I
then
think that's the important thing to keep intact with and keep in touch with is how you truly do feel and not just rely on what technology tells you.
yeah,
It's good to have that. It's awesome to have the ability to like track your trends and all those different things, but
yeah,
don't lose touch with like how you truly feel.
right, right. So when you said that, I looked up last night. My number wasn't great, but uh, it was like a 78 last night.
As your like recovery score, sleep score.
My sleep score
Yeah.
was like a 78. But you, the thing with that bed, I figured out is you get penalized for laying in bed.
Yeah.
So like this morning, I got up. I don't know. I woke up about 10 after 5. Okay. And I didn't get up till about 5:45, but I was laying there watching the news and I always tell myself, man, get up because you're messing your sleep number up because they count that as restless sleep,
Right.
you know?
I'm sure there could be a way in the app. I don't, maybe not, but it would be a cool thing if they allowed you to go in and edit it.
You can edit
Edit the
like your
time.
timeout,
Yeah. I would
but
just
it
go ahead and do
doesn't
that.
change your score. So I don't know what the advantage guy, because I looked it up one day and I did edit it out.
I wonder if that edit just doesn't make that much of a difference then. Like it'd be interesting maybe to go in and edit 3 hours worth
And
and
see what
if it
happens.
changes. Because maybe
Yeah.
the 15 minutes really doesn't penalize you enough to change your score.
Oh my God. Corey's funny. He said, I never understood it. I closed my eyes and then opened my eyes. Yeah, that's pretty much what I do too, Corey.
Sleep is very interesting in that way where you don't feel time go by.
But
so weird.
I do like the aspect of the sheets that I've got. I do have those cooling sheets, and I do at the house. My nighttime temperature, I have it where it goes to 67, I think. So it is cool.
I was 67 last night and I was toasty.
What, you're toasty at 67?
Yeah,
I know.
but I mean, we're also in the upstairs.
Oh, okay.
So down in the main level, it was fine, but I usually like to keep mine a little bit lower.
Yeah.
Depending on the specific weather outside.
Well, and especially guys in this industry, I mean, sleep and recovery is really important, isn't it? I mean,
yeah, for your performance, your job performance, your ability to have like good reaction time, being out there on the road all day and being, interacting with equipment and machinery and stuff and emotionally and mood wise, like interacting with people, whether it be customers that are upset. You don't want to be all sleep deprived and go off on somebody or an employee or whatever. Like there's just a lot of things that sleep helps you with.
Can certainly help you with. Absolutely. So, yeah, I wanted to just bring that up a minute because I mean, it was when I heard you talking about that, I was like, I really do like uh, my sleep number bed. I'm not here promoting sleep number beds, but I'm just saying,
Yeah.
to me, it's worth it. I mean,
there's a lot of different,
I mean,
beds out there
there's a
now
lot
that are
of
really
good number
good.
beds that are
I've
comfortable.
never met anybody that actually uses one, but I know that like the pod, I think, or 8 pod or 8 sleep pod or something like that, they have some really cool technology in their beds. There's just a lot of like technology based beds now that are really cool. So
Yeah.
it's something I say on my show, but you spend about a third of your life in bed. Maybe a little
Yeah.
bit more, maybe a little bit less, but about a third of your life will be spent sleeping. So it's definitely worth the investment.
The investment, yeah. I know it's I'm glad you said that because I kind of feel weird about it sometimes, but I don't know. To me, it was worth every penny that I spent on that bed.
Yeah,
You
it's
know,
definitely worth it.
excuse me, because I like getting in that. Like if you want a harder bed or softer bed, or I just that whole flexibility because the tracking's important, I guess. But
Yeah, the tracking is good to like monitor your habits and stuff, right? Like,
yeah,
oh, well, I mean, we talked about it before, like alcohol or how active was I today, and it can tell you.
oh, it's
Did I get
crazy
enough
how that
sleep?
alcohol affected.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Recovery. Yeah.
yeah, my recovery. I came in and mentioned it one day, you all to Daniel. I was like, man, my HRV last night was like 51. And that first thing Daniel said was that I drank. And it was like, yeah, I had a couple drinks last night. And literally a couple. This ain't like getting pulled over and having 2 beers. I literally had 2 drinks. And yeah, my HRV was 51, where normally it runs 130, 140. Last night I was at 251.
Oh wow.
So that was crazy.
Never heard of anybody that high, but
No, look, I mean, maybe
I believe it.
no,
Mine
it was kind of concerning.
No, it's not. It's not bad.
How could you possibly go from a norm of 150 to 250 on an
Other than just like technological error, I
You
don't
think?
know. It
But
could have
it
been
was
technological.
234 is what it was.
That's really high, but I mean, I've never heard anybody say, "Hey, your HRV is too high." So
Yeah. I
yours
mean, I
is
was still
actually
in the range.
way higher than mine, which is
Mine's 124 is my average.
see,
So is that a decent number at that level?
it's just
Or is
very
it
personalized
is
because
it
mine's almost never that high.
124?
Yeah, I don't really ever.
Mine's
I
not,
haven't-
but
I-
my average has been 124.
I haven't worn my Whoop in a while. That tells me all that stuff
Yeah.
that your bed tells you, but I do remember yours consistently being on average higher than mine. So, for whatever reason, I mean, it's not bad or good per se. I mean, I'm sure there's a certain level that you probably don't want to be
Yeah.
at for anyone. You don't want like a 2 or anything, but
Right.
just that's a really high number. It seems like so.
That's the highest mine's ever been. So hopefully it throws that out, I was at 160 the night before. So
yes.
what is that just like a comfort level sleep? And my sleep number was 82.
What
the
do you
night
mean by
before.
that comfort level?
Like
sleep?
does it mean you're sleeping better with that number up higher? Like in a deeper sleep? Because I hear you talk about
Your HRV is not like it's connected with your recovery more than your sleep. So it doesn't necessarily mean you slept good. It means your body recovered well. So you could sleep good, but let's say you had a really hard day. You're out there working, doing a really hard landscaping job, and you're really just putting a lot of effort and energy into it and sweating and doing all this stuff. And maybe you didn't hydrate as well as you should have. And so that's another thing going against you. But you go home, you go to bed real early, even you're just so tired, and you get 8, 9 hours of sleep, and it's more than you usually get. And you could sleep really well, but because your body went through all that the day before, your HRV might actually still be pretty low, even though you slept well. So your sleep is like another fact. All these are factors that go into your recovery score. Like your
Okay.
sleep's a factor, HRV is a factor, respiratory rate's a factor, that go in to create this score. So it's not like, but all these factors can impact the other factor too.
Okay.
So
A lot more than meets the eye goes into it. Don't focus on one number. Is that the
I would say that's probably pretty true because you could have a really pretty solid HRV, but, and this is going past what we're talking about right now, but like maybe you don't eat well, or maybe you don't hydrate well, or maybe your blood sugar's not great, or your, so don't think, okay, if this is right, then everything else doesn't matter, or whatever. Everything, plays into
yeah?
the whole situation, which is why you get that score number. That score is kind of like an average of how well everything is doing.
Okay. That's cool. I would like to throw that high number out because I mean that was an outlier. And
I mean,
really
I think it's good to keep all the information though, even though you don't think like, okay, well, it's throwing my averages off whack. It's still though shows you a certain potential that your body has. So okay, my body, what's the highest something's ever? What's the best month of revenue we've ever had? You wouldn't want to throw that out because that shows what the potentials are. Even though it might be 1.5 times higher than every other month or whatever. Okay, well, there's potential out there for us to get this good.
yeah, that's true too. It's kind of like you're not guessing at where you can get to potentially because you're getting there. So yeah, absolutely. Man, I appreciate the text you guys are sending, and we'll address some of this with y'all too. So, but well, I appreciate your input on that, Daniel, as always. So, Mike said he's always thought about a sleep number, Bibbit, the way his kids do World War III every day on the bed, and it messes up. But I think you got to be in there a certain amount of time before it starts recording, though. So you'd be all right, I think, Mike. But hey, anyways, I want to give everybody a quick reminder that this Wednesday night at 7 p.m. is going to be our Profit Circle webinar. And we got a great guest coming on this Wednesday that's going to talk to us. He's Derek Decker with Edward Jones, and he's going to, just talk about taking care of yourself financially. And Derek takes care of us here at work at Wayne's Lawn Service, and for everybody that wants to participate in that. So here at our work, and he's a great guy, young guy. I really like Derek, and so you guys plan on joining us. If you're not in the Profit Circle with us, he's Derek's just going to talk about, hey, if you're not doing anything, some things you can do. It doesn't have to be through him. It's just going to be a general knowledge share kind of webinar, but and different things to look at with the market, trends where they're at. And so yeah, it's not a sales pitch. So don't think, oh man, I don't feel like being sold.
Yeah, you don't have to go with his company. It's just about
Yeah.
figuring out what to do, based on your availability of money and age and all that kind of stuff.
And it don't take much. That's the thing. I wish I would have done it sooner. Let me say that. So, we work hard. You guys are busting butt on a regular basis, working hard, whether you're a one truck operation or a multi-crew company. Don't be dumb like I was with it and give yourself 743 excuses on why you can't put a little bit over.
Yeah, or even why you shouldn't. Like,
Or-
I think there's a misconception that it's true that yes, your business is an investment and the money you put back, it's, it grows in the same way that other investment accounts or whatever will grow. That's completely true. But why not diversify, right? Like we all hear, don't put all your eggs in one basket. So even just putting a small amount of money in per week can help you diversify in case something would happen.
Yeah, if something does happen. And, speaking of something happening, Joe Dunbar, one of our listeners here in Central Kentucky, Smoking Joe, you guys have maybe heard him on the radio with some of our hosts or whatnot, but he had an accident Saturday, Daniel. I don't know if you'd heard about that or if I.
Yeah, I just heard about it from you
Yeah,
this morning. So.
he had an accident Saturday on his lawnmower. He had the ROP system, which is for you guys that may not know, I cannot imagine anybody not knowing, but if you're new into the business, it's that rollover protection that's behind your seat on your mowers. He had it up like he should have, but he went underneath a tree, and the ROP system caught a branch and kind of yanked him and flopped him around. He called me this morning and was telling me about it. And when he reached his arm up there to release the branch, when it released, another branch came and yanked him back and cut the heck out of his hand. And he actually not just cut his hand. I think he said he only ended up with like 4 stitches, but he broke a couple bones in his hand and got a couple bones dislocated when it pulled his arm back over that bar. And so what I want to talk about a little bit today on that whole theme, if you will, is, are you prepared for an accident with your business? And regardless of your company size, small, medium, large, extra large, whatever, however you perceive your company, the reality of it is the smaller your company is, the more it directly affects your company. Like Joe's a smaller company, and he told me, he says, well, I'm out trying to do what I can do today, and with some help, but things are going to be slow. And I just want you guys to think about, number one is, are you doing something as basic as carrying a first aid kit in your truck in case you do get cut or, something happens? Or are you just going to, grab a shirt and put a shirt on it till you get to the hospital? I mean, something to help contain the bleeding. But from a realistic standpoint, hopefully you've got, some first aid kit in your truck. Strictly from that standpoint. And something weird, or I found it a little bit odd, and Katie brought up a good point. Joe was telling me this morning he's going to see a hand specialist actually Thursday, I think it was, just to check it out for him. But, he's in a cast, and, he's got his stitches, and he's trying to, figure out a way to, weed eat or whatnot. I think he said he was weed eating, trying to figure out how a way to weed eat, and then got, if he didn't have, throw something up and hit him up on the side of the head, and he had a big patch on the side of his head the other day too. I'm not laughing at you, Joe, if you're listening. I swear I'm not. But the whole point is, what do you have in place in case something happens to you? And we've talked about this before when, a friend of mine a few years ago actually got killed on a lawnmower. We've talked about that. And, Kyle Adams was his name, God rest his soul. But, so it's one of those things you don't think's going to happen, but happens sometimes, And let's throw the extreme case out of dying on a lawnmower or a piece of equipment or a rollover or whatever. But let's just look at something, something like this, where, you cut your hand or you sprain an ankle or you break an arm, or, one thing that I would suggest is, you got to think about, and this is outside of the scope of work, Daniel, but extracurricular activities that you get into. You're running a business, it's you and maybe a helper, although it's great to get involved and, play softball, or I don't fill in a blank on what you like, and you can have an accident doing anything, right? I mean,
Yeah.
you do that fishing, or golf and get hit in the head with a ball from somebody else.
Yeah, or twist wrong when you're going to drive the ball or whatever.
So but
I just think too, you have to balance how you do those things, right? Like, we're not in the MLB, so don't act like this is Game 7 of the World Series. You can still go out and have fun. Right. There's a big difference between those two things.
Yes, I agree 100%. And I that's one thing I could not do. And I was too young and dumb to differentiate between, hey, just go out and play a little softball, but don't be as competitive as you used to be, because now you got a family and a business, and and you can't afford the time off.
And maybe that's the bigger I think mindset than it is don't then be afraid to do anything.
Yeah.
Like you have to realize where you are and what's important. Maybe at 17 or 18, it was more important to make sure you did score the winning run, but now it's a different priority.
Right.
There's different things to think about.
But, Joe was telling me something with his situation, and work related accidents happen as well. I dislocated a finger back here in the shop driving our forklift many years ago, just turning the wheel and had my finger stuck out in a position I shouldn't have. And kind of like I was drinking out of a wine glass or something, with my finger stuck out there. And that put me out for a little bit. I mean, it didn't make me incapable of working, but it certainly was with the thing I had on it and that whole deal turned into a little bit of a project. Excuse me. Mike said that's solid advice. He says that's one reason he plays down a level in hockey.
Yeah.
So yeah, don't quit doing what you like, but just think about what you're doing and what's truly important, and
Yeah, I mean,
and
it's if it's four wheeling, or using the side by sides, are you gonna go climb that
do you have to
whatever
do the one
180
that,
degree slope, or are you gonna just go and have fun and survive the day?
go ride and live to tell about it.
Yeah.
But
there's always a way to do it, safer, smarter, less competitive, whatever, just to survive the day.
And if it happens at work, Joe made a really good comment this morning in talking to me. He said, "Man, I'd appreciate if you just tell everybody to be safe. Think about safety out there."
Yeah.
He said, he flopped around a few times under the tree with different branches. He said, I was rolling pretty good. Under the tree, forgot I had my bar up and that bar hit, and I tried knocking the bar off with my arm, and now I'm bleeding. He said I had to call 911, and he said it's a good thing I did, because he said, if I'd have tried driving myself, might have been a different result, with the bleed out. And but accidents are going to happen, but just are you prepared for something when it does happen? And that preparedness starts initially with something as simple as a first aid kit in your truck, and then something that he told me was crazy, and we'll get further into this in a second for his business preparedness. But he said today, as of this morning, he had already had 18 clients reach out to him and tell him not to worry about, coming back. They got somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, man, that's cold blooded. But Katie brought up a good point. Huh?
I said something. I don't know if Katie said something else.
Daniel did. Daniel brought it up. That, what was it?
Maybe the people that, some of them, or maybe all of them, you don't know, but maybe their mindset was, man, this guy's let us know that something pretty bad happened. Let me take something off his plate and just tell him not to worry about it.
Right.
I mean, that could have been their mindset on it, instead of, man, this guy not going to be able to get to me. Just forget him. I'm going to find somebody else.
And and I don't know why I immediately went the other direction with it, but it'd be like, was he being too transparent, letting his customers know? But yeah, I mean, you're right. I think some of it may have been that they were just trying to take a little pressure off of him, And I guess the question comes down to, too, guys, how transparent do you need to be?
I think transparency needs to be honesty. I
mean, if you're not going to get there, it's
I think you need to be honest and upfront with your customers, right? Like, you're both committing to each other. They're not hiring somebody else. So when you show up, somebody else is already doing the work, and vice versa, right? Like, you promise to show up each week and get the work done. And if it'd be kind of like the transparency of a customer saying, "Hey, don't come by this week. I'm having my yard dug up for whatever reason."
Right.
You would appreciate that as the business.
Right. And I mean, here's something, and I'm not throwing rocks at Joe, and I know you probably listen to me, man, but he always talks about being behind too. So that it may be a situation where maybe he was a little bit overbooked.
Yeah,
And I don't know. I'm speculating, but I'd ask that same question to him, you know. And actually, one of our listeners brought that up that said, hey, Joe's always talking about being behind, you know, and maybe that's it too. I mean, that volume of work can sometimes, and this may not have had anything to do with that accident, but sometimes when you got a lot, you're trying to hurry and you're trying to get caught up, and
yeah,
you know, that's generally when shit happens, and that's why they call them accidents. I mean, they don't call them on purposes, you know. But I just hope that those 18 people that have left were for the right reason and not because they just didn't care and it's all about getting their lawn cut. And I understand that perspective too. If you need service, you need service.
yeah.
And
I mean,
if
at
you,
the end of the day, yeah, somebody that needs to get their lawn mowed has to get it done. And
so, but here's the question: is or there's something that, from a preparedness standpoint, you know, right? I hear you, Doug. It's true too. But do you have somebody that you can count on in a situation like that? I think that's the important thing that we should all take away from this incident. You know, do you have a competitor, a friend maybe that's in the business, or just who's the backup? That's the question. And going to capacity, how much do you have within your own business that somebody is capable of helping you with?
yeah,
You
well, it's
know,
like our last Zoom meeting. I think is what Corey was talking about being that for somebody, and his situation didn't turn out to be amazing. Do you remember when I can't remember what the guy, if he's listening, can fill us in on. But for some reason, some guy was like, "Hey, can you help me out for a couple weeks for something and mow a few of my yards?" And he ended up helping him out. So, uh, yeah, it's just find somebody to be that uh, backup plan, if you want to call it that, I guess,
yeah,
for each other.
right. No,
Mutual
that's right.
benefit.
Kind of like a mutual aid that emergency response uh, have. Like with fire, for an example, you have what's called mutual aid. Certain districts will help another district out that are adjoining districts, and that's something that I would like the takeaway from my show today be for everybody is regardless of your size, but like I said, it more affects a smaller company. What do you have in place within your business? Do you have a secondary plan for something happening? You know, so just something to think about. And where do you have route sheets for somebody? Or are you using software? Software. Um, if you got software, who would have? Let's say something. He could have easily been knocked off that mower, um, and had a bigger problem. You know, um, let's see. Man, I appreciate all the text you guys are sending in, and we'll get to these comments. But who else can help you run your business in the event you can't? Now, he's completely in good sound mind, so he's just looking for a little bit of help, you know, but from a production side of it. So that may be something to think about is, hey, who's my sub that I can count on? Who's my competitor that I can count on, to help me in this situation? Um, let's see. Mike said we may feel a personal connection to these customers, but at the end of the day, if you died, somebody else would be there next week mowing the grass, and you're just a story they'll tell on the weekend. That is absolutely the truth. That is 100% the truth. Um, let's see. Corey said his pricing was horrible. That's why he got out on it.
Yeah, I remember that part. I just couldn't remember
Yeah,
why the guy wanted him to help him out.
but yeah, to help him out. But that's it, and prepare yourself for something or a situation that is probably not going to happen, but may. You get really sick, you break a leg. Saw something on social media today with somebody made a comment about one of their crew leads broke a leg, over the weekend in a car wreck. Now that's strictly there's an accident, and how do you overcome that? Do you have somebody trained, or do you have that can run that crew for several weeks, or is it something you got to jump back into production on? Or, again, all this goes back to company size on how you prepare for it. But it is your responsibility as the owner to have a plan for it. And I think that's fair. I think that side of it is fair to say that it's your responsibility to have a plan for it. You know, you do get incapacitated or something. Um, who knows your passwords? Who knows your logins? Who's capable of billing your customers? Who's capable of getting those checks in or deposits in? If they're auto runs, does your software auto run it, or is it something that, there's so many scenarios that it's impossible to sit here on my show and say, hey, do this, this, and this. It's got to be a scenario where you look at it on an individual basis and say, okay, this is my situation. This is my software I'm running, if I'm running any. Uh, and this is how we're going to do things. Now, does that mean it's all going to be that smooth when something happens? You have an accident? Maybe not. It's like you don't know till you try it. So, but what we can do is plan for it. And then if it does happen, at least you've got a plan in place. And Joe, we wish you the best of luck. I know everybody does. And anybody that may be experiencing that that we don't know or didn't hear about, but maybe a listener here on Turfs Up Radio. But the at the end of the day, what it amounts to is it's up to you. It's your business. It's your responsibility to have an alternate plan in place in the event that something does happen. And again, something as simple as password, something as simple as accounts receivable, something as simple as accounts payable. Who's going to be able to take care of that end of it for you? And then certainly last but not least, and this is going to sound a little bit morbid, but have you guys thought about a will? Do you have a will in place? Or are you going to be as bad as Wayne was for a lot of years, thinking, well, it's not going to happen to me. We'll worry about that later. You never know. It goes back to you don't know what you don't know, and it doesn't matter until it matters. So, and I'm not going to give you will advice or healthcare surrogate advice or POA advice or any of that. I'm going to say you owe it to yourself, you owe it to your family, you owe it to your business to have those things in place. So reach out to an attorney and get those things set up that you need help setting up, like the legal documentation of that. But you take the responsibility of knowing who can help you in the event of emergencies. Let's take a short break. Man, I appreciate all the text you guys, sent in today on, the whole thing about, accidents and being prepared and the reality of it, knowing that, hey, yeah, we do need to take it a little bit easy on what we choose to do as some fun things. And Daniel, I think, made a really great point with that, instead of, thinking, oh man, I gotta be the one that scores this last run, just go out there and do it because it's fun, and I'm not saying don't put forth the effort, but have fun doing it. Use it as a relaxing time, but just make sure that you're going to get back to work because, like I said, you're counting on it, your family's counting on it, your business is counting on it, and your employees are counting on it. Everybody's counting on each other. And, it is truly a circle. So accidents are going to happen. But to Joe's point, just be prepared. Make sure you're prepared for an accident, and minimally start with at least a first aid kit in your truck and maybe a little bit of training, some CPR and first aid training is going to go a long way for you and or somebody else. So, but yeah, that's our takeaway today. I want you guys to just think about if something weird was to happen to you. Let's don't look as bad as death or, completely incapacitated. Uh, but certainly think about that too in the long haul. I mean, in the long haul, we need to think about that as well. But as of, right now today, ask yourself if you get hurt today while you're out or something happens, how is your business going to function? That's what we'll think about. Are you going to be okay? Does your business move along, because you've got somebody that's going to just step in, and be able to step in? And is it fair to have them step in, if you will? Let's say it's somebody within your team right now. Is it fair to have them step in without any exact application? It's fine to have the plan, it's fine to have the training, but also you need the practical application of it, So absolutely. And Corey makes a really great point as, within that safety kit that you've got, be sure you got a tourniquet, so with it. So a lot of little things we can do that will make our lives a whole lot easier. And again, like I said, it's one of those things that doesn't matter until it matters. So let's be a little more prepared for it. So if and when it does happen, you're going to be able to have a response. And that's the key. So appreciate y'all's time. Appreciate all the text. And again, our shout out to all of our listeners out there. Stay safe. Potentially some more bad weather moving across our part of the country tomorrow. And you guys stay safe. That's number one. And number two, remember, profit is not a dirty word. We'll see you Wednesday. Good morning, Turfs Up Radio. Wayne Voles, Profits Unlimited, coming to you live from Louisville, Kentucky.
Yes, indeed.
Oh, my goodness. There is this sphere in the sky that I'm not sure what the hell it is, but anyway, haven't seen it for a while. Oh, it popped out a little bit here and there yesterday, but I mean, we got some nice sunshine going on, man. It's hard to believe. It is out and about in Louisville. Who knows how long? I hope you guys are experiencing some nice weather as well where you're at, because we had a pretty off and on rainy day yesterday, like rain in the morning, then a couple hours, and rain again around lunchtime for a couple hours, and then rain again last night. It's like rain, go away. Oh my goodness. But anyways, hope your week's going good. Here we are on this hump day, Wednesday. Again, we've rode around. It's hard to believe we're rolling through. I mean, first of all, this is new territory for me. I'm going to be honest with you guys. Wednesday during the summer is normally my go to the lake grocery day. And I'm telling you, I'm missing it. I mean, lake season this year has been zero. We're trying to pretend like we're getting ready to go, but I mean, we're shut out to at least August 1st. So I was joking the other day. I said, I don't know what I'm going to do on Wednesdays. I don't know what I'm going to do for my weekends. This is the first Memorial Day. First, yeah, you're right, Katie. I'm going to have a mental breakdown for long, but I don't know. It's crazy. It's just crazy not having the life support system of Green River Lake helping me out. But anyways, we'll make it. Business is surviving, and that's all that really matters. Because without that, none of it happens. So we're glad that the business is rocking and rolling along. But I sure am missing my lake time, and maybe that's it. Because we talk about it all the time, how important that free time and recharge time is. But man, I'll tell you what, I am missing it. Yeah, absolutely. I don't know, Aaron, if that'll work for me, quite honestly. Aaron said try camping on the Ohio River. There's a lot of pretty cool spots, that we can go to. So I don't know. I might look that up. On the other hand, my camper it's not very, let's put it this way. My RV is directionally challenged. It's just used to going one way, So I don't know, but I don't know what we're going to end up doing. I don't know if we're going to throw the towel in, like Rocky, and say, hey, man, we need to figure it out and start it again, or what we're going to do. But we'll do something. But it it is what it is. But that's where we're at with it. So yeah. Yeah. I hear you, Craig. I appreciate that. Craig says extra time on Wednesday equals longer shows for profit time. I appreciate that, Craig, coming to my buddy there in North Carolina, Charlotte area. So hope everything's going well for you guys down that way. Weather's been crazy for each and every one of us. I mean, I know you guys have had crazy weather. We've had crazy weather. It's been a crazy weather pattern. I'm not sure if Matt's hopping on with us today with BAM weather or not. I hope so, but I did reach out to him this morning and shot him an email. So just depending on what they got going on, he's pretty good about hopping on if he can, and if not, we'll certainly see about getting him on Friday with us. But yeah, it's Wednesday, it's Hump Day, it's May 21st. Yesterday was Bill Day, our favorite day at WLS, the 20th of every month. That's right. That's when those invoices go ding, get shot out of here, just like they're getting shot out of a gun, man. And we're not going to talk about that today, but y'all know we've talked about it plenty. But why we do our invoicing on the 20th and not the 30th. It's a lot of logistical reasons as far as our cash flow goes, is what it amounts to. So, yeah, we're looking forward to a great show today. Got a lot of things planned to talk about here. Looking forward to your all's interaction as always. And want to give a big shout out to my bestest buddies who are on their way to Florida for the long weekend, or extended weekend, however you want to talk about it. That's Timmy and Robin Hamilton. They are on their way to Panama City with some friends, Barbara and Chuck. They're riding along too. So, damn, I can't believe they left me behind, but they did. So, anyways, no, actually, I just got outranked is what happened here, at WLS. I got outranked. Kyle's going to be out of town, and Katie's diving out of town next week late too. So, anyways, it's just overlapping time away. Thank goodness I got Katie and Daniel going to be here. Kyle is going to have a well-deserved week off next week. He's leaving Friday. He's going to always say the wrong place, Hilton Head. They're going to Hilton Head. Their family really loves it down there. So looking forward to him getting away and getting down there and doing their thing down there. They always have a great time with that, and they got some friends going with them. So wish them a great time is really what I'm hoping for. So Katie's kind of preparing for her trip. Took the car over for a detail cleanup. Kyle got new tires and oil changed and all that pre-trip maintenance we all like to do before we go somewhere. Kind of like your business, right? We got a lot of preventive maintenance goes a long way. So I'm a big fan of that on anything, all equipment, and yourself, most importantly yourself. And that's where lake season came in for me. That was preventive mental maintenance and the recharge time that we all get. But hey, Timmy and Robin, I wish you all the best of time, a safe trip. I'm sure they're probably rolling. They left yesterday afternoon, and they sent me a picture to kind of rub it in a little bit. But that's all right. I'd have done the same daggone thing. So I wish all four of them the best of luck. They're going to have a great time, no doubt about it. But oh Lord, I hear you, Seth. Good morning to you too. Seth says he's not sure if it's just him, but feels like we ought to be well into June. Uh, absolutely. My gosh, let's see. Craig says, nerdy North Carolina fun fact of the day. Charlotte is in Mecklenburg County. Yesterday was the 250th anniversary of Mech Deck Day. What do you think of that? Say that, yeah, Katie, I agree. Katie said, say that 5 times fast. On May 20th, 1775, here's a fun fact. Residents of Mecklenburg County declared their independence from the British. It was signed more than a year earlier than the Declaration of Independence. So every May 20th, there is a Mech Deck Day. That's cool. That's really cool. Never heard that before. That's why it's so cool to have you guys all over the country listening and, sharing stuff like that, man. That's cool. I'm going to go to I've been to North Carolina and South Carolina doing seminars. I've been to almost every state doing seminars, but the problem is I don't get to see many of them. I get to see an airport. I fly in or drive in, get to the airport or get to the dealer where we're doing our presentation, and then turn around and go back the next day, come back home. So, people say, "Oh, you ever been there?" Yeah, I've been there. Yeah, I've been to Charlotte, I've been to New Bern, I've been all over the East Coast, and like I said, I think 35 states we've done our presentations in 2 countries. And the reality of it is I can't really say other than things I've done for vacation that I've seen much of it. Hershey, Pennsylvania was a cool place to go. By the way, Doug, if you're listening to us or listening to us on a replay, that was really cool. Did a presentation up there, and he taught a very rural community. But the cool thing about Hershey, Pennsylvania was the streetlights were Hershey Kisses. And so that was pretty cool. But it was a very small community. But I don't know how I got off on that tangent, but we did. But anyways, hey, everybody, point is, let's have a great day. We can't control the weather, but we can control our attitude. We can control is the glass. There we go. I was going to say half-ass. Is the glass half empty or glass half full? Or the other perspective is, where's the glass? And hopefully none of us are saying that. I mean, hell, we feel like that sometimes, no doubt. But anyways, hey, we're going to take a short break. We'll be right back with more Profit Time here on Turfs Up Radio. Your industry, your station. Don't you go anywhere. Joe Dunbar, Smoking Joe, who hurt himself Saturday, going underneath the tree on a lawnmower and messed his hand up. He was getting surgery on his hand today. Said it wasn't going to be too crazy of an event, but still, anytime you're getting surgery, man, you worry about it and you think about it and that whole thing. So good luck on I think he was getting a pin in his middle finger, he said, to help realign his finger. So, hope get that done, and I'm sure he'll post something about it when he's finished. He's pretty good about keeping people posted up on Facebook. So be glad to hear how that goes for him, and looking forward to a speedy recovery for him. And it's incidents like that help you come around and look at what's important for to your business, to yourself personally, and generally. What it boils down to, the most important thing is you, you and your health, and keeping yourself in better health, if you will. And I'm not preaching, because, man, I was the world's worst. I fooled with my hip about a decade too long, quite honestly, before I did something about it. So this ain't the pot calling the kettle black. This is saying, hey, Joe, I'm proud of you getting that hand dealt with the right way right off the bat so you can get yourself back to normal. And that's what we all need to think about is, what can we do to get dealt with and get ourselves back to normal sooner rather than later. So glad to see you're doing that and hope that goes well for you. So one thing I did want to talk about too, just for a second, was for you guys that are in a profit circle with us. Our Zoom meeting is tomorrow, Thursday, May 22nd at 7 p.m. Look forward to having you guys in there. We're going to have an awesome presentation tomorrow. Again, that's Thursday at 7 p.m. Derek Decker with Edward Jones Investments is going to talk to us. And whether you want to invest $20 a week or 20,000 a week or anything in between. I mean, it's up to you, but he's just going to talk about advantages and disadvantages. This is not a sales pitch in any way, shape, or form, but just to help all of us understand the opportunities potentially that are out there for us in the market that we're currently in, good, bad, or indifferent. That depends on you, but would love to have anybody. If you're not a member of the Profit Circle, go ahead and hop on there. You can get in there with us. 7-day free trial. You get in, you got 100% access to all of our videos, all of our content. It's exclusive content there within the Profit Circle that's not out there on our regular other social media and YouTube channels and things like that. So love to have you. Just go to our website. That's Profits Are Us. That's profits, AREUS.com, and get in there with us. We'd love to have you, regardless of what business you're in. So it's small business talk is what it amounts to, and we have a lot of people in different industries talk about different things. So we'd love to have you in there with us. And as we move along today, I wanted to talk a little bit about phone calls again and ask you guys and see what's happening across the country for you guys phone call wise. I know we've talked about it, but I'm just going to kind of keep up on it just a little bit, if you will, to see how things are going, in different markets and how it's affecting, whether you're in the Southeast or Northeast or Northwest or, wherever, Midwest, wherever you're at. How's the phone going for you? And when I say phone, just leads in general, whether they're coming in through your website or whether, it's phone calls coming in, however you're getting your leads, how's that happening for you guys? Because for us, our volume is down some, no doubt about it. But also, honestly, the other day we were talking about it a little bit and we were saying that what's not down or what's the type of calls we were getting were not so great calls, and after further evaluation of that, realistically, even those calls are down some. When I say that, I mean like one-time mow calls. People, and it seems like the one-time mowing calls have certainly went on longer than normal, but I think that's strictly because of the weather we've had here in Louisville, Kentucky, and a lot of parts of the country. It's been so wet, and equipment dealers and servicing dealers are behind on, getting things out residentially that they can't, these people are still having problems where when they do get their mowers back, they can't get through the grass due to the density. So, yeah, I don't know. It's different. Let's see what we got here. Dun, 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 dun. Lots of. So we got. Let's see, a lot of one-time mow calls and website leads. Let's see. Had a handful of. My guy decided to make a career change, and I desperately need somebody. Mike said that's what's kind of went his way. Absolutely. So Aaron said his calls are down a little bit. So we'll see what's happening. I know one thing, we're not giving up on advertising. Actually, we're throwing more money at that than we have or did last year. to make the phone ring. We've had that discussion on the importance of that. You know, when things slow down, the last thing you want to do is stop or slow down with your advertising and marketing dollars. Because, you know, you got, hey, we've talked about it, but we're going to say it again. You know, when things are slow, it's a smaller pool potentially of customers out there, right? So you've got to keep your name out there. Don't say, well, man, I don't have the money to spend on it. You need to find the money to spend on it and get it from somewhere else. You know, rob it from somewhere else in your budget, if you will, and put the money toward the marketing and advertising. Just you've got to keep your name out there. So it is what it is, and it'll be okay. You know, it's everything's cyclical. That's what we all got to remember. It doesn't matter what kind of business you're in, but things are cyclical. It's up, down, and you know the valleys suck, but the peaks are great, and in between you row. You know, so that's the reality of it. But and speaking of customers and phone calls, Craig, I think he's listening to us now as well. But he sent me something this morning, and he started it out with, you know, sometimes customers are the problem, and I would like to say I agree 100% with that, and would like to get your all's input on that as well. You know, it's not always our fault. Now, it is our problem sometimes, or most of the time, you know, but the reality of it is true that the valleys are a swamp. Absolutely, they are. So, but sometimes the customer is the problem. And, you know, Craig said he had the lady call in yesterday and canceled service due to quality. And he went out, took some pictures, sent me the pictures as well. And I mean, I trust Craig even without the pictures. But the reality of it is the yard looked fine. The edging was fine. I mean, it was just the yard to the naked eye looking at it in a picture. I didn't see any problems with the yard. Craig said he didn't see any real problems with the yard. So I don't know. It kind of makes you wonder the customer's perspective. Now, part of it says, well, ask the customer, you know, and I'm sure he has dealt with the customer on it. But I think really what we need to think about too is sometimes no matter what you do for a client, and it doesn't matter what business you're in, whether it's like Timmy and Robin in the hydraulics and welding business, or my buddy John Stuber who's got dog kennels, or any of us in irrigation, lighting, landscaping, mowing, whatever it may be, sometimes backflips aren't enough. And the customer is the problem. And I think the takeaway for most of us, or what I would like the takeaway to be for most of us here today, is obviously we want to try to be a solutionist for our customers. But I think maybe more important than being a solutionist to our customers and trying to figure out, okay, what's it going to take to get it right? Sometimes what it's going to take to get it right is firing the customer before the customer fires you. And I don't know what type of relationship there was prior to this customer calling and canceling, but normally they don't cancel right away. Normally they lead up to the cancel with, this isn't right. Come look at this. You know, I need you to see this. And then after 2 or 3 of those, or 4 of those, or some number of those events, they cancel. But know that maybe here's the lesson. Be more proactive on you firing a client. Because sometimes, and you guys have heard me say this many times, the most profitable thing you will ever do is fire a client. I mean, you just got to think about what service it is that you're providing. And in a mowing situation, okay, that's going to be the least profitable thing you offer from your service offerings in most cases. A lot of guys don't believe that or think that, but those are just the ones that don't know the true numbers. And for those that do, will tell you that all day long, that, you know, mowing yes, it's profitable or can be profitable, but due to the overhead that's involved with mowing, the trucks, the trailers, the lawnmowers, the string trimmers, the blowers, the edgers, the labor, all those things that get involved in it, and then a very competitive marketplace, it becomes one of the least or the least profitable thing for most companies. And that's why you got to be willing to fire a customer sooner rather than later. Let's see. Look at some of these texts we've got here. Be a solution for the customer, yes, but also be a representative for our industry. If that means education and by firing professionally, of course, then so be it. Absolutely. That's what it amounts to. Try to resolve it, but after you've tried 627 times, not literally, but multiple times, it all goes back to that 95-5 rule. And I don't know if that's the proper percentage, but that's what we always say, that 5% of your customers are 95% of your problems. So those are the ones that we need to fix. Those are the ones that we need to fix. So that's what we got to look at. So we got to, let's see what we got to, gonna get a more. All righty then. Let's see. Ding, dee, dee, dee. Yes, indeedy. We got the pictures rolling in here. Yeah. So that's that. Appreciate those. Man, you guys are awesome on your text and pictures today, to say the least. But anyway, getting back to Craig's situation here, I feel like you do, Craig. It's good riddance, and that's just what it amounts to. So on that note, let's take a short break, and we'll be right back with more Profit Time here on Turfs Up Radio. Craig, again, as we wrap that up with your segment today, I think sometimes the customer is the problem, but it goes back to, it might not be our fault, but it is our problem. So fire the customer. I mean, they fired you in this case, and we all get fired, but sometimes we try to save them too long, so, and not all calls are good calls. We talked about how's phone calls coming and that whole thing for you. I've got something I want to play here on a message that we had here in our office yesterday. Let me pause this thing real quick. But we came in yesterday, and this was the message that was left for us. And I know you guys can appreciate this for sure. So here we go.
Robert J. AZZMA.
Good morning. My name is Jasmine Strobert. I'm calling with Greenwood Star Property Management. I was calling to see if you guys did service multifamily. We do have a few properties. It is scattered site. A total of 348 units. So it's small properties, just kind of spread out. They are in the west end of Louisville. We wanted to see if we could get quotes on getting the lawns mowed. What we're looking for is twice a month, bi-weekly cut, and edging. None of the additional. We don't need landscaping or weed pulling or anything like that. Just cutting the lawn bi-weekly and maybe like a month-to-month contract if you guys offer that. We're just looking around for some pricing and things like that. If you could just give me a call back at 502-641-9126. I'll also shoot you guys over an email with the list of the properties, and that way you guys can see that and let us know if you can service us. Thank you so much. You have a wonderful day.
To repeat the message.
So there we go. A message. We got a few properties, 348 lawns. Now, first of all, I want to say that she was very kind, very professional with the message that was left. But secondly, there's not, first of all, there's not a lot of companies that could put on 348 accounts at one time. The logistics of that doesn't I mean, I don't know if they've thought that out, quite honestly. I mean, now they're not huge properties for you guys that aren't in the city of Louisville. Um, First of all, let me go back and say for you guys that are in the city of Louisville that may be listening to us, feel free to reach out to us and be happy to give you that number if you didn't catch it to give them a call. But nothing about that call sounded appealing to us at WLS. First of all, I don't want 348 calls or 348 jobs with one customer. That's number one. Secondly, biweekly cuts, 348 biweekly cuts. So every other week, you got to figure out how you're going to separate 348 jobs out of your other jobs that you've got that you're doing. That's what the problematic side comes of that. You're putting all your eggs, and for some companies, that would be putting all your eggs in one basket. You know, could we take on 348 counts at once? Absolutely, we could. I mean, we've got the network of subcontractors and our own that, yeah, we could divvy up those accounts and get them done. But a job like that, a biweekly mow, a month-to-month contract, first of all, I'm not going to look, or we're not paying anybody to go look at 348 jobs. I mean, can you just imagine the logistics of that? So now what a contractor is going to do is guess at it. So my whole point of sharing that with you all, excuse me, is this. Although they were very professional in the message, and I can see why they were trying to find somebody, I truly believe that it's going to be in their best interest to split that contract up to multiple providers. That'd be my suggestion to them. Now, I didn't take the time to call them back and tell them how to run their business because they're obviously a management company and they're not going to listen anyway. But I really think it would be in their best interest to take 350 lawns and divide it into a minimum of 5 or 6 contractors. Just from now, that means, yeah, they got to deal with 6 contractors, but it's a whole lot easier management dealing with multiple contractors to me in that situation than it would be trying to manage one chuck in a truck. And this is the kind of person that's going to respond to that, because I don't think anybody that's of any history or background or been in business a while is going to want those lawns on a biweekly basis, a month-to-month contract. So you really don't have much in hand anyway with that. And maybe the worst part of it, and they were transparent enough to tell us that there's not going to be any other services. There's not going to be mulching, no trimming, no fert and weed. So it's all about mowing twice a month, and that's all. So that goes back to not all opportunities are a good opportunity, because what that potentially is going to turn into is the same problem Craig had of getting fired later. So let's don't put all of our eggs in one basket. If you're a contractor in Louisville and you want to do it, do it. There's the phone number. If you didn't catch it, reach out to me. I'd be happy to give you the phone number on it. But even though, and my whole point of sharing that, was several points of sharing it, and I've discussed a lot of it, but I want to reiterate another one, is just the fact that even though we're wanting phone calls now, we got to be selective on the types of calls that we're going to say, oh yeah, let's take a look at that. Don't be happy the phone rings. We want the phone to ring with a better lead, and be willing to prioritize those estimates. You know, in our case, this isn't a matter of prioritizing that estimate because we're not even going to submit a proposal on it. But like we talked about around here, yesterday with it was, well, what we would do would be look at a few of them, and get a base price on these things and have a first small price on a time and material kind of job. Now the good thing is there's no material. The time's going to be based on the height of the grass. So first cuts are going to be basically an open PO, but they're not going to give you an open PO on that many accounts. And I can understand why. First of all, they don't know the company they're working with. We don't know them. They don't know us. They don't know you. You don't know them. Whatever. They've had some type of relationship with somebody that hasn't worked out. And it may be because they're trying to have, going back to one contractor doing all those facilities. And the reality of it is there's not too many people that can take on that capacity here in Louisville, Kentucky. Just to say, oh, yeah, let's add 350 accounts. So let's see what this has got. Do you think those managers know that companies like yours actually won't do the job, but they don't know where Chuck in the truck is at and know you would know and give him his contact? That, I don't know, Aaron. You know what? That might be a point that, hey, giving them a referral on somebody else. That may be it. That could very well be it. That's a good point. So basically, Aaron's thought is, hey, they don't know how to find somebody else because the person that's going to think that's a good opportunity is going to probably not have the online presence and spending the money to get that lead generation from them. So now I'm not saying that's not going, that no small companies spend time on lead generation. I'm not saying that at all. But Aaron's point may be well taken that, hey, they can't find somebody to do it, so they're reaching out for a referral from somebody. So that very well could be the case. So, yeah, very well could be. Corey says, month to month and a little crying face, smiley face, that's it. I mean, nothing about it's a good deal. That's why I said in their best interest, the best thing they could do is segregate it into smaller bites, if you will. Hey, maybe, somebody can implement 50 accounts much easier than they can do 350 accounts. So that's just my 2 cents worth on it. But I wanted to share that with you kind of as a line, from going to, hey, how's your phone ringing? Is your phone ringing? What type of leads are you getting? And, customers that are canceling because of quality issues, or maybe they're justified quality issues. Maybe they're not justified quality invoices. But then when the phone does ring, you get something like that. I had another one yesterday that was pretty crazy that I went on, and we actually did a little video on it. I don't know if Daniel's going to put it out or not. He was really just doing a video for me because I said, my God, I want to do a video on that, but maybe it'll be out. Maybe it won't in the profit circle. I don't know. But it was more of a kind of like, God, Kyle made a really good point. I went to see this guy yesterday, going back to phone calls, right? Guy's selling his house. Him and his wife are selling their house. And I get there and they're wanting to make it look better to sell it, the curb appeal, when you pull up. And the whole time this guy's talking to me, he's like, hey, just use your professional judgment, here, excuse me. Utilize your professional judgment. And so when I start utilizing my professional judgment and talking to him, he's like, and so I tested what he was telling me. This is the sales side coming out, okay? I was testing what he was telling me with questions. And I had a suggestion about leveling up a hedgerow that he had, some of which that hedge was under a tree canopy. So it was about a foot and a half shorter than the part of the hedgerow that came out of the tree canopy. And I asked him, I said, hey, for curb appeal standpoint, do you want us to try to get that more even? So when somebody pulls up, it looks even, and rather than the way it looks right now, looking like a cell phone commercial. You know how they used to have the lines, the tires, the lines coming down from tallest to short, and that's the way these bushes look. And he's like, well, I'm not so sure my wife would like that. And after 2 or 3 different times, that was the third time he said that to me. Well, I'm not so sure my wife would like that. After he had repeatedly told me to use my professional judgment, I said, well, do you think your wife would come out and walk around with us? And he said, well, she's busy inside. And that was another red flag to me, that, okay, here's what's going to happen. We're going to potentially get this job, and we're potentially going to be called back multiple times because it's not the way the wife wanted it. If in fact he really had a wife, I don't know. I'll assume he's telling me the truth, right? But it seemed like she was the decision maker. And at my business meeting, I didn't have the decision maker telling me what they really wanted. And so what it boiled down to, and I'm talking to Kyle about this, this is really kind of funny, but I'll share it with you guys. Kyle said, well, did you ever ask him about a budget? Hey, what do you want to spend on this? Because they had a few things potentially that they wanted taken out, some new things put in. And I said, you know what, Kyle? No, I never asked the guy, hey, what do y'all want to spend on this? And he said, well, why not? I said, I swear this is true. I said, I had to pee and I didn't want a whole lot more conversation. I needed to leave. And Kyle and everybody here started laughing and said, oh my God, write that excuse down. And that's really what it was, It was an excuse that I used not to ask the proverbial question that should have been asked after 3 of those objections that I received from him, about pricing, because he was consistent about, I don't know if my wife will like it, and we're just wanting to spend as little as we can spend. The proper sales procedure would have been, hey, what kind of budget do you have in mind? Then we can talk about what we can do. And if I had to do all over again, that's the way the conversation would have went. But it didn't. And another thing that he said a couple times was, I want an itemized list of, what you're going to do. And keep in mind, I know y'all have no idea about this project and the size of it. It was very small. I mean, it really was. It was, I think yesterday when the proposal I sent out, it was only like $2,800 and some dollars for the whole thing. So it wasn't like it was this big, cleanup or a lot going into it. And yeah, right. You're right, Seth. The budget is the $1 million question. And I made the rookie mistake of not, it wasn't that I didn't want to ask it, and I should have. That's the thing. And that's what I like sharing my experience with you guys, that, hey, I make mistakes too. And that was my mistake yesterday with that, is I never asked the most important question involved after I had all those red flags pop up of what's the budget. So I want some scrutiny from you all. Text me, tell me how bad that was and what a mistake that was. You won't hurt my feelings. I know it was bad. I know it was my mistake. But at the end of the day, after I couldn't get him to have his significant other come out and do a little walking around, true that, Ben, I had to pee, man. I could tell this wasn't going anywhere. So I didn't want to waste any more time there, is what it amounts to. But I could have professionally done a better job at it. And that's what I want this story to be for you guys, is to know that whether you got 1 year experience, 10 years, 40 years, or 100 years of experience, sometimes our A game goes to a C game. We come up with a dumb excuse on why we let it go to a C game. But at the end of the day, it potentially was a decent lead that I turned into something not good because I didn't ask the proverbial question of, what's your budget? Now, I really don't know with all the other red flags. And the funny thing about this is, hell, we might sell the job. I don't know. Like I said, yesterday afternoon late, got his proposal out to him, and we'll find out. But I think, and here we go with that, right? Here we go assuming again. I think I was over what they wanted to spend, but I really don't know because I didn't ask. And I think that's what we need to think about in selling more is, are we asking the right questions? And if we're not, are you giving yourself an excuse like, I had to pee, that's why I didn't do it? And that really is the honest to God answer there. I mean, it wasn't like I was going to go to the bathroom in my pants or anything, but my dad would have bopped me in the back of the head, you know? Pretty much that's what happened when here with this, with my crew here. They bopped me in the back of the head because I didn't, I didn't follow the best sales procedures in the world, but I also had a lot of red flags popping up. And, I should have discussed the fact that we don't itemize our proposals, and I didn't do that. So I really didn't give myself a chance to succeed. That's what I'm really saying, is I didn't give myself a chance to succeed, because although sometimes we get red flags from a customer or potential customer when we're talking to them, if we do our job as a salesperson, I could have knocked those red flags down by, first of all, identifying that, hey, we don't itemize our projects. And that's something we don't do generally. 99% of the time, we do not itemize something for somebody. Now, based on things that they want set up as an option on a job, like this guy wanted, mulching as an option. He said, hey, I'm not sure if we want to remulch after you do all this cleanup, because we had put some mulch down back in March. And this was that bag Thornton's cheap mulch, that's bad shape. It's going to need to be mulched. And I did tell him that. I said, I said, because when we do this trimming on all these deciduous type plants, there's going to be some material left behind that is, not going to be cleaned up, if you will. You guys know what I'm talking about. There's always some that's going to be left behind, and it's always best to just top dress it with some mulch to finish the job and clean it up. Because like I told him, if I'm pulling up in front of your home, it's fine that things look trimmed out, but they need to look well. I don't know. Let's see what we got here. That's it. Intuitively, your experience left because of autopilot. You knew he was a no. Your experience stopped you long before you took on bad money. Well, I appreciate that aspect of it. But still, I feel bad because I didn't procedurally do what I should have done from a sales perspective with it. And, it could have, I don't know, maybe I'd have spent maybe it did save me some time. I don't know. Maybe I'd have spent another 30 or 40 useless minutes there by talking more and answering or creating more questions. But at the end of the day, and I know you guys can appreciate this, at the end of the day, I just feel like I let myself down more than I let the consumer down by not following proper protocol from a sales process. That's just it. And that's what bothers me a little bit about it more than anything, quite honestly, is knowing that I kind of let myself down on the project. But I will keep you all posted on it. I will keep you posted on it and let you know how it goes. But as the phone, as things do turn around and the phone does start ringing a little bit more, and I think as a summary for our show today, let's look at it from a couple different perspectives, if we could. Number one is, I think we look at it from the standpoint of calls or leads coming in, whether they're phone calls, emails, whatever they are, however the leads being generated. Some are good, some are bad. We're going to get some in where some, regardless, the lead generation is going to be different. Okay. But know that all leads aren't going to be good leads. All sales aren't going to be good sales. Now, something that I do believe in, though, is that all accounts are green. So if we do want to put a client on and we do go through the sales process and they sign a contract and we're there providing service, regardless of what type of service it is, whether it's, fert and weed or lighting or mowing or whatever it is, we need to do it to the best of our ability to try to satisfy the customer, but also be smart enough to realize, just like Craig's case that he shared with me this morning, sometimes you're just not going to make them all happy. That's the reality too. And know that all opportunities are not a good opportunity. Ben, I appreciate that. Ben said, don't beat yourself up, brother. There's always another one. That's right. That's something that Steve Rush used to talk about all the time. My buddy passed away several years ago, but I respected him. I liked him. He was a good friend, and he was a great salesperson with Davis Electronics here in Louisville, which they sold two-way radio communications. But he taught me that, and what he said, Wayne, in selling, just remember, some will, some won't, so what? And sounds arrogant a little bit, but the reality of it is, as salespeople, we got to have thick skin. We learn from our experiences. I learned from that experience yesterday that I didn't do the best I could do, certainly. Wasn't even close to my best. But for whatever excuses you give yourself, if it's as dumb as I had to pee or whatever the excuse is, excuses can be unlimited. Kyle says, man, we got to write that one down. We hadn't used that one before. But the point is, know what you did, know what you did wrong, know what you could have done better, even to professionally back out of that situation. And from there, we move forward. And the next one could be the yes. So to Ben's point, to me, saying, hey, Wayne, don't beat yourself up. I don't want you to beat yourself up either. But what I want you to do is stay consistent. Stay consistent. And I stay pretty consistent. And I know you stay pretty consistent, but also be open-minded enough to know that sometimes you're not on your A game and you got to fix something. And don't give yourself a dumbass excuse like I had to pee as to why it didn't go well. With that being said, you guys have a great day. Appreciate you listening. Appreciate all the text. Be sure to share Turfs Up Radio with all your friends. Looking forward to talking to you guys Friday. And in the meantime, be safe. And remember, profit is not a dirty word. Good morning, Turfs Up Radio. Wayne Vos, Profits Unlimited, coming to you live from Louisville, Kentucky. Yes, indeedy. Oh, my goodness gracious. Can you believe it? Here it is. It's Friday already. Here we are again. Rode around another week, May 23rd. Just think May is almost in the books, y'all. I mean, we're going to hit June, and then before we know it, we're going to be talking about aeration and seeding and all those good things that we do in the fall. And it's crazy how fast the year's going. I don't know if it's going that fast for you guys, but I think we're kind of stuck in the spring mode because of temperatures and conditions. But the reality of it is it's unreal to me that here we are. I think we were 49 or 50 degrees this morning here in Louisville, Kentucky. So I'm sure it was a little cooler in the outlying areas, but oh Lordy, I don't know. But we do have a great weather day. I will say that. Sun's out, full blown sun out, having a great day to go out and do what we're doing. We're catching up a little bit today from some of the weather we had this week. So we got a good day going on today, doing a little bit of mowing. The mowing we're actually doing is ahead for Monday. We're mowing a little bit ahead for Monday since we're going to be off Monday for the holiday, and doing a little bit of landscape work, kind of miscellaneous stuff, really putting a few, tree in there, tree in here and there, and a couple things like that, and a little cleanups and stuff like that. So doing a little fertilization and weed control. So, but yeah, we got a good day underway that standpoint. I did do something the other day that I wanted to share with you guys. I mean, this is like, oh my gosh, this is and this is not going to sound like a big accomplishment for you all, but I do want to share it with you because it was a significant event for Wayne Vos. I actually was able to tie my left shoe. And I haven't done that for a long, long time. I mean, I can't remember, since my hip's been jacked up so long, prior to getting it replaced last September. I couldn't tie my left shoe. I just didn't have the flexibility in that hip to get down there and do it. And between my new hip and my therapy and, doing what I need to do to get that thing rocking and rolling around, it was funny. I was sitting there on the couch the other night and I told Tabitha, I said, man, I'm going to go work out. I need to, I really want to get my foot to be able to tie my shoe because I've been like really close. I could tie it, but it was on the side, not in the middle, And so I just reached down there and I'm like, oh my God, I did it. So I don't know. I don't think I've been that excited about tying my shoes probably since I was 6 or 7 years old. Uh, whenever you're capable of getting down and tying your own shoes, whatever age that is, I don't know, but I did want to share that with y'all. So it was pretty cool that we got to do that, and yeah, I was really happy. It was almost emotional, quite honestly, because it's just been so long, since I was able to do it. So, but anyways, hey, hope you guys are having a great week. Hope you be able to do what you need to do today. Want to give my buddy Smoking Joe a shout out. He got his finger fixed the other day in his surgery, and we're supposed to have had a new guy start, I think, today. And he put a message out on Facebook that they no show, no call. So that's pretty cold blooded to do a guy that's injured and trying to find a little help. But oh well, can't do anything about it. So that's what's going on. So, anyways, he's going to make it. He's going to make it. So, just like it took me a minute to get to tie my shoe, Joe, you're going to come around and you're going to find somebody that can help you get that work done. While you're injured a little bit. So, got my fingers crossed for that. Think we're going to have Matt with Bam Weather on today for us a few minutes. He's going to hop on here with us, I think. I know they've been pretty crazy and rolling around and doing a lot of different things. So we'll see if he actually gets to hop on here with us. He was going to hop on here with us in a few minutes if he could break out on his meeting. So we'll see how that goes. Like to hear what he's got to say about Memorial Day. I want to give Miss Broyles, one of our customers, a big shout out. She came by today. She's the lady that brings us cakes. How cool is that? Um, I don't know. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. What do you think, Daniel? Miss Broyles and her cakes. She's been doing that for several years
Yeah,
now.
as long as I can.
So, yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know how it ever got started, quite honestly. But yeah, she stopped by and said they were getting ready to go to Arizona, actually. So they were leaving for Arizona here in a few days for vacation and going to have a good time out there, taking their granddaughter with them. So I wish them best of luck on that trip. They're going to do a little bit of golfing with their granddaughter, she was saying. So that'll be fun. Absolutely. So Tommy's big. He's an avid golfer, loves to golf. So he's going to take his granddaughter golfing with him out there. So wanted to give them a big shout out. And she was saying she was hoping her back doesn't bother her. Her back's been acting up a little bit. She's was telling us she's got a degenerative disc in her back.
Yeah.
And I'm sure she wouldn't mind me sharing that because she wouldn't have told us. But she said she's been working pretty hard this week at work, like 11 hours one day, 10 hours another day, and starting to bother her just a tad. So she's been doing a few more exercises. I got to thinking about that, Daniel. Because sometimes I say, hey, I'm gonna do a little bit of extra. You always say, well, you don't need to. Is more better in that situation? Maybe more often. I mean, as far as trying to keep that spread apart or whatever she's doing with it. What do
That'd
you
be
think?
past my
Yeah,
scope of
I hear
knowing
you.
really.
But I did
injury.
think of that. Because sometimes when I say, hey, I'm gonna go do an extra or longer or something, you say, basically you don't need to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the thing. If you feel like you can do more, it's kind of like the best analogy I can ever come up with is like a recipe, right? Like you don't need more sugar in a cake to make it better. You don't need to cook it longer or hotter to cook it less time. You need to follow the directions. It's going to come out the way it should come out.
Yeah. That's a really good point right there. I like that. I've never used that in the selling process, but I could see where that would be beneficial in a lot of things that we sell. That something a new technique to give somebody some understanding on, like lawn applications. More's not better.
Yeah.
Because you do get that question quite a bit. Actually, well, can you? Hey, I remember when I was out in the field spraying lawns. And a customer would be home. They say, "Man, can you spray it a little heavier for me today?" It's heavier ain't better.
It's not to your benefit,
Yeah.
whether it's spraying lawns or doing more exercises. It's the finding that perfect amount is the perfect amount.
Right. That's the recipe, right?
Yeah.
The God, speaking of recipes, I got an email today from Captain Kirk's. It's a restaurant you all down in Siesta Key that we love. That's got absolutely the best clam chowder ever. And they sent the thing out about their Memorial Day special, if you will, a 25% discount code on some of their. They sell these. God, I want to try to think of what. Basically, they're clam chowder. Where you don't have to make it. It's canned. You just add your own clams to it, but it's got the heavy milk or the whatever they call it.
It's got the base, just not the clams.
Yeah, it's got everything other than the clams. So
I could eat it probably without the clams. Just throw some of those crackers in there.
Yeah,
be good.
God, I know. I'm gonna order some. I really am going to order some. And I made the mistake last time of ordering too much though, because I
Can't
thought
imagine.
I did because I thought everybody wants some, like you, Katie, Holly, because everybody likes it. Then nobody wanted as much as I thought they'd want, so end up having to pitch some of it. And that was so sad. It's set in the pantry, in those cans till they timed out. So and that's one thing I wasn't going to mess with was that kind of base. God, I know
I know you didn't mess with 2-day-old meatloaf, so I know you're not messing with a week-old canned food.
Yeah, true that. All right, here's our buddy Matt. Good deal. Oh my goodness, Matt! I'm so glad he's hopping on with us. How you doing, Matt?
I am doing fantastic. How about yourself?
Great, man. Hey, oh my gosh, thank you so much for hopping on with us. I was sharing it with everybody that you might not be hopping on as frequently with us, so but Brett will be okay. We like Brett too, you know. Don't get a fat head, okay? Oh Lord.
I just I'll probably be able to hop on a decent amount still. It's just, will it be Wednesday or Friday? My schedule's just a little bit crazy right now. So
Yeah, I hear you. Well, I hope it's crazy in a good way for you. So it's always good. So tell us about the weather, man. What's going on exciting?
exciting wise, well, for starters, if anyone's asking right now, I think for the Indy 500 should be dry. So let's get that out of the way here. But
All right.
as far as the exciting weather here, for today, I think in the portion of Nebraska, Kansas, and Oklahoma, especially getting into the overnight, I think there could be some heavy rain, some strong to severe storms that will be possible tonight, more in kind of the clustery type of storms that works into the area, into some of those spots, again, especially overnight tonight here. And then that risk will start to sag south a little bit. I'm concerned there could be yet another storm cluster getting into the overnight, Saturday night, getting into Sunday morning, Kansas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, northern Texas, and probably similar areas getting into Sunday as well. Again, I'm going to sound like a broken record here. Oklahoma, Texas, Arkansas, the U.S. Southeast will probably be a good amount of thunderstorms over the next 3 days. Especially, where you and I are located, Wayne, to our south and to our west here. There will be some opportunities for some, I would say, generally light rain, towards, Louisville, and I would say especially south and southwest. So the further west into Kentucky you get, you may get caught on the skirt of some of these storm clusters that move through here. But it's been a bit of an active weather pattern, right, as far as the rain department's concerned.
Yeah.
Overall, generally pretty quiet into the Ohio Valley. I would say even a lot of folks to the northeast as well. I know it's been very active there with pesky rain chances just hanging around. So the Memorial Day weekend, at least kind of Ohio Valley east, should be pretty good here. We get into next week, though, I think chances can start to ramp up, as we get into Monday here. I'd say especially closer to the Tennessee Valley for some more rain chances. But we get into Monday night to Tuesday, I think that's where we can start having some issues as far as more rain showers and thunderstorms that start to work back into the Ohio Valley. I think probably even Tuesday, Wednesday, there's probably going to be more storms from Texas along the Gulf Coast as well. It probably sparks up another kind of threat getting into the middle part of next week, where I would call the pesky nuisance annoying chances into the Ohio Valley. And I think eventually, as we head into kind of mid to late next week, for some of your listeners into the U.S. Northeast, that's probably going to be a little bit of a better opportunity to pick up on some more rain threats getting into next weekend here. So,
goodness gracious.
Yeah, I know. It's just kind of a unrelenting pattern here. Over the next, let's call it, 7 to 10 days, there's probably going to be a lot of rain that falls. I would say southeastern Kansas through the southern half of Missouri. I would say especially southern Kentucky, and then down south Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, Mississippi, Alabama, even getting into the mid-Atlantic. There's probably just going to be a lot of rain in those spots. I think most notable, southeastern Kansas, northeastern Oklahoma, Missouri, kind of the Ozarks, Arklatex region. Some areas, may end up with 3-4 plus inches of rain over the next 7 days. For here in the Ohio Valley, those rainfall totals are just going to end up probably a little bit more messy. I think northern Illinois, Wisconsin, Michigan. There may be a few spots over the next 7 days that get, half inch or more of rain, but a lot of spots probably there will end up below normal as far as from a versus normal rainfall perspective is concerned here. So
that's nice to hear that word on rainfall.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah, below normal. But keep in mind, below normal does not necessarily mean completely dry, because there will be those chances getting into next week. And I'm sure it's,
So what do you think about Louisville right here, proper for us? I'm going to be a little selfish for a minute. You went around pretty good. What do you think coming back to work Tuesday is looking like for us in our area?
Tuesday. I think we may have some issues getting into Tuesday here. For starters, I'm concerned, especially overnight Monday night to Tuesday.
Okay.
Through Tuesday morning to be pretty wet. And so, that's going to pose the problem right there in itself of, how quickly are your properties going to dry out.
I got you.
But at least through Tuesday morning, I'm concerned. So it may be a bit of a late day getting into Tuesday, but I'm concerned even getting into Tuesday afternoon, there will be some scattered chances around. So Tuesday, in my opinion, will be probably your most difficult of the days next week to get really solid, good working hours in.
Right.
But there'll be some pesky chances, I think, getting into Wednesday as well. My gut for now says Monday you should be good into next week. Tuesday and Wednesday pose problems. In my opinion, Tuesday is going to be the worst of the bunch. Thursday and Friday will have more opportunities as well. They look pretty scattered right now based off what I'm looking at. But it's just going to be another one of those weeks. Probably somewhat similar to this week, right? You have a lot of pesky rain chances for you this week.
Right.
You'll probably, there'll be some navigating, and there'll be probably some opportunities for you and I or you and us to chat and to do our best to get those best windows where you can get the most work done.
Right. Well, as always, appreciate, the guidance that we get from BAM on, that end of it for sure. So,
of course,
but it looks like the 500's going to go and everything's good for people coming up to that.
I think so. It should be good to go here. In my opinion, any type of pesky rain stay south of the Indianapolis area getting on Sunday and won't be terribly hot. I've been to many Indy 500s where it's just been an absolute steamer. But this year should be pretty cool. Be really, about perfect at the Indy 500.
I heard where they sold out, so they're actually going to show it on TV locally there. Is that true?
They did sell out. Yeah. I think first time since,
I'd heard
hundreds.
Yeah.
Indy 500.
Mm-hmm. So good luck.
That's like 750,000 people all in one spot. That's really
that is crazy. That is
people all at one event. But yeah, we've got several race teams that we'll be forecasting for. Won't be a whole lot to forecast for, but in fact, the top two, the pole setter and the person right below them, are clients of ours. So pretty exciting for us.
That's awesome. Heck yeah, that's awesome. That's funny to mention. My dad used to sell automotive parts. This goes back a long, long time. And but anyway, he said he worked for a company called Thermoid was the company's name, but they sold belts and hoses. And what they would do back in the day, man, it was, you can appreciate this. They would give all the drivers in the 500 their belts and hoses to use in their cars. So then their advertising immediately after the 500 was our belts or hoses are on the winning car of the Indianapolis 500, So, yeah, that's some old school stuff, isn't it?
Heck yeah. That's some old school marketing right there.
Yeah, they just had them on everybody,
Absolutely. That's awesome.
But I love telling them. Do what?
Have you ever been to an Indy 500?
I have not. I went to the Brickyard 400 once. And isn't that it? The Brickyard 400?
Yeah.
Yeah. I did that one time. I had a good friend of mine had tickets, actually had pit passes. He was he worked for one of the Ford dealerships here in town, and we went up there to the time trials, and that was something else, man. We got to get down there on pit row, or as close as you could to it. And I'd never been that close to anything like that. And that was crazy. And what I remember the most of it, and how is it at the 500 too? I mean, I remember I didn't know what the smell was, but they were telling me it's the brakes on those cars. I'm like, what's that smell?
I usually the only thing I'm smelling at the track is the smell of the beer in my hand.
Okay. All right.
But I'm sure there's probably something similar as well. You know what we need to do, Wayne? We need to get you up for a 500, and then you need to get me down to a Kentucky Derby.
A Derby? Yeah, that'd be fun. We could probably make that happen. Yeah. They're both events worth seeing,
Absolutely. Yeah, of course.
Good deal. Well, you plan on going, or are you just having a party?
No, I'm not going this year. My nephew's graduating high school this year, so we've got some of that stuff to go to this weekend. Some graduate stuff. So,
well, good deal. Well, stay safe with all that, and congratulations on your nephew. So,
absolutely, thank you, appreciate it.
Are y'all taking him down the meteorological path, or what's he doing after high school?
Oh, I don't think he'll be doing meteorology. He's going to Alabama. And Lord knows what he's going to do. I don't think even he knows what he's going to do, which is fine. He's got a lot of time to figure it out. But
yeah, that's right. That's true. Gosh, it's hard to ask somebody 17, 18 years old what they're going to do when they grow up. Hell, I'm still thinking about it. Oh, Lordy. But hey, Matt, I appreciate you hopping on with us, my friend, and I won't keep you long today. So, but
I appreciate it. Yeah.
Oh, I absolutely appreciate it. And, tell Brett and Michael and everybody hello for us up there at BAM. We appreciate everything you guys do for us. Okay.
I sure will, Wayne. Well, you have a great rest of your day and enjoy your Memorial Day.
You too, my friend. We'll see you. That was all right. Bye-bye. That's Matt with BAM Weather. Check those guys out. It's bamwx.com. If you want to have reliable weather forecast and an opportunity to run your business a little bit easier with weird weather around, they can certainly help you out. So Daniel talking about the recipe, and, following it and doing the right things. And I got a text from one of our listeners, and was telling me that one of the local nurseries here was on one of our TV channels, WDRB, recently, and they were talking about fertilizing their plants and all. And he says, the verbiage that they used, and I'm not going to put the name of the company out there because it just wouldn't be the right thing to do. But the gentleman that was talking about fertilizing their plants and whatnot said, just use a clug of fertilizer to a gallon of water. A clug. So I always wondered what a clug was. There was a guy named Jack Kelly. He's probably dead now. I don't know for sure, but he had a lawn business not too far from us, right over here, less than a half mile from us. And when I first started spraying lawns, that's what he used to always say. He'd say, just put 2 or 3 clugs in it, and I don't know. If you saw him, you'd understand why 2 or 3 clugs made sense, so. And Jack, if you're listening to me, man, I'm not making fun of you. You really helped me understand that there's a better way of doing things. But not just from a profitability standpoint, but an environmentally sound standpoint. I think that's the thing, because what I found is, and, I used to have customers do that to me all the time when I was out treating lawns. And I don't know if any of you guys who treat lawns, let me know, shoot me a text. But if it's happened to you, when you'd get there and they'd be glad to see you and small talk for a second, or whatever. And the reality of it was they'd say, Wayne, if you don't mind, go a little heavier this week, go a little heavier this application. And so then I had to, I got to the point where I would just say, okay, but I also got to the point where I would try to explain to him why, hey, heavier is not better. More is not better, especially in Dr. Powell. He is deceased now, but he was a very, very knowledgeable agronomist with the University of Kentucky. And he taught me a long, long time ago. And I heard him say it over and over again in classes there that we would sit through that the Kentucky Turfgrass Council would put on, that more is not better. And he said, the way I want you guys to remember that is simply this. And he wasn't throwing any manufacturer or distributor under the bus of the chemicals, but he said, they're in the business to sell product. If it takes a half ounce, he said, if you'd make any adjustment off the label, go lower, not higher. And I don't know, Stephen, if you're listening to us, I'm just curious of your opinion on that. Is not that I don't want you to call out Dr. Powell right, wrong, or indifferent, but is that always a safer move? Going lower versus higher with a product. I'd just be curious. I know that seemed to have worked really well for us. I know a lot of things we do is on the low side of the recommendation, and it seems to work fine. Still staying, and Dr. Powell didn't suggest that you go up. Excuse me. I'm get a drink of water. He never suggested, excuse me for that. He didn't ever suggest that we not do it according to label directions, but he said the lower end of the range a lot of times can be a just a fine solution. So something, for you guys that may be considering lawn applications just to think about. So we weren't going to talk about lawn applications today, but I like Daniel's analogy with the recipe for sure, and certainly will use that because I think that's something everybody can understand. I did want to give everybody a big old shout out that it isn't a business owner, because we're going to talk about business owners here in just a second. But before we get into the core of that, and I'm sure, Daniel, I'm counting on you to have a lot of good input on this direction that I'm going in. And if you turn it in the other direction, that's always good too. That's what I like. But I had a gentleman the other day. I'm getting some concrete done work at my house, and this is just a big shout out to contractors in general. That this guy gave me faith in contractors, because I've heard so much negative about not showing up, and we hear it all the time. Oh my God, y'all showed up. I've called 2 people or 3 people or whatever number they throw out there, and they didn't show up or they wouldn't call me back. That when I reached out to this gentleman, Joey's his name, and about doing some concrete work for me at home. First of all, when I sent him a text, he responded to the text pretty quickly. When I say pretty quickly, less than a half hour, and he said, yeah, I can stop by and take a look at that for you. And he said, how about this evening? Meaning, it was Wednesday, I think. And I thought, okay, here we go. We're going to find out. He said, I'll stop by Wednesday around 7. And it was about 10 till 7. I got a text from him. He said, hey, I'm on my way, running a little bit late, but I just want to let you know I'm going to be there. And he showed up about 5-6 minutes after 7. And I was like, you don't have any idea how much I appreciate this, because I was really counting on this being a project. Now, the work's not been done, so I don't know how it's going to follow through. But I can tell you this, Daniel, it was refreshing, and I sincerely mean that, to have somebody that responded to a text, set an appointment, and showed up for the appointment. You've been dealing with some contractors. I mean,
Yeah.
You've had pretty good luck too, right? I mean,
Yeah, I would say so.
Any of them ghosting you on stuff you've wanted done?
Not that I've actually worked with.
Not that, well, yeah. But yeah, and so I'm looking forward to it. I've got a sidewalk that I'm having to get taken up, and actually, it was my steps leading to my front door, and then at the end of that sidewalk, it's not a long sidewalk, maybe 17, 18 feet, 20 feet, something like that. Had a little damage there um, that needed to be fixed too. So I just decided, well, it only left like 3 sections of my sidewalk that we weren't doing something with. It's going to be the first section and then the section by the steps, and the steps are going to get replaced. So we decided to just go ahead and take it all out. And, going to go that route. So I'm hoping that he follows through with that part of it as well as everything else has been. But like I said, it just made me feel good that this young man, and I think he told me, we got to talking. I think he told me he was 27, 26 or 27. And yeah. So it was really cool, though. It was just the whole experience so far. I got my fingers crossed that it's all going to go well. But yeah, I'm looking forward to getting that done. But I wanted to preface my story with that, that there are good contractors out there. Now, we get stereotyped a lot of times, whether we're doing concrete or lighting or, lawns or landscape, fill in the blank on what service it is that you provide. But there are good contractors out there. And what I wanted to talk about today and what my truth bomb of the day is, nobody, you guys know I don't use that very often, but nobody is insignificant regardless of the size of their business. That's right, Seth. At 26 and 27, he is a spring chicken, but the young man is off to the right, on the right path. I give him credit on that. But nobody is insignificant because of the size of their company. He never once, and I'm getting ahead of myself a little bit here, but he never once, I asked him, I said, well, how long you been in the business? And he said, well, 6 years. I've been doing concrete. And he said, I've been doing it for myself about 3 years. And he said, we specialize, our niche is smaller concrete jobs. We don't do large jobs. And it got me thinking about it, about sometimes we don't perceive ourselves as professionals, and this was not the case with him, but he provided the idea for me to talk about this today, that nobody's insignificant regardless of the size of their business. It doesn't matter if, let's look at it from a lawn guy's perspective for a second, because I don't know the concrete business, but it doesn't matter if you got 40 accounts or 4,000 accounts or 40,000 accounts. We've all decided as business owners what course we want to take, right? And I do firmly believe in that. And it doesn't mean that if you want to be a small company, that's the wrong choice. It doesn't mean if you want to try to scale into a large company that's the wrong choice. I think the most important thing we think about is what is going to be your comfort zone with your business. If you want to remain small, remain small. There's not anything at all wrong with that. If you want to scale. I think what the constant needs to be, and Daniel, feel free to correct me or add to this anytime you want on this, but I think the only constant that needs to be there, small or large, is that you do it professionally. You can show up, you can do the job, you can communicate with your customers, you can return the phone calls, you can send the estimates out. Whether you're a one-man show or a multi-crew company, those things need to be consistent, in my opinion.
Yeah.
You know,
I think that's really the foundation of business, really. I mean, unfortunately, it's something you have to talk about in the service related industries, but I think that's the foundation.
yeah, absolutely. You know, be proud of who you are. And, you know, that was something my dad taught me. You know, he said, it doesn't matter what you do in life. You don't look down on people, number one, for what they do. And always, used to say all the time, he said, Wayne, remember, everybody puts their pants on one leg at a time. And I believe that to be 100% true. And be proud about who you are and what you are. So the fact that you're small, don't let that hold you back. Don't, you don't apologize for that. We're going to talk about that here in just a second. But, take that opportunity to sell your services based on who you are. And I think that's a mistake because I hear guys all the time that are apologizing for being small. They're not directly but indirectly apologizing for being small. It's like, well, man, we can't do that. And they start coming up with this, and this. And I'm not saying that you don't decline jobs. Absolutely, you decline jobs if it's not in your niche of customer. But also, what I think the most important thing, or maybe one of the most important takeaways from this discussion is whatever size company you are, small, medium, large, whatever, that's all perspective anyway. But again, let's take the small company for an example. Like Joey was talking to me about his company. Okay. Sell the small advantages. Sell the advantages to your customer of what small brings. What small brings to a client is you call the owner, you talk to the owner calls you back, the owner comes out and does the work. You've got all that interaction with your customers. Don't you think that? I think that's a huge advantage.
Yeah. Especially when you have even though you're small, if you can build some sort of like portfolio of, oh, this is what I've done, this is, somewhat of my reputation. And then it's like, oh, well, I'm getting that guy on my job.
Yeah. It's for that reason that at Wayne's Lawn Service, we have a number one on all of our trucks. We've got a number one on all of our trucks. We want whoever looks at one of our trucks to think they're getting the number one truck. Now that gets into the marketing side of it and the subliminal message side. But that's just something little we do here is all of our trucks, have a number one on them right there, where a lot of guys want to have, they do their numbering 23, 103, whatever, they start at 100, wanting people to think they're bigger than what they are. And that's okay too, if that's the perspective that you want to take. But for us, I want our customers to believe that, hey, you're getting our number one crew. You're getting truck one. And that is one of the advantages that we sell as a quote unquote smaller company is, hey, you're actually going to see the same crew. You're actually going to get the same person. Now, small, again, like I said, goes back to customer base and your own size. But there were times when small meant Wayne was pulling up on every job. And that a lot of people liked. And as we scaled some, that's what was kind of hard on some of our customers. Like, okay, where's Wayne? Kind of concept. So as you scale your company, and you do grow and you get a little bigger, if that's the path you want to take, that's something you need to let your customers know as well. Is that, hey, you know what, Miss Smith, due to your loyalty to our company, we've continued to grow year after year, and we certainly do appreciate that. But hey, Daniel that's been with me here on your yard, he's going to be taking care of that for you now. So there needs to be transition time between you and somebody else if that's the way you're taking your company. But the whole point of this, without getting into that whole side of it, that's going down a different path than what I want to go down today. But is if you're small, sell the small company advantages. And I'm not going to go through those again. We just talked about it. But if you're larger, sell the larger company advantages. They both have their pros and cons. Now when we talk to somebody, it's like, hey, well, Miss Smith, why should you pick us, right? I mean, that's what they ask you a lot of times. Well, why should I hire you over this guy? Well, I mean, we're not a huge company, but we're large enough. We're not going to call and tell you that our trucks broke down or my lawnmowers broke down or I got to skip a week. We're going to be able to keep you serviced, and those same analogies get into play with landscaping and fertilization, weed control, and the other services that we offer. So,
I think what I never thought about it like this, but I think when you're small, you can be more personable, but you're potentially seen as less reliable, and maybe truly are potentially less reliable based on some things that could happen. Get hurt or your truck breaks down, whatever, those things. And when you flip the scenario, it's the opposite. You're bigger, you're more reliable, but you're less personable. And those are, I think, maybe two things, depending on which situation you're in, that you can sell the personable part, and people will, I think, easily grasp onto that. Oh, that makes sense. But here's also how we can be reliable, even though we're smaller. And the same may be true within the other way. Hey, we have this reliability, right? We have, backup trucks and backup mowers, and we're not going to miss this week. We're not going to miss any week, blah, 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 whatever. But here's how we're also personable. We're going to have the same crew on your yard every single week. You're going to see the same faces and the same uniforms. You're going to have the same, here's how we can also be personable for you.
Right.
So I think it's almost like you need both of them. Depending on where you are, you have more of one, but you sell like what makes you different in that at that tier of where you are in size is how you sell the other one.
Correct. And that was my whole point, that, whatever there's advantages, disadvantages to both, but use the advantage to you based on what size company you have. And, at the end of the day, I really think it boils down to, it's not wrong or right to be small or want to be bigger. That is not a wrong or right. But I think what it is that you do with your company, regardless of what you're doing within your company size wise, is do what you want to do, remain within your comfort zone and size of company that you want, but do it professionally. And I think that's the key. We can be professional as a small company, we can be professional as a large company, and sell, to your point, Daniel, how do we connect the dots to be a little bit bigger company, but still give our customers a personal experience? And I think you made a really valid point with that. Mike's got a question about your door and how it relates in this situation. Did Daniel get his door done? Just curious if it's a small company who did it and what's his experience been, or vice versa.
So my big door, no, has not been done yet. They're supposed to come last Friday, but it rained and stormed, so they rescheduled actually for this next upcoming Friday. And so I will say I wasn't upset because obviously you can't work in that, and I don't want, they don't want to expose your indoors to that if it's going to rain and storm and things. So I guess maybe I wasn't mad at them for that, but I was frustrated in general. And maybe part of me took some of that frustration, not out on them, but like I connect it with them. And I don't know if they did a great job on alleviating that frustration. Now they gave me a new time and were fine enough about it, but I don't know if they made me feel like they really felt bad for me. Not that it's their job, but like I don't know if it didn't seem, maybe it's just caring. And now I don't know how much of that is just a me thing
Yeah.
versus, what are you supposed to do if you're the business? They do what they need to do and they can't work in lightning, and I get that. But um I don't know. So maybe from working with a bigger company like they are, uh, maybe they need to work a little bit more on that personable side. And now they were extremely personable. The people that actually came out to see me to do the selling and to do the measurements, they were really nice. So I mean,
Yeah.
it's not that they're missing out on all the things, but I don't know. I just felt a little bit of a lack of caring from that perspective. But on a completely different note, my side garage door is getting replaced potentially. Well, is getting replaced eventually, and that's a much smaller, one man show kind of thing, or not one man show, but the guy that
Right. Just
I guess
smaller
probably
company.
has a few employees, but not many. And yeah, and so he came out, he did the thing. I wasn't there for the initial thing, but that seemed to go pretty well. And I'm talking and contacting with that guy, and so we'll see how that goes in comparison. With and kind
Yeah.
of follow back up on how that goes.
See how that goes. So what it boils down to, and I was just getting ready to say that, Mike. My dad used to always say, and Mike just sent this in. My dad used to say, it's service after the sale that consummates the relationship. And I think that's sometimes where a lot of companies, small or large, can lose a little bit of touch. You get the personal feeling and you feel real warm and cozy during the selling process. But what can you do? That's the question. What can you do to have that same warm and fuzzy condition continue on with the service after the sale, regardless of the size? And I think that's what we could all work on maybe a little bit more, regardless of the size of our company, you know. But I think it boils down to three things, or this is what I believe anyway. I think there's three things that we never apologize for in business. And the first one is our company size. Regardless of which end of the spectrum you're on, never apologize for your company size. If you've grown into something larger, that's fine. Be proud of that. Promote that. Don't apologize for being small. Don't apologize for being large. Don't apologize on company size. That's number one. Price is something else. Never apologize for price. Know what sets you apart. Know what makes you different and better than a competitor. And because of that, maybe the pricing's different. Yeah, we're a larger service. We may need to charge a little bit more. We may have some additional expense that a smaller company wouldn't have, but here's what you're getting for that. So that's why there has to be that correlation that Daniel was talking about of, hey, if you are working alongside with a larger company, let's call it, that you do have that service after the sale so that the customer is happy knowing that, hey, we paid a little bit more, we got a little bit more. Okay. So that's the second thing that you never apologize for. And last but not least, you never apologize for success that you've achieved within your company. Again, I'm going to say it, but I just want this horse beat good. As God and Peter wouldn't like that, would they? But the fact that don't ever apologize because you're successful in what you're doing. And success doesn't mean big. You can be very, very successful as a one truck operation. So just as a summary to hit that one more time, never apologize for your size, never apologize for price, and never ever apologize for success. Because none of those three are easy to achieve. You know, none of those three are easy to achieve. And when you do, you deserve the right to flaunt it. You know, Stephen, I appreciate your text. He said, you know, the bottom line is the label's the law. Going over subjects you to burn potential. Under label rate, you don't get the effect you need. And that winds up costing you more money with callbacks. So, yeah, absolutely. You know, and the label is the law, but certainly stay within the label rates, but there's normally a range within that label. And that was my point with you guys was, you know, first of all, the clug method doesn't work. And it's certainly not it's not good business practice, you know, to say the least with that.
I
But
think what goes along with that is the eyeball square footage method.
yeah, like, oh yeah, I think there's 3,800 square feet, you know. So take the time to do it the right way. I think that is the most valuable lesson, you know, in all of this. So with that being said, Memorial Day is coming up. Hope you guys have a safe Memorial Day, and we'll be back. See you next week. But in the meantime, be sure to have a safe Memorial Day. Do something that you like doing. Weather-wise, sounds like it's going to be a little bit different for a lot of us across the country. So appreciate Matt hopping on with us, and appreciate all the input on the text today, you guys. I know I always appreciate your all's interaction with us on our show. So with that being said, you guys have a great weekend. Do something fun. Be safe. And remember, profit is not a dirty word. May 28th. Can y'all believe it? I mean, it's just hard to believe. It's June's here before we know it. Kyle's living the dream down there in Hilton Head, South Carolina, on vacation with his family. Hopefully they're having a great time. And Katie is getting ready to bail out on us here tomorrow around lunchtime or something. She says she's going to work a little while tomorrow. So she's getting ready to bail out for, I don't know, 4 or 5 days. And so me and Daniel going to be holding the fort down. Yeah, in here. And we got a great team that help us hold the fort down. No doubt about it. But yeah, that's what's going along here at WLS today. Other than another day of rain, oh my God! I mean, we're out and about. We're about halfway launched at this point, but it's crazy, man. It's crazy. The rain, and I know we're going to be complaining about, you know, not having any rain and it being dry and it being a drought and all that little malarkey. But you know what, man, it is time to give it a break. You know, I heard another guy talking about it this morning. Um, excuse me, when I was getting up or this morning, and he's like, "We've had almost 27 inches of rain in Louisville this year. It's like 7 inches almost above normal is where we're at." And I mean, I think, you know, that's enough. I mean, okay, that's enough. Joke's over, you know, but it's incredible, man. I mean, it's just incredible the amount of rain we've had. And I'm not going to complain too hard about it because it could always be worse. You know, it could be more. I mean, at this point, it looks like Green River Lake is not going to be a lake very much this summer. It's a reservoir. It is really doing its reservoir job. But I'll tell you what, I was thinking. You know, they were talking about it being hot and dry, maybe, you know, drying out a little bit in the next 10 years or something. But I mean, I don't know when it'll be. But all joking aside, somebody said, well, you know, you're complaining about it raining. You're going to be really wanting some rain probably in July or something. So, but you know what the reality of it is? At this point, here we are, might as well call it the 1st of June. I mean, that's the reality side of it, you know. So let's just call it the 1st of June. It'll be July before it could even dry out. And then we need it dry in August to get people primed to thinking and ready to get their lawns aerated and overseeded and renovations. So it's going to take a pretty good streamline of events to stop raining, get us dried out, let this grass get stressed out in time to start. Because I know our advertising launches when, Katie? August or before August? God, yeah, July, latter part of July on renovations and whatnot for ones that aren't already sold. So yeah, we need it to stop raining a little bit. It's been great on installations. I will say that. We've been very fortunate with installation work, getting plenty of water and not having to worry about that. But tell you what, we're about 7 inches above normal so far for the year. And who knows where to end up, averaged out or whatnot. But whew, I tell you, man, how you all doing? I mean, let's see. I've got several texts. Let me grab some of those and see what you guys have got to say. Another day of rain for Mike too. Clearing out here now, but man, what a year! That's exactly the way I feel about it. Mike said it's crazy. Here's an interesting fact, Daniel. Mike said it's crazy how many weekend warriors the weather's put out of business down there in his area. So I can believe that. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. So Smoking Joe, glad you're listening, buddy, down there in Central Kentucky with us. Hope your hand's feeling a little bit better, buddy. I know you just had surgery on that, and I gave you a shout out here on Turf's Up, trying to help you out with that. So, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Good morning, Mike. So, yeah, I hope that hand's doing good. And Smoking Joe says that means July and August will be dry. We'll beg for rain. Negative, Ghost Rider. We're not going to be begging for any rain, I'll tell you that. Not on our end. I know some guys will. Some guys will, but I mean, everything we do's contracted, Daniel, so it's time for us to save a little labor. I mean, yeah, that's the nice thing about that side of us. When it does finally slow down and we speed up, it's our turn to make a little bit. But you take the good with the bad. But like I said, Joe, hey, it ain't wrong or right. But for us, we need the dry weather to number one, balance every labor side out, and then number two is to sell renovations. So. Yeah, I don't know. I might be sitting here bitching in October saying it's dry. I don't know, but I would like it to get dry for July for sure, and August, just to get people thinking about it. Just getting people thinking about it. So let's see. Joe sent me a picture of his hand all wrapped up. Morning, Doug. Doug said it's raining in Pennsylvania again, too. Imagine that. Who's surprised? Raise your hand if you're surprised that it's raining somewhere. Oh, my gosh. And, good morning, Seth. Appreciate you listening, my friend. So, yeah, I mean, we're going out. I mean, we're launched here at WLS. I mean, we didn't have a lot of rain today, but it's enough rain to slow you up on the launching pad. We are not treating lawns today, but and could, I guess, if we wanted to get started on that about 11 or 12, but I don't know, just seems a little bit late to be rolling in with that when we're not behind. So Katie's working on some advertising for us over there, trying to get that. So we'll see what's going to happen here. Doug says we might get tomorrow and Friday in. Rain Saturday for them. Yeah, we're looking for a good day tomorrow. Tomorrow's our best day, I think. They're talking about rain tomorrow night. I need to talk to Brett or Matt with BAM Weather. I should have hollered at them about maybe getting on with me today, but see what they think. But it looks like Friday is going to be like rain Thursday night for us here in Louisville or this area, and then kind of clean it up a little bit, and then some and then some off and on showers Friday. So I don't know. We'll deal with that. Too far out. Matt, is this about one of the wettest years you've experienced? That's what we're talking about. It is, ain't it? It's jacked up, man. It's almost June. We've 7 inches above normal. That's what everybody's saying. We bitch because there ain't no rain. Oh my God, that's hilarious. But it's the truth, ain't it? I don't know. Matt's going to Tennessee this weekend to play softball. So, yeah, yeah. So, but there you go. That'd be a good way to break it in about 8, 9 games.
There you go.
Find out. Yeah, I got confidence in y'all. So, but yeah, he's going down Tennessee playing softball. So that'd be a good thing. He's going to bail out Friday, take off Friday. Well deserved day off, man. Everybody's been busting ass, man, really well. So, but it is what it is. Matt's been doing this a long time too, and kind of used to the heat. He was in the Marine Corps, so he's been to some pretty toasty places. So, yeah.
I don't think you ever get used to the heat. I think you get used to what it feels like to suck.
Yeah,
You know, like
that is true.
you just get used to the suck.
That
Because it's heat, it's cold, I'm sore, it's whatever. It's the same pain, right? Like it's just you decide to keep going.
You
and
just-
you know you can because you've been there before.
You've done it before, yeah. That is Daniel, a really good way of truthfully looking at that. It is what it is. You know, you just get used to it. But I've always
practice, you put yourself in
Yeah.
a harder position in practice, and that's what you're really doing is
yeah.
knowing you can push harder in the game.
Yeah. Let's see. Mike says, have had a lot of calls. Dang, Katie. Mike said he's had a lot of calls. Whoop, whoop.
There you go.
Saying their guy just can't get here when it's dry because he works during the day and it's rained on his days off. That sounds like an excuse, doesn't it?
I mean, that's
But
kind of is what it is.
it is what it is too.
That's a pretty valid excuse.
It's a
honestly.
valid excuse. Yeah.
Either quit your job and
Yeah.
go whatever.
That's good. I'm glad to hear it. I mean, I'm not glad to hear somebody's not doing well, but I mean, it's easy to be a weekend warrior. Let's see. Dan in St. Louis. Good morning. Appreciate you listening, Dan. Said they've had a crazy season too. Snow will be back soon.
Can you imagine if the rain precipitation keeps up like this or for the winter?
Oh my God. Yeah. We better start stocking up material now. Getting that magic -0 ready. We actually are ready. We got enough to a few snows here.
Yeah.
150 tons or so back there, I think, 100 minimum. I don't know, caught me off guard, but we got to start. We got an out or two back there just in case it does snow. Oh my God, Dan, I look forward to the snow. We ain't gonna get into snow today, but absolutely, buddy, I'd love it. I'd love it, but Mike said it's good for the industry, so that's true too. I tell you what, I appreciate y'all's positive attitude, and it really is a mindset that we get ourselves into. Stephen West, let's see what he's got here. If it does turn hot and dry, the roots will shrivel. Plenty of hope for renovations. There you go. That's from our local degreed professional, and plus that means we get to buy lots of grass seed. So. Seth says, Mike says a lot of things, LOL. So true that. But no, hey, I appreciate each and every one of you guys listening. We're going to take a short break and we're going to get back into a really, really, really what I think is going to be a great, great show. So anyways, we'll be right back with more Profit Time here on Turfs Up Radio, your industry, your station. Don't you go anywhere. Craig, glad you're listening with us. Stephen brought up a really good point with Sigma Organics. He said, nutsedge is going to be popping if it's not where you're at. and crabgrass breakthroughs. Just find the opportunities, he said. So we're actually going to talk a little bit about that today. We're going to talk a little bit about selling and finding opportunities. We've talked about the phone not ringing a whole lot, but for some of us, and I'll throw my hand up first. Our call flow seems to be a little better last, I don't know, few days. We had some decent leads yesterday, Daniel, that rode through here. And Katie said we had a nice lead roll through here today.
What the good Monday, Memorial Day, people getting out. Just I wonder how much that has to do with it.
Could be
getting out in their yard and realizing, I need to do this,
looking,
need to do that.
That could be it. Maybe they went and bought them a few flowers, going to put a few flowers in, and then realize that, man, I need this, or I need my hedges trimmed, or yeah, maybe that did have a little bit to do with it. But yeah, want to give a big shout out to Aaron Walls, who had a great show this morning, as always, and Daniel with his show. King Darren called in on Aaron's show this morning, and he's all moved in and pretty cozy, still getting some things taken care of up there in Jersey, but said he's looking forward to starting his show back Monday, June 2nd. So everybody be ready for that. And I know I'm excited to hear Darren back on again. He's got things squared away and finally moved from the land of 120 degrees. And Sean, my buddy down there in Florida, he said it's been hot, to say the least, there. So, it seems like it's extreme, but, but one thing, talking about opportunities, and Stephen mentioned it with nutsedge popping, and that may not be as much of an opportunity as it is a pain in the butt for some of us, but it's an opportunity to deal with it if you're not currently responsible for it. Something to think about. We're going to talk a little bit about that side of it today, because I was going to talk a little bit about selling today. But before we get into that, I just want it for you guys that are in, the bluegrass market and fescue market and perennial ryegrass. This cloudy, cool, wet weather, that we're having is one fine recipe for red thread. I don't know if you guys have been battling any of that or not, but we've certainly had our fair share of it. But we'll see. I haven't traded a whole lot of it. Because we're just hoping for some environmental change, But that's one big reason why, fertility needs to be on target. And, you look at the BMPs behind it, best management practices, on what you're doing as a lawn care operator to keep it managed well. And doesn't mean you're not going to have the problem, but there's certain things we can do or try to do from a management standpoint about proper fertility and watering regimens on irrigation systems when we're having a year like this with all this excess water, man. It's they can be opportunities, but also we can fix some of that, ourselves. But wanted to talk a little bit about how you're recovering from Memorial Day, and what I mean recovering from it at work. Have you caught back up, or has the rain got you behind and you've just not caught up, and Memorial Day was just another day that, and not just another day, I don't mean any disrespect to that to our country. Another day within your business of, hey, we're further behind, or no, we decided to go out and hump it out and work that day, whatever it was. So we're not necessarily behind because of work that, I don't know how the best way of saying it, Daniel. We're not behind. It's not like we got mowing that we're behind on, but there's certainly, it'd be nice if we had a few more of our mulch and trim and landscapes, and that list is that time frame's growing where had it in pretty good shape, but we've had just untimely rain. Some of it's been untimely from a production standpoint. I'm curious about you guys, how that's been too. Has it been untimely rain, or just everything's wet all the time? There is a difference, and something to think about. But we're trying to get caught up with it. Another thing, it's almost the payday after Memorial Day, so you guys thought about who's getting paid for the holiday and who's not, or do you have a policy in place to decide who gets paid and who doesn't? Okay, that's something to think about. If not, certainly consider that. I'm not going to hit that point too hard today because we got a lot of topics to talk about. But I remember, Daniel, that was always a push point and hard for me to say, okay, well, Daniel's going to get paid, but Katie's not, and Larry's not, and Susie is, and and then you become the bad guy. But just put something in place, put a policy in place on what defines paid time off and how you qualify for paid time off as a non-salaried employee. What does that look like? And then you're not the bad guy anymore. So then they're not pissed off when they don't get their holiday pay because they didn't, follow the policies and procedures of getting paid time off, for holidays. So something we certainly can talk about. And maybe we'll do a quick video, Daniel, for the Profit Circle on that. It'd be a neat little thing to talk about. And I know most of you guys, do it. And but do you have something in a policy in place for it? That's the real question. So, but what I really want to talk a whole lot about today, and this is where I want Daniel to pick my brain apart, and you guys give me some input on it too. But since the phone has seemed to be a little slower than average for this time of the year on legitimate calls, and we're not going to rehash all that out. We've talked about it, but have you started doing suggestive selling? And it was really funny because when Stephen delivered a few things for us this morning over here, and we were actually talking about that, and I says, "Man, that's crazy. I'm going to talk about that today on Turfs Up." And the reality of it is, a lot of times there's a decent amount of income potentially sitting out there on your customer's property. So you don't need to phone the ring to generate new work. You just need to do a few site evaluations and suggest to your customers some work that needs to be done. And I'm curious if you guys do that. Shoot me a text. Hey, have you done any of that this spring? Now, I know some of you guys, oh, man, we do it all the time, and that's great. I'm glad you do it all the time. But I think a lot of times that is an unmissed, or that is a missed market, not an unmissed market. It is a missed market of work simply because you don't ask. So the takeaway, I guess, from this part of my show today is, take a look at your current properties and whatever it is, the services that you offer. And it doesn't have to be something that you're currently offering. Let's say it's a mowing client, for an example, and their hedges need to be trimmed and you normally don't do it. Maybe they do, maybe somebody else does, but the reality of it is they need to be done. And are you suggesting that to those customers? I actually personally had 3. It's not a great number, but I had 3 last week on suggestive selling sales. And I think that's something that we could all do better at. Whether you're a one truck operation or multi-crew company, it doesn't matter. It's actually easier for the smaller companies. I'm just going to kick dirt for a second. Well, but because you're on the jobs, you're on every job site you do a lot of times, we need to be reaching out. And if we're not reaching out, somebody else is. And if they think about it, maybe they call you, maybe they call somebody else. There is value to, Mike says, yeah, I think the key there is doing timely and routine site evaluations. If it's done randomly, it can give the client the impression they're only suggesting this to be done because they're slowing down and need the money. I agree with that. What do you think, Daniel?
Yeah, I think
To a certain extent.
I think people get suspicious when it's like, oh, I just happened to stop by today, and now you need $300, $500, $1,500, $3,000 worth of work, right? Like, it's just doesn't make people feel like it's genuine when it's like that.
Right. So,
Even if it is something they genuinely could benefit from.
benefit from.
Oh, you just came over here to get some money out of my pocket.
And I think Mike makes a good point that consistency is key. And I think that's something that Katie's real good at. Katie's really great at keeping our name in front of our customers, not with suggestive selling all the time, but just keeping our name in front of them. So, if it's something we're promoting based on the seasonality of it, whether it's a fungicide, insecticide application, uh, mulch, trim, seed aeration, whatever it may be, fertilization, doesn't matter what it is, but we're trying to do that consistency thing and stay in front of them, and then with an occasional sales piece put in front of them, along with a lot of the educational stuff that Katie puts in front of them. So, um, let's see. Seth makes a really good point here, Seth. And actually, I was going to talk about this exact point is, are you explaining the needs over the wants? Because that's also key. You may want to do a total landscape renovation, but you need to keep your hedges trimmed and looking right, or that is something you need to do as a homeowner and or a business. Wants and needs can differentiate. Obviously, you can say, well, wait, nobody needs to have their hedges trimmed. Well, yeah,
I think it's levels of levels of needs as well, right? Like you don't necessarily need it, but you need water, but you don't plant somebody that's planting shrubs or whatever to get in their landscape and spend a few $1,000s or whatever, probably does see it more as a need.
Yes. Agree.
Make it look the way that they want it to look.
100%. And when we talk about selling things to people, needs, wants, whatever, I'll tell you what, let's do this. Hang on to that thought. We're going to talk a little bit about selling when we come back. We're going to take a short break. Fred brings up a really good point here. Nobody wants to be sold, and that's it. It goes back to two feelings that you have as a buyer, that I can't believe they sold it, or that you bought it. And what creates a better feeling of peace of mind for you, the buyer? And it's that you bought it, not that it was sold. And I think that's our target.
I think I want to be helped is the most most basic feeling, because spending money isn't like, forget if it's a want or a need. No one wants to spend their money, whether it's a yacht, a new TV, a new pair of golf clubs. They would rather not think about the fact that money is going away from them, right? And so I had a great experience, actually, wasn't even my own, buying shoes at a store here in Louisville called Fleet Feet. We went in the other day and they do a really good job of, coming up to you saying, do you need help? Blah, blah, blah. You're not walking around for a while and thinking, where's somebody at, for one. And then they sit down with you, you do your evaluation, all the technology involved, which is really cool. That's kind of the perceived value. And then they figure out what kind of feet you have, what your needs are, and different shoes are going to be best for your type of feet. So they bring out different shoes. They sit down with you, put your shoe on, tie your shoe. You try different brands, blah, blah, blah. You walk around, do the thing. During this whole process of probably like an hour of doing, different shoes and all this stuff, even this was a young kid, probably college at the latest.
Yeah.
And nowhere in his process did he say, these shoes cost, about $20 more. These shoes are $150. These shoes are $200. Price was never a part of the solution of his sales process of like, hey, let's throw this in there. And of course he would know what those prices were if someone asked, but it was never like, let me help this person, right? Like that was what the general feeling was.
Mhm.
Was I want to make this person walk out of here with the best, experience of buying shoes and experience of using these shoes.
I think you make a very valid point there, Daniel, and it's the help aspect of it. You know, uh,
And talking about upselling, I mean, not, it didn't feel like it was. It was a potential try on these inserts, and we have these socks, and here's why these socks are, maybe better than some other socks that you might.
right.
So yeah, there was just a lot of really good kind of salesmanship stuff going on in that experience.
And that it is reassuring and make you feel good
Mm-hmm.
when that happens.
Yeah.
That you've had, especially when you said it's a younger person that's given you the reassurance of, hey, they care about their job, they know what they're doing, and they're good at what they do. And I think Fred makes that very similar point in what he sent us, and it's just simply as an enthusiastic suggestion over pressure gets more signatures, and that's just it. I mean, helping people, and when it comes to selling, the thing about our industry, a lot of our industry, and I don't know if you guys have thought about it like this. I know a lot of you guys have, but maybe you haven't, or maybe it just needs the light switch turned, flicked off and on again. But in a lot of cases, we are selling an intangible service to somebody. In other words, whether you're mowing the lawn, whether you're treating the lawn, landscape lighting, it can be a little better at it, and I'll explain that in a minute. Holiday lighting can be, but we sell. I'm using the word sell, not just because I'm talking to you guys as contractors, okay? We sell our customers intangible things, things they can't touch or feel until it's there. In other words, if you go to look at a car, or you go to look at a new iPhone or a new phone or any type of tangible product that you can pick up and hold and feel and touch, you can make a decision based on how that feeling is or how it looks. But when we're selling somebody a new landscape, or when we're selling somebody a better looking lawn, or whether it's through mowing it or treating it, or when we're telling somebody how nice their home is going to look with these new landscape lights installed, I just want it to be known, and especially for you guys that have been in business, maybe longer than 3 or 4 years, where you've got some confidence in your selling ability, but know that you need to have, we used to call it a pitch book because it was actually a book, but you need to have an iPad or laptop, something where you can show customers the finished product, even though it's not their finished product necessarily. It's like when we started lighting, one of the first things, that Kyle put together, and I don't know if it was through the help of Aaron or Greg and Jeff, the guys at Cast Lighting, but was a demo kit for our landscape lights. And we got demo lights for holiday lights, something that we can take as part of our presentation. And you may say, well, man, I don't need that, and I'll get to that in just a second, Mike. That's a good point. We have to give the consumer something that they can look at and touch and feel. Now, it's not on their home, it's not in their landscape, but it is very, very important that they have that part of the process of, oh, yeah, that'll look really nice. Because my dad taught me this a long, long time ago, that a good salesperson is really an artist. A good salesperson is an artist because we've got to paint a picture for the potential buyer on their canvas with our abilities when we're selling an intangible asset or an intangible product or an intangible service. And I think that's something that a lot of salespeople don't take advantage of enough, and that is pictures. You know,
Yeah.
might let you look at something. Did they show when you had that
The
when
door.
the door? Did they
Yeah,
sell you?
They had, all the different models, and they even have a showroom, of course, that you can go physically look at it if you want. But they did have pictures of all the things. The guy brought a laptop and did all the stuff. And actually, the company that we're meeting with on Saturday, they have a technology that allows them to basically do a mock-up or a gosh, whatever it's called in the technological field, technological mock-up of if you were to get this area redesigned, here's what it will look like. Can you kind of put in what you like, and here's what the final product would look like. So, even down to like when you're talking about landscape drawings, which we talked about, I think about maybe a month ago or so on another show, and we did a thing within the Profit Circle, which was funny. Everybody sends in their landscape drawings.
Yeah.
But that goes back to that. Like, what is this going to? How can I get somebody excited? For potentially what they want, and if you can, I think get them like excited about it. I'm trying to figure out the best like word here. Get them thinking, oh, this is already like because when you see it, it's like, oh, it's already there. It's in my mind. Now I'm just constantly thinking about it, right? Because then it gives it a little bit more of that tangibleness, if that's a word.
Yeah.
Even though you can't touch it, you can see it in your mind.
You can see it in your
and
mind.
You're thinking about it, and it's like, oh man, it's no different than like, oh man, I see this car in this car lot. It's like I want it now because I'm here and I see it. So I think if you can give somebody that representation to the most accurate of your ability, whatever that is for your price range and services you're offering, then that's really going to help push somebody over the edge of, I really just got to have this.
So I really would suggest that you guys, if you're not utilizing something like that and utilizing it on a regular basis, that it was something that I didn't appreciate it at first when I was learning that, but when I'm talking about going back 50 years, 40 years, and that's longer than some of you guys are old. But my dad was firmly convinced that the best way to sell a lot of things is with the orientation of a presentation guide or a presentation book. Now, we've got much better technology now, so that could be your phone, that could be an iPad. But again, we're trying to paint a picture for somebody and give them an idea of what that lawn or landscape or home's going to look like. And we can't do it with tangible things until they say yes. So it's up to you to paint the picture with words and your props, and your I call them props, like our landscape lights. I know Kyle, he even actually will go out and not just show them and let them feel the quality, see the quality, and touch the quality of those lights, but also he'll hook them up for them. I think he uses like a wash light, an up light, and a path light. He's got 3 or 4 of them that he actually will physically hook up for them, put the app on their phone, and let them, see it at night. So I don't know. I just think it's something that a lot of guys are missing out on, not having that as part of their arsenal, and the importance of it. If you want to, now, if you that's if you want to sell more jobs, and we all that sounded stupid saying it like that, but the reality of it is, it's kind of like Daniel's point on those tennis shoes, Daniel. Never once did price come up.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it did before you decided to buy, I'm sure. But the presentation was made based on the assumption that it was going to be bought.
Oh.
And I think that's where we could all be a little better at what we do when it comes to being a better salesperson is how do we improve our opportunities to close the sell? And you fill in the blank on what that looks like for you. If that's being more need versus wants or wants versus needs, absolutely they both come into play. They come into play with customer type, demographics, residential versus commercial. It can be a completely different set of circumstances with two different people where, to Daniel's point, one could be the want and one could be the need. The little old lady on Social Security needs her grass cut. The family living in a nice home wanting to go to their lake house is wanting someone to take care of the property so they don't have to, but they could. So it goes back to the comments that you guys have made, which are all good, that, needs and wants vary. But what it all boils down to is people want help. And to Daniel's point, if you really feel like you want to help somebody, then you're probably going to be more successful in selling when you address them wanting to help them versus selling them something.
Yeah, because I feel like when you want to, like it coming from like, of course, we all have our own in business, the need to make money, right? So it's like, that's not out of your mind. But when you go in with the perspective of, I'm going to help this person get what they want, then you ask the questions and try to figure out, what do you want? And then you listen, and then you can give them pictures or information based on, okay, well, this person's obviously really interested in the security aspect of this landscape lighting. So let's talk about how bright it is, and let's talk about this. Let's show them pictures of how bright. Now, if they're talking about, I love all the holidays of the year and Flag Day and this day and that, then you can show them all the different colors and the different designs and the different, you can save it on your phone feature. So then, when you go in asking the helpful questions of what does this person really want, then I think you can sell better. It's not just like helping is the right thing to do. It's actually helping you do your job better.
I want to change gears just a little bit here and talk about, in the selling process, we sell the job or the consumer buys it. How do you get paid? How do you get paid for those services? And Daniel put up a really great blog, and I'm just going to touch on it here just a little bit. But Daniel put up a really great blog, yesterday?
Yeah, yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday in the Profit Circle on, what's your preferred method of payment, basically? Is it cash, checks, or credit card? And, I think as the smaller our companies are, the more cash we get. That's the reality of that. As your company grows, you kind of get out of that cash side and you're not lifting up the rug in the back anymore to get your check or cash or whatever they've left you, McDonald's gift cards or whatever it is that you're getting. But, cash is always awesome. But the reality of it is your company a lot of times outgrows the cash customer, just does. And for you guys to say, well, no, it's just me, I've got 20 accounts or 25 accounts, that's all it's ever going to be, Wayne, then, hey, and that's the way your customers do it, then that's awesome. That's a great thing. But the point that I want to make and talk just a few minutes on before we wrap this up today is checks are almost a thing of the past. And the good thing is I know most of you guys understand that and appreciate that. And you are giving your customers a choice for another type of payment. And we're not going to get too deep into it, but Daniel's had a blog that he put up there that he wrote that is really good on cash checks and credit card, and how a lot of people look down on debit and credit cards because they want to blame the fees associated with that. Now, here's something that I think we all need to know, and I didn't fact check it, but you guys can. I'm sure Daniel did. But less than 7% of all transactions are done with a check now. When checks were that was just a thing. I remember, man, in high school and getting out of high school and getting my own checking account. That was cool, because you could write a check for something. Shit, they didn't know if you had the money or not. That was the I didn't go around passing bad checks, but that's the reality of it, right? We take a check on hope. That's what that boils down to, But don't look at credit and debit card acceptance or ACH acceptance as, oh, it's just the fee. When you look at it, you say, okay, well, why do I want to give up 2.5% to 4% based on what you're taking or not taking, right? Whether it's an Amex or Visa, whatever, okay, or debit card. Now, the problem we're running into is there's some federal laws that for some of the software that some people are running, you've got to now be able to differentiate between a debit card and a credit card within your software. And that's something we get an expert on here, Daniel, to talk about. Maybe we can get our buddies on with us, but to talk about that. But here's something I want you to think about the fees. Nobody wants to give up the processing fee. So a lot of people are charging quote unquote a convenience fee. But if I'm not mistaken, then that verbiage having to be changed. Katie, do you remember seeing that, or Daniel?
I don't remember that.
Okay. I think I was reading something recently on where they're talking about.
Actually, now that you say that, maybe something does kind of spark up in my mind a little bit.
Yeah, something where, a lot of people are calling it a convenience fee or something, and maybe it's just a verbiage thing that you can't use. But my point's this, and we've done it both ways. We've done it by charging a fee for using a credit card. And then when the law changed, our software provider was not capable of segregating the two. So we stopped charging the fee. And now we get a notice from them the other day that we can start charging the fee. I guess they've worked it out. I don't know. We haven't had a Zoom meeting with them yet. We're just not taking their word for it. Not that we don't trust them, but it's our name that's on the line and our responsibility. So, but my point's this: nobody wants to give up the processing fee amount that's retained by the processor. But have you looked at the amount of time that you get back because of the efficiencies of the customer being able to go online through their own portal on your software or your web page or whatever to make that payment? And there's a number, Daniel's got a number in there within that blog that he did his research on and looked up, but it was like you get back, the time saved exceeds the percent. It was like 10 or 15, 10, what was it? 10,
I think it was 10 to 15%.
10 to 15% of time saved on receiving funds, and the inaccuracy of maybe a deposit, the efficiency of not having to get involved with it. The consumer just goes on. It's really a no-brainer when you think about it.
Yeah, the amount of time we've saved is incredible. So,
Yeah, when we switched, because you used to have to pull them all,
yeah, and that was even
and that was even running
doing
cards.
cards. So there's levels and layers to how you do it, but just the the ability for someone to do it themselves, because everyone's used to paying their own bills, right? Like, I think it's just standard,
Yeah, and when
and whether that's an automatic payment that they set up or they go in and pay it, that's just the way that people pay everything. So I don't think it's unexpected that they do that for your business, right? So I don't think there's a problem there. And like I said, it just the amount of time it saves you is just crazy when you really break it down.
and let that be known. Let that be known, to your potential customers and your existing customers, because when it comes going back to the selling side of it for just a minute, the two basic sales concepts that have to be met for a client. And I want you guys to think about this, and I know some of you guys think about it regularly and you already know it. But if not, there's two questions in selling that have to be answered for the buyer. And that simply is, what's in it for them and how can they pay for it? And the question is, what are you doing to make it easy for your customers to pay? Are you giving them an easy pay option? Whether that's a prepay, whether that's a go online. The reality of it is, people want things easy. You do, I do, we all do. And Mike, I could shoot you in the eye for this. I'll give you credit for it, buddy, but that was my clothes. That was my clothes, man. You do it to me a lot. If you want to see a great movie, and you guys have heard me say it before, on selling and the basic concepts of selling and how to implement that within your business, you have got to watch Tommy Boy. It is the absolute best selling movie I've ever seen. And it was really cool one time. I'll share this with you. And I know we got some distributors listening to us. And I know Chris Saxton with Pace Distributing, who's a very large distributor across the country. I went into one of their meetings one time with them, one of their dealer meetings. And Chris put on the movie Tommy Boy. And he said, we're going to get a little sales training today. And if Chris Saxton's willing to put something like that in front of all of his people, you certainly, trust me, man, you got to know this guy. First of all, he's a Navy SEAL, so he's very disciplined in what he does and everything he does and how he does it. And I'm sure he wouldn't do it without benefit. So check that movie out. If you want a good movie in selling, check it out. A Tommy Boy. There's probably all kinds of streaming places to find it, right, Daniel? I'm sure it's easy to find, but regardless, find it. You'll love it. You'll watch it more than once just because it's a great movie. But getting back to the selling side, and we're going to wrap this up. The most important thing in selling is you got to sell yourself first. Mike said Pluto has it for free. There you go. The absolute fundamental aim is to sell yourself first. Regardless of what you think the most important thing in selling is, the absolute most important thing is you got to sell yourself first. And there's only two questions that you have to answer for the customer. What's in it for them and how can they pay for it? What's in it for them is done by you listening to them to tell you what they want, and you help them by satisfying their needs or wants. And then we make it easy to pay. And then what are you doing to make it easy for your customers to pay? Are you crying about the processing fee of accepting debit and credit cards? Although it'd be so much more time savings for you that you can spend your time and effort doing what you need to do. And that is sell more jobs and get more work done. Because then it falls back to the absolute fundamental aim of any company, and that is to make a profit. And profit is not a dirty word. See you Friday.